Liu Zhexī traverses a parallel world, aspiring to debut and becoming the idol of countless young girls. Everyone eagerly anticipates his ascent within the entertainment industry, yet he is singularly focused on delving into cutting-edge technology. Innovations such as plant batteries, graphene, aluminum, transparent mobile phones, and virtual games continually emerge from his hands. As time passes, people look back and realize Liu Zhexī has become the idol of women worldwide, as well as a prominent figure in the realm of advanced technology. Chapter 1. Joining the entertainment industry? Impossible. In Tianhai City, at Baqiao International Airport, a tall young man, with his baseball cap pulled low, strides briskly into the airport. I was terrified. I almost got caught by Aunt's song. To fulfill the system's activation task, I must head to Yearning. I hope my aunt won't be upset. On the flight to Yearning, Liu Zhexī gazes out the window, momentarily lost in thought. Ding! Superlife system fully charged. Activation task initiated. Task description for the first phase. The host must arrive at Teacher Huang's residence in Yearning within 1 day. Success. Unlock the second phase task. Failure. System activation fails. The mere thought of this task, issued by the system, gives Liu Zhexī a headache. He has been in this blue star world for 10 years. His accompanying golden finger has remained dormant, allowing him only to sign in for trivial skills, most of which are of little value to him. Having presumed that after 10 years, the system would smoothly activate, he was unexpectedly confronted with an activation task. This felt akin to a neighbor who has consumed too much Sichuan pepper, experiencing a numbing sensation next door. In Yearning, within a private room of a cafe, a middle-aged man's incredulous voice echoed. Old Huang. Old he, you can't be serious, right? We're supposed to be making a variety show, not playing house. Alongside this middle-aged man, 2 other men occupied the room. The middle-aged man was visibly agitated. The new variety show meticulously planned by Toileta had these 2 teachers proposing an amateur as a regular guest. Was this some kind of joke? As the director, how could he possibly agree? Teacher Huang chuckled and replied, Old Huang, don't get worked up. He and I have given this decision considerable thought. Teacher, he chimed in, you must trust our judgment. That kid Zhexī is truly suited for participating in a beautiful life. Moreover, shouldn't a beautiful life be somewhat authentic? Zhexī joining as an amateur would perfectly highlight this point. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man sighed, I'll contact the higher-ups. 10 minutes later, he returned with his phone in hand. If you insist on proceeding this way, a betting agreement must be signed. If the first season's ratings are poor, all losses will be borne solely by you 2. After exchanging glances, Teacher Huang and Teacher, he both nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, You 2 are truly insane. This could lead to compensation in the millions. At Yearning International Airport, as Liu Zhexī disembarked from the plane, his phone rang. He picked it up and quickly exited the airport, hailing a taxi. Uncle Huang, your handsome nephew has arrived in Yearning. You little rascal, sneaking away again? Perfect timing, come over quickly. Teacher, he is here, and we have something important to discuss. Liu Zhexī raised an eyebrow and replied, Let me make this clear. I will not be entering the entertainment industry. It's simply not going to happen. Not happening? You need to hurry up and come over. The taxi gradually came to a halt in front of Liu Zhexī. As he got into the taxi, he responded, All right, I will be there shortly. At a villa in Yearning, in the living room, Teacher Huang set his phone down. I was just pondering how to persuade him to join a beautiful life. And guess what? Teacher, he said with a smile. No need to guess. See ya, just messaged me. This time, we have leverage over him. He cannot escape. Upon finishing, Teacher, he squinted, and Teacher Huang followed suit. The 2 of them now resembled 2 ancient, cunning foxes. 40 minutes later, Liu Zhexī stood before a villa. He pressed the doorbell, and a small figure appeared first. The little girl, upon seeing Liu Zhexī, rushed towards him. Brother Zhexī. Liu Zhexī scooped up the little girl and planted a kiss on her smooth cheek. My little princess, have you missed your brother? Yes, I think of you every day. The little girl wrapped her arms around Liu Zhexī's neck, kissing both of his cheeks. At that moment, the 2 teachers also appeared. Teacher Huang playfully reprimanded, You little rascal, are you not coming in? We have matters to discuss. Liu Zhexī smiled and, still holding the little girl, stepped into the villa. Inside the villa, after setting the little girl aside, he collapsed onto the sofa. The 2 uncles gazed at Liu Zhexī with amused expressions. Liu Zhexī raised his attractive brows and stated directly, Uncles, let's get to the point. Aside from asking me to return to Tianhai and join the entertainment industry, I am amenable to anything else. Teacher Huang and Teacher, he exchanged glances. Teacher Huang turned to Teacher, he, and casually inquired, By the way, Teacher, he, did you just get off the phone with Sia? Liu Zhexī's expression shifted. Oh no. In his eagerness to complete the task, he had forgotten about this matter. Noticing his reaction, Teacher, he casually remarked. Indeed, Xie told me that if she discovers Zhexī's whereabouts, she will report it, with generous rewards. She also mentioned that if she catches someone, Lu Zhexī's expression darkened significantly. He truly could not handle his capable aunt in this situation. Clearly, these two intended to leverage his aunt to manipulate him. Uncles, speak plainly. There's no need to use my aunt to intimidate me. I assure you, I will not enter the entertainment industry. Teacher Huang responded with a smile. I have a variety show in mind where you could be a regular guest. Teacher, he added, at that time, you will simply follow our lead and act accordingly. This program is quite entertaining, and none of us four hosts are aware of the flying guests. The most significant aspect is that you can enter the entertainment industry through this show. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. Isn't this program reminiscent of a certain show from his past life? Although, it appears to have its distinctions, as that previous show did not feature any mysterious guests. In his former life, he had a fondness for that particular show, but now that he has arrived in this world, he truly has no desire to enter the entertainment realm. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan declined. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Uncles, please spare me. I genuinely do not wish to join the entertainment industry. Teacher Huang, undeterred, declared, then we shall have no choice but to entrust you to Xie. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī's expression darkened. As he grappled with whether to capitulate, the voice of the system resonated. Ding, the first phase of the mission is complete. The second phase of the mission is now activated. Mission description, please agree to join a beautiful life. Mission success, the system is officially activated. Mission failure, the host will meet their demise, and this book will conclude. Damn it, this insufferable system shows no mercy. How could it impose such an unreasonable task? This is excessive, utterly excessive. Even if Lu Zhexī were to perish on the spot, he would never yield to the oppressive authority of the system. Absolutely not. Chapter 2. The Hegemonic Contract. Uncle Huang. Uncle He, I have agreed. It is merely participation in a variety show, isn't it? Lu Zhexī's expression was one of earnestness. Both Teacher Huang and Teacher He were momentarily taken aback. So, he had braved it for less than 3 minutes before faltering? It seemed this child had endured considerable torment in recent times. Whether Lu Zhexī had truly suffered was of no concern to them, as the burden did not fall upon their shoulders. Teacher Huang wore a smile. Tomorrow, we shall introduce you to Old Wang. For now, I must prepare dinner. Teacher He stood up and said, I will give Old Wang a call to ensure the contract is ready. Lu Zhexī could only accept his fate with a heavy heart. Ding! The Super Life system has been successfully activated, and all functions are unlocked. Ding! Please select the primary direction for future development from the following options. Entertainment, cutting-edge technology. Business, literature. Lu Zhexī furrowed his brows in contemplation. His dream was quite simple, to cultivate his aunt into a female tycoon. His aunt was in the cosmetics industry and often lamented the stagnation in the development of new products. Whose money is the easiest to earn? The answer is unequivocally women's. Thus, the choice became clear. System, I select cutting-edge technology as my primary direction. Ding. Development direction confirmed. System function modules are commencing updates. Host information is being updated, with an estimated completion time of 1 day. The next day, at a high-end tea house in Yearning, Wang Zhengyu, the director of A Wonderful Life Season 1, was currently sizing up Lu Zhexī. His appearance was commendable, and his spirit was high, but Teacher Huang abruptly interrupted him, declaring, Old Wang, authenticity is the essence of a wonderful life. Teacher, he added, indeed, Old Wang, both Huang and I will take good care of Zhexī. Wang Zhengyu sighed and produced a contract. Teacher Huang and Teacher, he took it and began to peruse its contents. Lu Zhexī, with a slight grimace, found himself lost in thought. However, he noticed that his two uncles' brows were furrowing deeper as they reviewed the contract. Old Wang, this is excessive. How could you conceive such a domineering and unreasonable contract? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī curiously leaned in and, after a glance, nearly erupted in expletives. The contract outlined several particularly egregious clauses. 1. If the viewership rating for the first episode of A Wonderful Life Season 1 falls below 10, Lu Zhexī will no longer be a fixed guest. 2. Lu Zhexī will receive no remuneration for recording the first episode of A Wonderful Life Season 1. Future episode payments will be contingent upon viewership ratings. 3. If the average viewership rating for A Wonderful Life Season 1 is below 10, Lu Zhexī will bear 50% of the responsibility. If it drops below 0, 5. He will assume 80% of the responsibility. 4. There were a myriad of other clauses, all meticulously crafted to ensure that should any issues arise with A Wonderful Life Season 1, Lu Zhexī would bear a portion, if not the entirety, of the responsibility. Wang Zhengyu lamented, You must understand, I am merely a director. The drafting of the contract is beyond my purview. Teacher Huang and Teacher He exchanged concerned glances. Although they had invested in a wonderful life, their influence was limited. Wang Jingyu continued, you might attempt to negotiate with the powerful figures behind the scenes, but I fear it may be futile. Teacher Huang sighed, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher He stated, we have encountered the backers before. They are quite domineering. In light of this, we need not allow ourselves to be belittled. Turning to Lu Zhexī, Teacher He declared, Zhexī, we will not participate in this program. At this, Lu Zhexī fell into silence. The anticipated ratings in his previous life had not been lacking. As long as he diligently followed Teacher He and Teacher Huang, ensuring high ratings should not be an issue. However, for the program to present such distasteful terms before recording even commenced was rather appalling. At that moment, the system's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Ding! Side Quest 1 released. Deliver a resounding slap to the producer behind the scenes. Quest description: join a wonderful life and ensure the first episode's viewership exceeds 210. Successful completion. Reward of 5 task points. Failure. Toothache for 24 hours. Ding! Side Quest 2 released. Make a name for yourself. Quest description: through a wonderful life, Season 1. Acquire a minimum of 500,000 ordinary fans and no fewer than 50,000 devoted fans. Successful completion. Reward of a low-level beauty elixir formula. Failure. The company of Song Xie will face bankruptcy and a debt crisis. Damn, a health plant that curses. Upon reading the failure penalty for Side Quest 2, Lu Zhexī was infuriated. Director Wang, I choose to join A Wonderful Life Season 1. Instantly, Teacher Huang and the others turned to stare at Lu Zhexī. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Even with such a contract laid before him, he still wished to participate in A Wonderful Life. Teacher Huang raised an eyebrow and scolded. You insolent boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Teacher He pulled at Lu Zhexī, attempting to console him. Zhexī, there's no need to be irate. The path into the entertainment industry is not limited to this one avenue. Wang Jingyu also chimed in, yes, young man. Such impetuousness will yield no benefits. Though Lu Zhexī understood their words, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. He too wished to walk away, but reality would not permit it. One must stand firm in their convictions as individuals strive for dignity. Uncles, you need not dissuade me. I have made my decision. Hearing this, Teacher Huang and Teacher He could only exhale in resignation. Lu Zhexī turned to Wang Jingyu and said, I will sign the contract, and I agree to all the terms. But I would like to add an additional clause. If the viewership meets the target and receives favorable responses online, I demand 40% of the program's profits as my remuneration. Upon hearing Lu Zhexī's stipulation, Wang Jingyu and the others instinctively reacted with disbelief. Wang Jingyu shook his head and replied, young man, such a request is unlikely to be approved by the higher-ups. Teacher Huang and Teacher He echoed, indeed, Zhexī. Such demands are excessively stringent. Perhaps it would be best not to sign this contract. We need not endure this insult. Lu Zhexī frowned and then stated, as for the program's revenue, I can forego it. However, the network must assist me with 3 promotional campaigns at no cost, with the intensity of promotion akin to sponsorship. Wang Jingyu pondered for a moment, then stood up, saying, I will inquire. After exiting the private room, Wang Jingyu began dialing a number. Once connected, he conveyed Lu Zhexī's request. Unsurprisingly, it was met with outright refusal. On the other end of the line, it was stated, 3 promotional campaigns are impossible. There can only be 1 sponsor promotion. However, you must inform him that the minimum cost for a sponsorship is 100 million. Should he lose, he will be liable for this amount. Upon hearing Wang Jingyu's report, Teacher Huang and Teacher He reacted with anger. Lu Zhexī, however, remained calm. Very well. Let us proceed with signing the contract. Armed with the memories of his past life, Lu Zhexī was confident that as long as there were no major mishaps during the recording process, the viewership ratings would not falter significantly. As Wang Jingyu departed with the contract in hand, his phone suddenly rang. A melodious female voice resonated from the other end. Director, I will arrive in Yearning tomorrow. Wang Jingyu replied with a smile, great. The other 3 fixed guests have already been confirmed. Once you arrive, you 4 can meet. Of course, that's no problem. I have always admired Teacher He and Teacher Huang during my time in Goryeo. Chapter 3. Tears streaming down. Astonishing news. The new variety show from Matong TV will feature ordinary people as fixed guests. Shocking. The recording will employ non-professionals. Has Matong TV lost its mind? Stunning revelations. The untold secrets between Matong TV and a civilian guest. On this day, a flurry of astonishing reports erupted online. For the netizens who have long frequented UC, such lowbrow headlines have become commonplace. Nonetheless, they could not resist the urge to click on the articles. After reading, they typically vented their frustrations, exclaiming, as expected, and began sharing their opinions in the comment section. Is Matong TV sick, foolish, or perhaps even mad? I too felt disheartened. I had high hopes of the variety show A Beautiful Life. However, with the inclusion of an ordinary guest, my interest has waned significantly. After all, this is a variety program. How could an amateur possibly manage it? Initially, I was looking forward to a mysterious guest, but alas, my enthusiasm has dwindled. While the netizens engaged in fervent discussions, the consensus was clear. They were not optimistic about Zhexī joining A Beautiful Life. The chatter was widespread, and many industry insiders shared their bewilderment. Friends of Teacher Huang and Teacher He even reached out to inquire. Teacher Huang, what is going on? Allowing an ordinary person to be a fixed guest on such an important show seems rather hasty. Teacher He, haven't you raised any objections with the station? If this program falters due to a civilian guest, your reputation could be at stake. Unbeknownst to Zhexī, he remained oblivious to the external discussions. Even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. At that moment, he was deeply engrossed in the system. Ding! The system has officially been renamed to the Superdimensional Technology System, signifying extraordinary technology that transcends dimensions. Ding! All functions of the system have been successfully loaded. Superdimensional Technology System. Level 1, Black Technology Focus. Host, Zhexī. Age, 22. Height, 186 centimeters. Attractiveness, 92. Task points, 0. Technology points, 0. Skills, harmonica, intermediate, piano, advanced. Singing, advanced, and advanced life skills, among others. System space, none. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. In an instant, Zhexī was moved to tears. After possessing the system for a decade, the novice gift pack had finally arrived. Open it. I must open it immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 task points. Zhexī's expression froze in disbelief, and tears streamed down his face. Good heavens! Who has ever seen a system so stingy? A novice gift pack that merely contains a handful of task points? Ding! Host, task points are the most crucial element of the system. They can be used for lotteries and grant access to purchase black technology. The system explained, the money earned through black technology will be converted into technology points at a certain ratio. Technology points serve as the currency for acquiring black technology. Upon hearing this, Zhexī stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that task points held significant value. Without further hesitation, he accessed the system page. The interface was straightforward, featuring a technology city, host information, and a large lottery wheel. Currently, Technology City displayed nothing, leaving Zhexī somewhat disappointed. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the lottery wheel. 1 task point per spin. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the wheel. Ding! As the wheels ceased spinning, a golden treasure chest appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a complete set of CPU intelligent control software. Zhexī was momentarily taken aback, then began reviewing the software's details. After reading, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This software could intelligently optimize the CPU of phones and computers, reducing heat generation and enhancing operational efficiency, among other benefits. What luck! Deciding to try once more, he pressed the wheel again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the X programming language skill book. Zhexī promptly examined the skill book's description. In essence, upon utilizing this book, he would master the X programming language, which was the internal programming language of the superdimensional technology system. Furthermore, the core of the CPU intelligent control software was also written in X. Without hesitation, Zhexī descended from his bed and began rummaging through his cabinets. Soon, he located a Huawei Mate 7. After powering it on and charging it, he installed the CPU intelligent control software and conducted a benchmark test. Ultimately, the score of a certain rabbit surged to 100,000, catapulting it to the top of the leaderboard. Good heavens! A phone from 2 years ago has claimed the #1 spot. Zhexī's first reaction was shock, followed closely by the realization of his fortune. If he were to release this CPU intelligent control software online as a paid service, it could indeed become a veritable treasure trove. Moreover, this software would serve as a stepping stone into the tech market. Exiting the system, Zhexī inquired, System, are technology points easy to acquire, while task points can only be earned through completing tasks? Ding! Correct. Additionally, due to the system's functionality being tied to entertainment, the host must complete entertainment-related tasks to earn task points. Damn it, I refuse. Ding! Host's refusal is ineffective. Lu Zhexī pouted, exited the system, and prepared for an early night, as he needed to familiarize himself with the environment in Miyun the following day. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted off to sleep, one of his actions had already set the internet ablaze. Across forums and social media, a benchmark score for a certain rabbit stunned all netizens. Damn it. Is this the Huawei Mate 7 released 2 years ago? I can't believe it. A score of 120,000. This is outrageous. My Xiaomi 5s, equipped with the latest Snapdragon 821, couldn't even dream of achieving such a score. The initial benchmark report had been issued by a prominent tech influencer, sparking intense reactions as netizens rushed to verify the claims. Eventually, even the official channels of a certain rabbit released a statement overnight. In response to the discussions regarding the benchmark score of the Huawei Mate 7 circulating online. After thorough examination by our technical team and communication with Huawei, we can confirm that this benchmark score is valid and there is no evidence of data manipulation. In an instant, discussions erupted anew across the internet. Everyone was eager to discover how this Mate 7 had achieved such an extraordinary score. Unaware of the online chatter, Lu Zhexī was currently accompanying the production team to Tycoon in Miyun, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Although the program claimed to be a documentary experience of life, it was, after all, a program, and the host would not be allowed complete improvisation. The scenery at Tycoon was exquisite, and the villagers of the small mountain village were refreshingly genuine. As Lu Zhexī and his companions acclimated to the environment, the production team provided them with essential recording guidelines. Wang Jingyu gazed at Lu Zhexī and his companions. You may now wander more freely within the village and engage with the locals, as this will greatly aid in the recording of our program. Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. Teacher He, smiling, suggested, how about we start from the village entrance and endeavor to visit each household, getting to know everyone. Lu Zhexī had no objections. He recalled that there was a notable figure in the village with whom he needed to forge a connection. Gaining his assistance from the outset would undoubtedly lighten the workload for both him and Teacher He once the program commenced. However, he wondered if the benefactor from the previous Life S program still existed in this world. Chapter 4. Treating Us as Fools. Good day, my friend. May I know your name? Upon arriving at a particular residence, Lu Zhexī recognized a familiar figure and immediately greeted him with a broad smile. The man appeared somewhat bewildered. Scratching his head before replying, just call me Dali. Lu Zhexī grasped Ali's hands warmly, smiling as he said, brotherly from now on. We are neighbors and kin. I hope we can support each other. Dali nodded in agreement, assuring him that he would do his best to assist in times of need. Relieved by Dali's promise, Lu Zhexī felt a weight lift. With Dali's electric scooter, transporting corn would undoubtedly become much easier. Although he was uncertain whether currency in this world was measured in corn, it was always prudent to prepare for every eventuality. As Teacher Huang and Teacher He entered the courtyard, they exchanged curious glances. Why is Zhexī so enthusiastic towards this villager? He wasn't nearly as warm with the others during our earlier visits. In response to their inquiries, Lu Zhexī simply explained that he felt a certain affinity towards Dali. At the village entrance, Wang Jingyu clapped his hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. Please take some time to prepare. Our program will officially commence in 3 days. By the way, tomorrow I will introduce you to our mysterious guest. Upon returning to Teacher Huang's home, Lu Zhexī played with Duo for a while before retreating to his room. He intended to release the CPU Intelligent Control software online. However, prior to its release, he needed to make a few modifications. He planned to introduce a paid service, allowing clients to use the software free of charge for 3 days. After that, payment would be required for continued access. Creating a paid service was a straightforward task, and within 3 hours, he had completed all necessary work. Once the software was finalized, Lu Zhexī posted an announcement across several online platforms, attaching the download link for the superdimensional CPU Intelligent Control software. The following day, Lu Zhexī checked his phone, only to find that the software download count stood at 0, and the post had garnered a pitifully low number of views. He sighed, putting his phone away. Patience is key. There is no rush. In an upscale tea house in Yearning, within a private room, Lu Zhexī and the 2 teachers leisurely sipped tea. Zhexī, do you think our mysterious guest will be male or female? Teacher Huang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhexī replied, I would assume male. Teacher He chimed in with a smile. I believe it will be a female. Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow, regardless of gender. His focus remained on completing the task at hand. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Wang Jingyu entered, followed closely by a young woman. With a fair, delicate visage, a tall and slender figure, and clad in a flowing white dress that made her resemble a celestial being, Zhexī found himself momentarily stunned. Is that Yune, the mysterious guest? Is her? He marveled, excitement coursing through him. This is Yune, the mysterious guest of beautiful life. And these are Teacher Huang, and our other regular guest, Zhexī. The two teachers also appeared taken aback. Yune, I never expected you to be the mysterious guest. Yune smiled in response, saying, indeed, Teacher Huang, it's such a pleasure to collaborate with you. At this juncture, Zhexī approached Yune, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, my name is Zhexī. Yune, with her doe-like eyes and a slight blush, replied, Hello, I'm Yune. They shared a brief handshake before releasing each other's grasp. A few minutes later, as Wang Jingyu discussed filming with the two teachers, Yune and Zhexī exchanged occasional remarks. During their conversation, Zhexī learned that this world as Yune was quite different from the one he knew. She was only 22, the same age as him, albeit born in a later month. Discovered by a talent scout shortly after entering university, she debuted and, over the past 4 years, starred in numerous films and dramas, gaining significant popularity both domestically and internationally. Having just graduated from university, Yune decided against pursuing a career in South Korea and opted to come to the domestic scene. As Zhexī pondered this, Yune leaned in slightly, her cheeks still tinted with pink. May I call you Appa? Zhexī nodded, of course. At this, Yune beamed, and they began to engage in quiet conversation. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Jingyu and the others felt a sense of joy. The more they interacted, the better it would be for the program's filming. At the foot of Tianyuan Mountain, the four figures walked along the road, laughing and chatting. Surrounding them were cameras capturing every angle. Teacher Huang, Zhexī, Yune, this place is truly beautiful, exclaimed Wang Jingyu. Indeed, the mountains are clear and the waters are serene. Living here is quite comfortable. Yune pointed excitedly. Appa, look, there's a river. Wang Jingyu's eyes lit up. Zhexī's impromptu performance was commendable. As they spoke, the quartet arrived at the mushroom house. Wow, it's stunning. Upon entering, Teacher He and Yune gasped in awe, while Teacher Huang and Zhexī remained relatively composed. Zhexī gazed at the mushroom house, slightly dazed. It differed somewhat from the mushroom house he remembered, larger in both the house and courtyard, with an additional room. Yune will occupy the innermost room, while the three of us will share the large bed, Teacher Huang announced. Zhexī had no objections and proceeded to carry Yune's luggage into the inner room. Yune smiled sweetly. Thank you, Appa. In the courtyard, the four sat together as Wang Jingyu, standing opposite them, cheerfully explained, surrounding the mushroom house, various crops have been planted. All food will be sourced locally and cooked by yourselves. The basic unit of measurement here is crops. If you desire any ingredients beyond what is grown in the fields, you must purchase them from the production team. You may sell any crops from the fields or mushrooms and fruits you gather in the mountains to the production team, which will provide a price list for comparison. With that, a staff member handed over a price list. The four gathered to examine it. 1 corn cob is priced at 1 yuan, 1 gene of sunflower seeds at 1 yuan, 1 gene of raw pork at 200 yuan, and 1 gene of raw beef at 500 yuan. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the exorbitant prices. The purchasing prices were outrageous, but the selling prices were even more staggering. Zhexī stared wide-eyed at Wang Jingyu. With such pricing, won't your heart ache? Wang Jingyu smiled and shrugged, indicating that he felt no pain. By the way, since the crops outside are planted by the production team, you must pay a seed fee of 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang immediately picked up a slipper and threw it at Wang Jingyu's feet. A seed fee of 1,000 yuan? How heartless can you be? Zhexī stood up and said, let us negotiate it to 500. Impossible, at least 800. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I can pay the production team 300 yuan tomorrow, then the seed fee will be 600. Additionally, throw in 3 gene of raw pork. What do you say? Wang Jingyu's eyes lit up. You said it, no problem. However, if you fail to do so, you must accept the punishment. Successfully haggling, Zhexī made a victory gesture towards Teacher Huang and the others. Teacher Huang, with a smile on his face, remarked, this is your bet with him. It has nothing to do with me. If you lose, I want to accept the punishment. Teacher He patted Zhexī on the shoulder and laughed. Zhexī, good luck to you. Zhexī looked utterly dejected, his expression pitiful. Yuna, with her eyes twinkling, said, Appa, don't worry. I will feel sorry for you when you accept the punishment. Zhexī continued to wear a sorrowful expression. Teacher Huang, Teacher He, Yuna, you can't treat me like this. Seeing the three of them laughing and ignoring him, Zhexī waved his hand dramatically and looked at Wang Jingyu. Give me a bottle of ice cola. I need to make my heart even colder. 60 yuan. Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow and replied, one bottle of ice cola for 60. If I take two, I'll give you back 30. Isn't that fair? In that case, for 3 bottles of ice cola, I'll give you back 10. That is also fair. Bring us 3 bottles of ice cola. Wang Jingyu was taken aback. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Lu Zhexī glared back. Aren't you the one treating us like fools? Ha! Instantly, Teacher Huang and Teacher He burst into laughter. Yuna covered her mouth, giggling nonstop. After the laughter subsided, Teacher Huang turned to Lu Zhexī and Yuna. What do you two want to eat tonight? Lu Zhexī looked at Yuna and said, Yuna, you decide. Yuna tilted her head, pondering for a moment before saying, I do like some homemade Chinese stir-fry. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī clapped his hands and exclaimed, shredded pork with green peppers, divine dish. Teacher Huang slapped his thigh and declared, all right, then it's shredded pork with green peppers. Let us get a gene of raw meat. How much is it? 200 yuan. No haggling. Teacher Huang stood up. Fine, let us get a gene of raw pork. We'll pick the peppers ourselves. Chapter 5, Truly Delightful. From today onward, life in the mushroom house officially begins. Teacher He and Yuna were tidying up the house and yard, while Lu Zhexī was assigned to Teacher Huang. Zhexī, could you help me move some bricks? Of course. When Lu Zhexī emerged wearing a tank top, Wang Jingyu's eyes brightened. This kid is impressive. He has great variety show potential. Good looks and a fine physique. Camera, focus on his physique for a close-up. As Lu Zhexī walked towards the yard, he noticed the camera suddenly pointed at him but thought nothing of it. It was only when he realized the camera was fixated on his chest that he exclaimed in panic, You're not trying to lust after my body, are you? After saying that, Lu Zhexī hurriedly ran into the yard, clutching a brick. When he exited the yard again, he heard Yuna's exclamation. Appa, these little puppies are so cute. It turned out that while Yuna was throwing out the trash, a local villager happened to pass by the mushroom house, carrying a cage with several little native dogs inside. Yuna looked at the puppies with wide, curious eyes. Lu Zhexī approached and called out to the villager, Hey, could you sell us one of your puppies? The villager, aware they were filming a show, smiled and said, I'll give you one, no charge. After saying this, he opened the cage and took out a little dog. Lu Zhexī accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Yuna gazed at the puppy in Lu Zhexī's arms, her eyes sparkling with delight. Appa, this puppy is so adorable. The commotion caught the attention of the two teachers. Such a well-behaved puppy. Zhexī, where did you get it? Teacher, he took the puppy from Lu Zhexī and began to play with it. A villager gave it to us. This must be a native dog, Teacher Huang remarked, observing the puppy in Teacher He's arms. Yuna gently patted the puppy's head and suggested, It's so cute. Let us name it Xiao AI. The naming proposal received unanimous approval from Lu Zhexī and the others. After several trips carrying bricks, Lu Zhexī finally set up the fire pit. Stretching his muscles, he said, Teacher Huang, I think we should build a traditional stove. This smoke is too irritating. Teacher Huang shook his head. Well, let us just make do with it. Having it is already good enough. Teacher He, while playing with Xiao AI, wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Zhexī's words. I think Zhexī is right, but none of us know how to make a traditional stove. Lu Zhexī raised his hand and declared, I can. Teacher He, surprised, asked, You can make a traditional stove? Lu Zhexī confidently replied, Of course I can. However, he turned to Wang Jingyu. If I make the traditional stove, will there be a reward? Wang Jingyu, without hesitation, agreed. Sure, as long as you can make it. The reward is yours to decide. Teacher Huang pulled Lu Zhexī over, and Teacher He joined them. The three huddling together. Can you really make a traditional stove? Really, I saw it when I accompanied my aunt to the countryside. Hearing this, Teacher Huang turned to Wang Jingyu, smiling broadly. If the traditional stove is made, we four should increase the meal allowance by 100 yuan daily. Impossible at most 40. For good luck, how about 66? No way at most 40. After much discussion and haggling, Teacher Huang ultimately conceded. The four could only increase their meal allowance by 40 yuan daily. In truth, Lu Zhexī had anticipated this price long ago. The essence of a beautiful life is for Lu Zhexī and the others to earn their food through labor. If they received 66 yuan each day for meals, they could easily slack off. Lu Zhexī understood this principle, and so did Teacher Huang and the others. Teacher Huang's haggling was merely for the sake of show. Yuna emerged from the room, her eyes sparkling upon hearing that Lu Zhexī could make a traditional stove. Appa, you're amazing. Seeing Yuna's admiration, Lu Zhexī nearly floated away. As night fell, the four hosts of the mushroom house prepared to rest. In the production team's yard next to the mushroom house, Wang Jingyu was on the phone. Director, Lu Zhexī performed exceptionally well. I believe the show's final ratings will be impressive. Today's recording went smoothly, and the footage is excellent. All right, I will send you a copy of today's recorded footage. Wang Jingyu put away his phone and looked at several staff members in front of him. Please edit it as soon as possible, and remember to send the edited footage to the director. In the mushroom house, Lu Zhexī and his companions reclined on their beds, engaged in conversation. Teacher Huang, are you saying that a guest ordered steak? Indeed, I wonder who on earth would choose such a dish. As was his routine, Lu Zhexī glanced at the download statistics for the software before bed, yet there was still no sign of improvement. This left him feeling quite helpless. In the dead of night, while normal folks were fast asleep, night owls like Wang Su were still awake. A mobile phone reviewer. Wang Su often scoured the internet for amusing and intriguing apps. Tonight was no different. He was perusing online when he stumbled upon an intriguing post. This thread is interesting. Though I'm skeptical about the software, it might be worth a try. Even if it fails, it could serve as negative material for my video. With the intention of gathering contrasting content, Wang Su downloaded the superdimensional CPU intelligent control software. 10 minutes later, he held his phone, his expression one of astonishment. His initial reaction: this software is destined for success. Half an hour later, he trembled as he picked up his phone, which had slipped from his grasp. Now, his reaction was that this software was bound for greatness. Suddenly, he recalled the recent Mate 7 sensation. He quickly rummaged through his belongings to retrieve a Mate 7. Another 10 minutes passed as he scrutinized the benchmarking scores and testing data on his phone. He could no longer remain seated. He began editing his review video, crafting posts and tweets. Friends, you absolutely must download this software. Anyone who fails to do so will live to regret it. This is not mere promotion. It is a heartfelt appeal from a reviewer. I am at a loss for words to describe this software, so I shall let the data and facts speak for themselves. The evaluation data is as follows. In conclusion, for the genius behind this software, I can only express my admiration and reverence. For a blogger with millions of followers, once he published this tweet and post, it swiftly garnered widespread attention. However, upon reading the tweet or post, many erupted in criticism. Isn't this just shameless promotion? No matter how good a software may be, it cannot rectify hardware flaws. This ridiculous blogger. How can you even dare to partake in such nonsense? Without exception, the comments below were filled with disbelief and even derogatory remarks. This left Wang Su seething with anger. I have stated clearly, this is not a promotional gimmick, whether you believe it or not. I only hope you keep your word and refrain from downloading this software in the future. Netizens continued to hurl insults. Yet before long, numerous review bloggers rallied to support Wang Su. I tested it myself, and here are my findings. Before downloading, I scoffed at it, but afterward it was indeed remarkable. I am not promoting anything. The creator of this software is truly impressive. I feel compelled to kneel before the creator and sing praises of conquest. I am utterly captivated by this software. As these bloggers stepped forward, the tide began to turn among netizens, who eagerly downloaded the superdimensional CPU intelligent control software. Half an hour later, when the first batch of downloaders returned, the comments were uniformly, I was wrong. This software is indeed remarkable. Subsequently, everyone flocked to Lu Zhexī's post, inundating it with comments. Boss, look at me. I've turned my opinion around. I'm kneeling now. Please come out and let me sing praises of conquest. My Xiaomi Note finally runs cool. I can game without overheating. I've completely fallen for this software. The only downside is that it can only be used for 3 days for free. My Snapdragon 821 paired with this software, no offense to anyone. But I think those commenting below are foolish. To the commenter above, if you dare, let us benchmark. In an instant, the superdimensional CPU intelligent control software went viral across the internet. Many smartphone companies, including Xiaomi, Huawei, and Apple, held emergency meetings to discuss this software. At the Xiaomi headquarters, in the conference room, CEO Lei personally attended the meeting. What are the testing results? A technician stood up to respond. This software can enhance the performance of the Snapdragon 821 by at least 90, with our maximum testing showing an improvement of 125. Most remarkably, this software can resolve the heating issues of the 821. If we standardize this software with the Xiaomi Note, the heating problem will cease to exist. Instantly, the conference room fell into a profound silence, as all present were left astounded by the software. Lei exhaled softly, tapping the table. Let's organize a team to crack this software and send someone to contact the creator. We can negotiate a price. Chapter 6. Setting a small goal the following morning. At the break of dawn, without disturbing anyone, Lu Zhexī rose from bed. The indoor cameras immediately detected this occurrence. Director, there is something happening. Wang Jingyu turned to look at the screen, his expression one of confusion. Let the cameras follow him. Let us see what he intends to do. After finishing his morning routine, Lu Zhexī slung a backpack over his shoulder and exited the mushroom house, making his way towards the village. Wang Jingyu stroked his chin, perplexed. Where's he headed? Curiosity piqued. Lu Zhexī soon reached his destination. He called out to a man at the gate, "Brotherly, good morning." He paused for a moment before realizing it was Lu Zhexī approaching. "Good morning. Are you heading out early today?" Dili smiled and shook his head. "Not today. I'm planning to check on the fields." Lu Zhexī nodded, cutting to the chase. "Brotherly, could I borrow your electric tricycle?" "Of course. Do you need help transporting something?" "Just some corn. Borrowing your tricycle is already a huge favor. I can't ask you to help carry it too." A few minutes later, Lu Zhexī sat on the electric tricycle, waving at Dili. "Brotherly, I'm off now. I'll return it once I'm done." Seeing the footage from the camera, Wang Jingyu was momentarily stunned, but he began to piece together Lu Zhexī's intentions. Sure enough, he observed Lu Zhexī driving the electric tricycle toward the cornfield. After parking the tricycle, Lu Zhexī turned to the camera and flashed a charming smile. "Let us set a small goal for today, to harvest 150 ears of corn." With that, he stepped into the cornfield. In the courtyard where the production team was residing, a staff member hesitantly inquired, "Director, do you think he can really harvest 150 ears of corn in one morning?" Wang Jingyu shook his head. "I'm unsure. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, this will make for excellent material." In the cornfield, Lu Zhexī worked diligently, feverishly collecting corn. An hour and a half later, he had completed his modest goal of 150 ears. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled at the camera. "There is still time. I can keep going. Please remind me in half an hour." Wang Jingyu and the staff were left speechless. "Director, he is truly impressive." Wang Jingyu regained his composure and chuckled. He is well on his way to establishing his hardworking persona. "Director, teacher, he and the others have awakened." Returning to the mushroom house, teacher Huang sat up in bed, yawning. "Where is Zhexī?" Teacher, he walked over from the adjacent room, shaking her head and saying, "I don't know, I wasn't in the room. I'll go check outside." Just then, teacher Huang, who was washing up in the bathroom, suddenly heard teacher he's exclamation. "Huang Laoshi, my goodness, do you know?" Teacher Huang, brushing his teeth, looked at teacher he entering the bathroom with confusion. "What is it?" The production team said, "Zhexī is currently in the cornfield picking corn." Teacher Huang was momentarily taken aback. "You want to pick corn early in the morning?" Teacher, he nodded, her expression one of astonishment. At that moment, the sound of an electric scooter was heard outside. After exchanging glances, teacher, he hurriedly ran out. Teacher Huang also quickened his pace in finishing up. Outside the mushroom house, Lu Zhexī was unloading a large cart full of corn. Due to exceeding the small goals set for him, Lu Chuan did not count the time for the next half hour. He simply picked the mature corn as he saw it. Upon emerging, teacher, he gazed at the overflowing cart of corn, somewhat incredulous. "Darling, you are truly impressive. How did you manage that?" Lu Zhexī wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile, "When I went to the countryside with my aunt, I picked corn before. Doing it again today felt quite effortless." Teacher, he, feeling a pang of concern, urged, "Quick, go take a shower and then rest. Let me handle this corn." Lu Zhexī shook his head, insisting one must see things through to the end. Ultimately, teacher, he could not persuade Lu Zhexī and ended up helping him unload the corn. When teacher Huang stepped outside and saw the cart full of corn, he couldn't help but give Lu Zhexī a thumbs up. "By the way, where did you get this electric tricycle?" "I borrowed it from Dili." At that moment, Yuna also yawned as she came out. "Appa, teacher Huang, teacher he you all." Yuna looked at the cart brimming with corn, incredulous. "Did the three of you really go out to pick corn early this morning? Does that mean I was the only one sleeping in?" Teacher, he smiled wryly. Zhexī went by himself early in the morning. Upon hearing this, Yuna's mouth fell open, her pretty face etched with astonishment. "Appa, you are amazing." Minutes later, the four of them worked together to unload the entire cart of corn, placing it in the yard to dry. Afterward, teacher, he quickly urged Lu Zhexī to shower and rest. Yuna, observing Lu Zhexī drenched in sweat, said with concern, "Appa, you should go rest." Teacher Huang also chimed in, "Yes, go take a break. We'll call you when a meal is ready." Lu Zhexī did not refuse. He was indeed quite tired, and a rest was necessary, especially with guests arriving later and many tasks to accomplish. Originally, Lu Zhexī had no intention of resting. He wanted to check the download progress of the CPU intelligent control software. However, the production team had confiscated his phone and laptop, leaving him feeling quite helpless. With no other option, Lu Zhexī could only lie down on the bed and rest. At that moment, Yuna quietly slipped in. "Appa." Lu Zhexī sat up, looking at her in confusion. "Appa, let me give you a massage." After glancing around and confirming there were no cameras following her, Yuna breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Lu Zhexī could hardly refuse. Outside the mushroom house, teacher Huang looked at Wang Jingyu with great satisfaction. "What do you think of my nephew? Quite impressive, isn't he?" Wang Jingyu nodded. He is indeed very impressive. The footage from yesterday has already been sent to the director, who also found it quite good. The only concern now is whether Liu Zhexī's interactions with the guests will yield similar results. If so, the ratings for this season should be secure. A little over half an hour later, Liu Zhexī woke up. "Appa, you're awake." Yuna, holding a small doll, rushed over upon seeing him. Liu Zhexī winked at her, causing her to blush and lower her head. Earlier, while she was massaging him, there had been some physical contact. After Liu Zhexī fell asleep, Yuna had hurried out, her heart racing. Their secret exchange of glances, fortunately, went unnoticed by the cameras. Teacher He was washing dishes, while Teacher Huang was busy at the stove. Upon seeing Liu Zhexī awake, Teacher He asked, "Zhexī, you're awake. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Liu Zhexī shook his head, sipping on his rice porridge. "No need, I'm not that tired." Teacher Huang chuckled. Young people have such good stamina. Teacher He looked Liu Zhexī up and down, seeing him in high spirits, and smiled. "You should go eat breakfast. I kept it warm for you." Hum. While eating breakfast, Liu Zhexī said, "Teacher He, let's go pick corn later." "Huh?" Teacher He was somewhat surprised. Teacher Huang laughed heartily from across the room. "This kid must be addicted." Teacher He exclaimed in shock. "Do you realize how much corn you picked this morning?" Liu Zhexī shook his head, having lost count after reaching his small goal. 191 ears, dear. You have no idea how great you are." Liu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. 191 ears of corn is just 191 yuan. I'm still 109 away from 300. There's still work to be done. He turned to Wang Jingyu, his face breaking into a smile. "Prepare my pork. As long as the corn is in place, the pork will follow." Liu Zhexī was serious. "Teacher He, I feel so motivated right now." Teacher Huang shook his head, chuckling. Teacher He helplessly said, Later. I'll go with you to pick corn. You sit for a moment." Yuna raised her fair hand and said, "I want to go too." Everyone naturally had no objections to Yuna's request. In the yard where the production team was located, Wang Jingyu looked at the edited preview on his computer, nodding in satisfaction. "Very good. Send this to the director. There are some more materials. Pull them up for me to see." "Okay." Half an hour later, Wang Jingyu received a call from the director. "Xiao Wang, this preview is excellent. Yuna brings her own popularity, so I'm quite reassured. But I didn't expect Liu Zhexī, as a newcomer, to perform so well. We can release the trailer, and the publicity will follow. If all goes well, we can air this preview this Sunday. Liu Zhexī is someone we can consider cultivating. I'll send someone to notify the flying guests to treat this young man kindly." "Understood, director." Chapter 7. The Car God of Qiuming Mountain. On the road to the cornfield, Liu Zhexī rode Li's electric tricycle, with Teacher He and Yuna sitting behind him. "Appa, how many ears of corn are we picking later?" "We'll pick 60 ears, 20 each. The rest we'll pick together when the guests arrive." Teacher He, somewhat astonished, asked, "You still want the guests to pick corn?" "Why not? Since they're here, they're part of the mushroom house. If they're part of it, they should pitch in." After hearing this, Teacher He could only give Liu Zhexī a thumbs up. On the highway to Miyun, in a business car, Sister Dan was on the phone. "Rest assured, given that he is the nephew of Teacher Huang and Teacher He, I shall not make things difficult for him." Understood. After putting away her phone, Sister Dan turned her gaze toward her son, who was engrossed in experimenting with a software application. "This program features a regular guest who is an ordinary person. Are you aware of that?" Her son lifted his head and nodded, saying, "I know." "Mom, why does the production team choose to include an ordinary person? Can he really guarantee the ratings?" Sister Dan playfully swatted her son, admonishing him that such discussions were inappropriate in the mushroom house. "I just received a call, and the toilet station places great importance on this young man, so pay attention." After a brief moment of surprise, her son nodded in agreement and resumed testing the software that had rapidly gained popularity within a day. This software is truly remarkable, perfectly resolving the issue of mobile devices overheating during gaming. The new variety show from the toilet station, A Wonderful Life, Season 1, had garnered significant attention even before its preparation. Later, with the addition of Liu Zhexī, it sparked considerable discussion and negative feedback online. On this day, the toilet station released a trailer across various platforms, including Weibo. The official Weibo account for A Wonderful Life was also activated, showcasing multiple trailers. Due to the collaboration between the toilet station and Weibo, the release of the trailer drew an immense influx of traffic. Internet users, while surfing online, eagerly clicked into the promotional page. Upon entering, they were greeted by promotional posters featuring the 4 fixed guests. Is that the ordinary person next to Teacher Huang? Wow, the young man is quite handsome, and his smile is simply captivating. Liu Zhexī? That name sounds appealing, and his looks are definitely striking. My Yune is the most beautiful in the world, and I will not entertain any rebuttals. You all haven't seen the trailer, have you? I think this ordinary person is quite promising. Everyone should look forward to it. I've already finished watching the trailer. From now on, I will be a fan of Brother Zhexī, and I plan to enjoy every moment of the show when it airs. The trailer's viewership soared rapidly, and the comments below exploded in number. The toilet station's promotional effort for this trailer was quite thoughtful, with Liu Zhexī featured prominently. Especially the clips of Liu Zhexī negotiating with the director and making bets, which caught the attention of netizens. Suddenly, everyone felt that Liu Zhexī's inclusion heightened their anticipation for the show. The promotional work continued to progress, and the pre-show excitement gradually escalated. Life in a mushroom house also continued seamlessly. In the cornfield, Liu Zhexī and Teacher He were busy harvesting corn. Harvesting corn is exhausting. Zhexī, what made you think of doing this so early in the morning? It's cool in the morning, and besides, I toss the corn on the ground as I pick it. Once I have enough, I'll gather it all up. Liu Zhexī glanced at Yearning, noticing her forehead glistening with sweat and her cheeks slightly flushed. He approached her and took half of the corn from her basket. Yearning felt a surge of emotion, saying, "Appa." Liu Zhexī smiled and replied, "I'm a guy. I should be stronger than you. And as your older brother, if I don't care for you, who will?" Teacher He, observing this, teased, "Zhexī, I'm still your uncle. Why don't you care for me?" Yearning's face instantly turned crimson. Liu Zhexī scratched his head awkwardly. Teacher He was merely jesting and had no ulterior motives. As the trio's baskets filled, melodious singing suddenly echoed from the road. They paused their activities. Liu Zhexī raised an eyebrow, saying, "It seems the guests have arrived." He already knew who it was. Teacher He stood on tiptoe to peer down the road. It indeed appeared that the guests had arrived. "Let's go down and take a look." The three of them set down their baskets and made their way down. Yearning whispered to Liu Zhexī, "Appa, I overheard on the phone this morning that the guest is from Hong Kong." Before long, they spotted Sister Dan and her son. "Sister Dan, what a surprise." Teacher He exclaimed in astonishment. "I thought the guest was supposed to be someone from Hong Kong?" Teacher He, Sister Dan approached, wanting to embrace him. "I'm Zhexī." Teacher He declined, but offered a mock embrace. "So this is Zhexī, huh? What a handsome and spirited young man." Liu Zhexī smiled as he stepped forward to share a mock embrace with her. "Hello, Sister Dan. You look incredibly young and beautiful." Sister Dan's face lit up with a smile. "You have such a sweet tongue." She then embraced Yearning, saying, "Yearning is even more beautiful than on screen." Yearning blushed and replied, "Sister Dan is beautiful as well." After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Zhexī turned to Teacher He. "Teacher He, why don't you take Sister Dan and Yearning back? I'll bring down the corn from above and return shortly." Teacher He did not refuse. "All right then, come back soon." Teacher He led Sister Dan and Yearning away while her son went back for something. Liu Zhexī carried the 3 baskets of corn down to the electric tricycle and waited for Sister Dan's son. A few minutes later, he returned with his belongings. Looking somewhat surprised, "Did you wait here specifically for me?" Liu Zhexī nodded with a smile. "This place is quite a distance from the mushroom house, and the sun is intense. I'll give you a ride back. Can you drive? How is your skill?" "Autumn Mountain's car god. Others can't even see my taillights." Sister Dan hopped onto the tricycle, chuckling, "Let us go, car god." In the mushroom house, after hugging Sister Dan, Teacher Huang suggested Sister Dan, "How about we skip the steak today? It's quite expensive." Sister Dan appeared surprised. "As a guest, what's wrong with enjoying a steak?" Teacher He gestured towards the corn on the ground, saying, "Did you know? Zhexī harvested all this corn early this morning by himself. A steak costs 600 yuan, but one corn only trades for 1 yuan." Sister Dan was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Huang, grinning, asked, "Sister, do you still have the heart to eat?" Sister Dan looked at the pile of corn and said, "There must be over 100 ears. He picked them all by himself?" Teacher He chuckled, 191 ears of corn. He borrowed the electric tricycle and harvested them all alone, then brought them back. Upon hearing this, Sister Dan was utterly astonished. This child is truly remarkable. Just then, Liu Zhexī and Sister Dan returned. After bringing in the corn, Sister Dan rushed over to hug Liu Zhexī. "Child, you are truly amazing." With that, she gave him a thumbs up. Liu Zhexī scratched his head, looking bewildered. While he could understand being complimented on his looks, after all, that was an undeniable fact. Being praised as amazing seemed out of place coming from Sister Dan. Seeing the bewildered expression on Liu Zhexī's face, Teacher Huang laughed, saying, "This child has been left dumbfounded by Sister Dan." Sister Dan heard that he harvested so much corn early this morning and praised him for it. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhexī finally understood. "Ah, so that is what you meant by amazing." Chapter 8. Being awesome is also a kind of trouble. Today, we won't be having steak. Instead, we'll enjoy some home-style stir-fried dishes. Following Sister Dan's strong recommendation, the production team agreed. Wang Jingyu inquired, "How much pork do we need?" Liu Zhexī immediately exclaimed, "I only need 58 more corns to gather 300 yuan, and you will owe me 3 jin of pork." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu was momentarily taken aback. "Teacher Huang, Teacher He, and Yune all quickly grasped the situation. Teacher He, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yes, that's right. 3 gene of fresh meat at no cost." Teacher Huang waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Tonight, we feast on meat, and we shall indulge heartily. Yuna, krading xiao ai, jay fulirimarkt. It's all thanks to Appa that we get to enjoy meat." Danjia and her son looked on with some confusion. Teacher He then provided an explanation. Danjia's gaze shifted toward Lu Zhixian. Her expression transformed. "Zhixian, you are truly remarkable, far surpassing my son. Later, you must take my son with you to pick corn. He needs to have some chores to do." Danjia's son smiled, albeit with a hint of helplessness. As everyone engaged in conversation, they savored the fruits Danjia had brought. After resting for nearly an hour, Lu Zhixian and Danjia's son set off for the cornfield. At the mushroom house, Danjia and Teacher He were discussing Lu Zhixian, while Yune listened attentively. "This child is extraordinary. You truly have a wonderful nephew," Teacher He and Teacher Huang said with pride. "Zhixian has consistently excelled in every aspect since childhood. Initially, we only encouraged him to participate in a variety show to fulfill his father's wishes. To be honest, we approached it with a mindset of mere experimentation. However, we were pleasantly surprised to discover that he is indeed well suited for this program." Just moments ago, Wang Jingyu had informed them that the higher-ups were very optimistic about Lu Zhixian, and the teaser released had garnered an excellent response. At this moment, Teacher He and Teacher Huang were genuinely elated. Zhixian has never changed. He has always brought them joy and surprises throughout his life. Danjia then turned to Yune and asked with a smile, "Are you still adapting well to being here?" Yune nodded. "Teacher Huang, Teacher He, and Appa have taken great care of me. I feel quite at home." "That is good to hear. You should continue to develop here," Danjia affirmed. After discussing Lu Zhixian and Yune, Danjia's gaze fell upon the earthen stove in the courtyard. "Will we be cooking dinner here tonight?" Teacher He replied with a wry smile. "This is the only place we have." Teacher Huang chimed in, "You don't know. Zhixian made a bet with the production team yesterday, claiming he could create an earthen stove." Danjia was somewhat surprised. "Oh, really? This child knows how to do that?" Teacher He shook his head. "I'm not sure, but he never deceives us. I believe he will surprise us once again." Danjia nodded in agreement. "Just the fact that this child can wake up early and go to the cornfield alone to pick corn has won my heart." The child who had won Danjia's affection was currently battling amidst the cornfields with her son. "Do you know about the software that has gone viral online today?" Upon hearing her son's question, Lu Zhixian shook his head. As a fixed guest, he was prohibited from using his phone during filming. Even if he needed to use one, it had to be a brand provided by the show as sponsors. Thus, he was unaware of the happenings online. Danjia's son glanced at the camera that was following them and whispered, "I'll tell you later tonight." Lu Zhixian understood. During filming, advertising was strictly forbidden, even inadvertently. However, after hearing about it from Batu, Lu Zhixian was curious about the reception of the software he had released. It seemed he would find an opportunity to check on it once they returned to the mushroom house, hoping for a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, at the headquarters of the rice company, General Lei sat in a conference room, listening to his subordinates' reports. "General Lei, our technical team has exhausted all methods, but we still cannot crack the core code of this software. We sent people to investigate, and it seems that the fruit company has also been unable to do so. General Lei, the team that developed this software must possess advanced technology. If we could recruit them." General Lei furrowed his brows and inquired, "What about the contact with the publisher?" "There has been no response. We sent numerous emails without receiving a reply." General Lei tapped the table thoughtfully and after a moment said, "Continue sending emails. You can inform him that if he brings his technology and team to the rice company, we will offer an annual salary of 5 million. His subordinate hesitated, carefully saying, "General Lei, given the power of this software, 5 million may be insufficient. I'm aware. We can separately purchase the technology for the CPU intelligent control software. Let him know that as long as the price is appropriate, we can transfer the funds at any time." Understood. When Lu Zhixian and Danjia returned to the mushroom house, Teacher Huang had already started cooking. Lu Zhixian and Danjia's son went to take a shower and change into fresh clothes before joining the kitchen. Noticing a small pumpkin in the vegetable basket, Lu Zhixian suggested, "Danjia, Yune, how about I steam a small pumpkin for you?" Yune, slightly puzzled, asked, "Appa, is steamed pumpkin really delicious?" Lu Zhixian smiled and explained, "Eating pumpkin won't make you gain weight. Most importantly, it enhances beauty and makes your skin smoother and more radiant." At this, the light in Yune's doe-like eyes sparkled with delight. Danjia chuckled, "Zhixian, you really are quite thoughtful." As Lu Zhixian steamed the pumpkin, Yune watched eagerly. "Appa, can I add some milk?" Lu Zhixian shook his head. "That wouldn't be necessary." Immediately, Yune pouted her lips, looking somewhat displeased. Why not? Because your skin is already smoother than milk, there's no need to add any. Upon hearing this, Yune blushed and ran away. Lu Zhixian chuckled at her reaction. The courtyard of the mushroom house was bustling with activity. Lu Zhixian seized a moment to slip into the room. Upon opening his phone, a cascade of messages instantly popped up. Lu Zhixian was momentarily stunned before his expression brightened. Without hesitation, he navigated to the software download page. When he saw the download count at 76,854, he could no longer contain his laughter. Whether it was profitable or not mattered little. What Lu Zhixian cared about most was whether his name had made an impact. He was determined to establish the Superdimensional Technology Company. Once the name of the CPU intelligent control software became well known, the formation and development of Superdimensional Technology Company would become significantly easier. With the birth of each groundbreaking technology, the company would astonish the world. Looking at the myriad of positive reviews beneath his post, Lu Zhixian felt a surge of happiness. After reading through them, he began to check the emails from the major companies. All these companies were interested in purchasing the core technology of the CPU intelligent control software, offering substantial bids. 4 stars had the highest offer, directly quoting a price of 100 million. Lu Zhixian replied to each of these emails, uniformly rejecting them. To his surprise, each reply elicited an immediate response. The companies, upon seeing his rejection, increased their offers, all presenting a demeanor of being willing to negotiate. Lu Zhixian felt somewhat helpless and rejected them once more. Sometimes being too exceptional can be a burden, he mused. So much so that even the act of declining others requires multiple refusals. Chapter 9. Absurdity. The major companies had long been prepared for Lu Zhixian's firm stance against selling the core technology of the software. The potential value of the superdimensional CPU intelligent control software has been assessed by every company involved. 100 million acquisition fee indeed lacks sincerity. In response, the CEO of Fruit specifically notified the president of Fruit's China region, instructing him to personally engage in discussions with Lu Zhixian. This attitude is not exclusive to Fruit. Companies such as Rice and Huawei share a similar stance, dispatching senior executives to converse with Lu Zhixian. Ultimately, the message remains clear. As long as Lu Zhixian is willing to sell the technology, the price is negotiable. However, Lu Zhixian remains oblivious to the thoughts and arrangements of the various companies. Meanwhile, in the mushroom house, dinner has commenced. After everyone has dined sufficiently, the conversation shifts towards singing. It is well known that Yuna, Teacher He, and Teacher Huang possess singing abilities. Consequently, Sister Dan turns to Lu Zhixian and inquires, Zhixian, can you sing? Lu Zhixian nods with a smile, replying, I can sing a little. Both Teacher Huang and Teacher He show signs of surprise, while Yuna's face radiates anticipation. Zhixian, you can sing? How come we never knew? Lu Zhixian shrugs and states, I usually don't sing much. Let me grab my harmonica and perform for you. The eyes of the group light up, with Wang Jingyu's eyes shining the brightest. A few moments later, Lu Zhixian emerges with a harmonica. What would you like to hear? I can either play the harmonica or sing. Sister Dan suggests, let us start with a song. Sing any tune you prefer. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhixian decides to sing Rice Aroma. This song resonates beautifully in the countryside setting. However, it is typically accompanied by piano. If that is not feasible, a violin will suffice. Lu Zhixian dashes back into the room, retrieving a violin. As the prelude of Rice Aroma begins to softly echo, expressions among Teacher Huang and the others shift significantly as they exchange glances. This melody is exquisite yet strangely unfamiliar to them. The first line strikes everyone, their mouths agape. Could this song be an original composition? On the production side, Wang Jingyu's excitement turns his complexion crimson. He envisions the soaring ratings once this episode airs. Get a close-up. Quick, the singing continues. Do you remember you said home is the only castle? As we run alongside the Rice Aroma River, smiling gently, I remember the dreams of my childhood. Don't cry. Let the fireflies lead you away. The countryside's ballads are an eternal refuge. Let us go home, back to the original beauty. Achieving fame is not the goal. Finding joy is the true purpose. The paper airplane of childhood has finally landed in my hand. Within the mushroom house, everyone is enraptured by Lu Zhixian's melodious voice, so much so that they remain momentarily stunned after he finishes singing. Was that beautiful? Claps erupt from Teacher Huang and the others, including the production crew, applauding Lu Zhixian. Rising to acknowledge their praise, Lu Zhixian bows, thank you everyone. Yuna, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Appa, that song was wonderful. Teacher He gazes at Lu Zhixian, astonished. Zhixian, did you write that song yourself? Lu Zhixian, unabashed, nods in affirmation. Saw the Zhexī After calming herself, Sister Dan remarks, Zhexī, you should debut as a singer. Teacher Huang beams at Zhexī. The implication clear. Go ahead and make your debut, dear nephew. Zhexī, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckles. He truly had no intention of pursuing a singing career. His performance was solely to fulfill a task. Zhexī aims to complete the mission of gaining followers, which is unrealistic through variety shows alone. Sister Dan, perceptive as ever, recognizes that Zhexī is caught off guard by her question and quickly interjects, Zhexī, didn't you say you could play the harmonica? Please share that with us. All right. Zhexī responds, picking up the harmonica and beginning to play Rice Aroma. Moments later, applause fills the mushroom house once more. After Zhexī showcases his talent, Yearning volunteers to sing as well, with Zhexī accompanying her on the violin. The enchanting melody wafts through the air of the mushroom house. Eventually, the day's recording comes to a close. After showering, everyone gathers to chat. Sister Dan's son approaches Zhexī, saying, didn't I mention an incredible software earlier today? Zhexī nods, asking what software? Is it a game? No, it's a practical app called the Superdimensional CPU Intelligent Control Software. Upon hearing this, Zhexī's expression becomes peculiar. Isn't that the very software I released? It was virtually unnoticed yesterday. Yet today, even Batu is aware of it? This seems absurd. Sister Dan's son, oblivious to Zhexī's reaction, continues, you have no idea how remarkable this software is. It can enhance the CPU's operating speed and efficiency. More importantly, it resolves the overheating issue of phones. There's so much more. Let me tell you, this software is a technological marvel. It's simply incredible, and I absolutely adore it. I'll send you the download link right now. Just as he reaches for his phone, Zhexī interjects, no need for Batu. I'm already familiar with this software. You know it? Great. Then we can discuss it together, Sister Dan's son replies excitedly. Just as Zhexī intends to mention that he is the creator of the software, Teacher Huang and the others approach. Sister Dan cheerfully asks, what are you two whispering about? Without hesitation, Sister Dan's son shares details about the software, lavishly praising it once more. Is this the software you've been tinkering with in the car today? Sister Dan's son nods. Teacher he ponders for a moment, then uncertainly asks, Zhexī, why does this software sound so familiar? Isn't it the one you were coding that night? I remember watching you work on it. Teacher Huang chimes in, yes. That's it. I recall you mentioning that installing this software would make phones more efficient. Upon hearing this, Sister Dan's son is left dumbfounded. He stares wide-eyed at Zhexī. No way. Zhexī shrugs, responding, if the name and function are correct, I indeed wrote this software. My goodness, you are truly remarkable. Sister Dan's son exclaims, throwing his arms around Zhexī's shoulders. Brother, you are incredible. You can sing, play the harmonica, and now you've even developed this amazing software. Tell me, what else can you do? I can't do anything else. I'm not lying. All right. But as your good brother, we must delve into discussions about this software. Of course, that's no problem. Yina, listening in, feels slightly confused. Appa, what are you talking about? In response, Zhexī patiently explains. Upon hearing his words, Yina's eyes sparkle with admiration. She realizes that Appa seems to possess boundless capabilities. Teacher Huang and the others, witnessing this, share smiles before continuing their light-hearted conversations. In the yard where the production crew is situated, Wang Jingyu is animatedly on the phone with the director. Director, I have some exciting news. Please send me the footage of that song now. All right. Half an hour later, the director returns the call. Xiao Wang, please inform Zhexī tomorrow that the toilet stage is eager to sign him. Wang Jingyu paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. Director, it seems he is not planning to debut. No matter. You should initiate contact with him on behalf of the studio. I will send you the contract tomorrow. I will also call Teacher Huang and Teacher He to discuss this matter. All right. Chapter 10. A promising talent the following morning. Zhexī once again did not disturb anyone's slumber. After a brief wash-up, he shouldered his basket and set off to harvest corn. Since the electric tricycle belonged to Doli, Zhexī felt reluctant to borrow it daily. With a remaining debt of 525 yuan owed to the production team, he was not overly anxious about repaying it. Thus, he resolved to pick only 100 ears of corn that morning and leave them directly in the cornfield. As for how to transport them back, he trusted his ingenuity would provide a solution. The production crew watched in confusion as Zhexī placed the harvested corn on the ground, yet he did not borrow the electric tricycle, which piqued their curiosity. Wang Jingyu stroked his chin, pondering Zhexī's intentions. What was he planning? Surely, he could not carry all this corn back by himself? As time passed slowly, Zhexī maintained a steady pace in his harvesting to avoid excessive fatigue. An hour later, a cameraman gently reminded him. Lu Zhexī nodded, plucking the last ear of corn. He had managed to gather 135 ears in an hour, which was quite commendable. He then began to gather the corn and dashed to Li's home. A few minutes later, Wang Jingyu and the crew were left astounded at what Lu Zhexī had brought back. He had actually returned with a tire. Lu Zhexī turned to the camera, flashing a charming smile. Guess what I'm going to do next? With that, he entered the storage room with the tire. What could he possibly be up to? Wang Jingyu and several crew members scratched their heads in contemplation. Finally, as Lu Zhexī produced a wooden board and a saw, along with a blueprint, they understood. Lu Zhexī intended to construct a unicycle cart himself. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether Lu Zhexī possessed such skills. As Lu Zhexī sawed the board according to the blueprint, he remarked, "It's not ideal to keep borrowing Li's electric tricycle. So I thought I might as well make my own unicycle. It's for personal use, not for aesthetics. As long as it can carry corn, it's more efficient than carrying it back on foot. Wouldn't you agree?" While Lu Zhexī busied himself in the storage room, Teacher He and the others began to awaken. Teacher He sat up in bed and curiously asked, "Where's Zhexī?" His expression quickly shifted to one of concern. "He isn't going back to harvest corn again, is he?" Teacher Huang chuckled, his meaning clear. There was no need to guess. That was precisely what was happening. With a wry smile, Teacher He got out of bed to wash up, but as he emerged from the room, he heard sounds emanating from the storage room. Puzzled, he glanced at a nearby crew member. "Is Zhexī in there?" The staff member nodded. Teacher He hurried into the storage room, only to be left speechless. "My dear, what are you doing?" At that moment, the unicycle cart's framework had taken shape. Lu Zhexī looked up and smiled. "Good morning, Teacher He. You're awake. I'm making a unicycle cart. Since the amount of corn won't be significant, I won't need to borrow Li's tricycle anymore." "You've been working on this cart all morning?" Lu Zhexī shook his head. "No, I first spent an hour harvesting corn before starting this." Teacher He was utterly astonished. "My dear, you are truly I must tell Teacher Huang and the others. They need to come and praise you." With that, Teacher He dashed out of the storage room. Before long, Teacher Huang and the others arrived. Sister Dan exclaimed, "Zhexī, how is it that you are so capable?" Yune gazed at Lu Zhexī, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Appa, you are amazing." Lu Zhexī smiled modestly. Teacher Huang examined the unicycle cart, nodding in approval. "Well done. It looks quite impressive." Lu Zhexī, with a proud tilt of his head, declared, "Of course. I am the woodworking prodigy, after all." Sister Dan turned to the others and asked, "Can I request to swap sons?" "Haha." Sister Dan's son felt rather awkward. "But where would I go?" Sister Dan shrugged. "No one would want you." Upon hearing this, Batu felt even more dejected. After a round of teasing Batu, Teachers Huang and the others stepped out, leaving Sister Dan's son to assist Lu Zhexī. With Batu at his side, handing boards and tools, Lu Zhexī's efficiency noticeably improved. By the time Teacher Huang prepared breakfast, Lu Zhexī had completed the unicycle cart. While Lu Zhexī was washing up in the restroom, Teachers He and Huang, along with Wang Jingyu, all squeezed in at once. "What are you doing?" Wang Jingyu wasted no time in revealing their intent. After hearing this, Lu Zhexī's expression turned peculiar. "The toilet stage actually wants to sign him as an artist?" Teacher Huang chuckled. "We receive a call from above. They hold you in high regard. And the conditions are quite favorable. Consider it carefully. According to my thoughts, and those of Teacher He, you truly could use this opportunity to enter the entertainment industry." Teacher He nodded in agreement. "Zhexī, your father hoped for you to enter the entertainment world from the very beginning. However, we also understand that you have your own aspirations. We are already delighted that you chose to participate in this variety show. This time, the decision is entirely yours. We will not interfere." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu grew anxious, casting frantic glances at the two, but they remained unfazed. With no other option, Wang Jingyu reluctantly produced the prepared contract. Lu Zhexī took it, glanced over, and couldn't help but nod. The terms were indeed quite favorable, a 60-40 split with a high signing fee. However, Lu Zhexī truly had no desire to join the entertainment industry. "Director Wang, I genuinely do not wish to enter the entertainment world, but I would be open to some collaboration with the toilet stage." Wang Jingyu appeared somewhat disappointed. "All right then, I cannot compel you. I will convey your thoughts to the higher-ups." With that, he subtly glanced at Teachers Huang and He before stepping out. Teacher Huang pursed his lips, saying nothing as he left. Teacher He smiled. "Not joining is perfectly fine. You need not feel burdened. I and Teacher Huang will speak on your behalf." Lu Zhexī nodded, acknowledging their support. The two uncles had truly taken great care of him throughout his life. In the courtyard, Sister Dan sipped her porridge while scolding her son. "You better find something to do on your own, or I'll have to keep reminding you." Sister Dan's son wore a pained expression, losing all appetite for his porridge. After breakfast, Teacher Huang and Sister Dan were busy soaking items. Yunei observed and learned, while Teacher he tidied up the courtyard. Sister Dan's son went to explore the chicken coop, while Lu Zhexī, pushing his unicycle cart, headed off to transport corn. "I'm off now," he called out. Teacher he reminded him, "Be careful." Lu Zhexī replied, "I know." In Beijing, at a hotel, Wang Zhonglei, the CEO of Huai Entertainment, answered call. "I am but a mere messenger of the streets, and this unassuming individual is indeed a promising talent. My participation in this program serves two purposes. First, to relax and reconnect with two old friends, and second, to discreetly assess Lu Zhexī." On the other end of the line, the voice said, "Do not entertain such thoughts. This young man has already caught the attention of our toilet station." Wang Zhonglei shook his head and replied, "As long as no contract has been signed, it is not a matter of concern." With that, he cheerfully ended the call. On the coffee table before him lay a notebook, which was currently displaying a video. In the footage, Lu Zhexī was gracefully playing the violin while singing Rice Aroma. Wang Zhonglei squinted at the video. This is indeed a promising talent. Chapter 11. Crafting a mini earthen stove in a mushroom house. Wang Zhengyu received a phone call from the director. Wang Zhonglei intends to recruit Lu Zhexī. Do keep an eye on him. Although Lu Zhexī has not signed with Toilet Station, we must ensure he does not fall into the hands of Huai. Rest assured, director. I know how to handle this. Should I alert Teacher He and Teacher Huang? I will speak to both of them. Furthermore, you must strive to uncover Lu Zhexī's potential during the program. It will benefit the show. You can count on me, director. I am aware of what needs to be done. Meanwhile, Lu Zhexī returned to the mushroom house, hauling 135 ears of corn. After the program team's tally, the debt had diminished to 390 yuan, a figure with which Lu Zhexī was quite satisfied. Upon his return, the chicken coop that Bada was constructing was still incomplete. With no other option, Lu Zhexī took a brief rest before assisting him in finishing the coop. Half an hour later, the two unveiled a rectangular chicken coop. However, the base and one side of the structure were devoid of panels. Upon seeing such a coop, Dan Jie remarked without hesitation, "No need to look further. This is certainly not crafted by my son." Batu, visibly disheartened, wore a sorrowful expression but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lu Zhexī chuckled. "I collaborated with Batu. He contributed many ideas." Batu immediately draped his arm around Lu Zhexī's shoulders, exclaiming, "Truly a good brother." The group shared a light-hearted laugh regarding Batu's chicken coop, and the matter was swiftly put behind them, for the time to part was drawing near. After packing her belongings, Dan Jie embraced Lu Zhexī with a hint of reluctance. "Child, will you think of me after I leave?" "Of course," he replied. "That's good to hear. We must keep in touch." Lu Zhexī nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, Dan Jie had been quite attentive to him, embodying the essence of a motherly friend. At the village entrance, after exchanging hugs, Dan Jie and Bada boarded their vehicle. "Goodbye." In the mushroom house, the four began to discuss their plans for the afternoon. "Tomorrow we can take a day off. There will be no guests." Although the content released would be viewed continuously, to allow Lu Zhexī and the others some rest, each episode would include a day of respite. However, despite the notion of a break, the program team had organized an activity to collectively view the pilot episode of A Wonderful Life, Season 1. The following day was Sunday, and the pilot episode would be broadcasted simultaneously across the internet. If the viewership ratings were favorable, Lu Zhexī could continue filming. Should the ratings be dismal, he would owe money and be required to leave. "I will attempt to construct the earthen stove this afternoon, and later in the evening, we can husk some corn together. What do you think?" Lu Zhexī inquired, glancing at the two teachers and Yuna. "Sounds good. Let us proceed as you suggest," they agreed. Teacher He, cradling Xiao AI, asked, "What materials will you need for the stove?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhexī replied, "We will need bricks, cement, and yellow earth. Of course, cement is preferable, but if unavailable, yellow earth will suffice." At that moment, Wang Jingyu stepped forward. "We can provide cement. It's 500 yuan per bag." Lu Zhexī shot him a glance, but chose to ignore him, engaging instead with the two teachers and Yunei. "We're simply crafting a mini earthen stove, shaped like a guitar case." As he spoke, Lu Zhexī took out paper and pencil to sketch the design. The guitar case resembled a long-necked gourd, with a stove opening at the bottom and a chimney at the top. Two large openings in the middle would accommodate the iron pot. There are instructional videos available online for constructing mini earthen stoves. One can easily search for them. This mini stove can simultaneously saute and boil water, and it boasts excellent smoke ventilation. Upon reviewing Lu Zhexī's drawings and listening to his explanation, Teacher Huang and Teacher He felt that crafting such a small stove was not overly challenging. Yunei blinked her beautiful eyes, appearing to grasp the concept. Teacher, he smiled and said, let us enjoy a hearty lunch before we get to work. Zhexī nodded and then turned to Wang Zhengyu. We would like the cement, but the price must be reasonable. Wang Zhengyu responded with a grin. 300 yuan for a bag of cement, weighing 100 jin. Zhexī shook his head. We will not require that much cement. Teacher Huang stood up and suggested, how about this? At the price you proposed, we'll pay 60 yuan for 20 jin of cement? That is not feasible. It's either sold as a full bag or 100 yuan for 20 jin. 80 yuan. Or we shall resort to using yellow earth. Very well. Wang Zhengyu took out a small notebook and began to record the transaction. 390 plus 80. The debt now totals 470 yuan. For lunch, the four casually nibbled on some food before diving into their tasks. Zhexī moved bricks, while teachers Huang and he ventured into the mountains to gather yellow earth. Yune assisted Zhexī from the side. The cement was to secure the bricks in place, while the yellow earth would lend a smooth finish to both the exterior and interior of the stove. Once the bricks were transported, the two teachers returned with the yellow earth. Teacher Huang inquired, how shall we proceed? This time, you will take the lead in directing us three. Zhexī pondered for a moment and then said, I found some fine sand, and I will mix it with the cement. You two should make the yellow earth a bit more viscous. During the crafting process, I will take charge. You two can assist me from the sidelines. As for Yune, simply cheer us on. With the roles assigned, the four commenced their endeavors. Zhexī and the teachers worked on the stove, while Yune not only provided encouragement, but also boiled a pot of tea and sliced some fruits. The mini earthen stove was relatively straightforward to assemble. First, they used the mixed cement to secure the bricks into the shape of a guitar case. It was crucial that the interior of the stove was constructed in a stepped manner, with the firewood opening being the lowest and the chimney installation side the highest. This structure would ensure that smoke would escape through the chimney while the fire was lit. Once the shape was secured, the subsequent task was simple. The interior of the stove was lined with yellow earth, and then iron rods were affixed to the top. After placing the rods, they sealed it with yellow earth, leaving 3 openings, the largest for the iron pot to cook, a smaller one for the kettle to boil water, and the final for the chimney installation. With clear delineation of responsibilities and commendable cooperation, the trio completed the mini earthen stove in under 2 hours. Now, they merely needed to wait for the cement and yellow earth to dry before it could be put to use. Teacher, he gazed at the completed, small, earthen stove, first embracing Zhexī, Teacher Huang, and Yune, before pulling out his phone to capture the moment. This is marvelous. We must document this moment, he declared. Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. Indeed, from today onward, we no longer need to worry about being choked by smoke while cooking. Yune, with an expression of admiration, chimed in. Appa and the 2 teachers are so impressive, and this mini stove is quite beautiful as well. Zhexī smiled joyfully. Turning to Wang Zhengyu, he stated proudly, starting today, we have a daily meal budget of 40 yuan. Let's settle today's expenses. Wang Zhengyu replied with a grin, just keep a note of it. The meal budget will not diminish. Zhexī narrowed his eyes and insisted, what do you mean by keeping a note? Hand it over now. We have no debts between us. Instantly, Teacher Huang and Teacher he burst into laughter. Yuna, Olding Xiaoai, Chakold Eartidi. Teacher Huang supported exactly. You heartless merchant. How can you even think of keeping tabs? Ultimately, Wang Zhengyu could only helplessly hand over the 40 yuan to Zhexī. The smile on Zhexī's face was genuinely delightful upon receiving the money. Chapter 12, another technological marvel. Time flew by swiftly, and as night fell, the 3 male hosts of the mushroom house lay in bed, each engrossed in their mobile devices. After a while, Zhexī entered the system, eager to indulge in a lottery draw to unwind. As the wheel came to a halt, a treasure chest appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the production scheme for a sleep pillow. Zhexī raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and began to examine the details of this sleep pillow. High-tech sleep pillow. The pillow is categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beginner, 20 minutes to sleep. Deep sleep can be adjusted freely between 40 minutes to 1 hour. Intermediate, 10 minutes to sleep. Deep sleep can be adjusted freely between 30 minutes to 1.5 hours. Regular use may occasionally stimulate brain potential. Advanced, sleep time is adjustable at will. Deep sleep can be freely adjusted between 10 minutes to 2 hours. Frequent use has a moderate probability of stimulating brain potential and a small chance of promoting multifaceted development of the brain and body. After reading, Zhexī nearly gasped in astonishment. This is incredibly powerful. Sleep quality has always been a pressing concern for humanity. Good sleep not only alleviates daytime fatigue, but also enhances metabolism and offers undeniable benefits to the body. Moreover, The fact that the sleep pillow can also promote brain development is truly remarkable. Zhexī could easily envision that if the sleep pillow were to hit the market, it would undoubtedly sweep the globe. After calming his excitement, Zhexī entered the tech city. The icon for the sleep pillow was already illuminated. Sleep pillow, production line purchase authority, 5 task points to unlock. Production scheme, unlocked. Production line purchase, 1,000 tech points per line. Production line capacity, sufficient raw materials. Each production line can produce 10,000 sleep pillows daily. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! A factory-type high-tech has appeared, and the purchase authority for factory robots has been automatically unlocked. Intrigued, Zhexī ventured further. Upon entering Tech City, he indeed saw another illuminated icon. Factory robot, also known as the little worker robot. Fully simulated robot, crafted from synthetic skin and special materials, possessing thought and movement capabilities akin to a normal human. Physical quality, 100. Average for a normal human is 10. Function, specializes in cutting, polishing, repairing mechanical parts, as well as all series of factory activities, including product manufacturing and assembly. Purchase authority, unlocked. Purchase price, 10 tech points each. After reading this, Zhexī was momentarily dumbfounded. This little worker robot is astonishingly powerful. With a physical quality of 100, it would be delightful to have as a bodyguard. Ding! The little worker robot, due to its special materials, is impervious to armor-piercing rounds. The host is advised to take one along whenever going out. The system's suggestion stirred Zhexī's interest. However, he currently lacked tech points. The money he obtained through high-tech would convert into tech points at a certain ratio. Therefore, he needed to wait for the CPU intelligence control software to generate income before he could make a purchase. By the way, system, what is the conversion ratio between money and tech points? Ding! 10,000 yuan converts to 1 tech point. Upon hearing this, Zhexī was taken aback. The conversion ratio is quite low, isn't it? Although he felt like complaining, he kept his thoughts to himself. After exiting the system interface, Zhexī began to contemplate. The establishment of the company must be expedited, and the production of the sleep pillow needed to be prioritized. At that moment, Teacher Huang's voice pulled Zhexī back to reality. Zhexī, Duo, and Xiao AI want a video chat with you. Okay, Zhexī replied, taking the phone and gazing at the 2 little princesses on the screen. Duo, Xiao AI, have you missed your brother? Meanwhile, in the courtyard where the production team was located, Wang Jingyu looked at his computer and finally said, we can include some footage of Zhexī singing Rice Fragrance in the teaser. This will not only surprise the audience, but also evoke their anticipation for the first episode. The teaser is to be released tomorrow night. It must not go awry, so ensure proper communication with the station. Understood, director. The following day, the sky appeared somewhat overcast, seemingly hinting at rain. Zhexī rarely indulged in a lie-in. The 4 of them awakened one after another around 9 in the morning. Teacher, he inquired, Zhexī, do you have anything planned for today? Zhexī nodded. I intend to have my aunt register a company for me. Teacher Huang asked curiously, a company? Are you planning to start one? What will be the main business? Something related to technology, like the software I wrote. Yune, cradling Xiao AI, asked with curiosity, Appa, are you really not planning to debut? Zhexī shook his head. He genuinely had no thoughts of debuting. With the system at his disposal, why would he need to rely on his looks for a living? Teacher Huang frowned slightly. The tech industry is quite challenging. Are you sure about this? Zhexī nodded. There were some things he could not divulge. However, for someone with a cheat, nothing was impossible. Teacher, he did not press Zhexī further, but rather, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, you've been out for quite a while. You haven't called Xia even once, have you? Hearing this, Teacher Huang chuckled as she went to freshen up. Zhexī stood there, feeling a chill run through him. Indeed, he realized he had not called his aunt even once. Typically, he would just send her messages on WeChat at regular intervals to say good morning and good night. Yune, somewhat puzzled, asked Appa, who is Xia? Being a girl's name, her first instinct was to inquire about who she was and what her relationship with Appa was. Zhexī explained, she is my aunt. Yune blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. I see. Then you should call your family. After saying this, she took Xiao AI and stepped outside. Once Yune left, Zhexī hurriedly took out his phone. Soon, a melodious yet melancholic female voice came through the line. Sigh, my Zhexī has ultimately departed from me. Annie is no longer prepared to live. Zhexī's eyelids twitched, and without a second thought, he threw out his bait. Next week, I shall embark on a week-long vacation, after which I will return to Tianhai. Upon my arrival home, I plan to remain by my aunt's side, foregoing any excursions. Is that truly the case? Accompanying my aunt during her commutes? Indeed, my aunt has been suffering from severe insomnia lately, and she requires my presence. Lu Zhexī's expression stiffened. Here we go again. There was no alternative but to change the subject. Aunt, could you assist me in registering a company? The voice on the other end expressed surprise. You've been away for less than a month, and already you're contemplating starting a business? Lu Zhexī could only respond with resignation. I will explain in detail when I return home. Very well, but upon your return, be prepared to face a penalty, she warned. Lu Zhexī shuddered slightly and swiftly redirected the conversation. Aunt, during this time, could you help me gather materials such as feather velvet, latex, and synthetic fibers for making pillows? The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Little Zhexī, are you planning to produce pillows? The pillow industry is already saturated. It holds little value now. You might as well join my company. You can be the chairman, and I shall be the chairwoman. Lu Zhexī explained helplessly. It's not about making pillows. It's merely a project related to it. I will elaborate when I return home. All right then. Is a variety show you're participating in airing tonight? Yes, Aunt. Are you planning to watch? Of course. My darling's first appearance on television warrants my support. However, she added a caution, but stay away from that girl from the Stick Nation. Aunt, I am recording a show with her. Even so, I forbid it. After chatting with his aunt for a while, Lu Zhexī could no longer resist ending the call. This aunt, with no blood relation to him, truly had a way of wearing him down. He was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Lu Zhexī and the others were having breakfast in their room when Wang Jingyu walked in. Tonight, the pilot episode will be released, and the first episode will air next week. You can promote it online today. He then turned his gaze to Lu Zhexī. Especially you. Remember to activate your Weibo account. The audience is still unfamiliar with you, and your current task is to win their affection. Lu Zhexī nodded in agreement. He indeed had a mission to gain fans. Activating his Weibo was essential. Chapter 13, Breaking Records. At noon, Teacher he posted on Weibo. Season 1 of A Wonderful Life premieres tonight. Don't forget to tune in. Also, let me introduce our new friend, Lu Zhexī. With nearly 100 million followers, Teacher he's Weibo post sparked a frenzy of retweets, comments, and likes. The broadcast was finally upon them. Snacks and drinks were prepared, all eagerly awaiting the evening's premiere. Go, Teacher he. I will forever support you. I watched the preview and think Lu Zhexī is quite promising. I'll follow him. On her end, Yuna also posted a quirky photo of herself with Lu Zhexī, accompanied by a succinct caption. Don't forget to watch the show tonight, and if you haven't follow my oppa yet, hurry. The comments below flooded in. Wife, are you asking me to follow a guy? That doesn't seem right. Yuna, darling, stay away from that man. He's too handsome, and I fear you might lose control. Lu Zhexī, too, made a Weibo post. Hello everyone, I look forward to your support. It was accompanied by a selfie and a family photo from the Mushroom House, featuring Teacher, he, and Yuna. With the traffic generated by Teacher, he, and Yuna, this post quickly gained attention. Zhexī, you're so handsome. Your smile is delightful. Today is yet another day to admire Zhexī. Looking forward to your performance tonight. The comments were overwhelmingly from enthusiastic female fans. Lu Zhexī observed the rapidly increasing number of private messages and followers with some delight. Completing the fan-gaining mission was crucial. His aunt was of utmost importance, and any mishap must be avoided. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly. As night fell, after finishing dinner, the production team organized everyone to gather and await the show's airing. Since the program would be broadcast simultaneously on television and the toilet channel, the team had brought in several computers for online viewing. This way, they could gauge audience approval through the comments. In the room, while awaiting the show, everyone engaged in conversation. Teacher turned to Lu Zhexī with a smile and asked, "Are you nervous?" Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. "Not really." Hearing this, Teacher Huang patted Lu Zhexī on the shoulder. "Good lad." Yuna squinted her doe-like eyes and encouraged, "Appa, do your best." At 8 o'clock, the live stream on the toilet channel saw an influx of hundreds of thousands of viewers, a number that continued to rise, and the comments flooded the screen. Lu Zhexī squinted to barely make out one. "Why hasn't it started yet? I want to see my Zhexī husband." The corner of Lu Zhexī's mouth twitched. Wang Jingyu deliberately slowed the comments. "Why hasn't it started yet? I'm tired of the previews. I want to see Zhexī working hard. I'm looking forward to Teacher he and Teacher Huang's performance. I also maintain expectations for the newcomers." Wang Jingyu, glancing at the comments, felt quite satisfied with the audience's enthusiasm before the show even began. At 8:30, the program commenced promptly. The opening credits were skipped, and the camera immediately focused on Lu Zhexī and the others arriving in the mountain village. The early segments were rather uneventful, but soon the show gained momentum. As the program progressed, Lu Zhexī haggled with the director, boldly declaring he would repay the 300 yuan debt within a day. The audience was thoroughly entertained, and the comments soared, with the number of viewers climbing steadily. Teacher Huang, your aim with that slipper is off. Has Lu Zhishu gone mad? Earning 300 yuan in a day means harvesting 300 ears of corn. I think it's impossible. It's evident Lu Zhishu doesn't do manual labor often. When Lu Zhishu and Wang Jingyu bartered, attempting to negotiate 3 bottles of cold cola for 10 yuan, the comments exploded. Haha, I never expected such bargaining skills. The director looked dumbfounded. Lu Zhishu exclaimed, "Aren't you the one treating us like fools?" He was genuinely adorable, and I couldn't help but admire him. I've been glued to the screen since the beginning. The whole display is now drenched. The show continued. As Lu Zhishu carried bricks, his muscles visible beneath his tank top nearly drove the female viewers in front of their screens to the point of wanting to embrace their screens and lick them. In the Mushroom House, many staff members were also pleased with the filming and post-production of the show. Lu Zhishu watched with a smile, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed that not only was he handsome, but he also possessed remarkable variety show talent. At that moment, the television suddenly broadcast Lu Zhishu's panicked voice. "You're not all craving my body, are you?" Observing Lu Zhishu's comically frantic escape on screen. Laughter erupted in the Mushroom House. "Ha ha ha, Zhishu, I never imagined you could be so amusing." The corner of Lu Zhishu's mouth twitched as he glanced at the comments, his expression darkening. "Ha ha ha, Lu Zhishu is just too funny. That shy, frightened expression has me completely entranced. Ah, I'm craving it, I truly am." The remaining segments of the show, such as Lu Zhishu betting with the crew to make an earthen stove, kept the audience entertained and eager for more. Finally, the end credits rolled. However, what is rather perplexing is that the ending was not a preview of the first episode, but rather a musical performance. Lu Zhishu cast a puzzled glance at Wang Jingyu. With a smile, Wang Jingyu assured him, "Trust me, this is far superior to a mere program preview." Before Lu Zhishu could respond, his voice resonated from the television. If you were to, the nostalgic lyrics of his childhood song floated through the air. "The paper airplane of my youth has finally returned to my hands." The editing team had done an exceptional job, withholding the entirety of Rice Aroma, tantalizing the audience's anticipation. The barrage of comments and viewership numbers surged dramatically. This song is simply enchanting. Please, what is the title? Fellow fans, kindly share it on the screen. Having explored the vast landscape of Chinese music, I speculated that this song might be an original composition. The melody was delightful, and the lyrics were commendable, yet frustratingly, they had not released it in full. As Lu Zhishu's song drew to a close, the teaser also reached its conclusion. In the live stream, the audience continued to savor and discuss the moment. In Tianhai City, within a luxurious villa, a woman clad in gossamer-like pajamas nestled quietly on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes reflected the image of the handsome, joyful youth on the television. My Zhishu has truly grown up, yet remains as stunning as ever. Meanwhile, in the Mushroom House, Lu Zhishu sat with his 2 mentors, quietly observing Wang Jingyu. Holding his phone, Wang Jingyu appeared unusually tense. Suddenly, the phone rang, and he answered without hesitation. An excited voice came through. 218 has shattered the viewership ratings record for the Toilet Station's variety show. Congratulations. After a brief silence, the Mushroom House erupted in cheers. Hooray! The program team members embraced one another, joyously exclaiming. Lu Zhishu and his 2 teachers also joined in the celebration. "Zhishu, you truly excelled. No, I still have room for improvement." The success of the teaser is thanks to the support of both uncles. Lu Zhishu then embraced Yun tightly. "Yuna, thank you. It's because Appa is truly remarkable." Wang Jingyu approached and hugged Lu Zhishu. "Zhishu, you've done it." Wang Jingyu's words were laden with meaning that Lu Zhishu fully grasped. He had won half the wager against those behind the scenes. If he maintained this momentum, those investors were in for a rude awakening. Meanwhile, at the Toilet Station headquarters, a middle-aged man stared at the documents in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he lifted his gaze to his assistant. "Are you certain there were no errors in the viewership statistics?" The assistant chuckled and shook his head. "Director, how could there be any mistake? 218 has indeed set a record." The middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile. He glanced down at the papers before murmuring, "The young and ambitious lad. It seems this time you have triumphed." Chapter 14. What if he agrees? In the depths of the night. The teaser for A Wonderful Life Season 1 topped the trending charts across major online platforms. However, it was the song Rice Aroma that firmly held the #1 spot. The discussions and comments beneath the trending topic were fervently abuzz. This song must be an original. The melody and lyrics are utterly exquisite. Setting aside the variety show, I'm now a fan of Lu Zhishu. I absolutely adore Rice Aroma, and I hope to hear the complete version. Simultaneously, Lu Zhishu's fanbase was growing exponentially. Yet, He remained oblivious to all this, having gone to bed early in preparation for the next day's filming. The following morning, Zhexī, as per his routine, went to harvest corn. However, due to last night's rain, the cornfield was somewhat damp, and he returned after gathering only 60 years. Coupled with the corn he harvested the previous evening for the earthen stove, his debt had plummeted to 215 yuan. Upon returning to the mushroom house, both Teacher Huang and Teacher He were already awake. However, due to the chilly weather, they remained cozily tucked in their beds. Glancing at the time, which read 7 o'clock, Zhexī decided to indulge in a shower before also lounging in bed. Teacher He turned and inquired, "Zhexī, next week we have a week off. Where do you plan to go?" The program grants a week of vacation after every 3 episodes. Zhexī had indeed formulated a plan. He intended to return to Tianhai, establish the foundation of the Super Dimension Technology Company, and commence production of the sleep pillows. "If I go back to Tianhai, my aunt might come here, and you all certainly wouldn't help me then." Teacher Huang chuckled. "Help you? How could we? With Cia's temperament, we old bones can hardly withstand it." Teacher He laughed lightly before continuing. "By the way, Zhexī, the station wanted me to pass on a message to you. If you wish to debut, the toilet station will spare no effort in nurturing you." Upon hearing this, Zhexī paused in surprise. "What do you mean?" Teacher He and Teacher Huang exchanged knowing glances, both squinting with amusement. "We heard that a big shot has taken notice of your potential, and the toilet station is worried you might leave with him." Curious, Zhexī asked which big shot. Both teachers shook their heads. "We aren't sure either." Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. Is it really possible? However, he felt a spark of interest. Who could this influential figure be that had set their sights on him? After chatting with his teachers for a while, Zhexī pulled out his phone. Opening the download page for the Super Dimension CPU Smart Control software, he noted that the download count had surpassed 60,000. Most importantly, the first batch of users who had downloaded the software would need to pay if they wished to continue using it starting today. Glancing at the backend data, Zhexī discovered that 2/3 of the initial 100,000 users had subscribed to the paid service. This outcome brought him great satisfaction. As long as it was profitable, he could purchase the production line for the sleep pillows upon returning to Tianhai next week. Beyond the software, major companies dealing in rice and fruits have been inundating Zhexī with emails. However, he had not even glanced at them. After dealing with trivial matters, Zhexī closed his eyes and feigned sleep in bed. An hour later, the 3 of them rose in succession to commence filming for the day's episode. Yuna's room had an en-suite bathroom, so she emerged already refreshed. "Appa, have some rice porridge." Yuna approached Zhexī, holding a cup of prepared rice porridge. "Thank you, Yuna." Teacher He entered from outside, waving, "It's raining outside. We need to cover the shed and firewood with a rain tarp." Yuna then went to check on the chicken coop and feed the chickens. "All right." Meanwhile, Teacher Huang busied himself with cooking rice porridge while also retrieving some kimchi. "It seems I've gone a bit off, but it smells delightful." Hearing this, Zhexī leaned in. Indeed, it was quite tasty. The combination of kimchi and rice porridge was absolutely superb. Teacher He cradled little AI with concern. "This looks like it's gone moldy. Is it really safe to eat? Are you sure it won't upset our stomachs?" Yuna, however, looked on with eager anticipation. "When Sister Dan and Teacher Huang made kimchi the other day, they told me it was delicious." As a Korean, Yuna was naturally fond of kimchi. However, Korean kimchi differs from Chinese kimchi, so she was particularly excited. Teacher Huang said nothing, merely took out a segment of carrot and bit into it. The flavor is quite delightful. I had this for breakfast." Upon witnessing this, Zhexī also picked up a piece of white radish and placed it in his mouth. "It's truly delicious. Teacher He, you must try it." He then turned the remaining half of the radish toward Teacher He, offering it to her. Hesitantly, she sighed softly before accepting. "Oh, you're right. The taste is indeed quite pleasant." Yuna, feeling intrigued, chimed in, "Appa, I want some too." "All right then," Zhexī replied, picking up another piece of white radish and feeding it to Yuna. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she opened her mouth and took a gentle bite. "This pickled vegetable is absolutely scrumptious." Teacher Huang remarked, "This pickled dish paired with millet porridge would be exquisite." Suddenly, the ringing of a telephone pierced the breakfast ambience. Yuna volunteered, "I'll go answer it." And with the grace of a fawn, she dashed into the house, while Zhexī and the others followed her with amused smiles. "Hello. Is this the mushroom house? I am a guest and would like to place an order," came the voice of a middle-aged woman on the other end. Yuna's voice was soft and melodious as she responded, "Yes. What would you like to eat?" "I would like spicy, stir-fried beef, Dongbei-style mixed stew, and a serving of fried peanuts, along with a case of cold beer." Yuna glanced back at Zhexī and the others, noting their nods of approval before continuing. Is there anything else you would like to add? Upon hearing this query, Zhexī and his companions exchanged peculiar glances. He shook his head in resignation, a wry smile forming on his lips. This silly girl, he thought, recognizing that the meal she had ordered was rather extravagant. Fortunately, the caller was somewhat considerate, ultimately adding just a coffee to the order, thus relieving the mushroom house of further demands. As Teacher Huang and the others speculated on the identity of the guest, Zhexī merely smiled to himself. He knew who the guest was, yet he could not reveal it. "Appa, who do you think this Uni is?" Teacher Huang inquired, suggesting the guest might be an Zhexī. "I too believe it to be a distinguished gentleman," Zhexī replied with a grin. Yune nodded enthusiastically. "Then it must indeed be an Zhexī." Zhexī playfully asked, "You trust my speculation that readily?" To which Yune tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Of course I believe in you, Appa." His brows lifted in delight, his smile widening uncontrollably. Suddenly, Teacher Huang interjected, "Zhexī, stop grinning and go chop some firewood." "All right, I shall do so right away." On the road to Tianyuan Mountain, a business vehicle was cruising along. Wang Zhonglei sat inside, repeatedly scrutinizing Zhexī's profile. Initially, upon reviewing this dossier, he found himself perplexed. The document revealed that Zhexī's aunt managed an internationally renowned women's products company, in which Zhexī also held shares. At first, Wang Zhonglei had contemplated enticing Zhexī to join Hawaii with financial lure. However, he soon realized that Zhexī did not seem to be in need of money. No matter how favorable the contract Hawaii proposed, it could not compete with the value of shares in an international enterprise. Just then, the driver chimed in, "President Wang, we are almost there." Wang Zhonglei nodded, letting out a sigh before putting away the documents. Let fate take its course. Perhaps Zhexī will agree. Chapter 15. Discussing business with Zhexī. Meanwhile, the mushroom house had readied itself to welcome guests. The ingredients requested by the guest were procured at a cost from the production team. In an instant, the mushroom house's debt surged to 815 yuan, primarily due to the exorbitant price of beef. The dongbei mixed stew and peanuts did not require additional expenses, as the necessary ingredients were already available. The case of beer, originally quoted at 300 yuan by the production team, was circumvented when Zhexī produced 2 days' worth of living expenses. "Have you all lost your minds? There's a small shop in the village where a case of beer costs only 30. We should buy it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu relented. 100 yuan, and I'll throw in an ice bucket with ice replenished as needed. "Deal," Zhexī replied with a beaming smile as he handed over 80 yuan to Teacher He. "Appa, you're so impressive, haggling so effectively that even the director agreed." Yune's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Zhexī. Teacher Huang clapped Zhexī on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. However, your firewood duties remain unfinished." Zhexī's smile faltered momentarily, and he resigned himself to chopping wood. Teacher He beckoned Yune. "Yune, we are headed to the fields to gather ingredients for the dongbei mixed stew." Yune nodded, placing down her small love and heading off to change clothes. Half an hour later, Wang Zhonglei arrived. "Teacher Huang, Teacher He." Zhexī set aside his axe, raising an eyebrow as he noticed the entrance. A prominent figure from the entertainment industry had finally arrived. Teacher Huang, occupied with boiling water, was suddenly taken aback by a familiar voice. "Zhonglei, is that you?" With a smile, Teacher Huang approached and embraced Wang Zhonglei. After releasing her, he immediately turned his gaze to Zhexī. "Zhexī, hello." Zhexī extended his hand, smiling, "Brother Zhonglei, good to see you." Wang Zhonglei held onto Zhexī's hand firmly. "Are you interested in coming to work with me? I have several excellent projects that would suit your development perfectly." Taken aback, Zhexī became momentarily speechless. Could this esteemed figure truly be the one interested in him? After a moment of shock, he considered the possibility. Teacher Huang, equally surprised, remarked, "So, it's you. I was guessing with Jiang for ages and never imagined it would be you." While Zhexī was lost in thought, Wang Jingyu suddenly cleared his throat. Wang Zhonglei, unabashed, smiled, "If you have any ideas, feel free to come find me. You're always welcome." Afterward, he inquired, "Were Teacher He and Yune?" "They've gone to the fields to pick vegetables. Please have a seat for now." In the yard, Zhexī resumed chopping wood while Wang Zhonglei sat in a pavilion, occasionally probing Zhexī with questions. Wang Jingyu would intermittently cough, making it seem as if he were unwell. Zhexī and Teacher Huang could only exchange amused glances in response. Fortunately, Teacher He and the others soon returned. "Brother Zhonglei, what brings you here?" "Teacher He," exclaimed, surprised. Wang Zhonglei chuckled and then turned to Yune. "Yune, have you thought about the path you wish to take in your domestic career?" Yune's sweet smile faltered as she appeared somewhat flustered. Wang Jingyu finally could not hold back any longer, coughing and saying, "President Wang, we are filming a program, not holding a talent show." Wang Zhonglei casually replied, "You could have cut that segment out, couldn't you? Besides, what are you afraid of? I could always speak to your director." Wang Jingyu looked utterly helpless. However, Wang Zhonglei understood the need for moderation and, having only mentioned Yune's career path once, refrained from further discussion. Normal filming resumed, and Wang Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. As a mushroom house welcomed guests, Lu Zhexī set off towards the cornfields with a basket and a small cart. With debts mounting, he could not afford to be careless. The guest expected the day after tomorrow is likely to be Zhexī. If this individual truly orders, the Buddha jumps over the wall. The debt will soar to an unimaginable figure. At the headquarters of Huawei in Pengcheng, a middle-aged man scrutinizes the documents in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he presses a button on his desk phone. He immediately contacts the director of the variety show at the toilet station, ensuring that the call is directed to him. "Understood, President. I will take care of it right away. By the way, this document must remain confidential. At least until I have discussed matters with Lu Zhexī. This information must not be leaked to companies like Dami." "I understand." At the headquarters of the toilet station, in the office of the variety show director, the phone rings and the secretary's voice comes through. "Director, it's a call from General Yu at Huawei headquarters. Put him through." Shortly, the call is connected. "General Yu, does your esteemed company wish to collaborate with our toilet station?" "Director Lu, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter." "Please go ahead. I will not decline anything I can help with." "I wish to meet with Lu Zhexī to discuss some issues. I am aware he is currently filming, and I cannot approach the filming location directly, hence my request for your help." Director Lu is taken aback. Why would Huawei's General Yu seek out Lu Zhexī? What business could a mobile phone company have with someone who is merely a semi-artist? "General Yu, may I inquire if your purpose is of significant importance?" "Indeed, it is quite urgent. We are preparing to negotiate a business deal with him." Upon hearing this, Director Lu understands. "Rest assured, General Yu, I will inform the production team. When you arrive at Tainyuanshan, you will be able to meet Lu Zhexī directly. Thank you for your assistance, Director Lu. In the future, should toilet station require anything, Huawei would be more than willing to lend a hand." Director Lu is pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, General Yu." After exchanging pleasantries, they hang up. After putting down the phone, Director Lu's smile lingers, yet the puzzlement in his mind remains unresolved. What business could Huawei possibly have that merits General Yu's personal involvement? It is clear that any matter significant enough for General Yu to personally engage is certainly not trivial. Unable to fathom the answer, he decides to set aside his curiosity. He quickly remembers his earlier words to General Yu and promptly calls Wang Jingyu. On the other end of the line, Wang Jingyu is left dumbfounded. The director has informed him that General Yu from Huawei is seeking Lu Zhexī and has instructed Wang Jingyu to grant Lu Zhexī a day off tonight. After confirming several times, he is assured that it is indeed General Yu from Huawei coming to see Lu Zhexī. Confirmed, he is left with nothing but confusion and astonishment. Meanwhile, General Yu is set about booking a flight to Yearning. Lu Zhexī, at this moment, remains oblivious to the fact that a significant figure is on his way to him. He is completely immersed in the cornfield, akin to a machine mercilessly harvesting the corn. After an undetermined amount of time, Lu Zhexī feels parched and fatigued. He sinks down on the ground, gasping for breath. The camera, relentless in its pursuit of detail, continues to capture his every move. After resting for a while, Lu Zhexī prepares to gather the corn on the ground and return to the mushroom house. At that moment, a sweet voice pierces through from outside the cornfield. Chapter 16. A visitor from Huawei. Appa. Moments later, Yune appears, holding half a watermelon and a bottle of water. Upon seeing Lu Zhexī seated on the ground, drenched in sweat, she is filled with concern. She jogs over to him, asking anxiously, "Appa, are you all right?" Lu Zhexī shakes his head, a smile gracing his face. "I'm fine, just sweating a bit too much." He takes the water and begins to drink deeply. Yune sets down the watermelon and takes out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his face and forehead. Noticing he is drinking rather hastily, she gently reminds him, "Appa, drink slowly." After finishing the water, Lu Zhexī inquires, "What brings you here?" Yune softly replies, "You've been in the cornfield for 2 hours. Everyone is quite worried about you, so I came." Lu Zhexī feels a surge of gratitude. "Let us head home. We should keep everyone too anxious." "All right." Lu Zhexī rises and begins to gather the corn scattered on the ground. Yune joins him. Despite his repeated attempts to dissuade her, she remains steadfast in her decision. On the road, Yune looks at the abundance of corn and bites her lip, suggesting, "Appa, let us push the unicycle together." Lu Zhexī is momentarily taken aback, then chuckles, "Silly girl, I cannot let you push the cart, even if I were to falter." Moreover, with so much corn, I never intended to transport it back with a unicycle. I'll go find Brotherly. Wait for me here. All right, Appa, hurry back. While gathering the corn, Zhexī counted and found he had harvested a total of 324 ears. It is clear that transporting such a quantity with a unicycle is impractical. Upon returning to the mushroom house with a cart overflowing with corn, Zhexī and Yune elicit surprise and astonishment from the trio within. Darling, you are amazing. Look at you. Go wash up and rest a bit. Teacher he does not mind Zhexī's dirty appearance and embraces him warmly. Teacher Huang pats Zhexī on the shoulder, beaming with pride. Good lad. Wang Zhonglei gazes at the cart full of corn, estimating the quantity to be at least several hundred. Zhexī, did you really harvest all this by yourself? Zhexī nods in affirmation. Wang Zhonglei clicks his tongue in admiration. Impressive, you're quite the diligent child. At this moment, Wang Jingyu gestures for the camera to turn off and approaches. He glances at Zhexī, his expression filled with profound confusion. Around 5 this afternoon, General Yu from Huawei is coming here to see you. At this revelation, aside from Zhexī, who is momentarily stunned, the others fail to register the significance. Wang Zhonglei snaps back to reality and uncertainly asks, Are you sure it's General Yu from Huawei? He asks coming here to see Zhexī? Wang Jingyu nods. I just received a call from the director. Instantly, all eyes turn to Zhexī. Zhexī rubs his nose and muses. If I'm not mistaken, he is here regarding the Super Dimension CPU intelligent control software. Teacher he, taken aback, exclaims, Is that the software you developed? Zhexī nods. Teacher Huang, puzzled, queries, Is your software truly that remarkable? It warrants General you coming to seek you out personally? Wang Zhonglei, having pondered for a moment, connects the dots. Is it the software that recently caused a stir in the mobile phone industry? Zhexī affirms once more. It is no longer a secret. Yune and the others are well aware. Wang Zhonglei regains his composure and states, I can now fully comprehend why, General, you would personally seek you out. Yune, curious, asks, Brother Zhonglei, why is that? She knows Appa is exceptional, but she has always been uncertain of the extent of his abilities. Not only Yune, but Teacher Huang, Teacher he, and Wang Jingyu are all eager to learn. Wang Zhonglei smiles and explains, Since you all know he developed this software, I presume you understand its significance? The three nod in agreement. You may not grasp the implications of enhancing CPU performance and improving heat dissipation for mobile phones, so let me share with you a figure. Mr. Yu from Huawei is keen on acquiring this software, and it would require at least 100 million, assuming there are no competing mobile companies. Upon hearing this, Yuna and her companions gaped in astonishment. The valuation of a mere software at 100 million is staggering. Zhexī shook his head and remarked, Yesterday, a representative from Dami Corporation proposed that I sell them the software technology for 300 million, which I declined. At this revelation, the astonishment of Yuna and her friends intensified. Wang Zhonglei, stroking his chin, noted, You are quite composed. To be frank, this software is akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. Selling it to others is not a prudent choice. Operating it yourself means effortless profit. Moreover, you are not lacking in funds, so there is no need to part with it. Wang Zhonglei may not be fully aware of Zhexī's wealth, but he could surmise a rough estimate. Both Teacher Huang and Teacher he nodded in agreement with Wang Zhonglei's assessment. While Wang Jingyu was not entirely familiar with Zhexī's background, the two teachers had alluded to it. However, Yuna was genuinely puzzled. Appa, is your family wealthy? Zhexī felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. He was uncertain about the extent of the inheritance left by his parents, as it had always been managed by his aunt. Nevertheless, the dividends from his aunt's company were apparent to him. I'm not entirely sure. I possess an American Express Centurion card, which likely holds around 1 billion. I do not spend much, so I haven't paid much attention. Upon hearing this, Yuna and Wang Jingyu were taken aback. Yuna's reaction was one of awe, while Wang Jingyu understood why Zhexī was so nonchalant about a 100 million bet. Teacher Huang, intrigued, inquired, So when Mr. Yu arrives in the afternoon, you intend to? Zhexī replied with a hint of resignation. I suppose I should meet him. Although I have no intention of selling the software, it would be courteous to meet someone who has traveled a great distance. Once Zhexī made his decision, Wang Jingyu clapped his hands and said, In that case, let us continue filming. On the flight to Yanjing, Mr. Yu was perusing the documents in his hand. Opposite him sat a manager from Huawei's mobile division. Mr. Yu, you have reviewed Zhexī's information numerous times. Is there something hidden within? Mr. Yu lifted his gaze and replied, I am contemplating how to obtain the exclusive agency rights for the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software. The manager looked puzzled and said, Mr. Yu, are we not here to acquire the technology? Mr. Yu chuckled and asked, Have you read Zhexī's profile? The manager nodded. Mr. Yu directly inquired, do you think he is short of money? At this, the manager's expression turned blank. The data indicated that Lu Zhexī's net worth was at least over 1 billion. For someone of such wealth, it was inconceivable that he would relinquish a promising software for a mere 1 or 2 billion. Those who possess such a fortune are certainly not fools. Mr. Yu sighed softly. Thus, my visit to Yearning is not solely for the technology, but rather for exclusive authorization. Of course, acquiring the technology would be ideal, but it is not imperative. Lu Zhexī's information would not remain confidential for long, so we must act swiftly to secure exclusive rights before Dammy can intervene. Chapter 17. I'm not interested in money. Mr. Yu arrived earlier than anticipated, around 4 in the afternoon. Lu Zhexī set aside his work, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. A business vehicle was parked on a village road, awaiting Mr. Yu, his assistant, and several senior executives from Huawei. Upon Lu Zhexī's arrival, Mr. Yu approached him with a broad smile and extended his right hand. Mr. Lu, you're even younger and more accomplished than I had imagined. Lu Zhexī smiled back and shook his hand. Mr. Yu, you flatter me. You're a busy person and the very soul of Huawei. It is an honor to meet you. Mr. Yu, being forthright, declared, Mr. Lu, we can save the pleasantries for another time. Shall we discuss a few matters in the car? Of course, Lu Zhexī replied. Inside the business vehicle, Mr. Yu began, I'm sure Mr. Lu is aware of our purpose for being here. Lu Zhexī nodded and responded, Mr. Yu, I sincerely appreciate your company's interest in this software, but I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling it or its technology. Mr. Yu was not surprised by this response. It was anticipated. Then, might we discuss the possibility of exclusive authorization? He inquired. Huawei's next-generation mobile phones are set to be fully equipped with the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software, and the pricing is negotiable. This prompted Lu Zhexī to ponder deeply. He was, in fact, consulting the system. Can the licensing fees I earn from authorizing Huawei to embed the software be converted into technology points? Ding. In response to the host's query, indeed, the calculation is feasible. All income derived from utilizing the system's black technology will be converted into technology points according to a specified ratio. After hearing this, Lu Zhexī promptly stated 80 yuan per set, and I can optimize it specifically for Huawei's system. Mr. Yu countered immediately 150 yuan per set. We can make an upfront payment of 1 billion, but I require exclusive authorization. At this statement, Lu Zhexī laughed. The negotiation was astutely calculated. To demand 150 yuan per set for exclusive rights was treating him like a fool. Currently, Huawei was approaching him, but in a few days, Dammy would likely seek his collaboration as well. If he granted exclusive rights to Huawei, how would he earn technology points later? Mr. Yu, I proposed 220 yuan per set, with a requirement for a prepayment of 3 billion in cash. Huawei will receive exclusive rights for the European region, while Huawei phones can still utilize the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software in other regions. What do you think? Mr. Yu extended his right hand with a smile, saying, Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate, Lu Zhexī echoed. Once the essential matters were discussed, Mr. Yu cheerfully asked, Mr. Lu, would your team be interested in joining Huawei? You are welcome to propose any compensation. At this, Lu Zhexī could only smile wryly. He truly did not have a team behind him, only the system. However, expressing this would undoubtedly lead Mr. Yu to doubt him. Given the exceptional capabilities of the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software, it was implausible that one individual could have developed it. Additionally, Lu Zhexī was more than willing for others to misconstrue his situation, as it served to effectively obscure the truth. Mr. Yu, let us not dwell on that. Even if you offer a substantial sum, my team would not consider joining Huawei. Mr. Yu had anticipated this rejection, yet still felt a tinge of disappointment. The allure of Lu Zhexī's team was too great. Huawei's technical department, along with others like Apple and 4-Star, had failed to crack this software, which attests to the impressive strength of that team. In the 21st century, what is the most valuable asset? Undoubtedly, it is talent, especially top-tier talent. Despite his disappointment, Mr. Yu found the day's discussions quite gratifying. At this moment, the contract was also drafted. Unable to comprehend it, Lu Zhexī forwarded it to his aunt. Within a few minutes, upon receiving her response, Lu Zhexī smiled and signed his name. Once the contract was finalized, Mr. Yu grinned and proposed, Mr. Lu, shall we dine together this evening? Lu Zhexī hesitated for a moment before responding. Mr. Yu, I believe we should consult the production team regarding this matter. After all, I am currently engaged in filming, and it would not be ideal if my actions were to delay the production. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu inquired curiously, Mr. Lu, did you enter the entertainment industry merely for a bit of fun? In Mr. Yu's eyes, Lu Zhexī was a privileged heir today, but but from this day forth, he would become a prominent figure in the industry. Thus, it seemed only natural for someone of his stature to dabble in variety shows for amusement. Liu Zhexī candidly admitted, "Indeed, staying at home all day can be rather tedious." "Ha ha, you are quite an amusing person, Mr. Liu. Since you are busy now, I shall invite you to dinner at a later date, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." "Rest assured, I shall certainly attend," Liu Zhexī replied. 10 minutes later, as he watched the departing business vehicle, Liu Zhexī let out a significant sigh of relief. Provided that the funds from Huawei arrived tomorrow, the issues surrounding the production line for the sleep pillows would be effortlessly resolved. To be honest, if it weren't for the slow revenue from the software's paid services, Liu Zhexī would not have considered selling the software authorization. At present, he found himself lacking in technological resources and tasks. Upon returning to the mushroom house, he was soon surrounded by Teacher Huang and the others. "How'd it go?" they asked with keen curiosity. Liu Zhexī did not conceal the truth. "I sold the software authorization to Huawei for 220 million per set, receiving an advance payment of 300 million in cash, with a contract spanning 2 years. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Wang Zhonglei exclaimed, "Huawei's annual mobile phone sales exceed 40 million units at the very least. However, it's possible that not all of their phones will come pre-installed with your software. That said, Zhexī, you have achieved in a single day what I could not accomplish in a lifetime." Upon hearing this, both Teacher Huang and Teacher he felt a mix of astonishment and profound pride. Meanwhile, Yunei appeared somewhat dazed, counting on her fair fingers. By the end of her calculations, she remained bewildered, exclaiming, "Appa, you are incredible. You earned so much money in just 1 day." Liu Zhexī paused, then replied, "Money? I have no interest in it. No matter how much there is, to me, it is merely a string of digits." As soon as these words left his lips, the mushroom house fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, including the 2 teachers and the production staff, stared at Liu Zhexī in disbelief. Puzzled by their reaction, he reiterated, "I truly have no interest in money. I have never handled it in my life." Yunei, intrigued, asked Appa, "Don't you buy anything?" Liu Zhexī scratched his head and answered, "At home, if I want something, someone brings it to me. When I go out, I simply swipe my card for whatever I desire." Once again, the mushroom house was engulfed in silence, with everyone's lips twitching. Is this even humanly possible? Gradually, it dawned on them that Liu Zhexī might genuinely have never dealt with money throughout his life. For trivial expenses, someone would provide for him, while for larger purchases, he merely used a card. This realization left everyone, except Wang Zhonglei and the 2 teachers, feeling somewhat bitter. Wang Zhengyu's expression darkened as he declared, "Let's continue filming." Liu Zhexī was taken aback, puzzled by the director's apparent displeasure. Wang Zhonglei shook his head with a chuckle. Teacher Huang patted Liu Zhexī on the shoulder, saying, "You rascal. Although I know your life is not simple, your words are quite infuriating." "Teacher," he added with a smile, "indeed, they are rather vexing." Liu Zhexī stood there, bewildered. Is speaking the truth truly so irritating? At this moment, Wang Zhonglei and the 2 teachers walked away. Yunei wrinkled her nose at Liu Zhexī, clutching her beloved pet, and followed suit, leaving him alone in his confusion. Unbeknownst to the dazed Liu Zhexī, just as he had surmised, in the days to come, executives from various mobile phone companies would flock to him. Chapter 18, a business worth several billion. The filming at the mushroom house continued, and Liu Zhexī's information gradually reached the executives of companies, such as Mr. Lei directly instructed, "Call the toilet station and convey our requirements." A nearby secretary nodded in agreement and hurriedly knocked on the door to enter the office. "Mr. Lei, bad news. Huawei has just announced that they have reached an authorization partnership with the Superdimension CPU smart control software, and it is an exclusive authorization for the European region." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei's expression changed dramatically as he stood up from his chair. After a moment, he spoke, "I never expected Huawei to secure this deal so quickly." The individual continued, "Mr. Lei, I found out that Mr. Yu just arrived in Yearning this afternoon and immediately rushed to Tainyuanshan. An hour later, he returned to Yearning, and Huawei simultaneously released this announcement." Mr. Lei sat back down and said, "Immediately call the toilet station. If possible, I want to meet Liu Zhexī tonight." "Understood, Mr. Lei. I will take care of it right away." Not only Mr. Lei, but other company executives also felt a mix of helplessness and anger upon seeing Huawei's announcement. They had never anticipated that Mr. Yu would act so swiftly and decisively. After their moment of resignation, they all made the decision to send high-ranking officials to Tainyuanshan. At the toilet station, Director Liu had just finished a day's work and was preparing to head home when a phone call came in. "Director, the Me Company is on the line." Director Liu, puzzled, allowed the call to come through. "Director, I am the manager of Mi's mobile phone department, and we have a request to discuss with you. Go ahead. I would like to meet Zhexī tonight. Is there any chance the production team could spare some time? Director Liu paused before replying. I'm not entirely sure about the filming schedule, but I can inquire and get back to you shortly. Thank you, Director Liu. In the future, should the toilet station require assistance, Demi would be more than willing to help. Just as Director Liu hung up, the phone rang again. Director, 4 stars, Vivo, and Fruit Company are all calling. Director Liu was utterly astounded. A potential realization dawned on him. He answered the calls one by one, confirming his suspicions. All these mobile phone companies were seeking out Zhexī. After finally setting down the phone, it took Director Liu a while to regain his composure. He exhaled deeply and picked up his phone to call Wang Zhengyu. Director, today's filming went smoothly. Director Liu directly inquired, did Zhexī meet with Mr. Yu this afternoon? Yes, and they seemed to have a pleasant conversation. Is that so? Do you know why Mr. Yu sought him out? Apparently, Zhexī has developed a software that caught Huawei's attention. Director, you wouldn't believe it, but this afternoon, he signed a massive contract with Huawei, who paid him $300 million directly. Upon hearing this, Director Liu's expression became somewhat peculiar. He sold a software for $300 million? A single piece of software has drawn the attention of all these mobile phone companies? This is utterly outrageous. It was at this moment that Director Liu recalled the bet he had made with Zhexī at the toilet station. Director Liu murmured, no wonder this kid looks down upon $100 million. On the other end of the line, the voice inquired, Director, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Liu replied, it's nothing. I merely wanted to inform you that the representatives from the rice company wish to meet Zhexī this evening. The people from 4 Stars Fruits and Vivo, among others, are hoping to see him tomorrow. Please discuss this with Zhexī and gauge his opinion. If he agrees, make the arrangements. If not, do not press him. The director acknowledged, I understand. I will inform him shortly. After hanging up, Director Liu rubbed his temples, deep in thought. After a moment, he picked up his phone once more and dialed another number. Station chief, there is something I need to report. Meanwhile, in the mushroom house, dinner was being served amidst casual conversation. Appa, you don't drink at all? Not even beer? Zhexī shook his head, responding, I occasionally have a bit of beer, but I don't indulge in other alcoholic beverages. Wang Zhonglei expressed his surprise. I never thought you were someone who didn't drink. Teacher, he chuckled. Zhexī has indeed abstained from alcohol since childhood. His parents kept a close watch on him, and now his aunt does the same. Over time, it has simply become a habit, one that is hard to change. Teacher Huang clinked glasses with Wang Zhonglei, munching on peanuts, and remarked, drinking can be enjoyable, but moderation is key. Learning to savor a bit of beer is sufficient for you. The others nodded in agreement. In Huagua, drinking is often more about socializing and networking, neither of which hold much necessity for Zhexī. At that moment, Wang Zhengyu approached. Zhexī looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Director, is there something you need? Wang Zhengyu smiled. The people from Rice want to meet you tonight, while others wish to see you tomorrow. If you're inclined to meet them, I can grant you leave. Everyone fell silent, their faces reflecting astonishment as they turned to Zhexī. It was indeed remarkable that so many major companies were eager to meet him. Zhexī raised an eyebrow. If wealth is knocking at my door, why not let it in? Beside him, Yune asked with curiosity, Appa, didn't you say you weren't interested in money? The group exchanged knowing smiles while Zhexī cleared his throat, unperturbed. While he may not be interested in money, he certainly had an interest in technological advancements. Without financial backing, how could he establish a company focused on cutting-edge technology? I may not care for money, but I wouldn't turn away an abundance of it, he remarked. The group stared in disbelief. With a playful smirk, Zhexī turned to old Wang and said, Director, please inform them that we will have a unified meeting tomorrow. The Rice representatives need not come tonight. Their staggered visits waste my time and hinder the filming process. Wang Jingyu nodded. I will speak to the director. I believe it should be fine. A few minutes later, he returned with a smile. The Rice team has agreed to meet at 10 tomorrow morning. Zhexī acknowledged this with a nod, indicating it was acceptable. Now that the trivial matters are settled, let's continue our meal. Appa, how can such a multi-billion business be considered trivial? The group chimed in, all in agreement. Such a level of business is not something the average person can attain. A mere few billion is indeed trivial for me. I am not in need of that amount. Zhexī replied, causing everyone to lower their heads and resume eating, while Wang Jingyu quietly stepped away. During dinner, the two teachers and Wang Zhonglei reminisced about their youthful stories. Zhexī and Yune leaned close, occasionally interjecting, but mostly whispering to one another. As the drinks flowed, Wang Zhonglei suggested, Zhexī, sing us a song. The others enthusiastically echoed his request, with Yune most excited. Appa, I want to hear you sing. Zhexī, upon hearing this, did not refuse. What song would you like to hear? Teacher, he pondered briefly and suggested, after the many bittersweet stories we've shared, why not sing a sweet song? Zhexī stroked his chin, deep in thought. After a moment, he decided, wait for me. I will fetch my guitar. With that, he dashed inside. Meanwhile, Wang Jingyu turned to the others. When he sings, be sure to capture every detail with close-ups. Not a single nuance should be overlooked. Rest assured, director. The others were curious about which sweet song Zhexī would choose, as the entertainment industry boasts numerous such tunes. Yune was particularly eager, wondering which romantic melody her appa would select. Moments later, Zhexī emerged with his small guitar in hand. Clearing his throat, he began to strum the instrument. In the forest of the lost, inadvertently, I wake you from your slumber. Perhaps it is destined, the longing of love, awaiting your response. As he finished the first line, astonishment swept over the group. Only 2 words echoed in their minds. Original. Another original composition. Wang Zhonglei was even more thrilled, gazing at Zhexī with eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a rare treasure. The stars upon the lake, twinkling sprites, reflect sweet silhouettes. You transform into a constellation, holding the crystal in your hands, warm and transparent. The sky is a backdrop of bliss. Entwined together is our love. Yune's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Her appa had cast several glances her way while singing. Could it be? She mused. Oh dear, appa truly is something. The mushroom house erupted with resounding applause, bringing Yune back to reality. Zhexī stood, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this song, Constellations. The applause lingered for quite some time before gradually subsiding. Teacher Huang gave a thumbs up. Zhexī, I must say this song is truly remarkable. Teacher, he and Yune nodded in agreement. Wang Zhonglei, ever direct, exclaimed, Zhexī, come join my company. Wang Jingyu's smile froze in place. Mr. Wang, we are filming a program, not holding auditions. Wang Zhonglei paid no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhexī. I genuinely do not wish to enter the entertainment industry. Zhexī replied with a hint of exasperation. Wang Zhonglei, undeterred, continued, with rice fragrance, constellations, and future songs, you will need to release an album, won't you? Zhexī understood Wang Zhonglei's intentions. He likely wished for Huai to manage Zhexī's music. All right, brother Zhonglei, should I ever decide to release an album, I will certainly collaborate with Huai. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhonglei filled his glass with enthusiasm. Zhexī, your words are noted. Huai will always welcome you for album recordings. Zhexī chuckled and poured himself a glass of beer. They clinked glasses and drank together, the atmosphere of the dinner brightening further. Suddenly, the phone in the house rang. Yune volunteered once more. I'll go answer the phone. Zhexī felt a twitch in his eyelid. Was the Buddha jumps over the wall about to arrive? He and his 2 teachers closely followed Yune as they entered the room. This is Mushroom House, not Mushroom Village. Yune's voice echoed as they stepped inside. Upon hearing her words, Zhexī couldn't help but smack his forehead. Indeed, it was that shameless Chinchichi. What dish would you like to order? Came the slow electronic voice from the other end of the line. I would like something exquisite. This dish has long been on my mind, but I never had the opportunity to try it. I hope Mushroom Village can fulfill my wish. I would like to order Buddha jumps over the wall. Yune looked a bit bewildered. What dish is that? She glanced at her 2 teachers and appa, only to find their faces darkened. The voice continued. Buddha jumps over the wall must include abalone, sea cucumber, and beef tendon. Zhexī could no longer hold back and leaned in to interject. Excuse me, dear guest. I apologize for the interruption, but I must mention that Mushroom House is a simple farmhouse, and the conditions are rather modest. If you wish to have Buddha jumps over the wall, ingredients like abalone and fish lips may need to be brought by you. What? We have to bring our own ingredients? Is this how you entertain guests at Mushroom House? Yune, initially clueless about the dish and the strange expressions of her appa and the teachers, began to understand upon hearing the mention of abalone that the dish the guest wanted was exceedingly expensive. Teacher Huang directly remarked, Dear lady, our Mushroom House truly lacks the necessary conditions. If you desire Buddha jumps over the wall, it would be best for you to bring the ingredients. Alternatively, we could prepare a rural version of Buddha jumps over the wall, which would still taste quite delightful. On hearing this, the voice on the other end exclaimed, No, I want the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. Teacher Huang's temper flared up immediately, and just as she was about to unleash her frustration, Teacher, he intervened. Rest assured, dear guest, we will prepare Buddha jumps over the wall for you. Now, that's the hospitality I expect. I am quite satisfied, the guest concluded before hanging up. Teacher, he sighed. We don't even know who this person is. How unreasonable. Yune, slightly confused, tugged at Zhexī's sleeve. Appa, is Buddha jumps over the wall really difficult to make? Zhexī nodded and began to explain the dish to Yune. After he finished, Yune's mouth fell open in astonishment. This guest is really outrageous to demand such a luxurious dish. Teacher Huang scoffed. Want the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall? He must be dreaming. Lu Zhishu, teacher he, and Yune all nodded in agreement. Such a ridiculous request was impossible to accommodate. Lu Zhishu decided that when that Chun Chi fellow arrived, he would ensure he experienced the arduous task of shucking corn. Due to the Buddha jumps over the wall, everyone's enthusiasm waned, and dinner ended hastily. The two teachers and Wang Zhonglei stayed inside to sober up, while the two young people, Lu Zhishu and Yune, washed the dishes in the courtyard. Yune, was that song just now pleasant? Yune instantly looked up, her doe-like eyes filled with anticipation and shyness. Appa, was that song meant for me? Lu Zhishu was taken aback. Gazing at Yune, in the moonlight, she slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed pink, even her fair earlobes glowed with a rosy hue. A stray lock of hair obscured her beautiful eyes, so Lu Zhishu reached out and tucked it behind her ear. Of course. Yune's eyes sparkled as she gazed up at Lu Zhishu, slightly entranced. Appa is so handsome. Your eyebrows are beautiful. Your lips are lovely. Your nose is nice. And your eyes are the most beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Really, Appa? Yune's voice was soft and delicate. Lu Zhishu raised an eyebrow. Of course. If Yune likes this song, I can certainly gift it to you. He was sincere. After all, there were plenty of popular songs in his mind. Yune's face stiffened. She suddenly stood up, turned, and walked away. After taking a few steps, she turned back, puffing up her cheeks. Appa, you are so annoying. With that, she retreated into the house. Lu Zhishu was left dumbfounded by Yune's sudden behavior. What was going on? She wanted the song, and he was willing to give it to her. Girl's thoughts were truly inscrutable. With a sigh, he resumed washing the dishes. Chapter 20. The arrival of numerous big shots the following morning, Lu Zhishu, as usual, did not wake anyone. Shouldering his backpack and pushing the wheelbarrow as he headed alone to the cornfield for battle. Last night, Teacher Huang and the production team discussed the ingredients for a simplified version of Buddha jumps over the wall. Ultimately, the debt settled at 1,280 yuan. Remembering this figure, Lu Zhishu felt a surge of resentment toward that Chin-Chi-Chi. When this guy arrived at Mushroom House, he was determined to make him suffer. This decision was not solely Lu Zhishu's. It was also the consensus of the two teachers. Even Yune thought Chin-Chi-Chi was being unreasonable. An hour and a half later, Lu Zhishu had shucked 180 ears of corn and decided to return. It wasn't that he was tired or could no longer manage. He simply wanted to wait for Chun-Chi-Chi to arrive so they could shuck corn together. Buddha jumps over the wall might be delicious, but the toil of shucking corn was indeed grueling. During breakfast, the group chatted and once again broached the subject of Buddha jumps over the wall. Teacher Huang pondered aloud. When that guest arrives tomorrow, let us aim to shuck 1,100 ears of corn in one day. Instantly, Teacher He and Yune were taken aback. Lu Zhishu maintained a relatively normal expression. In rural areas, it was not uncommon for a few people to shuck 1,000 ears of corn in a day. However, those present had hardly ever done farm work. For them, 1,000 ears of corn represented a significant challenge. Wang Zhonglei was equally shocked by Teacher Huang's declaration. He nervously inquired, "Are you all capable of that?" Teacher He shook his head. "Probably not, Teacher Huang. You have no idea how hard and exhausting it is to shuck corn. Don't be misled by Zhishu going out early to shuck so many ears. It's because he is exceptional." Yune nodded vigorously in agreement. Teacher Huang, shucking corn is very tiring. Appa is amazing. That's why he can go shucking corn every morning. Their persuasion left Teacher Huang hesitating. Meanwhile, Wang Jingyu was quite excited. He never expected Teacher Huang to make such a bold claim. However, before Wang Jingyu could speak, Teacher Huang preempted him. "No waities. This afternoon, we'll shuck some corn as much as we can. When the guest arrives tomorrow, we'll all head out together to ensure we repay the debt in full." To be honest, a debt of 1,100 yuan was quite substantial, and they felt embarrassed to place the entire burden on Lu Zhishu. After speaking, Teacher Huang turned to Lu Zhishu. "Today and tomorrow, I will join you in shucking corn. We at Mushroom House will work together. Not to say we will clear the debt entirely, but we will do our best to alleviate some pressure for you and Teacher He." Upon hearing this, Teacher He and the others fell silent. In recent days, Teacher He had accompanied Lu Zhishu to shuck corn during the day. However, in truth, it was Lu Zhishu who did most of the work. Everyone could see how exhausted he was, rising early to shuck corn alone and then returning with a harvest. Aside from those early hours, Lu Zhishu continued to shuck corn throughout the day. He was indeed very tired. Teacher He smiled and said, "Indeed, we shall work together to harvest the corn." Yune nodded her little head in agreement. "We must all join forces to gather the corn, alleviating the burden on Appa." Upon hearing the words of the two teachers in Yearning, Zhexī felt a surge of happiness and emotion. In truth, for Zhexī, harvesting corn was not particularly strenuous. Ever since he acquired the system, his body had remained in excellent condition, brimming with unyielding energy. Unless subjected to continuous high-intensity corn harvesting, he truly did not feel fatigued. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. After all, the atmosphere had become lively, and it would be rather inconsiderate for Zhexī to disrupt it. At that moment, Wang Jingyu also stepped forward. As it happens, Zhexī has been diligently and sincerely harvesting corn these past few days. Therefore, our production team has decided that if you manage to collect 100 ears of corn today and tomorrow, you will receive an additional 10 yuan in daily living expenses. This offer is only valid for these 2 days. The group was taken aback by Wang Jingyu's announcement. Zhexī exclaimed, "Director, when did you become so generous? Have you transformed into a benevolent spirit?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu's lips twitched while the others erupted into laughter. With a stern expression, Wang Jingyu retorted, "If you are unwilling, then so be it." Zhexī quickly replied, "Don't be like that. It's not every day I get to take advantage of you. We can't just let this slip away." Wang Jingyu huffed with pride, and thus the matter was settled. After finishing their meal and sitting for a while, the director reminded Zhexī that it was nearly 10 o'clock. Understanding the cue, Zhexī began to wash up and change clothes. Outside the small village, a convoy of business cars slowly approached. Upon arrival at the village entrance, a group of executives disembarked and gathered together. President Lei shook his head with a smile, saying, "I never expected he would manage to bring all of us together." President Quan, the head of the China region for 4 stars, replied nonchalantly, "Based on the news released by Huawei yesterday, we are unable to secure exclusive authorization in a certain region. Therefore, whether we gather or remain separate makes no difference." The others nodded in agreement. The fact that Zhexī had authorized Huawei to utilize the CPU intelligent control software in all regions spoke volumes. President Shun from Vivo glanced at another executive and inquired with a smile, "I didn't expect your company to be interested in the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software as well." General Manager Ge from Level said helplessly, "The headquarters has been calling and emailing me daily, leaving me no choice. Moreover, this software is somewhat revolutionary, if we can comprehend its operational principles." GE's unfinished thought was understood by all present. If they could decipher how the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software enhances CPU performance and reduces mobile phone heating, it would usher in a new era for mobile phones. Zhexī would ascend to greatness, standing alongside the legendary Apple founder, Mr. Jobs, as a creator of the next generation of smartphones. President Lei shook his head and remarked, "Zhexī would never sell his technology. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today." The others nodded once more. The fact that Huawei secured only exclusive authorization indicated everything. At that moment, Zhexī appeared. Seeing him, the executives approached with smiles on their faces. Zhexī, equally beaming, greeted each of them with a handshake. In his previous life, he could only see these magnates on television. Now, encountering them up close, he found them rather ordinary. From within a large business vehicle, President Quan directly stated, "Mr. Liu, our presence here signifies our sincerity." Zhexī nodded. It was indeed surprising to him that these executives had made an appearance. "You may utilize the software. Each set is priced at 120 yuan. I can tailor optimizations for your systems. Should the optimization yield unsatisfactory results, the price will revert to 80 yuan per set." Zhexī preferred to be straightforward, revealing the price without preamble. After exchanging glances, President Lei and the others expressed their agreement, deeming the price quite fair. After a brief casual conversation, President Lei proposed, "Mr. Liu, could we have a private discussion?" Zhexī nodded, saying of course. Once seated in President Lei's car, he smiled and asked, "Mr. Liu, is your team capable of undertaking projects? Xiaomi seeks to possess its unique advantages, and I hope your team can collaborate with Xiaomi on a project." Upon hearing this, Zhexī understood why President Lei had come in person today. It was not merely the software he coveted, but rather the team that had developed it. Xiaomi's interest in Zhexī's team for a project was a ruse. Their true objective was to acquire the team itself. After all, there was no necessity to undertake projects at Xiaomi. Chapter 21: Unexpected Encounters. President Lei, I regret to inform you that my team is currently on vacation, and thus there is no opportunity for collaboration with your company at this time. President Lei's expression remained unchanged. I see. That is indeed quite unfortunate. I hope there will be an opportunity for collaboration in the future. Both were astute individuals. Zhexī had politely declined, and President Lei would not press the matter further. After a few casual exchanges, Zhexī took his leave. However, upon exiting the vehicle, he was invited into President Quan's car from 4 stars. Subsequently, President Shun from Vivo and President Ge from Fruit also engaged Zhexī in private discussions. Their intentions were clear. They wished to obtain the team responsible for developing the super-dimensional CPU intelligent control software. To this, Zhexī firmly declined. Not only did he lack a team behind him, but even if he had one, he would never relinquish it. As they watched Zhexī depart, President Lei and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the day's engagements had yielded some rewards, they were not the coveted outcomes they had desired. President Lei stroked his chin and sighed. What an impressive young man. It has been many years since I have encountered someone with such potential. President Shun concurred. Indeed, President Lei is correct. Everyone in his team is top-tier talent. Yet, it is remarkable that such a team is willing to serve him. President Quan smiled and remarked, "Since we are all gathered here, shall we have a discussion?" President Gun nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we can have a conversation. Our respective companies are filled with talent. Together, we might be able to decipher this software. If we succeed, we can share the technology among our companies." While President Lei and the others were calculating their plans, Zhexī remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was contentedly calculating his gains. Huawei's 300 million and 100 million from each of the 4 companies. By tomorrow, Zhexī would directly possess 70,000 technology points, with 1,000 technology points purchasing a production line for sleep pillows if Zhexī so desired. He could acquire 70 lines in one go. Upon returning to the mushroom house, Wang Zhonglei was just about to take his leave. He embraced Zhexī, saying, "Let's stay in touch, and remember to come to Hawaii when you wish to produce an album. Rest assured, Brother Zhonglei, my album will undoubtedly be recorded and managed by Hawaii." Hearing these words, Zhonglei felt that this episode had not been in vain. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang and Teacher He were not pleased. "Zhonglei, are you not here to catch up with us?" Wang Zhonglei chuckled. "This is different. Our friendship will always endure. If I do not keep an eye on Zhexi's album, it may never materialize." At this, everyone burst into laughter. As they chatted and laughed, several individuals arrived at the village entrance. "Farewell, Zhonglei," they bid adieu. "Goodbye, everyone." After bidding farewell to Wang Zhonglei, they noticed it was still a little shy of noon, so they decided to head to the cornfield together. Zhexī changed his attire and remarked, "I'll go borrow the electric tricycle from Dali." In the cornfield, as Zhexī rode in on the electric tricycle, he coincidentally met 2 teachers and Yuna. "Let's set a target," Teacher Huang proposed. "To harvest 400 ears of corn today. We shall address the remainder when the guests arrive tomorrow." There were no objections to Teacher Huang's arrangement. With the goal established, the 4 of them ventured into the vast expanse of cornfields, commencing their task of harvesting. Half an hour later, Zhexī approached Yuna and transferred all the corn from her basket into his own. "Appa, I can manage," Yuna protested, her cheeks flushed and her breathing slightly labored, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Zhexī shook his head, replying, "I know you can, but I wish to get a drink of water. I can't very well leave half the corn and dash off, can I? So, I shall borrow some of your corn to take a breather." Upon hearing his words, Yuna's eyes brimmed with gratitude. True to his word, he descended for a refreshing drink and returned with a bottle of water for each of the other 3. Ultimately, the quartet from Mushroom House harvested 412 ears of corn, exceeding their target. In the evening, they casually dined together. After Huang and He teachers, along with Yuna, had finished their baths, they collapsed onto the bed, too fatigued to stir. Zhexī observed their exhaustion. "Appa, aren't you tired?" Yuna inquired. "Indeed, Zhexī. Are you not weary? You harvested over 200 ears of corn all by yourself today," He teacher added. With a smile, Zhexī replied, "I'm all right. Once you get used to it, it doesn't feel excessively tiring." In unison, the 3 exclaimed, "Impressive." They had developed a newfound respect for Zhexī. While they were utterly drained, he appeared full of vigor. The most exasperating part for them was that over half of the day's harvest had been accomplished by Zhexī alone. While the 3 rested, Zhexī took out his notebook. He needed to optimize the superdimensional CPU smart control software, considering the various mobile systems of Huawei and Xiaomi. He intended to address this task without delay. Furthermore, once the software was optimized, he planned to post a recruitment notice online. Upon returning to Tianhai next week, he aimed to establish a company. It was inconceivable for the company to consist solely of Zhexī, especially since he would also be recording shows and not have much time to spend in the office. Thus, finding a professional manager to assist him in managing the company was imperative. Initially, his aunt would have been the ideal candidate, but she was already swamped with her own business affairs. Meanwhile, far away in Yanjing, Wang Zhonglei was engaged in a phone conversation regarding Lu Zhexī. Indeed, the timing for you to terminate the betting agreement with him is quite opportune, the voice on the other end remarked. Director, Lu mentioned the same to me. The initial signing of the agreement involved various considerations, and there has been considerable controversy within our station. Wang Zhonglei stated directly, let us resolve this sooner rather than later. I know this child, Zhexī. He may not care, nor hold grudges, but his current status is different. You understand my meaning, do you not? The voice replied, I comprehend. When Director Lu spoke to me last night, I exchanged opinions with several others, and we unanimously agreed to dissolve the betting agreement. Hearing this, Wang Zhonglei chuckled. It seems my call was somewhat superfluous. Not entirely. At least this call has made us aware of his immense potential, which extends beyond just singing, the voice affirmed. Wang Zhonglei laughed heartily before ending the call. After placing his phone down, a smile lingered on his face. Through these past 2 days, he had genuinely grown fond of Lu Zhexī. Thus, he personally reached out to the station's director, hoping they could terminate the betting agreement with Lu Zhexī. However, after the call, knowing the station's decision, Wang Zhonglei felt a sense of relief. Lu Zhexī was unaware of the station's decision. At that moment, he was reviewing several resumes. Shortly after posting the recruitment notice, he received a few applications. Unfortunately, he found that none of the candidates met his expectations. After reviewing them, he closed his laptop and began his evening routine in preparation for sleep. Just as Lu Zhexī settled into bed, his recruitment notice happened to catch the eye of someone unexpected. In a luxurious villa in Tianhai, a strikingly beautiful woman gazed with interest at the recruitment information displayed on her tablet. Superdimensional technology company, she mused. After finishing the notice, she picked up her phone. Hello, Xian. Didn't we just meet this afternoon? What? Are you missing me already? Listening to the charming voice on the other end, the woman's expression remained composed. Zhexī has started a company? The voice on the phone expressed surprise. How did you know? I just registered his company for him. You just returned to the country today, and you're already in contact with him? The woman shook her head. No, I saw his recruitment notice online. The voice inquired, are you interested? The woman replied with an affirmative hum. I'm not sure if he is simply acting impulsively in wanting to establish a company. Knowing he wishes to do so, I intend to assist him. I've been gradually relinquishing control over the past few days, aiming to fulfill their wishes. Though it's quite begrudging. He is worth far more than any company. However, now that you plan to help him, I can rest easy and focus on dealing with him, the woman stated coolly. Your company is developing too swiftly, making others envious. Moreover, some of your technology is at the forefront globally, which is why they are targeting you. The voice responded, I understand, but I will not let them have their way. This company belongs to Zhexī and me. Unless we relinquish it, no one shall take it from us. After a brief silence, the woman remarked, you treat him too well. The voice queried in return, and you? Have you not treated him well? From childhood through to now, including this decision to join his company. The woman replied flatly, it is the vision he described in the recruitment notice that captivated me. I almost fell for it. The woman remained silent until the voice on the other end erupted in laughter, prompting her to speak. I have some capable individuals who can help him establish the company's foundational infrastructure. I have several as well, both competent and of good character. In the courtyard where the director's team was located, Wang Zhengyu was on the phone with Director Lu. Director, are you saying the station has decided to terminate the betting agreement with Lu Zhexī? The voice replied, yes, tomorrow you should inform him. And the agreement with teachers Huang, and he will also be canceled. Wang Zhengyu was taken aback. Although the show was currently being recorded smoothly, it had only aired the pilot episode. The pilot had achieved record-breaking viewership, which involved an element of luck. What if the ratings plummeted once the main episodes aired? On the other end of the line, the voice continued, he is no longer just an ordinary individual. The sooner we dissolve the betting agreement, the better it will be for us. Lu Zhexī is a young man of immense potential. We at the toilet station can invest in him, but we must not foster animosity. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengyu understood. Rest assured, Director, I will discuss this with him tomorrow. The voice on the line added, by the way, you all have a day off tomorrow, but don't be idle. Organize a live stream. Let the 4 hosts of Mushroom House conduct a live session and engage with the audience. This will be beneficial for the show's ratings. The promotional live stream will commence tonight, so be prepared. The live broadcast is scheduled for tomorrow at 4 p.m. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengyu grasped the situation. Without the betting agreement, the station was indeed anxious. Thus, they devised a live streaming solution to maintain the program's visibility. Understood, Director. You can count on us to be ready. At 10:30 that evening, the official Weibo account of Toilet Station released a post. Toilet Station, tomorrow at 4 p.m. The 4 fixed guests of Beautiful Life will commence a live broadcast on Mango TV. Please be sure to tune in. A minute later, the official Weibo account of Beautiful Life retweeted this post, confirming the news. With the traffic provided by the official Weibo, comments and shares skyrocketed. Oh my gosh, is this real? I will be there on time tomorrow to see my husband. A live stream? That sounds intriguing. I will definitely be there. The netizens were fervently discussing. But the four hosts of Mushroom House were blissfully unaware, having already drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, after a day of rest, the four members of Mushroom House lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. Zhexī had not yet awakened either, as he was engaged in conversation with his aunt. My dear, I have chosen the president for your company. Zhexī was taken aback, filled with curiosity. Aunt, who is it? Please send me their resume, so I can take a look. I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out next week when you return. You need not doubt their capabilities. They are on par with me. All right then. Aunt, I absolutely trust Zhexī. His aunt was the person who cherished him the most. Anyone could betray or abandon Zhexī, but not his aunt. After finishing their conversation, Zhexī entered the system. It had been some time since he last spun the wheel. The early morning felt just right for a draw. Zhexī tapped the wheel of fortune. Soon, it came to a halt, revealing a treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations. The host has unlocked access to the mall. This privilege has been automatically utilized, and the system mall is now open. As the system's voice faded, an icon for the mall appeared next to the text city on the system page. Zhexī raised an eyebrow and clicked to explore. After perusing the offerings, he understood. The system mall featured an array of items, save for high-tech gadgets. Most importantly, the currency for purchases in the mall was also tech points. Zhexī nodded in satisfaction, feeling a wave of delight wash over him. During breakfast, Yearning, sipping her porridge, softly inquired, "Do we have any activities today?" Both teachers shook their heads, as did Zhexī. Just then, Wang Jingyu approached. "I have two matters to discuss." The four members of Zhexī put down their utensils. Wang Jingyu turned to Zhexī, smiling as he said, "The first matter is that the station has decided to dissolve the betting agreement with you. The agreement signed by Teacher Huang and Teacher He with the station has also been terminated." Upon hearing this, Zhexī was taken aback, as were the two teachers and Yearning. Zhexī was astonished that the two teachers had actually signed a betting agreement with Toilet Station. What is going on? Why did the two teachers also sign a betting agreement with the station? Wang Jingyu glanced at the two teachers before elaborating. Originally, you were not the fixed guest for this program. Later, the two teachers requested your participation as a host. Given your status as a newcomer, the station could not initially agree. To facilitate your inclusion in the show, the two teachers signed a betting agreement with the station. If any issues arose with the program, they would have to compensate approximately 30 million. After hearing Wang Jingyu's explanation, Zhexī fell silent. The two teachers were old friends of his father. After his parents' incident, they treated him like their own son. Now, they had even signed such a betting agreement for his sake. With this realization, Zhexī felt nothing but deep gratitude. He looked at the two teachers and earnestly said, "Uncles, thank you for being so good to me. Rest assured, whether the betting agreement is terminated or not, I will not let you down." Teacher, he smiled and replied, "You, my dear child, if we do not treat you well, whom should we treat well? You have never disappointed us in the past, nor will you in the present or future. Both Teacher Huang and I believe in you." Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. "What Jiang said is correct. You are a nephew. No need for thanks. That is settled." Zhexī fell silent. Had he not been a man, he might have shed a tear. Yearning, observing from the side, felt her beautiful eyes moisten. Teacher Huang, Teacher He, Appa, you all have such a wonderful relationship. Upon hearing this, Teacher He chuckled. "Our relationship is indeed quite good." Yearning nodded eagerly. Yes, we have a great relationship." Though Wang Jingyu was reluctant to disrupt this warm atmosphere, he cleared his throat and interjected, "Ahem, I must now address the second matter." Chapter 23, Temporary Task Announcement. The second matter is that we will be conducting a live stream this afternoon. A live stream? Precisely, a live broadcast on a streaming platform. Upon hearing this, Zhexī and the others were quite taken aback. Wang Jingyu explained, "The teaser has garnered high ratings and attention. Engaging with the audience in real time through a live stream has numerous advantages. It can significantly boost viewer enthusiasm and enhance the program's visibility, maintaining the audience's anticipation for our show." After hearing this explanation, Zhexī and the others understood. Indeed, as Wang Jingyu suggested, occasionally appearing before the audience could maintain their enthusiasm for the program. Wang Jingyu clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone, prepare for the live stream. It will officially commence at 4 p.m. You can discuss the content of the live broadcast and try to showcase our Mushroom House as much as possible. After Wang Jingyu departed, the four huddled together. Lu Zhexī was the first to speak. The live stream sounded intriguing, but what can we do during it? Teacher Huang chuckled. With you and Yunei in the stream, that should be enough. Handsome men and beautiful women, perfectly covering the audience demographic. Upon hearing this, Yunei felt a bit shy, while Lu Zhexī appeared somewhat embarrassed. Teacher, he pondered for a moment and suggested we could introduce the Mushroom House to the audience and showcase our individual talents. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī stroked his chin and proposed, how about this? I can demonstrate cooking, offering the audience something different. The three asked in unison, you can cook? Lu Zhexī nodded, of course. Teacher Huang uncertainly asked, have you ever set foot in a kitchen growing up? Lu Zhexī contemplated the question. He had entered a kitchen in his past life, though not in this one. By that logic, he had indeed been in a kitchen. I have. As he uttered these words, Lu Zhexī remained unfazed, his heart steady. How about I showcase a little something for you all this noon? The three nodded in unison. Indeed, a demonstration was quite necessary. Time slipped by quietly. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the four from Mushroom House were making the final preparations for their live broadcast. The makeup artist was diligently applying cosmetics to two of the hosts and Yunei. Lu Zhexī, however, had little interest in makeup, as his flawless skin and handsome features required none. Thus, he sat alone, engrossed in his phone. It was at this moment that the live broadcast room was activated. Within mere minutes, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in. Open the door, hurry. It's 3:30 and the doors are still closed for guests? Must we truly wait until 4 o'clock? At a computer, Wang Jingyu watched the rapidly rising viewer count with delight. The swiftly scrolling comments invigorated him even more. By 3:55, Lu Zhexī and the others were seated before the camera. Yunei felt a tinge of nervousness. In film, if a mistake occurred, the director could call for a retake. However, in a live broadcast, there were no second chances. Appa, what if I say something wrong? Will the audience get angry? Lu Zhexī chuckled softly. No worries, just relax. Once the broadcast begins, we'll treat it as if we're recording a show. Hearing this, Yunei broke into a smile and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Jingyu gestured for them, indicating that the broadcast was about to commence. Suddenly, the live stream screen lit up, and Lu Zhexī and the others appeared before the audience. Wow, so many people. Hello, friends. Teacher, he waved and smiled at the camera. Teacher Huang followed suit, greeting the audience with good afternoon, everyone. Lu Zhexī and Yunei also waved at the camera in turn. Once the opening concluded, Lu Zhexī smiled and declared, today marks the first live broadcast of our Mushroom House, and we shall present to you a unique viewing experience. Instantly, comments flooded in. What unique experience? Show us. Hurry up with your performance. Appa, I love you. I only want you, nothing else. I've spammed 666 several times already. When will you start? Glancing at the comments, Lu Zhexī chuckled. No need to rush. For our first live broadcast, we must first introduce our Mushroom House. After he spoke, Teacher Huang took over to begin presenting the yard. However, the mini earthen stove they had prepared was somewhat overlooked. The audience would only learn about this once the program aired. Following Teacher Huang, Yunei introduced the family members, such as Xiao Ai and Xiao Bai. Finally, Teacher he introduced the interior of the house. During the introduction of Mushroom House, the viewers began to form an impression. At this juncture, Lu Zhexī stepped forward once more. All right, it's time for dinner. Let us begin preparing our evening meal. With that, the four of them commenced their bustling activities. Teacher Huang was exceptionally skilled at cooking. The audience wondered what dish he would prepare tonight, hoping to learn from him. Anticipation for Teacher Huang's culinary prowess was high. Yet, just as the audience awaited Teacher Huang's grand display, it was Lu Zhexī who picked up the spatula. What's going on? Is Lu Zhexī really the one cooking? I can't believe it. Don't pull a stunt. I want to learn from Teacher Huang. Yunei, noticing the comments, chimed in, Appa cooks deliciously. Teacher Huang and Teacher he can attest to that. Both Teacher Huang and Teacher he nodded in agreement. The revelation of Lu Zhexī's culinary skills during lunch had thoroughly astonished the three. According to Teacher Huang, Lu Zhexī's cooking skills were on par with his own. However, the audience remained skeptical of Yunei and the others' claims. As time passed, the viewers began to be utterly amazed. His adept knife skills dazzled the onlookers. The way he heated oil in the pan was not the performance of a novice. If I'm not mistaken, many people end up making boiled vegetables when cooking greens. He explained, but we all know why. The fear of undercooking. So how do we solve this? Here's a tip. Use plenty of oil. A hot fire and abundant oil will yield great dishes. Even in restaurants, dishes like garlic sautéed lettuce are coated in oil for this very reason. As Lu Zhexī stir-fried the vegetables, he shared his insights. Upon hearing his words, the comments exploded. That's me. No wonder restaurant greens are so oily. I see now. Thank you, Lu Zhexī, with him cooking, this time at 1 TB boiled greens. My husband is amazing. Throughout the remainder of the broadcast, Lu Zhexī pointed out potential pitfalls with each dish he cooked. Many viewers experienced a revelation, realizing the numerous tips involved in cooking. I've learned something new. In no time, the live stream's viewership soared to 4 million, with comments flooding in at an astonishing rate. Seeing these figures, Wang Zhengyu could hardly contain his delight. Thanks to Lu Zhexī's culinary prowess, the atmosphere in the live stream remained vibrant. Even after the broadcast concluded, the audience's enthusiasm remained high. With the successful conclusion of the live stream, life in Mushroom House commenced anew. The following morning, Lu Zhexī unusually refrained from picking corn, as a sudden temporary task had been issued by the system. Ding! Temporary task issued. Task description. Please find a way to win Chen Qiqi's favor, persuading her to willingly accompany you to pick corn. Success reward, 2 task points. Failure penalty, deduction of 4 task points. Task duration, within 48 hours. After reading the task, Lu Zhexī raised an attractive eyebrow. Winning over Chen Qiqi in this world was not a challenge at all. He had plenty of methods. This task issued by the system was merely a means to bestow task points upon him. Chapter 24. Deceiving Chen Qiqi. A new day dawned at Mushroom House. Early in the morning, Chen Qiqi called once more. Hello, is this Mushroom Village? Is my Buddha jumps over the wall ready? Teacher, he responded with a smile. It's already in preparation. When do you expect to arrive? I'll be there shortly. By the way, I want Buddha jumps over the wall for both lunch and dinner. A little jump for lunch and a big jump for dinner. Upon hearing this, the smile on Teacher He's face froze. Teacher Huang leaned in. Just come over. We have already prepared Buddha jumps over the wall for you. The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Is that so? I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Teacher Huang let out a cold laugh. A little jump and a big jump. When he arrives, I'll make sure he's in for a surprise. Mushroom House was eagerly awaiting the arrival of their guest. Meanwhile, the guest had already reached the small village. Ha! Everyone at Mushroom Village, why aren't you coming out to greet me? A booming laughter echoed, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in Mushroom House. Lu Zhexī's lips curled into a smile. That laugh could only belong to the mischievous Chen Qiqi. Chen Qiqi, is it you? Teacher, he looked on in astonishment as Chen Qiqi entered the courtyard. Chen Qiqi gleefully embraced Teacher He. Teacher He, are you happy to see me? Teacher He managed a strained smile. Happy? How can I not be happy? Chen Qiqi seemed oblivious to Teacher He's tone as he turned his gaze towards Lu Zhexī. Hello there. Lu Zhexī extended his hand with a smile, saying, Hi, you can call me Zhexī or Lu Zhexī. Zhexī, feel free to call me Brother Chen, he replied. Lu Zhexī remained silent, wearing a smile. Chen Qiqi then directed his attention to Yearning. Yearning, you're truly beautiful. Hello. It's a pleasure to have you as a guest at Mushroom House, she responded warmly. At that moment, Teacher Huang emerged from the house, casting a half-smile towards Chen Qiqi. So, you're the one who wants to indulge in Buddha jumps over the wall? Planning to have a little jump at noon and a grand leap in the evening? Chen Qiqi nodded eagerly. Indeed. Is everything prepared? Teacher Huang chuckled. All set. We are merely waiting for you. Chen Qiqi, brimming with excitement, asked, Are you waiting for me to start the feast? The 4 at Mushroom House exchanged glances before simultaneously stating, We're waiting for you to join us in harvesting corn. Ah, my back isn't great, and I'm allergic to ultraviolet rays. I might not be able to go. Chen Qiqi promptly declined. The others couldn't help but feel exasperated by his shamelessness. Since Chen Qiqi had arrived at Mushroom House around noon, they decided to postpone corn harvesting until the afternoon. As for Chen Qiqi, the 2 teachers had no choice but to let him decide whether to join or not. During lunch, Teacher He inquired, Qiqi, I heard you've been looking for scripts lately? Chen Qiqi nodded, yes, but none have been satisfactory. While eating, Teacher Huang suggested, why not reach out to your cousin? Not going to happen. I feel too embarrassed to approach him without a decent script, Chen Qiqi replied. Despite his decent family background, with his cousin being the renowned director Chan Kaiga, he was reluctant to exploit connections, and the teachers did not press further, respecting his choice. At that moment, Lu Zhexī suddenly interjected, A script, you say? I happen to have a good one. Upon hearing this, Yearning and the others turned their attention to Lu Zhexī, and the 2 teachers were momentarily taken aback. Zhexī, are you feeling unwell? Yearning asked anxiously, grasping Lu Zhexī's arm. Appa, you're not overworked, are you? Chen Qiqi laughed while patting Lu Zhexī's shoulder. Good buddy, though I appreciate your concern, you shouldn't deceive me like this. Before arriving, Chen Qiqi had gathered some information about Lu Zhexī from the production team, knowing he was a top-tier rich heir. Such individuals were ones Chen Qiqi was eager to befriend. If Lu Zhishu claimed to possess wealth, Chen Qichu would undoubtedly believe him. However, if he mentioned having a script, Chen Qichu was skeptical. Lu Zhishu sighed. I genuinely have a script. I'm not lying to you. The four fell silent. Observing their reaction, Lu Zhishu declared, wait for me a moment. I'll fetch it for you. A few minutes later, he emerged holding a tablet. Here, the script is on this device. Take a look. Without hesitation, the four began to browse through it. Soon, their discussion filled the air. It was a contemporary youth sitcom with a compelling and engaging plot. Comedies never go out of style, and if this show was executed well, its ratings would surely soar. Is this script written by Appa? They inquired, gazing at Lu Zhishu. He was as handsome as he was audacious. The script was from his previous life, purchased from the system shop. Yet, in this world, it was deemed an original work. I wrote this script merely for fun during my idle hours, he stated. The four exchanged astonished glances, incredulity reflected in their eyes. For fun? Is that even a legitimate expression? Lu Zhishu, feigning ignorance, asked, is there something wrong with this script? The four shook their heads, their expressions tinged with bitterness. While the script wasn't groundbreaking, it certainly wasn't lacking either. Their gazes towards Lu Zhishu varied. The two teachers were a mix of astonishment and curiosity, but mostly filled with admiration. Yunei, on the other hand, looked at him with pure adoration. Appa is truly amazing. He can harvest corn, sing, cook, write software, and now he can even write scripts. Chen Qichu's eyes were ablaze with enthusiasm as he wrapped an arm around Lu Zhishu's shoulders. Zhexī, no. I mean, Brother Lu, what do you think about this script? Lu Zhishu smiled charmingly. The implication behind Chen Qichu's words was apparent even to the dim-witted. It's not impossible to share it with you, but you can tell it's still a work in progress. Upon hearing this, Chen Qichu promptly asked, when will you be finished writing it? Could it be ready in a month? Lu Zhishu's expression turned conflicted. I'm not quite sure. My time is rather limited. I could have spent these days writing, but the debts of Mushroom House are overwhelming. I have to harvest corn daily to repay them, leaving me no time to write the script. Upon this revelation, the two teachers and Yun instantly grasped the situation. Lu Zhishu was cleverly trying to persuade Chen Qichu to join them in harvesting corn. Once they understood, they discreetly gave Lu Zhishu a thumbs up. Truly, he was their brilliant nephew, and Yunei's charming Appa. Hearing this, Chen Qichu hastily exclaimed, I can go with you to harvest corn. That way you'll have time. At that moment, teacher, he stepped in. Qichu, didn't you mention your back isn't well? Teacher Huang chimed in. Aren't you allergic to ultraviolet rays? Instantly, Chen Qichu was rendered speechless. Lu Zhishu's lips curled up slightly, but then his expression shifted. Well then, let us forget it. We can manage the corn on our own. There wasn't much corn to begin with, just about 500 or 600 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Qichu grew anxious. No, I'm fine now. My back isn't an issue anymore. It used to be. My allergy to ultraviolet rays is real, but I can take precautions, and besides, the weather is quite cool today. Trust me, with my help, you can complete the corn harvesting task ahead of schedule, and you'll have time to perfect that script. Lu Zhishu asked uncertainly, are you really capable of that? Chen Qichu confidently patted his chest, saying, of course, it's no problem at all. Lu Zhishu smiled and nodded. Then you shall join us this afternoon for corn harvesting. Chen Qichu had no objections. His concern wasn't the corn. And the script. I'll have it ready for you tonight. Brother Lu, you'll be my brother from now on. The two teachers and Yunei exchanged glances, seeing that Chen Qichu had fallen into the trap, and once again gave Lu Zhishu a thumbs up. Zhishu truly was impressive. Chapter 25. The Stunning Woman at the Airport. After finishing lunch, the group engaged in conversation for a while, but Chen Qichu soon grew restless. Shall we head out to harvest corn? The weather is splendid. It would be a shame not to. Observing Chen Qichu's anxious demeanor, teacher he and Yunei couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Huang remarked with a smile, this is the most enthusiastic guest I've ever encountered. Lu Zhishu glanced at the time. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. At this hour, they could likely harvest 700 ears of corn in 2 hours with 5 people. Since the guest was so eager to harvest corn, it would be unkind to deter him. I went to borrow an electric tricycle from Deli, and you all should change your clothes and come over. After speaking, Lu Zhishu went to change his outfit and then headed out with a backpack. Half an hour later, in the cornfield, the four at the Mushroom House, along with Chen Qichu, were all brimming with enthusiasm. From the beginning, Chen Qichu had not paused for a moment, partly for the script, but mainly because he genuinely wished to do so. Initially, he had mentioned back pain and UV allergy for the sake of the program's effect. Teacher he, drenched in sweat, noticed Chen Qichu was also sweating profusely and inquired, Qichu, are you exhausted? Chen Qichu Panting, nodded yes, but it's worth it. He turned to look at Lu Zhexī, who was fervently harvesting corn, and wondered aloud, isn't Zhexī tired? Teacher Huang chuckled. You may not know this, but since Zhexī arrived at the mushroom house, he not only harvests corn during the day, but also rises early every morning to do so. Upon hearing this, Zhexī was somewhat astonished. Is he really that impressive? Both teachers and Yearning nodded affirmatively. Zhexī is indeed remarkable. Ultimately, after 2 hours, the five not only completed the task of harvesting 700 ears of corn, but exceeded it by 73. After transporting the corn back, the two teachers, Yearning and Zhexī, collapsed in exhaustion. Observing this, Lu Zhexī suggested, how about I give you all a massage? Zhexī and Yearning were taken aback. You can massage? Is that for real? Appa, does massage relieve fatigue? Teacher Huang and Teacher He exchanged intrigued glances. Teacher He propped himself up and remarked, I actually forgot about that. Zhexī is quite skilled at massage. Teacher Huang added with a smile, I recall your massage techniques are quite impressive. Lu Zhexī nodded with a hint of reluctance. His massage skills were bestowed by the system, but he truly mastered them through practice on his aunt. With such endorsement from the teachers, Zhexī and Yearning no longer doubted him. After showering, the two teachers and Zhexī lay on the Kong bed. Lu Zhexī climbed up and began to massage each of them in turn. Suddenly, Teacher He said, Zhexī, please give Zhexī a bit more attention. His back isn't in good shape. Understood, he replied. Teacher Huang, lying there, turned his head toward Zhexī. You just finished the program yesterday, right? Zhexī nodded. I wrapped up at 9 last night. Teacher Huang continued. Then you should let Zhexī give you a full body massage to alleviate your fatigue. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Zhexī looked at Lu Zhexī. Appa, whether I can get up tomorrow depends on you. Rest assured, Lu Zhexī assured him. He first attended to the two teachers before starting on Zhexī. After just a few motions, Zhexī began to hum. Yes, right there. The pressure is just perfect. Ah, this technique is truly exceptional. Listening to Zhexī's almost euphoric sounds, Lu Zhexī wore a peculiar expression. Massaging his aunt at home was already uncomfortable for him, but now, working on Zhexī was genuinely challenging. After 40 minutes, Lu Zhexī stepped down from Zhexī. I'll go massage Yearning now. You all take a break. Go ahead, they replied. Lu Zhexī exited the bed and entered the room, which was Yearning's private space, a place he usually wouldn't enter. He knocked on the door. Oppa, come in. Once granted permission, he opened the door and was instantly met with the sight of Yearning, lying on her bed, clad in a pink nightgown, her delicate feet exposed, and her graceful collarbone visible. Yearning's cheeks flushed pink, her beautiful eyes somewhat evasive. Lu Zhexī averted his gaze, asking, Yearning, is it all right? Yearning responded softly. If it's you, Appa, then yes. Hearing this, Lu Zhexī approached. If that's the case, then please lie down properly. Yearning's face stiffened. After a moment, she pouted. Appa, you're so annoying. Despite her complaints, Yearning obediently positioned herself. Lu Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong now? If you don't lie down properly, how can I help you? Massage the front? I'm fine with it. Are you? Lu Zhexī shrugged, somewhat understanding Yearning's thoughts, but cautious not to forget his aunt's warning. Before I say anything, if you dare let another woman take advantage of you, be prepared to practice the sunflower manual. With no choice but to contend with a domineering female relative, Lu Zhexī put aside his thoughts and focused on massaging Yearning. After half an hour, Lu Zhexī exited Yearning's room. Upon leaving, he glanced down. Dem, Ive overvited. He would need to take a cold shower. After cooling off, Lu Zhexī took out his phone while drying his hair. Tomorrow marks Friday, and after the filming task, a week-long break would commence. During this week, Lu Zhexī needed to establish a company and set up the production line for sleep pillows, with numerous tasks awaiting him. Hence, he planned to return to Tianhai tomorrow evening and needed to book a flight. After securing the tickets, Yearning's voice echoed from the kitchen. Appa, dinner's ready. All right, I'll be right there. At the dining table, everyone gazed at the freshly prepared Buddha jumps over the wall, salivating in anticipation. The labor they had shared today had culminated in this exquisite dish, leading to a joyful meal for all. After dinner, Zhexī pulled Lu Zhexī aside. Lugu, look at this script. You can write while I watch, right? Sure, I'll boil some water first and brew you a pot of tea. Half an hour later, Zhexī's astonished voice echoed from the mushroom house. Lugu, you're incredible. I'm truly impressed. I have completely acknowledged your skills. Zhexī gazed at the completed script, genuinely awestruck by Lu Zhexī's talent. Ding. Temporary task completed. Rewards have been granted. Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow and remarked, basic skills. No need to flaunt. Throughout the night, Zhexī remained in a state of extreme excitement. Eventually, it was Teacher He who insisted he go to bed early. prompting him to set aside the script. The following day, the four at the mushroom house, including Zhexī, slept until 8 or 9 o'clock. After all, the previous day had been quite exhausting, and Zhexī had been tirelessly harvesting corn for several days. Now that debts were settled, it was time to relax, especially with the afternoon off, which thrilled Zhexī and made him wish for time to pass more quickly. In his previous life as a student, every Friday afternoon after the last class marked the beginning of a holiday. His current feelings mirrored those of his school days. The day's filming passed in a whirlwind of excitement. At 5 in the afternoon, the mushroom house officially commenced its break, with each person going their separate ways. During the week-long holiday, the four at the mushroom house had their own plans. Teacher he intended to return to Zhengqing. Yunei would head back to Korea to attend to some matters, and Teacher Huang was set to begin assembling a crew. At Tianhai, Hangzhou International Airport, a woman captured the attention of numerous travelers passing by, clad in a sleek black bodycon dress and black stockings. Her exquisite visage and alluring figure were a sight to behold. All travelers, regardless of gender, found themselves irresistibly drawn to her. Yet despite the allure, none dared to approach her. Perhaps they were intimidated by the imposing figures of the few men in black suits accompanying her. Or perhaps they felt no one was worthy of her presence. Chapter 26. For the sake of money, compromise was made. Suddenly, all surrounding travelers appeared momentarily dazed, for they witnessed the woman smile, a smile that was breathtakingly beautiful. As she laughed, she walked forward, her gaze fixed on a young man, a remarkably handsome young man. To put it plainly, extraordinarily attractive. The young man also wore a broad smile as he hastened toward the woman. "Auntie," he exclaimed, lifting her into his arms and spinning her around several times. The woman laughed joyfully. The onlookers initially assumed they were a long-separated couple, ready to applaud. But upon hearing the young man's affectionate address, they lowered their hands. It turned out they were simply aunt and nephew. Since they were relatives, applause seemed inappropriate. Before long, the woman linked her arm with the young man's, and the two departed amidst laughter and chatter. Upon returning home, Song CS stood before Zhexī. She reached out, playfully pinching his cheeks. Though her grip was gentle, Zhexī let out a yelp. "Oh, Annie, that hurts." With her eyes narrowed in amusement, she continued her playful assault. "You know what pain is? When your face hurts, just let go, and it will be fine. But what about the pain in my heart?" Zhexī quickly patted his chest, reassuringly. "Auntie, don't worry. I promise I'll accompany you to and from work every day, never leaving your side." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. "Really?" "Of course," he replied eagerly. "Then what about your company? Are you not going to establish it?" Zhexī's expression stiffened momentarily. His aunt regarded him with a knowing smirk. He found himself in a dilemma. If he accompanied her to work every day, starting the company would be nearly impossible. However, failing to do so would yield severe consequences. As Zhexī grappled with this predicament, his aunt pinched his cheek again. "I have already secured an office for your company in the Liao building. I've organized a recruitment fair for you tomorrow. You can hire some talents in finance and operations to kickstart your company's operations." Upon hearing this, Zhexī felt a mix of surprise and acceptance. This was typical of his aunt. She loved him dearly and always ensured he had everything he needed. He embraced her tightly. "Annie, I've grown up. I can handle things on my own." She returned the embrace, chuckling softly. "I know, but I just can't help myself." Hearing this, Zhexī could only hold her closer. "But, Annie, could you please stop moving around?" "Not a chance." Resigned, Zhexī released her and posed a question worth pondering. "Annie, who else do you mean by we?" She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "Guess." Zhexī felt a sense of inevitability wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, "Sister Xian, has she returned to the country?" His aunt's eyes sparkled with delight. At the sight of her expression, Zhexī knew he had guessed correctly. It was, after all, quite easy to deduce. The only individuals his aunt would refer to as ours were her closest friends. Among them, only Lin Xian possessed managerial capabilities that matched his aunt's. "Put down my bag, wash your hands, and I'll prepare a late-night snack for you," she instructed. Zhexī nodded. "I want extra meat strips." "I know," she replied. In the kitchen, while his aunt boiled noodles, Zhexī held an orange, sharing segments with her as they chatted. "Auntie, I've truly grown up." She turned her head to assess him, then licked her lips playfully. "Grown up, have you?" "I'm not so sure." Zhexī felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Auntie, I'm serious. From childhood to now, you've always cared for me. Now, it's time for me to take care of you." 10 years ago, when Zhexī first arrived in this world, his parents had just passed away. The responsibility of caring for him fell upon Song Xie, who was merely 4 years his senior. At that time, Lu Zhexī had attempted to resist, not wanting to be treated like a child. Though his physical body was 12, his mental age surpassed 20. However, his aunt's methods were far too effective. For the past decade, Lu Zhexī had felt like a monkey, never managing to escape his aunt's grasp. Now at 22, it was high time he broke free. The kitchen fell silent, save for the bubbling of the noodles. After a moment, his aunt turned her head, her sultry eyes blinking playfully. Tell me about your reasons for starting a company in this pillow project. Lu Zhexī knew she was shifting the topic, but he had no choice. Starting a company wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. I can't just stay home forever. His aunt shot him a sideways glance, a faint smile gracing her lips. That reason is barely acceptable. With a steady demeanor, Lu Zhexī continued. The pillow project is a black technology product developed by my lab. It's a sleep-enhancing pillow. His aunt's eyes widened in surprise. When did you start a lab? For a few years now, he replied, adding, I'll have a surprise for you soon. Just wait for me. With that, he dashed out of the kitchen. Moments later, he returned, holding a pillow resembling a U-shaped design, equipped with 4 small hypnotic devices around its soft groove. Each device was the size of a thumb and contained a set of brainwave patterns tailored to sync with the human brain. The essence of the sleep-enhancing pillow lay within these 4 devices. Annie, this is the sleep pillow my lab developed. It can improve insomnia and promote brain development. You should try it tonight. His aunt accepted the pillow with a hint of skepticism. Examining it closely, she still couldn't discern anything extraordinary. However, since it was a gift from her beloved nephew, she resolved to use it that night, regardless of its efficacy. In the dead of night, after ensuring her files were saved and backed up, Zhexī closed her computer, preparing for sleep. Before lying down, she spotted the sleep pillow on her nightstand. Picking it up, she scrutinized it once more, but it still appeared to be an ordinary pillow. Its shape wasn't her preferred style. Oh well, it's a gift from my dear nephew. Even if it feels uncomfortable or proves ineffective, I'll use it from now on. With that decision made, she placed the sleep pillow comfortably and began to drift off. At 1:30 in the morning, in a certain apartment complex in Tianhai, a light still shone from one of the floors. Su Yuan sat at a desk, gazing at the computer screen, letting out a sigh of relief. On the computer screen lies a brief introduction. Tomorrow, he is set to attend an interview for the position of marketing manager at a company with an impressive name, Super Dimension Technology. However, it is a newly registered entity, lacking any operational history. Su Yuan, at the age of 36, is a true elite. He possesses a decade's worth of experience in marketing management, having earned an annual salary exceeding $1 million at his previous company. During his time off after resigning, he received numerous invitations. Yet ultimately, he chose to apply to Super Dimension Technology, lured by the exceedingly attractive salary they offered. He harbored skepticism towards the phrase on the company profile about changing the world with cutting-edge technology. Based on his experience, companies that make grandiose claims often lack substantial capabilities. In the past, such companies were hardly worth a glance from him. However, for the sake of financial gain, he compromised, reasoning that he could always leave with the money if need be. Chapter 27. On board a pirate ship. The following morning, Zhexī awoke, and, after a leisurely stretch while sitting on the edge of her bed, was suddenly taken aback. It seemed she had not suffered from insomnia the previous night, and currently, her mental state felt remarkably invigorated. Upon further reflection, she was utterly astonished. She glanced at her sleep pillow, a mixture of shock and disbelief washing over her. After a moment, she murmured, "It seems my little treasure is on the verge of taking flight." At 8 in the morning, her aunt's private car came to a halt in front of a villa within the residential complex. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian, clad in a professional suit akin to her aunt's, appeared. She was strikingly beautiful with an enviable figure, yet her expression was rather stoic. Lu Zhexī greeted her with a smile. "Sister Xian, it's been a while." Lin Xian entered the car and cast a fleeting glance at Lu Zhexī. Her voice was cool and melodious. "What are your thoughts on today's job fair?" In response, Lu Zhexī remarked, "We are interviewing for the positions of finance and marketing manager, along with a few other significant executive roles. Other staff, Sister Xian, will take care of the interviews. I need to purchase a factory today to set up the production line." Lin Xian furrowed her delicate brows. "Are you certain you wish to venture into the pillow market?" Lu Zhexī nodded and shook his head. "Yes and no. My laboratory has developed a sleep pillow that can alleviate insomnia issues." After saying this, he produced a sleep pillow. Lin Xian took it, momentarily dazed. "A laboratory? Solving insomnia issues? Is this truly the Lu Zhexī I know?" The Leah building is the headquarters of Leah Company, which is involved in cosmetics and a variety of services for women. At this moment, the 6th floor of the Leah building was bustling with activity. Many young men and women gathered there, resumes in hand, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. I checked, and Super Dimension Technology is a newly established company focused on cutting-edge technology. Honestly, do you really believe what company profiles say these days? I don't. An obscure company attempting to delve into advanced technology? I'm only here because of the appealing salary. Like-minded individuals, indeed. I plan to work for a few months, and if the company fails to thrive, I will promptly depart. Around 8:30 in the morning, Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian arrived at the 6th floor of the Lia building. Upon seeing the throngs of people at the entrance, Lu Zhexī felt a surge of happiness. However, he quickly reconsidered. Most of these individuals were likely drawn by the promise of high salaries. When Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian made their appearance, the applicants paused momentarily. Could these two be here for job hunting? They wondered. Is it acceptable for one so handsome and the other so beautiful to seek employment? Yet, as they witnessed Lu Zhexī opening the company door, the realization dawned upon them that these two were indeed company representatives. Lu Zhexī clapped his hands and announced, "Everyone here for the interviews, please line up orderly, one by one." At this, the crowd fell silent. Su Yuan stepped forward, uncertainly inquiring, "May I ask if you are executives from Super Dimension Technology?" Lu Zhexī nodded affirmatively. He gestured to Lin Xian, stating, "This is our president, Ms. Lin Xian. Today, Ms. Lin and I will be conducting the interviews." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere turned palpably tense, as if one could hear a pin drop. Su Yuan's eyelids flickered. "Excuse me, does your company consist solely of Ms. Lin and yourself?" Lu Zhexī nodded again. This was the truth, with nothing to conceal. Instantly, the environment grew cacophonous. How did I end up choosing this company? Two people running a company? Are you certain this qualifies as a company? Anxiety began to wash over him. Soon, individuals began to shake their heads and depart. Before long, fewer than a third of the candidates remained. Su Yuan's expression twisted in turmoil. He regretted his decision, especially as he had never anticipated that Super Dimension Technology was merely a duo. He cast a resentful glance at Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian. "You have a company with only two people and yet seek to hire a marketing manager? Do you have a market to develop?" Lu Zhexī, unfazed by the scrutiny, smiled and replied, "If you all wish to join us, please line up. The interviews will commence shortly." Upon hearing Lu Zhexī's words, the crowd exchanged glances, grappling with their choices. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and became the first to line up. With the first participant, others soon followed, second, third, and so on. Lu Zhexī surveyed the orderly queue and smiled. He turned to Lin Xian, "Sister Xian, shall we begin?" Lin Xian nodded slightly and entered the prepared room, with Lu Zhexī closely behind. Su Yuan was the first to step into the room. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Good day, Ms. Lin. My name is Su Yuan, and I am here to interview for the position of marketing manager. Here is my resume." After handing his resume to Lin Xian, she reviewed it briefly before passing it to Lu Zhexī. She then looked up and asked, "If Super Dimension Technology currently has a pillow project, what strategies would you implement to penetrate the market?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan pondered briefly before responding. "The pillow market is currently saturated. If the company wishes to enter this sector, it must produce differentiated products." Lin Xian nodded, prompting him for more detail. Su Yuan contemplated further. "Our target demographic should be individuals aged 25 to 45, as they generally face significant life and work pressures, resulting in poor sleep quality. If the company can focus on improving sleep, there may still be a glimmer of hope. However, to break into the market, we must present a corresponding product. Market advancement hinges on the characteristics and functionalities of the product. If we offer a pillow with distinctive features, I could devise a suitable marketing plan. If it is a generic pillow, there would be no need for an aggressive market push. It could simply be sold in retail stores." Upon concluding his thoughts, Su Yuan turned to Lin Xian, who nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhexī had finished reviewing Su Yuan's resume. From the details provided, it was evident that Su Yuan was an elite candidate. Entrusting him with the establishment of the marketing department posed no concern. Lu Zhexī leaned closer to Lin Xian and whispered, "Xian, Su Yuan seems quite decent. What do you think?" Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Observing her response, Lu Zhexī turned to Su Yuan with a smile. "Can you start working today?" Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "In that case, please take a seat and join us for the interview." "Huh?" Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Lu Zhexī, with a hint of resignation, replied, "As it stands, our company consists of only the three of us." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's first instinct was to retract his decision and withdraw. However, he ultimately sat down. Lu Zhexī found himself in a predicament. Initially, his aunt had prepared numerous talents for him, but later she refrained from doing so. She mentioned that she could not interfere too much with his company. Nonetheless, she assured him that he could always reach out to her if needed. Once Su Yuan settled in, the interview resumed. The newcomers entering the room were surprised to see Su Yuan seated there. Yet, despite their astonishment, the interview continued. An hour later, Lu Zhexī slipped away. He was neither fatigued nor shirking responsibility. The company was nearly established, and he needed to set up the production line for the sleep pillows. After Lu Zhexī departed, Su Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity. He quietly inquired of Lin Xian, General Manager Lin, "Are we truly venturing into the pillow market?" Lin Xian nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed." Su Yuan hastily advised, "General Manager, aren't we a cutting-edge technology company?" Lin Xian glanced at him and replied coolly, "You will understand why a cutting-edge technology company would delve into pillows during this afternoon's meeting." Hearing this, Su Yuan opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. What connection could there possibly be between cutting-edge technology and pillows? He could only sigh inwardly, realizing that having boarded this ship of fate, there was no turning back. Chapter 28. A bit cunning on the top floor of the Leah building, Lu Zhexī emerged from his private elevator. Upon reaching the president's office, he knocked on the door. A cold voice replied, "Please come in." Lu Zhexī pushed the door open to find his aunt seated at her desk, diligently attending to official matters. "Little darling, what brings you here?" His aunt did not look up, but wore a faint smile. Lu Zhexī moved behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. His aunt flipped through the documents in her hands, seemingly indifferent to his gestures. "Aunt, I remember that Leah Company has quite a few factory buildings, correct?" "Indeed. There are plenty, many of which are idle." However, Lu Zhexī understood the implication behind her words. Conditions were negotiable. His aunt's lips curled into a smile, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "If my little darling can," Lu Zhexī quickly interjected, "and if you grant me access to the factory buildings, I will set up the production line today and can remain in the office with you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, his aunt extended her fair fingers and pressed a button on her desk phone. "Inger, please come in." Shortly thereafter, a tall woman in professional attire entered, the secretary, Wu Ying. "President." His aunt handed her a document. "Coordinate the handover of the suburban factories with Zhexī." Wu Ying promptly acknowledged, understood. She turned to Lu Zhexī and said, "Mr. Lu, please follow me." Half an hour later, Lu Zhexī exited the Leah building, clutching his aunt's car keys. In an industrial park on the outskirts of the city, a balding middle-aged man escorted Lu Zhexī into a factory. "Mr. Lu, this factory spans 10,000 square meters. There are 3 in total, and if you find this insufficient, you will need to consult the company." Lu Zhexī nodded. "I understand. You may leave now." "All right." A few minutes later, after surveying the factory, Lu Zhexī accessed the system. "System, how large is a sleep pillow production line?" "Ding." According to System Diagnostics, this factory can accommodate 2 sleep pillow production lines. Each line requires 10 small robotic workers to operate. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī pondered thoughtfully. With 2 production lines per factory and 3 factories available, a total of 6 production lines could be established. Each line could produce 10,000 sleep pillows per day, amounting to a total daily output of 60,000 pillows. However, upon calculation, he realized the output seemed somewhat low. "Never mind. Let us set up the production lines first. We can always purchase additional capacity later if needed." Having made his decision, Lu Zhexī entered the tech city and opted to purchase 6 sleep pillow production lines. A tremendous sound reverberated through the factory as one production line was installed. Intrigued by the sight of the elongated production line, Lu Zhexī approached and discovered a display screen. He tapped it, and the screen illuminated, accompanied by a voice announcing, "Verifying identity, please wait." An infrared scan swept over Lu Zhexī. Verification successful. Lu Zhexī looked down at the screen, which displayed various operational menus along with his identity information. Name, Lu Zhexī. Identity, boss. Authority, highest. After a brief glance, he exited the interface. 20 minutes later, all 6 sleep pillow production lines were fully installed. Next, he needed to consider the small robotic workers. Entering the tech city, Lu Zhexī made a bulk purchase of 60 small robotic workers. Soon, 60 robust figures appeared before him. "Hello, boss." Lu Zhexī nodded slightly. "Can you all start working now?" One of the small robots replied, "Of course, boss. As long as we have sufficient materials, the production line can commence." Lu Zhexī waved his hand. "In that case, I'll arrange for the materials to be delivered this afternoon, and you can begin production." The small robot nodded in agreement, then inquired, "Boss, how will our wages be calculated?" Lu Zhexī's eyes widened in astonishment. "Aren't you robots? Do you require wages?" The small robot replied, "Boss, while I may be a robot, in this world, we are akin to humans. For confidentiality, Each robot possesses identification, family background, and we require food, sleep, water, etc. Thus we naturally need wages. Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, these are not robots. They're essentially real people. How about 6,000 a month, with meals and accommodation included? Is that acceptable? All the robots grinned in approval. Just as Zhexī intended to leave, he was halted by one of the small robots. Boss, if you wish to ensure the production line operates around the clock, you need to add an additional 10 small robots to each line. Upon hearing this, Zhexī comprehended the situation. These robots were indeed sentient beings. They too required rest and sleep. He sighed, realizing that he had initially hoped to gain free labor through technological investment, only to discover that he had overestimated the situation. Upon re-entering the technological city, Zhexī made a direct purchase of 100 small work robots. Among them, 4 were female, destined to serve as bodyguards for his aunt and sister Xian. There were no further inquiries, right? One of the small robots shook its head. Boss, this factory lacks any accommodation for us. We can construct our own dwellings, but we require funds. Additionally, we would like to request an advance on 1 month's wages. Zhexī, tapping his forehead in exasperation, asked, "Do you possess a bank account?" "Yes," came the reply. Without hesitation, Zhexī produced his phone and initiated a transfer, generously sending over 5 million. Now, surely there are no issues left? All the small robots grinned widely. None at all, none at all. Say travels, boss. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhexī took a few steps before turning back. Please note down my phone number. Later, procure a mobile phone and send me your contact details. No problem, boss, but about the money for the phone. Zhexī's lips twitched. Did I not just give you 5 million? Understood, boss. Please go. Do you require our assistance in escorting you out? Growing weary of the banter, Zhexī called upon the 4 female robots and departed. On the way back to Leah building, curiosity piqued within Zhexī. System, are you certain those small robots are indeed robots? The chatter from that last one seemed rather audacious. A hint of uncertainty began to creep in. Is it truly possible for a robot to utter such words? Ding. In response to the host, they are indeed robots, albeit equipped with the most advanced intelligent chips. Each small robot is endowed with a unique emotional behavior code, ensuring they exhibit no discernible difference from ordinary humans. Enlightened by this revelation, Zhexī understood that the robots were not at fault. He simply encountered one with an unusually cheeky disposition. Chapter 29, Astonishing the World? In the Leah building, on the floor housing the Super Dimension Technology Company, the recruitment process had concluded. Lin Xian found herself unable to articulate her feelings regarding the morning's hiring event. For Super Dimension Technology, merely securing new employees was a commendable achievement. In the conference room, the over 20 newly recruited individuals were crammed together. Lin Xian, seated at the head of the table, began, "Our company primarily designs cutting-edge technology products, and the Sleep Pillow project is our inaugural offering. The purpose of the Sleep Pillow is straightforward, to enhance the quality of sleep. The finest Sleep Pillow guarantees that individuals can fall asleep within 3 minutes and quickly enter deep slumber." Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent, particularly Su Yuan, whose jaw dropped in disbelief. If this were true, Super Dimension Technology would have limitless prospects. While speaking, Lin Xian produced a sleep pillow. This is the Sleep Pillow. As everyone gazed at the oddly shaped pillow on the table, a sense of bewilderment washed over them. Is this truly the Sleep Pillow? Lin, are you joking? This appears to be an ordinary pillow. Lin Xian chose not to respond to their incredulous stares. I share this information to reassure everyone. Super Dimension Technology is not a fraudulent company. We possess the capability to astonish the world. At these words, silence enveloped the room. Anyone can shout slogans, but how many can actually deliver? The market is ever-changing, birthing countless giants while simultaneously burying numerous fledgling enterprises. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Zhexī strode in. Is everyone in a meeting? May I interject? His gaze was fixed on Lin Xian, clearly seeking her permission. Su Yuan and the others stared at Zhexī in bewilderment. Lin is conducting a meeting. Your abrupt entrance is already quite impolite, and now you wish to interject? Lin Xian nodded. You are the boss. Feel free to speak. Upon hearing Lin Xian refer to Zhexī as boss, everyone was momentarily stunned. Boss. He is the boss. Unfazed by their astonished looks, Zhexī smiled and stated, First matter. The production line for the Sleep Pillow has been resolved. Second matter. The Sleep Pillow is our company's second cutting-edge product. The first is the Super Dimension CPU Intelligent Control Software. At this declaration, many in the conference room sprang to their feet, their shock unabashedly displayed on their faces. Boss, are you saying the super dimension CPU intelligent control software belongs to our company? Lu Zhexī shrugged. What else would it be called? Why else would it be named super dimension CPU intelligent control software? At this, a few individuals exhaled slowly, gradually resuming their seats. They had made a decision. They would not leave. There was no way they could abandon this company. They intended to remain indefinitely. The others, who were initially baffled, gazed on in astonishment. Lu Zhexī smiled, activating the conference room projector to present the super dimension CPU intelligent control software. Minutes later, everyone sat in stunned silence, staring at Lu Zhexī. Lin Xian furrowed her brows. Had she truly become so opaque to him in just a year or two abroad? I've already signed cooperation agreements with companies like Huawei, 4 Stars, and Rice. Henceforth, this software will be under corporate management. Here are the contact details and address for the sleep pillow production facility, along with the address for the pillow material warehouse. Finishing his statement, Lu Zhexī surveyed the room with a smile. Everyone who has entered this conference room has been acknowledged by the company, and I hope you will also come to recognize the company. Please do not lose faith in the company, nor should you adopt a lethargic attitude towards work. Hearing Lu Zhexī's words, many in the conference room felt a pang of guilt. Many had originally harbored intentions of merely making a quick buck and then fleeing. However, witnessing the boss unveil the super dimension CPU intelligent control software significantly altered their perceptions of the company. Lu Zhexī continued, "You may find it hard to believe in the efficacy of the sleep pillow, but that is perfectly fine. This afternoon, I will send someone to deliver a few sleep pillows for you to take home and try tonight. As the saying goes, let the horse run to see if it is a donkey or a horse." With that, Lu Zhexī took a seat, signaling for the meeting to resume. Once the meeting reconvened, the atmosphere had markedly improved compared to the initial tension. Everyone eagerly participated in discussions regarding the company's burgeoning issues, offering their insights. A newfound vigor enveloped the room. The arrival of Lu Zhexī with the super dimension CPU intelligent control software had instilled a sense of promise within the company. They desired to stay, and to do so, they needed to demonstrate their worth to both the boss and Lin Xian. An hour later, Lu Zhexī accompanied Lin Xian back to her office. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian suddenly turned to face him. She slightly raised her head, locking eyes with Lu Zhexī. "You have become inscrutable to me." Lu Zhexī paused momentarily, asking, "Was I so transparent to you before?" In that moment, Lin Xian found herself momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhexī chuckled softly and clapped his hands. 2 petite robotic assistants entered the room. "Here are the bodyguards I arranged for you." Lin Xian cast a nonchalant glance at the 2 robots. Not needed. With that, she approached her desk and began her work. Lu Zhexī shrugged his shoulders and instructed the small robots, "Make sure to protect Sister Xian." Understood. After Lu Zhexī departed from Lin Xian's office, she finally lifted her gaze. In her enchanting eyes, a lingering sense of doubt and curiosity resided. Upon exiting Lin Xian's office, Lu Zhexī made his way directly to the top floor. He had promised his aunt that he would accompany her to and from work. Just as Song Xie placed the document down, Lu Zhexī walked in. "Sweetheart, you're here. I just ordered food to be delivered. Come join me for lunch." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan returned home with a sleep pillow in hand. Throughout his journey, he fiddled with the pillow. Following the midday meeting, Su Yuan had set aside his previously dismissive attitude towards the company. However, he still harbored some skepticism regarding the pillow's purported efficacy. After all, no institution had successfully resolved his insomnia over the years. Now, his boss presented a mere pillow, claiming it could remedy his sleeplessness. It seemed rather implausible. After taking a shower, Su Yuan emerged to find his wife preparing the pillow for him. "Darling, I'm going to sleep with a different pillow tonight." His wife looked puzzled. "You struggle with sleep. How can you rest without this pillow? Are you planning to skip work tomorrow?" Su Yuan shook his head with a rueful smile. "It's unavoidable. It's a requirement from the company." Due to the immense work pressure, Su Yuan's insomnia had become quite severe, resulting in poor sleep quality. He relied on his habitual sleeping position and familiar pillow to secure a semblance of rest. Upon hearing this, his wife promptly expressed her discontent. "I don't care. At the office, you belong to your boss. But at home and in bed, you're under my jurisdiction." Su Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Ultimately, after several rounds of persuasion, his wife reluctantly agreed. Before sleeping, Su Yuan gazed at the sleep pillow below him and sighed. "Boss, I hope you haven't deceived me." The following morning, Su Yuan Godadoli walked in. Beside him, his wife was already asleep. At that moment, his wife's face was painted with astonishment. "Darling, do you realize? You slept remarkably well last night. During the night, when I went to the bathroom, I accidentally made a bit of noise, yet you didn't wake up." Isn't that incredible? I've always been cautious not to move too much, fearing I would disturb you. Listening to his wife's excited words and feeling his own physical state, Su Yuan immediately glanced down at the sleep pillow. His wife, realizing the significance, also turned her gaze to the pillow. The couple exchanged a look, and the shock was palpable in their eyes. Darling, could it be true? Of course it is. With that, Su Yuan rolled out of bed and began dressing. I'm heading to the office now. What? Aren't you having breakfast? I'll eat on the way, he replied, swiftly exiting the room. As Su Yuan drove towards the company, his face was alight with excitement, barely concealing his emotions. He gazed towards the company, envisioning a colossal entity taking root and flourishing. This great entity would transform the world and leave it in awe, and he would be fortunate enough to witness it all. He believed this would become the most cherished memory of his life. Chapter 30. Pseudo-high technology? Upon arriving at the company, Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He noticed that many colleagues had already arrived. Manager Su, you're here early too. The others greeted him. Su Yuan smiled in response. It seems we all share the same sentiment. Nods of agreement followed. They were all astonished by the miraculous effects of the sleep pillow. Each individual present had, to some degree, experienced insomnia or restless sleep. However, after using the sleep pillow last night, they had slept extraordinarily well and awoke refreshed. Seeing his energized colleagues, Su Yuan felt a sense of kinship. Perhaps we were about to witness the birth of a miracle. The others nodded once more. The company's presentation of the CPU intelligent control software and the sleep pillow demonstrated the strength of the research and development team behind it. In the 21st century, scientific technology is the foremost productive force. If your technology is ahead of the world, you can establish a monopoly. Undoubtedly, the most profitable business is one that holds a monopoly. The CPU intelligent control software and the sleep pillow presented by the company had achieved absolute monopolies in their respective fields. After chatting for a while, Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian made their appearance. Lu Zhexī was somewhat astonished. How long have you all been here? Su Yuan quickly approached Lu Zhexī and bowed slightly. Boss, I must apologize. Initially, I underestimated the company, even coming in with the mindset of simply drawing a salary. Now I realize I was mistaken, and I am willing to lower my salary. After Su Yuan spoke, several others hastily approached, all expressing similar sentiments. Lu Zhexī paused for a moment before smiling. It's all right. It's only natural. I understand. However, from now on, I hope you can dedicate yourselves to the company's work. As for your proposal to reduce your salary, that is unnecessary. Talents like you deserve such compensation. Hearing Lu Zhexī's words, Su Yuan and the others felt a surge of emotion. Rest assured, boss, we will work diligently. Lu Zhexī smiled in response, clearly looking forward to their commitment. Following their morning conversation, the company visibly radiated vitality. Lin Xian accepted the coffee that Lu Zhexī had prepared for her. Why are you still here? Lu Zhexī was momentarily caught off guard. He had come to hand over the CPU intelligent control software and the sleep pillow. Now that the transfer was complete, he can indeed leave. But is it inappropriate for me to leave now? Lin Xian replied coolly, if you think it's inappropriate, then help me deal with these documents. At her words, Lu Zhexī awkwardly retrieved a pile of documents from the desk. These documents were the marketing plans that Su Yuan and his team had devised for the sleep pillow. The sleep pillow had already entered production, and its type could be easily modified. Su Yuan and his team had created a comprehensive market expansion strategy. For instance, they planned to aggressively promote the product to penetrate the market forcefully. They firmly believed that once a portion of the populace began using the sleep pillow, the aggressive market entry would be deemed a success. Subsequently, further promotion would not require the company's intervention. Those users would naturally advocate for it. After reviewing the documents, Lu Zhexī raised his head and said, I have an idea. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian lifted her gaze. While we forcefully enter the market, we could hold free sleep pillow trial events in major shopping malls across Tianhai City. Allow users to experience it for 3 days and then gather feedback to reach a broader audience. To enhance the credibility of the sleep pillow, we could also send it to various medical institutions for evaluation. Lin Xian furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, could medical institutions potentially decipher the core of the sleep-inducing pillow? Lu Zhexī chuckled softly and replied, they lack the capability, or rather, no one in this world possesses the means to unravel the mystery of the sleep-inducing pillow. Upon hearing Lu Zhexī's confident assertion, Lin Xian felt a flicker of curiosity. Her beautiful eyes blinked unusually. However, she suppressed the intrigue within her. Arrogance often leads to folly. Lu Zhexī smirked slightly, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He wasn't being arrogant. Rather, he held unwavering confidence in the sleep-inducing pillow. The core code embedded in the hypnotic device was crafted in X language. How could anyone unfamiliar with this language possibly comprehend it? Lu Zhexī rose and departed from Lin Xian's office. He meandered through the company, offering words of encouragement to the enthusiastic employees. Subsequently, he took the elevator straight to the top floor. "Annie, I have arrived," he announced. Song Xie nodded slightly. Noticing his aunt was preoccupied, Lu Zhexī chose not to disturb her, collapsing onto the sofa instead. The mundane days always seemed to pass swiftly. Before he knew it, 3 days had quietly elapsed. During this time, Lu Zhexī maintained a disciplined routine, visiting the office at noon and in the afternoon, then returning to his aunt's office to play the obedient nephew. In the evenings, he occasionally kept in touch with his 2 teachers and Yuna. On this particular day, after exiting his aunt's office, Lu Zhexī made his way downstairs. Today marked the event where Super Dimension Technology held free trials in various shopping malls. Given the significance of the occasion, Lu Zhexī deemed it necessary to witness the event firsthand. In the atrium of Hang Lung Plaza, a high platform had been erected, surrounded by eager onlookers. Banners and slogans promoting the sleep-inducing pillow adorned the hall. Su Yuan, the marketing manager, was personally overseeing the event. The public, however, remained largely unfamiliar with and skeptical of the sleep-inducing pillow. Su Yuan, undeterred, stood on the platform with a microphone in hand. It is natural for everyone to suspect that Super Dimension Technology is engaging in false advertising. After all, the issue of insomnia has long remained unresolved, but I assure you, we have achieved it today. Please direct your attention to the large screen. The certification report displayed comes from 10 of the nation's leading medical institutions. You may visit their official websites to view this report. Within these documents, you will find that the sleep-inducing pillow developed by Super Dimension Technology guarantees that individuals will fall asleep within 3 minutes and enter deep sleep within half an hour. As the audience absorbed this information alongside the certification reports, their interest began to peak. Noticing some individuals showing signs of curiosity, Su Yuan continued, "You may not be well versed in the intricacies of sleep. Allow me to elaborate further." As Su Yuan eloquently elaborated, Lu Zhexī stood among the crowd, observing the people around him. A couple in front of him engaged in a hushed debate. "Dear, if this sleep-inducing pillow truly works, I must have one," the wife insisted. "Honey, do you really believe in this fraudulent high-tech product? How much money have we wasted trying to cure your insomnia?" The husband retorted, "I don't care. Your insomnia is severe, and we cannot overlook any glimmer of hope." Lu Zhexī pondered upon their conversation, discerning that the public harbored significant wariness towards high-tech products. While the sleep-inducing pillow boasted remarkable efficacy, its very power seemed to breed skepticism among the masses. Why? Because they had been deceived too many times. At that moment, Su Yuan paused on the platform. "I understand your disbelief, but fret not. You can experience it for yourselves. We sincerely invite everyone to come up and receive a sleep-inducing pillow for free. You may try it for 3 days at no cost. Should it fail to deliver results, you have nothing to lose. Moreover, the first 100 participants will receive a 200 yuan trial bonus." Su Yuan concluded, eagerly anticipating the crowd's response. However, after a considerable wait, no one approached the stage. Just then, the couple in front of Lu Zhexī made their move. The wife stepped forward, announcing, "I'm willing to give it a try." The husband, caught off guard, could only sigh in resignation. Su Yuan, witnessing the first brave soul, could hardly contain his excitement. With one person taking the plunge, others soon followed suit. Lu Zhexī remained uncertain whether these individuals were motivated by the sleep-inducing pillow itself or by the allure of the 200 yuan. Nevertheless, once someone began using it, the first step had been taken. Chapter 31. Those who reject the sleep-inducing pillow are foolish. The free trial event for the sleep-inducing pillow at Hang Lung Plaza and other shopping centers did not create a significant stir. Everyone at Super Dimension Technology had mentally prepared for this outcome. No one harbored the illusion that a little-known company could earn the trust and admiration of the public upon its first product launch. However, by the end of the day, over 1,000 sleep-inducing pillows have been distributed across the various malls, instilling a sense of hope in many. As for the couple who stood before Lu Zhexī, they returned home only to find themselves embroiled in an argument. "Why would you believe in such a scam?" The husband exclaimed. "I only want what's best for you. How many hours do you actually sleep at night? I calculated it, and you barely get 2 hours, spending the rest in a light sleep state. If this continues, it could cost you your health. I know you mean well, but this pseudo-high-tech product is nothing but a deception," the wife countered. "I don't care. Even if it is a fraud, you must try it. Just what if, it actually cures your insomnia?" The husband, resigned to his wife's fervor, felt helpless yet understanding. He recognized her intentions were rooted in love. Gazing at the sleep-inducing pillow in his hands, he sighed softly. Fine, I'll trust it this once. After all, having been deceived so many times, what is one more? When his wife emerged from the bathroom, she snatched the sleep-inducing pillow from his grasp. Following the instructions, she set the parameters for sleep onset and deep sleep duration. Once configured, she positioned the pillow at her husband's sleeping end. Do not move it, she instructed. The husband, with a wry smile, nodded in acquiescence. He then rested his head upon the sleep-inducing pillow and closed his eyes. Dear, look, it's not working. I can't fall asleep, he protested. Be quiet. I said it for 3 minutes, she replied. All right then. Honey, silence, there's still 30 seconds left. Fine. I still don't believe it. You think this worn-out pillow can make me sleep in 30 seconds? I just don't understand how you could. As he spoke, his voice trailed off into silence. The wife, taken aback, leaned closer to her husband and heard the faint sound of his snores. Half an hour later, tears streamed down her face as she covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Over the years, her husband had sacrificed so much for their family. Their entire household's ability to reside in their humble abode was due to his relentless toil. His hard-earned money came at the cost of his health, and his most pressing issue was the struggle with insomnia. Sometimes the distress is so profound that one cannot find slumber for an entire night, leaving one in a state of heightened excitement. The following day, one rises with bloodshot eyes, feeling utterly drained and lacking appetite. As she gazes at her husband, peacefully asleep, she finds herself unable to contain her emotions. These are tears of joy, and she will forever remember this day, as well as the company Superdimensional Technology. Even if this sleep pillow proves effective only for this night, she will always be grateful to this company. Quietly, she observes her husband sleeping, aware that she might not find rest herself tonight. Yet, before she knows it, she finds solace on her husband's chest and drifts off into slumber. Tianyi is a young man, freshly graduated, striving to establish his career. Upon graduation, he joined a newly opened company characterized by excessive overtime with meager pay. While shopping one day, he fortuitously stumbled upon a free trial event for the sleep pillow. Suffering from insomnia himself, and severely so, he took one home, not with the belief that it would cure his sleeplessness, as he distrusted such false advertisements, but rather for the 200 yuan incentive. Superdimensional Technology promised that by using the pillow for 3 days, he would receive the remaining 100 yuan. For him, this was quite the temptation. 200 yuan may not be substantial for others, but for someone like him, it could be a lifesaver by month's end. At 11:30 that night, Tianyi closed his computer and prepared for bed. Obediently, he took out the sleep pillow, adjusted the timer, and fell asleep. The next morning, he did not awaken to the blaring of an alarm, but roused naturally. Sitting up in a daze, he glanced at his phone, 6 o'clock. Ordinarily, he would still be in the throes of sleep at this hour, the most fatigued time for him. Yet today, he felt remarkably alert and invigorated. Confused, as he stepped out of bed, he confirmed his state of wakefulness. Just as he pondered this phenomenon, his gaze fell upon the sleep pillow on the bed. His mouth gradually fell open in disbelief. Could it truly be so miraculous? In the couple's home, the husband stirred awake to behold his wife's smiling face. Good morning, dear, she greeted. He was momentarily bewildered, and as he sat up, he was struck by a sense of clarity. No dizziness, no headache. Instead, he felt revitalized, all fatigue vanished. The husband looked at his wife in astonishment. You fell asleep within 3 minutes last night and did not wake until now. It's 8 in the morning. I woke at 7 and made quite a racket, yet you merely turned over without stirring, she explained. Incredulity washed over him as he pointed to the sleep pillow. Is it its doing? He asked, astonished. She nodded with a smile. In that instant, he became somewhat ecstatic. My insomnia is cured. Haha, my insomnia is cured. He embraced his wife, showering her with kisses, then turned to the sleep pillow, bestowing it with affection as well. His wife watched his exuberance without restraint, for the sleep pillow was indeed deserving of such excitement. At Hunlong Mall, the couple enjoyed a hearty breakfast before making their way. They were not alone. Many who had taken home the sleep pillow the previous day also converged. Upon Su Yuan's arrival, they surrounded him. Mr. Su, can we purchase this sleep pillow? Indeed, this pillow is remarkable. I slept splendidly last night and feel invigorated today. Mr. Su, where can we buy this sleep pillow? The crowd buzzed with excitement, and though Su Yuan could hardly hear their enthusiastic chatter, the smile on his face grew ever wider. Rest assured, your sleep pillows still have 2 days of free trial remaining. Even after that, worry not. Our company has decided to gift a sleep pillow to each of you first-time users as a token of our gratitude for your support. We hope you will not refuse. Refusal? The immediate reaction from the crowd was disbelief. Who would turn down such a splendid sleep pillow? Those gathered had attracted more and more onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan launched into an extensive promotion for the sleep pillow, inviting the first batch of users to share their experiences. While many suspected these individuals were merely actors, the number of those taking the stage to receive their sleep pillows continued to grow. After all, it was free, and they had nothing to lose. Compared to the first day, the second day's promotion saw over 5,000 sleep pillows distributed. On the third day, the promotional event exploded with attendance. Those who had been skeptical the day before flocked to the venue, filled with gratitude and eager to purchase their very own sleep pillow. As more individuals experienced the benefits, the word-of-mouth praise for the sleep pillow surged, leading to a burgeoning popularity in limited circles. Observing this, superdimensional technology promptly escalated their marketing efforts. Online influencers began to sing the sleep pillow's praises, and promotional posters appeared in various malls throughout Tianhai City. Even superdimensional technology invited a television station to interview users of the sleep pillow. In no time, the sleep pillow captured the public's attention, making it impossible for anyone to remain oblivious. Is it true? Can a pillow truly resolve insomnia? Who knows? Do you trust what these influencers say? It's genuine. I'm a user of the sleep pillow. I assure you, it is a blessing for those who suffer from insomnia. The sleep pillow is a game changer. Superdimensional technology is impressive. They produced such a cutting-edge product. In addition to the general populace, many companies began to take notice of the sleep pillow. Unlike the average citizen, they had reliable sources of information confirming the sleep pillow's remarkable efficacy. Instantly, these companies began to act like sharks, sensing blood in the water. Chapter 32, a revolutionary product. In Yearning, at the headquarters of Tianming Technology, Chairman Zhang Qian convened an urgent executive meeting. As he entered the conference room, he stated, "The situation is urgent. Let's begin immediately." Once seated, his secretary commenced distributing documents. "You all must be weary of hearing about the sleep pillow by now?" At Zhang Qian's inquiry, everyone nodded. The sleep pillow, which had sparked nationwide discussion, was certainly known to them. Zhang Qian turned to a middle-aged man seated below. "Wu Rong, please share your insights." After acknowledging the request, the middle-aged man activated the projector. The sleep pillow is a high-tech product developed by a company named Superdimensional Technology. Its function is straightforward, to address people's insomnia issues. According to assessment reports from the top 10 medical institutions in the country, user feedback, and our own information channels, it can be conclusively stated that the sleep pillow's powerful efficacy is indeed genuine. The sleep-inducing pillow developed by Superdimensional Technology can assist individuals suffering from insomnia to fall asleep within a mere 3 minutes and enter a profound sleep state within half an hour. Our research team conducted a preliminary evaluation of this remarkable pillow and discovered that it not only addresses insomnia, but also fosters brain development. Upon hearing this, the majority of those present in the conference room appeared taken aback. The global affliction of insomnia seemed to have found a resolution, and yet, this pillow also purportedly promotes cognitive growth? Surely, this cannot be a jest. The market potential for insomnia solutions is vast, accompanied by substantial profit margins. As the pace of life accelerates in contemporary society, individuals from the elderly to school children are increasingly plagued by insomnia. Despite the expansive market, there are surprisingly few companies operating within it. Given the complexities surrounding the human brain, tackling insomnia is a formidable challenge. It is astonishing that a newly established company has managed to conquer such a global dilemma. At this moment, Wu Rong's expression turned grave. Our company has 3 research laboratories that have been studying insomnia for 7 years, achieving significant progress just last year. The sleep aid pillows produced by our company have garnered considerable favor among the public. However, the emergence of this sleep-inducing pillow will inevitably deliver a devastating blow to our sleep aid products. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of seriousness. Thanks to our research laboratories, last year, Tianming Technology Company earned over $1 billion from the sleep aid pillows. The board of directors, having tasted success, has increased investments in the research labs. Yet, with the arrival of the sleep-inducing pillow, headaches abound. Zhang Qian spoke somberly. "We have only 2 options. Either we develop a technology more advanced than the sleep-inducing pillow, or we acquire superdimensional technology." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room. The development of technology is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. By the time the research lab produces something superior, superdimensional technology may have already dominated the market. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that we can even develop a more advanced technology. In any case, Tianming's sleep aid pillows cannot assure the public of falling asleep within 3 minutes, nor can they guarantee a deep sleep state. As for acquiring superdimensional technology, That presents its own formidable challenges. Superdimensional technology would not relinquish the sleep-inducing pillow lightly. After all, it is akin to a hen that lays diamonds. Moreover, even if superdimensional technology were inclined to sell its sleep-inducing technology, the competitive pressure on Tianming would be immense. Countless companies, both domestic and international, surpass Tianming in strength. To contend for the sleep-inducing pillow against such behemoths is somewhat unrealistic. Zhang Qian furrowed his brow. We must not overlook even the faintest glimmer of hope. I will personally negotiate with superdimensional technology. Not only Tianming Technology Company, but also many tech firms, including internet giants like Ollie and Penguin, are eager to stake their claim. In the Liab building, on the top floor, in Song Xie's office, the phone rang. She hastily picked up her mobile and silenced it. Glancing toward the sofa, she noticed Lu Zhexī nestled comfortably, sound asleep. Relieved that he remained undisturbed, she checked the caller ID, her brows furrowing slightly as she rose to the adjoining lounge. Mr. Lu, what a surprise to receive your call. Laughter resonated from the other end. Does President Song genuinely not know, or is she feigning ignorance? Superdimensional Technology's address is in the Liab building. Surely, you are aware of that? Song Xie's expression remained impassive. I am aware of that, but I do not comprehend Mr. Lu's intentions. The voice on the line continued. I would appreciate it if President Song could facilitate a meeting with the owner of Superdimensional Technology. After a moment of silence, she replied, I'm sorry, I cannot assist with that. Surprise was palpable on the other end. Why? Does President Song not recognize the owner of Superdimensional Technology? I do recognize them, but I prefer not to involve myself in this matter. I see. I apologize for my abruptness. After hanging up, Song Xie rubbed her temples in frustration. The advent of the sleep-inducing pillow would undoubtedly cause ripples, and she was already aware of its implications. Yet, someone had sought her out, which took her by surprise, especially the individual who had just called. If this person were to take action against superdimensional technology, she would ultimately need to step in to assist her precious asset. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Tianhai building, a middle-aged man ended his call, his expression sour. This was Lu Kuanhai, the chairman of Hanyuan Company, a multinational corporation engaged in real estate, healthcare, finance, and more. Given that its operations primarily occur abroad and target international customers, the company remains relatively obscure. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that Hanyuan is a colossal entity. Notably, the company's most significant ventures are related to treating insomnia, whether through bedding products that enhance sleep or pharmaceuticals that alleviate sleeplessness. Hanyuan has invested significantly in these areas. Consequently, the profits garnered have attracted considerable envy. Standing before Lu Kuanhai was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. Mr. Lu, she declined. Lu Kuanhai nodded. She stated she did not wish to get involved. The bespectacled man appeared unsurprised. Superdimensional Technology is registered under Song Xie, but since the registration is overseas, I am unsure who the true owner is. Lu Kuanhai shook his head. It is someone else. I know Song Xie well. She lacks the leisure to run a tech company. She still has her own company's troubles to resolve. The man pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps I should visit Superdimensional Technology personally? Lu Kuanhai agreed. For now, that is our only option. If the acquisition fails, then... The man adjusted his glasses. If Superdimensional Technology truly belongs to Song Xie, any attempts to suppress it may yield limited results. Lu Kuanhai scoffed. And so what? The sleep-inducing pillow is too revolutionary. Song Xie cannot possibly safeguard such a significant share of this market alone. Lia Company may be formidable, but should it falter, Song Xie will inevitably follow. The bespectacled man furrowed his brow. Song Xie was no ordinary woman, and her research teams were exceptionally capable. I have received word that these teams have been collaborating on a groundbreaking beauty technology for several years. The international giants have set their sights on Lia Company specifically for this innovation. If Song Xie were to unveil this technology, it could become a double-edged sword for us. Lu Kuanhai laughed coldly. Those giants are utterly inept. Despite the pressure, Song Xie remained steadfast. In that case, let's inform them about the sleep-inducing pillow. I am confident that every company will be intrigued by it. Chapter 33. How foolish he is. At 8 in the evening, Song Xie linked arms with Lu Zhexī, and the two shared light-hearted banter as they boarded her aunt's private vehicle. Inside the car, besides the two of them, were also two small robotic assistants. Little darling, your sleep-inducing pillow has attracted quite a bit of attention. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhexī was not taken aback. The efficacy of the sleep pillow was so formidable that it was only natural for it to attract covetous glances. His aunt softly remarked, the pressure from those companies combined may be overwhelming for you. In response, Zhexī promptly declared, "Aunt, I will handle this matter on my own." His aunt furrowed her brows. "I have grown up, and I possess the ability to manage this situation. You must have faith in me. I can do it." As his aunt's expression softened, she smiled and playfully pinched Zhexī's cheek. "I see. My little darling has matured. There is no need for you to keep emphasizing it." Zhexī pursed his lips, thinking that his aunt was merely saying she understood. Upon returning home, after giving his aunt a massage, he dashed into his bathroom. After relieving himself of his pent-up energy, Zhexī reclined on his bed. It was late at night, and he felt compelled to indulge. Entering the system, he noted he had 8 task points remaining. Quite a fortune indeed. A lottery was in order. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the purchase rights for the network monitor." Zhexī raised an eyebrow and clicked on the description of the network monitor. Black technology, network monitor. Function: to surveil the entire online realm. With it, you become the sovereign of the digital world. The network monitor, as its name suggests, was designed for online surveillance. Once connected, it could oversee the entirety of the internet, recording every action and event that transpired online. Upon reading this, Zhexī's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "What is the use of this contraption? I'm not a cyber officer. What would I need this for?" Upon entering the tech city, he immediately spotted the network monitor. Network monitor, purchase rights, unlocked. Purchase price, 30,000 tech points. Note: due to the uniqueness of the network monitor, this black technology product can only be purchased once. However, after the purchase, the host may spend tech points to upgrade it. After reading, Zhexī felt a surge of frustration. 30,000 tech points equated to 300 million. How foolish could he be to contemplate spending such a fortune on something so trivial? With a sigh, he exited the system. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by his aunt entering. "My darling, my sleep pillow has run out of power. Do you have a charger?" Zhexī hurriedly sprang from his bed to search for the charger. The following day, at Super Dimension Technology, a group of individuals found themselves barred at the reception. "I'm sorry, but our President Lin is currently not in the office." The group, upon hearing this, had no choice but to depart helplessly. Regardless of whether Lin Xian was present, the statement indicated that she did not wish to meet them at this time. All were respectable individuals and could not remain obstructively at the company's entrance. In the president's office, Lin Xian was engrossed in her work when her secretary poured her a cup of coffee. "President Lin, this is the 3rd batch of individuals wishing to see you, but they should be leaving now." At that moment, the phone on her desk rang. Lin Xian picked up the receiver. "Speak." "President, the general manager of Hunyuan Company has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's brows knitted together. "Take him to the reception room. I will come over now." In the reception room, a man in black-rimmed glasses sat quietly, his fingers incessantly tapping on the coffee table. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian entered. The man rose, smiling. "President Lin, greetings. I am Zhang Mingyuan, general manager of Hunyuan Company." Lin Xian shook his hand briefly. After they sat down, Lin Xian directly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, our Super Dimension Technology is merely a newly established company. Hence, I truly cannot fathom the purpose of your visit today." Zhang Mingyuan, with a smile, shook his head. "President Lin, we are all straightforward individuals. You are aware of my intention. Hunyuan Company is very willing to pay a premium for the technology behind the sleep pillow, and we even have thoughts of acquiring Super Dimension Technology." Lin Xian replied with an impassive expression. "The technology behind the sleep pillow is not for sale, and Super Dimension Technology will not be acquired." Zhang Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, smiling. "There is nothing in this world that cannot be purchased with money. It merely depends on the price. Why don't you propose a figure, or perhaps your benefactor could suggest a price?" Lin Xian remained unmoved. She had agreed to meet Zhang Mingyuan out of caution for the formidable Hunyuan Company behind him. However, no matter how powerful Hunyuan was, they could not resort to coercive tactics. Seeing Lin Xian's silence, Zhang Mingyuan understood that the negotiation had likely reached an impasse. He suddenly remarked, "President Lin, your company's sleep pillow must ultimately be sold. Hunyuan Company possesses thousands of offline stores nationwide. Perhaps we could collaborate in this regard. Without sales channels or physical stores, your company's sleep pillows will languish in the warehouse." Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly. She perceived a veiled threat in Zhang Mingyuan's words. The sales of the sleep pillow relied on 2 channels, online and offline. Zhang Mingyuan's words clearly aimed to control the sales avenues for the product. However, while sales channels presented a challenge for Super Dimension Technology, they were not insurmountable. "Mr. Zhang, I regret to inform you that our company currently has no intention of seeking partners." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan smiled. "That is perfectly fine. I believe that one day, Super Dimension Technology will collaborate with Hanyuan Company. I eagerly await that day. Lin Xian did not respond to the implications in Zhang Mingyuan's words. After he departed from Super Dimension Technology, Lu Zhexī happened to come down from the top floor. It seems the allure of the sleep pillow is quite significant. Hearing Lu Zhexī's comment, Lin Xian cast him a sidelong glance. Have you devised a strategy for how to respond? Hanyuan Company is merely the first, but certainly not the last. Lu Zhexī stroked his chin thoughtfully. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Those companies are merely attacking us from two fronts, channels and public opinion pressure. Regarding channels, we can utilize Lia Company's network. As for public opinion pressure, that will depend on our countermeasures. An incident, coupled with a legion of online trolls, is enough to tarnish the reputation of the sleep pillow. Lin Xian, taken aback by Lu Zhexī's words, remarked, "It seems you're not merely a slouch lounging on the sofa playing with your phone." Lu Zhexī's expression darkened. Lin Xian, undeterred by his demeanor, continued to furrow her brows. The public opinion pressure online posed the greatest challenge. Those platforms had no partnership with them. They would not be inclined to assist them promptly. Companies like Hanyuan might even exert pressure on those platforms, burying the sleep pillow under a deluge of negative sentiment. Nodding in agreement, Lu Zhexī acknowledged the predicament. Super Dimension Technology, being a newly established company, lacked influence. If it were another major corporation, any negative press would be swiftly suppressed. You must seek out Xie. If she extends her assistance, our burden will be significantly lighter. Lu Zhexī shook his head in refusal. My aunt has her own challenges. This company is mine, and I cannot keep relying on her for help. Moreover, during my recent days spent in her company, I have discerned that she grapples with numerous troubles. At this juncture, it would be prudent not to add to her burdens. We might consider collaborating with Lia Company for our sales channels, while I shall devise a method to alleviate the pressure of public opinion online. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian appeared somewhat incredulous. You claimed that a few years ago, you established a laboratory and developed several high-tech products. This she believed. However, your assertion that you could manage the potential public scrutiny left her skeptical. Unless you can neutralize the concerns of Hanyuan Company, it would be virtually impossible for you to rid yourself of the detractors entirely. For as long as the funds are in place, the critics will persist. Once one group is silenced, another will inevitably arise. Lu Zhexī, observing the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes, felt a sense of helplessness. There were certain matters he found difficult to elucidate to Sister Xian. Had this been yesterday, he might have been unable to resolve the issue. Yet, he was not only handsome but also fortunate. Last night, he won a network surveillance device in a raffle. With this contraption, all the trolls and hired guns could be sent packing. As he contemplated this, Lu Zhexī's expression suddenly turned peculiar. After winning the surveillance device, he initially deemed it a useless trinket, feeling somewhat cheated. Little did he know that within a single night, he would be proven spectacularly wrong. Chapter 34. The network surveillance device, Hongqiao International Airport. His aunt was quite reluctant to part ways. At that moment, Lu Zhexī too wished to linger in Tianhai. However, there was no alternative. The recording of a beautiful life could not be delayed. To earn task points, he must fulfill his obligations in the entertainment sector. Darling, can't we forego that program? We aren't short on the penalty fee, he said with a hint of resignation. Annie, I'm afraid that's not possible. I've made commitments to both uncles. Once I promise, I must see it through. His aunt pinched his cheek, albeit gently. All right, you should head inside now. You can trust that I, along with Xian, will manage things here. Lu Zhexī shook his head. I will keep a vigilant eye on this matter. You must have faith in my ability to resolve it. His aunt smiled knowingly. In the airport hall, Song Xie watched Lu Zhexī's departing figure with a furrowed brow. Only after he had completely vanished did she leave with two small robotic assistants. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Is there any movement from Hanyuan Company? On the other end, the response came. No concrete developments yet, but Lu Kuanhai has dispatched someone abroad. Upon hearing this, Song Xie's expression turned frosty. I understand. Upon returning to Lia Tower, Lin Xian arrived with her team. Did my darling send you to borrow sales channels? Lin Xian shook her head and produced a contract. Not to borrow, but to collaborate. Chowei Technology will partner with Lia Company. We will provide the sleep pillows, and Lia Company will handle the sales channels. For every sleep pillow sold, Lia Company will receive 10% of the profits. At this, Song Xie was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced her face. Darling, are you actually gifting me money? This amounts to quite a sum. Lin Xian shot her a disapproving glance. Lia Company belongs to both of you. Sharing the profits with them makes little difference. Lin Xian's statement held truth, yet Song Xie remained elated. I heard that Darling granted you 1% of the equity dividends? Lin Xian raised her brows. Initially, he intended to offer 5%, but I settled for just 1% of the dividends. Sipping her coffee leisurely, Zhexī remarked, Han Yuan Company has sought assistance abroad. However, this assistance is aimed at me. If they succeed in toppling Leah, Chao technology will crumble effortlessly. Lin Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He seemed remarkably confident in his ability to navigate this predicament. Yet, I remain anxious. The competition in business, especially for groundbreaking products, is often merciless. If one cannot secure a product, the next step is to annihilate it. And once destroyed, one seeks to reclaim it. This is the most despicable yet effective strategy. Zhexī said languidly, let them make their move. At worst, we abandon Leah and staunchly defend Chao technology. Lin Xian shot her another disapproving look. Your infatuation with him has become somewhat obsessive. A rare trace of concern crossed Zhexī's face. Leah's current situation was precarious. Should Han Yuan resolutely aim to acquire the sleep pillow, relinquishing Leah would be the only viable option. Lin Xian sighed softly. If we are to assign blame, it should be directed at Lu Zhexī. The sleep pillow is a revolutionary product capable of influencing an entire era. He ought to have fragmented the technology behind the sleep pillow, releasing it in increments over the years, thus avoiding attracting unwanted attention while fostering the steady growth of the company. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhexī, Lin Xian's critique would have elicited an outcry of indignation from him. He had no laboratory backing him. The sleep pillow was procured from the system, making it impossible to disassemble the technology. More importantly, the sleep pillow was merely the most rudimentary form of black technology within the tech city. Lu Zhexī's concept was straightforward, to astonish the world with a succession of black technologies. In Yanjing, at Teacher Huang's residence, Uncles, Yunera, here are the gifts I have brought for you. Lu Zhexī produced the sleep pillow. Teacher Huang, curious, inquire, what is this? The sleep pillow. It addresses insomnia issues and enhances sleep quality. Is this the sleep pillow that has been all the rage online these past few days? The three were taken aback. Lu Zhexī nodded with a smile. This is a product developed by my company. I hope you will enjoy it. The trio's jaws dropped in astonishment. Teacher, he mused, Zhexī. I have heard that this sleep pillow is a piece of black technology. Is it truly developed by your company? Lu Zhexī affirmed. Indeed, it is merely a pillow. It hardly qualifies as black technology. The odd expressions on their faces confirmed their skepticism. Appa, do you need our assistance in promoting the sleep pillow? The two teachers also began to react. Lu Zhexī awkwardly scratched his nose. Yunera's directness was somewhat overwhelming. It's primarily a gift for you. Since you often film programs and act, you must be quite fatigued. With the sleep pillow, you can enjoy a restful night. Teacher Huang chuckled. I will try it tonight. If it proves effective, we will rally our peers to help you promote it. Thank you, both uncles, and thank you, Yunera. After discussing the sleep pillow, the group redirected their conversation to the program. Teacher, he remarked, the first episode is set to air tonight, and based on the promotional feedback from the network, the ratings should be commendable. I met with the director, and it seems the ratings will likely not break the record of the pilot episode, but they should not fall short by much. Teacher Huang sipped his tea leisurely. The strong viewer interest in the first episode is largely due to your song rice aroma. Lu Zhexī was keenly interested in the ratings. If the first episode surpassed a rating of 20, he would earn 5 task points. However, the most pressing task at hand is to garner fans, particularly devoted ones. Following the release of the pilot episode, Lu Zhexī's fan base experienced a notable increase. Yet, the number of true fans lingered at a mere 10,000. The objective necessitates acquiring 50,000 true fans to obtain the coveted formula for a beauty elixir, a gift intended for his aunt. After enjoying lunch at Teacher Huang's residence, Lu Zhexī and his companions returned to the mushroom house at Tianyuan Mountain. Upon arrival, Lu Zhexī promptly acquired a network surveillance device. Ding! The purchase of the network surveillance device was successful, leaving him with 33,720 technology points. A minute later, as Lu Zhexī gazed at the hard drive in his hand, a perplexed expression crossed his face. System, do you truly consider this a network surveillance device? Surely, you are not attempting to swindle my technology points? Ding! The main body of the network surveillance device is housed within the technology city. This hard drive serves merely as a connection to the network. The main unit of the network surveillance device occupies a volume of 100 cubic meters, and should the host require it, the system can produce it. Well, forget I said that, he muttered, severing his connection with the system before proceeding to connect the network surveillance device to his computer. Ding! The network surveillance device has successfully accessed the network. Please set the targets for monitoring. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhexī entered the monitoring targets. The first target was Chao Technology, the second target was the sleep pillow, and the third was Leah Company. From this day forth, Any information transmitted over the network that pertains to these targets will be immediately recorded by the device. At 8 o'clock that evening, the inaugural episode of A Wonderful Life aired as scheduled. The 4 inhabitants of the Mushroom House, accompanied by the production team, gathered to watch the live broadcast. Having experienced the success of the pilot episode, everyone felt considerably more at ease this time. In the Mango TV live stream, viewership had surpassed 5 million, with real-time comments peaking at over 500,000. Particularly during Zhexī's performance of Rice Aroma, viewership surged past 7 million, and the number of comments skyrocketed to over 700,000. Witnessing this response, Wang Jingyu could hardly contain his joy, his smile radiating as if it might stretch to the back of his head, if not for his ears. Now, they awaited the ratings report, and he had a premonition that they would break records once more. The others shared in his anticipation, while breaking live broadcast records seemed plausible. The unpredictability of television ratings left them cautious. Moreover, greater hopes often led to greater disappointments. Suddenly, the phone rang. Without hesitation, Wang Jingyu answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Everyone held their breath. The first episode's ratings reached 219. We've broken a record again. Let us celebrate. Instantly, exclamations of joy erupted throughout the Mushroom House. The 4 residents embraced one another, reveling in their triumph. Ding! The first side quest had been completed, awarding them 5 task points, leaving a total of 12 task points remaining. Each face in a Mushroom House was alight with exuberance. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhexī's smile grew even more radiant. Yet, his joy was short-lived as he suddenly froze. Ding! Side quest 3 has been released. Emerging prominence. Task description. Secure at least 5 invitations from the entertainment industry, including but not limited to commercial performances, acting roles, and songwriting. Success in this task will yield 5 task points, while failure will result in a deduction of 10 task points. Zhexī had anticipated the possibility of refreshed tasks, yet he did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. Appa, what is wrong? Yuna inquired softly, noticing Zhexī lost in thought. Zhexī replied with a smile. I was wondering who our guest will be the day after tomorrow. Intrigued by his words, the 2 teachers and Yuna began to engage in lively discussion. Later that night, in Yuna's room, she was on the phone with her manager. Yuna, as you embark on your career in Huagua, it's essential to diversify beyond a single variety show. I'll keep an eye out for promising scripts in the coming days. If none materializes, consider releasing a song. Zhexī's songwriting abilities are exceptional. You might want to ask him to compose something for you. Hearing this, Yuna felt a surge of inspiration. Appa's songs, Rice Aroma and Starry Sky, are immensely popular. Having him write a song for me would undoubtedly make it a hit. I'll find a time to discuss it with Appa. After concluding her work-related conversation with her manager, Yuna began to prepare for bed, taking out the pink sleep pillow gifted by Zhexī. Reviews online praised its effectiveness, and although Yuna was uncertain, she trusted that since it was produced by Appa's company, it must be excellent. At Hongyuan Company, in the chairman's office, Liu Kuenhai and Zhang Mingyuan sat together, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Chairman, I have approached Chaowei Technology 3 times, yet they have declined each time. Liu Kuenhai scoffed. In that case, we shall have to destroy the sleep pillow. You will handle this matter, utilizing any company resources you require. Zhang Mingyuan nodded in agreement. At the headquarters of a certain Eastern company in Yanjing, Su Yuan and his team hastily made their way inside. An hour later, suppressing his growing anger, Su Yuan approached the front desk. Excuse me, when will your manager be available to meet with us? The receptionist shook her head. Sorry, but we have already reported your arrival. I cannot say when the manager will be able to see you. Clenching his fists, Su Yuan ultimately relaxed his grip. Today, he had come to this Eastern company to open online channels for the sleep pillow. Yesterday, he had already been in contact with the manager, who had expressed enthusiasm about the sleep pillow being sold in their marketplace. However, upon arriving today, Su Yuan and his team found themselves waiting without any reception. This situation understandably infuriated him. Finally, after half an hour, a mid-level manager came to meet Su Yuan. Presenting a sleep pillow and a contract, Su Yuan stated, "This company is the second largest e-commerce platform in Huagua, and we wish to establish a flagship store on your site to sell the sleep pillow." However, the manager interrupted, "I regret to inform you that the sleep pillow does not comply with certain regulations of our marketplace." Su Yuan's expression froze at this revelation. He struggled to comprehend the situation. "I spoke with your manager yesterday, and he instructed me to come here to finalize the contract." The manager remained expressionless. "I'm afraid we only learned today that the sleep pillow conflicts with our marketplace regulations." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan understood the predicament. He chose not to linger. Decisively rising from his seat, The manager, noticing his departure, quickly added, Mr. Su, once the regulations are revised, we can still collaborate. Su Juan ha that? His voice cold as he replied, though our Chowei technology may be small, we cannot be easily manipulated. As for collaboration, let it go. It is impossible today, and it will be impossible in the future. With that, Su Yuan strode out with resolute steps. After Su Yuan and his team departed, a middle-aged man entered the reception room. Manager, the sleep pillow holds immense potential. The middle-aged man shook his head, stating, no matter how great the potential, growth requires time. Numerous products have met their demise midway. He sighed, all right, but I can't shake the feeling that we have been reckless this time. This decision comes from the upper echelons of the company. We are merely executors. At the headquarters of a certain company, Su Yuan wore a stoic expression, while the subordinates behind him were filled with indignation. Manager, Su Yuan raised his hand and sighed. Everyone brace yourselves. We at Super Dimension Technology are about to face an exceptionally arduous period. With that, he retrieved his phone. Mr. Lin, we have failed. The voice on the other end was chillingly calm, I understand. Bring your team back. Understood. Su Yuan pocketed his phone and cast a final glance at the headquarters building. Let us go. Meanwhile, at Super Dimension Technology, Lin Xian regarded the middle-aged man before her with a blank expression. I'm afraid we cannot sell the sleep pillow. The man, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. However, now Super Dimension Technology had no alternative but to be acquired. There were no other paths left. Lin Xian directly inquired, Zhang Xian, Mr. Zhang, if I were to sell the sleep pillow to Tianming Technology, would you dare to accept it? Could you withstand it? Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he stood with a wry smile. Ms. Lin, I hope you can weather this storm. A minute later, Lin Xian sat alone in the reception room, her brows tightly knitted. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, she answered. Hello, who is this? A chuckle resonated from the other end. Ah, Ms. Lin, hello, this is General Ma from Alibaba. Lin Xian stated directly, Mr. Ma, please get straight to the point. The voice continued to chuckle. Our platform, Some Treasure, is the leading online platform in the country, and I possess an extensive logistics network, along with ample connections and capabilities. I want to speak of acquiring Super Dimension Technology. Allow me to invest instead. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. I'm afraid, Mr. Ma, that we at Super Dimension Technology have no intention of bringing in shareholders. The voice on the other end remained cheerful, I understand. But times have changed. Without external assistance, Super Dimension Technology will not survive this ordeal. I acknowledge the strength of Leah Company, but they are also beset with troubles. Does Mr. Song have the leisure to assist Super Dimension Technology? Lin Xian exhaled slowly and replied, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry. The laughter finally faded from the other end. I await your change of heart, or rather, the change of heart from those behind you. Lin Xian hung up the phone, yet before she could set it down, it rang again with another unfamiliar number. Hello, Ms. Lin, I am Chiema, and I apologize for the abrupt call. A few minutes later, feeling somewhat exasperated, Lin Xian switched off her phone. A knock resounded, and her secretary entered. Ms. Lin, the platforms we contacted yesterday have all gone silent today. When we called to inquire, they provided various excuses to refuse us. After speaking, the secretary stood quietly, hesitant to utter another word. Lin Xian rose, her delicate face etched with frost. Upon exiting the reception room, she finally spoke, notify everyone that aside from communicating with Leah Company about offline channels, all other sales channel connections are to be canceled. The secretary, taken aback, quickly responded, I will notify them immediately. Back in her office, Lin Xian intended to settle in and manage her affairs. But she found herself increasingly troubled, regardless of her attempts to adjust her mindset. She opted instead to stand by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, quietly observing the bustling traffic below. The words of Lu Zhexian echoed her mind. Sister Xian, these days may require some hardship on your part. But rest assured, I will resolve the troubles the company faces ahead. You must believe in me. All of you must believe in me. Chapter 36. Not all news is bad. Teacher He. Today, Teacher Huang and I would like to recommend a treasure product, the sleep pillow. Accompanying their post was a photo of Teacher Huang, resting on the sleep pillow, deeply asleep. Yuna, the pink sleep pillow is truly beautiful and incredibly useful. Thank you, Appa, for this gift. The accompanying image featured a pink sleep pillow. The follower count for Teacher He and Yun was already staggering. Their simultaneous posts quickly surged to the top of the trending topics. Goodness, has the sleep pillow made headlines these days? The endorsements from the two teachers and Yuna's wife should not be lacking in effect, right? Does anyone still believe in such pseudo-high technology? Is the sleep pillow truly effective? I'm starting to feel intrigued. Initially, the buzz surrounding the sleep pillow had quieted under the subtle guidance of social media. But with the post from teacher He and Yoon, discussions about the sleep pillow once again swept across the internet. The earlier discussions had mostly come from the general populace, but now public figures had stepped forward. The trending topics could not be contained. Previously, netizens had developed an immunity to such pseudo-high technology. However, many began to waver. In no time, not only did discussions about the sleep pillow proliferate, but visits to Super Dimension Technology's official website also surged dramatically. At Super Dimension Technology, Lin Xian was organizing a meeting. Ms. Lin, currently all logistics companies in the country, except for the National Postal Service, are unwilling to collaborate with us. We have proposed numerous negotiation methods, yet those companies demand exorbitant prices, clearly showing no intent to cooperate. Lin Xian nodded with a calm demeanor. The company was facing its greatest challenge, yet not all news was unfavorable. At the very least, we had secured a partnership with Leah Company for offline channels. As for online channels, we could only rely on our official website. Most importantly, the National Postal Service is state-owned. The government would not abandon or distance itself from us. The National Postal Service may not flaunt its capabilities, but remains the strongest logistics company in the country. In Huahua, there is no place the National Postal Service cannot deliver to. Immediately sign a cooperation agreement with the National Postal Service. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Yuan and the others quickly concurred. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses knocked on the door and entered, his face brimming with excitement. Ms. Lin, great news. The traffic to our Super Dimension Technology website has just skyrocketed to 1 million. At this, smiles appeared on the faces of everyone in the meeting room to varying degrees. Lin Xian's expression softened. Will we be able to finalize the cooperation with the National Postal Service today? Su Yuan nodded. Yes, the National Postal Service has informed us. As long as the products do not violate national laws, they can carry them. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian declared, once the contract is signed, immediately announced the pre-sale news on the official website. Meanwhile, at Hongyuan Company, Zhang Mingyuan was reporting to Lu Kuanhai. As of now, no online platforms have reached a cooperation agreement with Super Dimension Technology. We have channels from Leah Company offline, which we cannot intercept. As for logistics, the National Postal Service is expected to collaborate with Super Dimension Technology. Super Dimension Technology has only its official website left for online platforms. We merely need to breach that. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuanhai directly inquired, how many internet trolls do you require? Zhang Mingyuan contemplated for a moment before articulating. To incapacitate the official website of Chowei Technology does not require excessive effort. Merely causing paralysis will suffice. However, to execute the subsequent plan, the more internet trolls we have, the better. Only with a sufficient number of trolls and a wide-reaching impact can we utterly dismantle the onion pillow. Lu Kuanhai waved his hand grandly, stating, I have previously mentioned that you may utilize the company's resources at your discretion. I have but one demand. Obliterate the onion pillow and devastate Chowei Technology. It is only by annihilating them entirely that we stand a chance of seizing the onion pillow technology. In response, Zhang Mingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Chairman, how are the negotiations with those foreign companies progressing? Lu Kuanhai sighed slightly. The advancement is not particularly promising. Leah Company is a leading enterprise in domestic women's services, and you are well aware of its formidable strength. Our attempt to collaborate with foreign enterprises to dismantle Leah Company faces considerable challenges. I have held several discussions with them, and we have arrived at preliminary ideas. However, due to certain issues regarding profit distribution, the negotiations have not proceeded smoothly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan wisely refrained from probing further. Lu Kuanhai glanced at Zhang Mingyuan and continued, ideally, we could resolve matters concerning Chowei Technology without involving Leah Company. At this, Zhang Mingyuan found himself in a quandary. Song Xie had made it clear that she intended to protect Chowei Technology, and it was inconceivable for Hongyuan Company to act against them without her noticing. Lu Kuanhai, aware of the predicament this posed for Zhang Mingyuan, said, just do your best. Relieved, Zhang Mingyuan responded, Chairman, if there's nothing else, I will proceed to contact the trolls. Go ahead. At Tianyu Mountain, the Mushroom House, the filming of the new season's episode commenced officially. In the morning, after the four of them had enjoyed breakfast, Wang Jingyu called them over. I have good news to share with everyone. In light of the decreased corn yield in the cornfield, we have adjusted our policies. From this episode onward, each guest will receive 10 yuan for living expenses. Your combined living expenses now amount to 50 yuan a day, totaling 260 yuan. Due to the excessive living expenses, starting this episode, You will need to exchange millet for rice and flour and purchase cooking essentials such as oil, salt, and soy sauce. Upon hearing this, Zhexī handed his slippers to Teacher Huang. Without a word, Teacher Huang accepted them and hurled them at Wang Zhengyu's feet. You shameless person, rice, flour, and cooking essentials are standard provisions. Now we must pay for them? Wang Zhengyu remained unfazed and continued from this episode onward. You may drive to the supermarket in town to purchase daily necessities. However, you can only buy cooking essentials from the production team, not the supermarket. Yina removed her pink slippers. Teacher Huang, here you go. After receiving them, Teacher Huang tossed one in each hand towards Wang Zhengyu. This time, Wang Zhengyu reacted. How about this? We'll deduct 20 yuan from your daily 50 for cooking essentials, and you can use as much as you need. The four felt somewhat satisfied at this. Having 30 yuan left for daily expenses was not too bad. However, Wang Zhengyu's next statement provoked widespread outrage. For the first 3 episodes, plus the pilot, the total cost for your cooking essentials amounts to 300 yuan, which you must now pay. Instantly, 8 slippers soared toward Wang Zhengyu. Seeing this, he swiftly dodged behind a staff member. Teacher, he expressed his indignation. This is utterly excessive. Zhexī stood up and declared, 300 is out of the question. At most, 50. Wang Zhengyu shook his head. 50 is too little. It doesn't even cover the cost. 100, if you don't budge. I have a few unwashed slippers that might have quite a smell. Consider that, Zhexī retorted. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengyu quickly conceded. 100 it is. We have a deal. Zhexī smirked triumphantly. He turned to see both teachers and Yina giving him a thumbs up. Zhexī, you're even tougher than Teacher Huang. There's no choice. To deal with such shameless individuals, one must be even more shameless. Appa, you don't actually have unwashed slippers, do you? Of course not. But I do have a few pairs of unwashed socks. After resolving matters with Wang Zhengyu, the 4 in the mushroom house began to busy themselves, awaiting the arrival of guests. Chapter 37. The Sky Clears. Online, a deluge of reports concerning the Onmian pillow suddenly emerged. Youyao technology. The advent of the Onmian pillow will undoubtedly be epic-making. This flawless black technology product is destined to lead an entire era. People's livelihood matters. A boon for those suffering from insomnia. Lu Yun Radio. Entrust your sleep to the Onmian pillow, and entrust your health to the Onmian pillow. Prominent tech influencers and various renowned newspapers successively promoted the Onmian pillow on social media. The comments below were overwhelmingly praises for the Onmian pillow. Onmian pillow forever. Those who have tried it all rave about it. Surely, there can't be anyone who hasn't used the Onmian pillow by now. Friends, what are you waiting for? Buy it. These reports and comments left netizens dazzled. Clicking on social media, one could see that 6 out of the top 10 trending topics were about the Onmian pillow. Delving deeper, one would find a chorus of commendations for the Onmian pillow, all recommending it to netizens. At Xiaowei Technology, this phenomenon on the internet immediately caught Su Yuan's attention. He promptly sought out Lin Xian. Lin, someone is preparing to sabotage our Onmian pillow. While speaking, Su Yuan produced a tablet and opened several reports. All these articles extolled the virtues of the Onmian pillow, with exaggerated claims that using it could lead to secondary growth and height increase. A discerning individual would easily recognize the absurdity of such claims, yet the general populace might be inclined to believe them. If these gullible individuals purchased and used the Onmian pillow only to find no such effects, the blame would likely fall squarely on Xiaowei Technology. The most severe consequence would be if any issues arose at this juncture, sparking a tremendous uproar. Lin Xian's expression darkened as she inquired, "Have you negotiated with these online platforms?" Su Yuan replied helplessly, "I personally approached them, but their responses were all remarkably similar. They maintain that their platform is open and a bastion of free speech. As long as there is no harm to national sovereignty, anyone has the right to express their views, and they have no authority to delete these reports." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's countenance turned icy. Issue a public statement clarifying the actual benefits of our Onmian pillow and what it does not do. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately. A few minutes later, Xiaowei Technology released a statement across all online platforms simultaneously. Xiaowei Technology. In light of the attention surrounding the Onmian pillow, we express our gratitude and delight. However, numerous instances of false advertising have emerged online, and thus, Xiaowei Technology officially declares, the Onmian pillow can alleviate insomnia and improve sleep quality, but it does not promote secondary growth or any such effects. Finally, Xiaowei Technology urges everyone to visit our official website for comprehensive information regarding the benefits of the Onmian pillow and usage guidelines. After the announcement from Superdimensional Technology was released, it swiftly captured the attention of netizens. However, It wasn't long before this statement was overshadowed by other reports. In fact, the comments beneath this declaration were overwhelmingly filled with praises for the sleep pillows. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan let out a sigh. Those online platforms not only refused to collaborate with superdimensional technology, but were also covertly suppressing it. Some matters, it seems, are beyond prevention. After receiving Su Yuan's report, Lin Xian fell into a moment of silence. I understand. In Mushroom House, Lu Zhexī had received several alerts from the network surveillance system. However, with guests arriving, he found himself with little time to address the situation. Moreover, he harbored a plan. Now was not the moment for action. Wow, world champions! Teacher, he exclaimed, taken aback by the three tall guests who had come from afar. Appa, they are so tall. Yuna gasped, staring in awe at the three champions. Lu Zhexī nodded. Isn't it expected for volleyball players to be tall? He approached them with a smile. Hello, I am Lu Zhexī. It is a pleasure to have you as guests at Mushroom House. Hello, Zhexī. We are all your fans, and we absolutely adore your rice aroma. Your song Starry Night is also delightful. They replied, thank you. If you wish to hear it, I would be honored to sing for you tonight. Really? Of course. You have brought glory to our nation. It would be my privilege to perform for you. The three champions beamed with joy. Yuna stepped forward. You are all so tall. Yuna, we are your fans, and we would love to take a photo with you and get your autograph. Hearing this, Yuna was pleasantly surprised. Really? I'm also your fan. Your volleyball skills are impressive. After exchanging greetings, the recording of the show officially commenced. Teacher Huang cheerfully inquired, would you prefer hot pot, grilled skewers, or home-cooked dishes? Hui Ruachi nodded affirmatively. That's right. Have you prepared everything? Not yet, but the items you wish to eat are not difficult to prepare. So it's not too late to get started now. Teacher, he concurred, indeed. Let us first head up the mountain to gather some hawthorn and chestnuts to prepare snacks for the volleyball girls. Afterwards, I will take Yuna and Xiaoxia to the town supermarket to buy hot pot base while you all prepare the hot pot and skewers at home. No one objected to Teacher He's arrangements. As a light drizzle fell from the sky, the four at Mushroom House, along with the three volleyball girls, donned raincoats and headed up the mountain to forage. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman at Leah Company, Song Xie invited Lin Xian to sit down as she connected a phone call. Beautiful Ms. Song, it has been a while since we last spoke. Hearing the foreign male voice on the other end made her feel somewhat nauseous. She replied coldly, Shuier, we are not acquainted well. Please mind your words. The voice on the other end expressed disappointment. Ah, that saddens me, for I have been thinking of you, Ms. Song. Song Xie retorted icily. You are merely interested in the technology of my laboratory. Laughter resonated from the other end. Ah, it's the same thing, Ms. Song. Fulfill our request, and Leah will soar to new heights. Huh, do you think Leah would struggle without you? In that case, let's propose a different condition. You surrender the laboratory's technology, and we will invest in superdimensional technology. Song Xie firmly rejected. You can forget it. Abandon that line of thought. If it comes to war, I, Song Xie, have no fear of any conspiracy that could hinder Leah's progress. The voice chuckled. Ah, Ms. Song, I adore your fierce spirit. Without waiting for him to finish, she hung up the phone. Lin Xian noticed that Song Xie's expression had soured and frowned. It seems your troubles are considerable. Taking a sip of tea to steady her nerves, Song Xie replied, I have always had my troubles, yet they do not impede my ability to assist superdimensional technology. Lin Xian shook her head. I cannot decide this for you. If you wish to dedicate everything for him, he would certainly not agree. Song Xie leisurely remarked, my little darling, I wouldn't dare bully him. What right do others have to do so? Lin Xian shook her head, about to say something when her phone chimed. Simultaneously, Song Xie's phone rang as well. Both women looked at their devices in confusion. Upon glancing at the screens, they raised their heads, astonished by each other's expressions. Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on Song Xie's face. My little darling, how impressive. Lin Xian's eyes reflected a lingering shock. Indeed, Zhexī could truly turn the tide this time. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Xie, I find it difficult to perceive Zhexi's intentions. Song Xie, with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, blinked. If you wish to know more about him, I have the means. At her words, Lin Xian rolled her eyes. I am discussing serious matters. To me, anything related to my little darling is serious. You're utterly hopeless. And you? Lin Xian stood up and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Song Xie's lips curled into a slight smile. Back at Mushroom House, as Lu Zhexī returned from the mountain, he immediately sent an email to his aunt and Xian. Within the email was a treasure capable of vanquishing all adversities. Just then, Teacher Huang called out, Zhexī, take Xinyue to harvest some millet. All right, I will head over now. Lu Zhexī set his phone down and exited the room. Just in time, the sky had cleared. As night fell over Tianyuan Mountain and Mushroom House, the autumn chill began to settle in. The three volleyball champions and Yuna busily prepared meat skewers, while teacher Huang cooked the hot pot, and Lu Zhexin stirred a few home-cooked dishes. Teacher He, holding Xiao AI, chuckled. I seem to be the only one idly sitting about. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Zhexin skillfully sliced white radish, smiling as he suggested, Teacher He, why not prepare a few glasses of milk before we enjoy the hot pot? Let Yuna and the others have some. It's better for their stomachs. Upon hearing this, the three volleyball girls and Yuna looked at Lu Zhexin with beaming smiles. Zhexin is so considerate, but we just want to indulge today. Indeed, hot pot is best enjoyed with spice. Lu Zhexin shook his head. Spicy substances can cause some damage to the stomach lining. The casein in milk can coat the spicy compounds, forming a protective layer on the stomach lining. Drinking some milk before the hot pot will allow you to savor the thrill while protecting your digestive system. After listening to Lu Zhexin's explanation, everyone understood. Teacher He set Xiao AI down. I will prepare the milk right away. Our four girls are treasures. Yuna, dressed in warm clothing, felt her cheeks flush from a slight chill. Appa, you know so much. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. All of this knowledge comes from my aunt. For the past decade, she has managed the company while meticulously caring for me at home. Many practical life lessons were imparted through her attentive nurturing. Although Lu Zhexin was reluctant to be treated like a child, he could not escape the formidable influence of his aunt. Over the past decade, Lu Zhexin had come to understand her well. His aunt loved him deeply and was exceedingly fearful of losing him. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Lu Zhexin promptly sent an email to his aunt and sister Xian, fearing that his aunt, in a moment of impulsiveness, might do something foolish. While his aunt was commendable in many respects, she tended to act without much thought when it came to matters concerning Lu Zhexin. As time quietly passed, the distinct aromas of hot pot and grilled skewers wafted through the yard. The three volleyball girls stood together, alternating their gazes between the steaming hot pot and teacher Huang grilling skewers. It smells so good. It must be almost ready, one exclaimed. Teacher Huang cheerfully responded, Tonight, we have plenty of hot pot and skewers to enjoy. The savings from a mushroom house were substantial, and Lu Zhexin was not stingy when it came to treating the volleyball girls to a splendid meal. As Lu Zhexin prepared the dishes and washed his hands, Yune approached him. Appa, she said. What's up? Are you hungry? Yune shook her head slightly, biting her lower lip in hesitation. Noticing her demeanor, Lu Zhexin inquired, What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Speak up. Perhaps I can assist you. Yune then softly asked, Appa, could you write a song for me? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexin's expression brightened. The side quest had only just been issued, and here was an opportunity. Of course. What kind of song do you want? Yune's face lit up with a beautiful smile as she blinked her doe-like eyes and replied, Something sweet and cheerful. Lu Zhexin's mind began to race, and soon a melody formed in his thoughts. This song was in his past life, one of his favorites. Do you want it now? Yune quickly shook her head, saying, Appa, I'm not in a hurry. You can take your time. It was already difficult for her to ask him to write a song, so she certainly wouldn't demanded immediately. Take your time, Appa. I'm not in a rush, she added before departing. Lu Zhexin was momentarily taken aback. Take my time? Is that necessary? Pulling a song together is hardly a laborious task. During dinner, the conversation predominantly revolved around the three volleyball girls. The night air in the mountains was quite chilly. However, everyone gathered around the hot pot, enjoying the grilled skewers, and felt quite at ease. After some chatter, Yuan Xinyue suggested, Zhexin, didn't you say you would sing for us? Lu Zhexin set down his chopsticks and smiled. Would you prefer to hear Rice or Romance Starry Sky, or a new song? Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up in anticipation, especially Wang Zhengyu, who perked up excitedly. Close-ups. Make sure to capture all the close-ups, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm. He adored Lu Zhexin's singing. The first episode had captivated the audience with Lu Zhexin's rendition of Rice Aroma, while the second episode teaser featuring Starry Sky had once again piqued their interest. Thus, Wang Zhengyu was genuinely eager for Lu Zhexin to perform. Teacher, he was momentarily stunned. Zhexin, have you written a new song? Lu Zhexin nodded with a smile. Yune asked me to help her write a song. What? Appa, you've already written it? Yune's mouth fell slightly agape in disbelief. She had only mentioned it to him that evening, and here he was, already prepared with a song. That's impressive. All right, wait for me a moment while I go get my guitar, Lu Zhexin said before heading inside to fetch it. The song is titled Silhouette of the Starry Sky. I hope everyone enjoys it. As he tuned his guitar, the group nodded in approval. The name sounded delightful, suggesting the song would be equally splendid. At night, there are stars, and clouds bring rain, Yet all I wish for is to have you by my side, he began. With those 3 lines, everyone was instantly captivated. The night holds stars, the clouds cradle raindrops, and in this moment, I long to hide within your embrace. You shield me from the wind and protect me from the tempest, amidst the vast night sky. Hearing your gentle voice whisper, "I love you," compels me to abandon everything and rush towards you. The mushroom house resonated with Lu Zhexī's melodious voice, and Yune's reaction was the most pronounced. Her sparkling eyes were filled with visions of Lu Zhexī. This truly felt like a song crafted just for her, perfectly suited for her to sing to him. A few minutes later, the mushroom house was filled with continuous echoes of song. Lu Zhexī stood and bowed to everyone, saying, "Thank you all." After taking a seat, Yune was the first to speak. "Appa, was that really written for me?" "Indeed, you asked me to write you a song, didn't you? I'll give it to you tonight, but there are a few parts one need to tweak." The atmosphere during dinner became even more harmonious thanks to Lu Zhexī's song, with everyone praising his talent and gift. Lu Zhexī simply smiled in response, without the system. He was merely a wealthy heir. Being a rich heir had its drawbacks. Aside from having more money, there weren't many other advantages. After dinner, Lu Zhexī took a shower and began to monitor the situation online. After browsing, he was not surprised by the deluge of reports and posts praising the sleep pillow. The intent of the other party was clear. They aimed to elevate the sleep pillow to great heights before ultimately undermining it. Lu Zhexī was uncertain when Hanyuan Company would strike, but with the network surveillance in place, everything was under his control. He took out his phone and chatted briefly with Sister Xian and his aunt. Currently, at Tianyuan Mountain, he was unable to keep up with the rapid changes in Tianhai's situation. Nonetheless, with his aunt and Sister Xian around, he felt reassured. At that moment, the voices of the 3 volleyball girls reached him. "Zhexī, does this sleep pillow really improve sleep quality? We train hard, and usually we simply crash at night. Yet we still feel fatigue the next day. If the sleep pillow guarantees deep sleep, that would be immensely significant for us. Indeed, deep sleep can alleviate physical fatigue, which is crucial for us," Lu Zhexī replied with a smile. "Of course it's true. You could try it tonight." We'll give it a go tonight. If it works well, we'll suggest to Coach Lang that we purchase the sleep pillow." Hearing this, Lu Zhexī smiled. If Super Dimension Technology could truly collaborate with the volleyball team, then their upcoming plans would be halfway to success. Chapter 39. Is Super Dimension Technology doomed? With plenty of time before bed, everyone gathered to play cards. To be honest, Lu Zhexī was not boasting within the mushroom house. He claimed to be the best at poker, and no one dared to contest that. The outcome was predictable. Lu Zhexī ended the game without a single paper slip on his face. Yune's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. "Appa, you're so mean. You only know how to bully me." Lu Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. "Yune, you only have 1 paper slip from me on your face. Is that so? I thought you put them all on me." Lu Zhexī was left speechless. Indeed, women often seem unreasonable. At that moment, Lu Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. "Zhexī, what is the matter?" He rose to his feet and replied, "I need to use the restroom. Do carry on without me." Lu Zhexī hastily made his way to the lavatory. He had no choice. The network monitor had just alerted him. Someone was preparing to besiege the official website of Super Dimension Technology. Lu Zhexī accessed the network monitoring interface and commenced the interception of the incoming traffic. At Hanyuan Company, in the general manager's office, a circle of individuals surrounded Zhang Mingyuan. "Are all our cyber warriors and traffic ready? Shall we commence the assault?" Zhang Mingyuan sipped his coffee delicately. "Proceed. Unleash the maximum traffic onto Super Dimension Technology's official site. I intend to bring their website to its knees in an instant." "Understood." Zhang Mingyuan felt a bit fatigued from standing and prepared to take a seat. However, before he could do so, a cacophony of exclamations erupted in the office. "Impossible! My heavens, how can this be? All the traffic had been intercepted." Zhang Mingyuan furrowed his brow and strode over, asking in a grave tone, "What is happening?" A technician, visibly flustered, replied, "General Manager, I'm not certain how this occurred, but our traffic was intercepted the moment it reached Super Dimension Technology's website." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan's expression darkened. The lack of cooperation from any domestic cybersecurity firms indicated that this interception was executed by Super Dimension Technology itself. In that case, increase our efforts. If 1 million is insufficient, then let it be 5 million. I refuse to believe they can intercept it again. Minutes later, the technicians wore expressions of despair. Zhang Mingyuan, in frustration, hurled his coffee cup to the floor. They had been escalating the traffic input continuously, even recklessly raising it to 5 million, yet still met with failure. After a long pause, Zhang Mingyuan grimly stated, "I will consult the chairman." Meanwhile, at Superdimension Technology, it was already past 9 in the evening. The premises illuminated and bustling with activity. The current period was undeniably arduous for Superdimension Technology. No one dared to leave for home. Fortunately, with the sleep pillows, everyone was unperturbed by the prospect of overtime. In the president's office, a bespectacled young man remarked, "If your intel is accurate, then a sudden influx of this traffic could cause our website to collapse instantly." Lin Xian's countenance darkened at this statement. Earlier, Xia had called to inform her that Han Yuan was preparing to unleash traffic in an attempt to incapacitate Superdimension Technology's website for an extended duration. It was reported that Han Yuan had readied traffic ranging from a minimum of 500,000 to a maximum of 1 million. This posed an apocalyptic threat to Superdimension Technology's online presence. After a moment of silence, Lin Xian inquired, "Are there still no major cybersecurity firms in the country willing to collaborate with us?" Su Yuan nodded, managing a rueful smile. "Indeed, all our requests for collaboration have fallen on deaf ears." Lin Xian, maintaining her composure, replied, "Very well, let them be." "What?" Su Yuan and the others were taken aback. "President Lin, many users are currently placing orders for sleep pillows on the website. If the site goes down, Before Su Yuan could finish his thought, a young man rushed into the office. "President Lin, good news. The adversary has just launched an attack against us. However, inexplicably, the moment their traffic entered, it was entirely intercepted. Their last assault involved a frantic 5 million in traffic, yet it ultimately failed. Our website is secure, and they have retreated." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan and the others stood there, dumbfounded. Lin Xian lowered her gaze, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. "Zhexī, you truly pique my curiosity." "President Lin." Lin Xian lifted her head, a wisp of a smile gracing her lips. "Everyone is exhausted. It's time to head home. Do not concern yourselves with the website." Su Yuan and the others exchanged glances. Finally, Su Yuan couldn't help but ask, "President Lin, do we have assistance?" Lin Xian shook her head. "No assistance. The preservation of the website is entirely due to the boss's efforts." The boss? Is he truly that formidable? This question lingered in the minds of all present. After all, the adversary had been reckless, pouring in a staggering amount of traffic. It was remarkable that the boss could intercept such a deluge. However, it wasn't long before they reassured themselves. The ability of Superdimension Technology to produce CPU intelligent control software and sleep pillows was testament enough to the boss's capabilities. Yet, contemplating the boss's youthful and handsome visage, they were still perplexed. How could someone who appeared merely as a privileged heir possess such prowess? Was he perhaps the scion of a hidden aristocratic family, and this ordeal merely a test from his lineage? Lin Xian was blissfully unaware of the musings of Su Yuan and the others. Had she known, she would have found it amusing. The notion of a hidden aristocrat was a stretch of imagination. "Everyone should return home. Let us gather early tomorrow. We may be quite busy. The boss has already promised that once this crisis passes, we shall receive time off and a substantial bonus." At the mention of a bonus, Su Yuan and the others snapped back to reality. While they were pleased, there was no celebration. The company's crisis had yet to be resolved. As they exited the president's office, the despair that had clouded their eyes began to glimmer with a flicker of hope. The boss's timely intervention had been a boon, yet they remained anxious. The impending crises for the company were likely to escalate, and they wondered if the boss could withstand the forthcoming challenges. At Han Yuan Company, in the chairman's office, Lu Kuanhai listened intently to Zhang Mingyuan's report, his brow furrowed in concern. "Xia has intervened?" Zhang Mingyuan shook his head. "I am uncertain, but aside from her, I cannot fathom how Superdimension Technology could intercept such a massive traffic assault." Lu Kuanhai pondered this for a moment. "Let the interception of Superdimension Technology's website be. It does not significantly impact our plan. The upcoming strategy is of paramount importance and must be executed without a hitch." Zhang Mingyuan nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Chairman, I understand." Lu Kuanhai continued. "Now that Xia has taken action, it seems I must make some concessions. I had intended to negotiate further with those foreign entities, but it appears that if we do not neutralize CF first, our subsequent plans may not proceed smoothly." Zhang Mingyuan, intrigued, inquired, "Chairman, do those foreign companies truly possess the means to deal with Lia Company?" Lu Kuanhai smiled knowingly. "I have gathered some insight into their leverage. Completely dismantling Lia Company is unrealistic. However, they can certainly divert a significant amount of Lia's resources, compounded by the existing troubles Lia faces, which will undoubtedly leave Xia in a state of disarray. I will expedite our arrangements here, and you may proceed at a measured pace on your end." Zhang Mingyuan acknowledged. "Rest assured, Chairman, as long as Xia refrains from intervening, Superdimension Technology is as good as doomed." Chapter 40, Utter Nonsense. The following day, at Superdimensional Technology, in the President's office. Mr. Lin, we have successfully coordinated with the National Postal Service regarding the 32,000 sleep pillows. They will send a dedicated vehicle this afternoon to package and ship them from our warehouse. If all goes as planned, the first batch of orders can be dispatched within 3 days. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Lin Xian lifted her gaze and inquired, "What is the status of the sleep pillow orders?" Su Yuan promptly replied, "There has been a continuous stream of reports online about the sleep pillows, and their popularity shows no signs of waning. According to our research, it seems that those online platforms are either intentionally or unintentionally supporting one another." Lin Xian frowned slightly. It is already commendable that they are not overtly colluding in wrongdoing. We must expedite the shipment of the first batch of orders and ensure the product's after-sales service is impeccable. Su Yuan nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I will personally oversee this aspect to guarantee that no errors occur." At Tianyuan Mountain, in the Mushroom House, after finishing breakfast, the 3 volleyball players indulged in some playful activities before departing. Before leaving, they gathered around Lu Zhexī. "Zhexī, this sleep pillow is truly miraculous." "Zhexī, I heard from Yune that this sleep pillow is a product of your company?" Lu Zhexī smiled and replied, "Indeed, this sleep pillow was developed by our company." "Is that so? You are truly impressive. Not only can you sing, but you also run such an extraordinary company." Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. "It's just a casual venture I embarked upon." Upon hearing this, the 3 volleyball players rolled their eyes at him. They certainly did not believe such nonsense. They had used the sleep pillows the previous night and awoke this morning feeling utterly amazed. Athletes are sensitive to their bodies, and they were well aware of the benefits the sleep pillows had brought them. A company capable of developing such a groundbreaking product could not possibly be a mere pastime. Parting is always tinged with sadness. The 3 volleyball players felt reluctant to leave. For them, their day and a half at the Mushroom House had been their most relaxed and delightful time. After bidding farewell to the volleyball players, the 4 in the Mushroom House began to discuss what to do that afternoon. Lu Zhexī proposed, "Let us pick corn. We have only 60 yuan left for living expenses and owe the production team over 800. In order to ensure the volleyball players had a decent meal, the 4 in the Mushroom House were willing to spend money. They bought hot pot ingredients, lamb, beef, and snacks. Fortunately, they had accumulated a fair amount of living expenses at the Mushroom House. Otherwise, their debts might have approached 1,000. Lu Zhexī's suggestion received enthusiastic support from Teacher He. "Zhexī is right. We've accumulated this much debt during one program. We must address it seriously." Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. "In that case, this afternoon, the 4 of us will go pick corn. We need not resolve all 800 in one go. We should aim to reduce the debt as much as possible." Yune's voice was firm. "I want to pick a lot of corn this afternoon." After lunch, the Mushroom House began its afternoon rest. After Yune had a shower and emerged, her phone rang. It was her manager. "Yune, the song you sent me last night was reviewed by professionals, and it's quite impressive. Aren't you off tomorrow? Come to Yearning at noon to record the song." Yune nodded. "Okay, I'll come over tomorrow at noon. By the way, how are the discussions regarding the studio coming along?" On the other end of the line, her manager replied, "I spoke with Huai, and President Wang holds you in high regard. He is willing to have our studio affiliated with Huai. However, some specific collaboration details still need your attention." Yune smiled upon hearing this. "No problem." After hanging up, Yune thought for a moment before stepping out of her room. The 2 teachers were napping, and her appa seemed to be working. "Appa, are you awake?" Yune approached Lu Zhexī and softly asked, "Tomorrow I need to go record a song. Can you accompany me?" Hearing this, Lu Zhexī pondered for a moment. "I'll go with you. I also want to record Rice, a Romance Stars. I plan to release these 2 songs for free on major music platforms." Yune was somewhat surprised. "Free?" Lu Zhexī smiled and explained, "I'm not in need of money. Singing is merely a hobby." Yune then realized. The reason Lu Zhexī wished to record songs was rather straightforward. It was to complete side quest 2. This quest required him to gain 50,000 true fans. But he had only amassed less than 30,000 thus far. Lu Zhexī contemplated that relying on variety shows to gain true fans was still too challenging. Originally, he wouldn't have been so eager to acquire fans, but just moments ago, through the network surveillance, he had received crucial information. Hanyuan Corporation had allied with several foreign companies and was preparing to target Lia Corporation. The reward from Side Quest 2 would precisely aid his aunt in overcoming this crisis. Therefore, Lu Zhexī needed to obtain true fans as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, at the National Women's Volleyball Training Center, the 3 volleyball players approached Coach Lang. "Coach, we would like to discuss something with you." Coach Lang nodded. "Go ahead." The 3 volleyball players exchanged glances, and Yuan Xinyue, spoke up, Coach. We would like to recommend a product that can assist in our daily training. Coach Lang frowned slightly. What product? Have you forgotten? As athletes, you cannot use drugs or any other dubious products without permission. Ding Xia produced a sleep pillow. It's this product called the sleep pillow. It can help us quickly enter deep sleep. Utter nonsense. Coach Lang erupted in anger. You just won the championship, and you're already neglecting your careers? Do you not understand how invaluable you are to the nation? How could you use such a product without our testing? This is simply absurd. Seeing Coach Lang's anger, the three volleyball players quickly explained themselves. After their explanations, Coach Lang's brow remained furrowed. Follow me and bring that sleep pillow along. In the training center's medical room, medical staff were conducting comprehensive health checks on the three volleyball players. Coach Lang stood with arms crossed, quietly observing. An hour later, an elderly man with graying hair approached Coach Lang. The basic examinations are complete. All three players are in excellent health. However, the results of the brain examination and deeper tests will not be available until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Upon hearing this, Coach Lang sighed in relief. She was about to say something, but hesitated. She picked up a sleep pillow. Please test this pillow. The elderly man looked puzzled. A pillow? What use could this pillow have? They say it can treat insomnia and help one quickly enter deep sleep. The elderly man replied firmly, impossible. Insomnia issues have yet to be resolved. Coach Lang sighed. I understand, but I know the girls I brought out. They would not lie. The elderly man furrowed his brow, but ultimately accepted the sleep pillow. I don't have time in the next few days. I will have my students test this pillow. Certainly. Please provide a report so that I may reason with these three foolish girls. Chapter 41. The Great War Approaches. Tianhai, Lia Research Institute. Song Xia stepped into a laboratory. Upon her arrival, several elderly researchers paused their tasks. President Song, you have arrived, one of them greeted with a smile. Song Xia's expression remained frosty as she inquired, what is the status? An elderly man replied cheerfully, currently, all research is progressing smoothly. We estimate that in approximately 10 days, all research tasks will be completed. At this, a smile graced Song Xia's lips. Excellent. I shall await your good news in 10 days. Rest assured, President Song, we will not disappoint you. After exiting the laboratory, Song Xia's demeanor once again turned cold. She glanced at her secretary. Wu Ying, inform the upper management of the institute that I will be waiting for them in the conference room. Understood, Chairwoman. In the Research Institute's conference room, Song Xia sat at the head of the table, her delicate brows knitted in thought. 2 rows of senior staff were seated below her, all silent and apprehensive. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the lower left spoke up. Chairwoman, have you summoned us because something has occurred? Song Xia's beautiful eyes narrowed. There is a traitor within the Research Institute, or rather, among you. At her words, the atmosphere in the conference room fell into a profound silence, with incredulous expressions plastered on every face. Each individual present had dedicated over a decade to the Institute. How could anyone betray it? The middle-aged man, bewildered, responded, Chairwoman, everyone here has been loyal to you for years. How could there be a traitor? Song Xia's expression remained impassive. I am equally incredulous, yet the facts speak for themselves. It is precisely because you have all been with me for so long that I have called you here. I hope someone will voluntarily confess, allowing us to part amicably. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, still struggling to believe the gravity of the situation. Standing up, Song Xia left a final remark before departing. I will be in the adjacent office awaiting your return. I will only wait until 7 o'clock. As they watched her retreating figure, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Time passed quietly. In the adjacent office, Song Xia was absorbed in handling documents when Wu Ying brought her a cup of coffee. Chairwoman, it is already 6:30. Song Xia paused her perusal of the files, accepting the coffee and taking a gentle sip. Let's wait a little longer. Wu Ying hesitated before speaking. Chairwoman, I doubt they will come. Song Xia nodded. I understand. My presence here until 7 o'clock serves to convey that I have always upheld my word. Upon hearing this, Wu Ying comprehended the underlying message. At exactly 7 o'clock, Song Xia exited the office. 10 minutes later, her car departed from the Research Institute. On a certain floor of the institute, a shadow observed as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. Only after the car was out of sight did he draw the curtains. Meanwhile, at Hanyuan Corporation, in the chairman's office, Liu Kuenhai was engaged in a video call. The computer screen displayed the images of 3 foreign men. Gentlemen, I have received word that the research at the Lia Research Institute will conclude in 10 days. I wonder, how are your preparations progressing? Liu Kuenhai inquired with a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, you are aware of our leverage. In fact, we have already taken action, and I believe it won't be long before Ms. Song receives news. At this, a broad smile spread across Lu Kuanhai's face. Excellent. My plans regarding the superdimensional technology will also proceed steadily. However, we need to discuss and refine certain aspects of profit distribution. Half an hour later, Lu Kuanhai ended the video call and summoned Zhang Mingyuan. They have initiated their actions. Starting tomorrow, you may execute the next phase of the plan. Zhang Mingyuan replied with a smile. Chairman, rest assured, I am prepared at any moment. At Lia Corporation, Song Xie was organizing several documents to take home. Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang. Chairwoman, there is an issue with the sales network in France. Song Xie, unfazed, replied, I am aware. Inform Li Wei to handle it. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded, Li Wei has just betrayed us. Instantly, silence enveloped both ends of the call. After an undetermined amount of time, Song Xie finally spoke, her tone as calm as ever. I understand. You take charge of the situation there. Understood, Chairwoman. After hanging up, Song Xie's expression turned cold. Wu Ying, come in. Moments later, Wu Ying entered briskly. Chairwoman, you summoned me? I need to go to France. There has been an incident, and I cannot attend. Wu Ying looked puzzled. But isn't Li Wei there? He has betrayed us. Song Xie's voice was steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. At this revelation, Wu Ying's mouth fell agape, struggling to accept the gravity of the situation. Yet, in an instant, she recognized the severity of the matter. Chairwoman, I will depart immediately. Go. I trust you to manage things there. After Wu Ying left, Song Xie approached the floor-to-ceiling window, crossing her arms as she gazed quietly at the bustling nightscape of Tianhai. There are always those who believe themselves to be exceptionally clever, and those who consider themselves formidable. The following morning, the sleeping pillow once again dominated various online platforms. A middle school student from Xiang province reported feeling dizzy and nauseous after using the pillow. An 80-year-old woman who tried it was unable to sleep all night, resulting in her hospitalization. According to expert evaluations, the sleeping pillow is a harmful technological product detrimental to health, and users are advised to exercise caution. A middle-aged man reported that after using the pillow, he awoke to find all his hair had fallen out. Netizens were bewildered as they opened their feeds that morning. What is happening? Just last night, there were countless positive reviews about the sleeping pillow. How did it all turn to criticism overnight? As they clicked on the articles, they were met with a barrage of comments, all denouncing the sleeping pillow. Numerous users shared their negative experiences with the product. A junk product. They claimed it could cure insomnia, but after using it, I couldn't sleep a wink. I vomited all morning after using it. Surely no one would actually believe a product that harms health, right? My parents are in the hospital because of that sleeping pillow. Not only had these reports turned sour, but the official social media account of Superdimensional Technology was also inundated with negative comments and replies. Even the influencers who had previously endorsed the pillow, He Laoshi and Yunei, were not spared from the backlash. The comments began by criticizing the sleeping pillow, but soon escalated into attacks on He Laoshi and Yunei themselves. He Laoshi, it is time for you to exit the scene. How do you have the audacity to promote such a harmful product? Yunei, get out Huagua. You are not welcome here. Madam, the entertainment industry is filled with unsavory characters, whose pursuits revolve around monetary gain or the promotion of subpar products. Recently, the alarming news regarding the health hazards posed by sleep pillows has swept across the digital realm. Chapter 42, Troubles Galore. This morning, Lu Zhexī was not roused by the sound of an alarm clock, but rather by the notification of a system task. Ding! Emergency announcement. Crisis resolution. Task description for Phase 1. Within 5 days, thwart the sinister plot of Hongyuan Corporation and ensure they pay a steep price. Successful completion of the task will yield 5 task points and unlock Phase 2. Failure will result in a deduction of 10 task points. Lu Zhexī furrowed his brow and activated the network monitor. Instantly, a barrage of reports flooded the screen. After perusing these articles, a cold smirk escaped his lips. He took out his phone and sent a message to Sister Xian. At Superdimension Technology, the atmosphere within the company began to grow frantic. After calming the employees, Su Yuan swiftly entered the president's office. Before he could utter a word, Lin Xian interjected, "Disregard the reports online. We will process all requests for refunds." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "But President Lin, this," he stammered. Lin Xian waved her hand dismissively. "This is the boss's decision." The boss. "But President Lin, if we mishandle this situation, it could be catastrophic for Superdimension Technology." Lin Xian calmly replied, "I am aware. You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan could only sigh in resignation as he exited the office. In the office area, the staff gathered around Su Yuan. "What did President Lin say?" they asked eagerly. Su Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. "We need not concern ourselves with the reports. We shall carry on with our duties." What? The crowd was incredulous. Su Yuan reiterated, "This is the boss's decision." At this, the employees fell silent. The boss's decision? Ever since the last incident where the boss preserved the official website, they had come to realize the boss was not to be underestimated. However, this crisis was of a different magnitude. It was a public relations disaster that had engulfed the entire internet. A compromised website could be salvaged through technical means, but a public relations crisis required astute strategy to navigate. Seeing the shock on their faces, Su Yuan reassured them, "You must have faith in the boss and President Lin. The greatest challenges and adversities are upon us, and I hope we can unite to overcome them." With Su Yuan's encouragement, the employees begrudgingly returned to their posts. Su Yuan returned to his office, letting out a deep sigh. His earlier words were not just a deception for the others. They were self-deception as well. The boss was too young. Faced with an unexpected crisis, the decision to adopt a hands-off approach might stem from a lack of knowledge on how to address it. Su Yuan felt a weight of concern. He gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers, once envisioning superdimension technology as a colossal entity in this city, perhaps even the world. Yet, the arrival of this crisis, coupled with the company's response, left him devoid of hope. In Yearning, Lu Zhexī accompanied Yuna to Hawaii. Just as they exited the vehicle, a middle-aged woman seized Yuna's arm. "Yuna, there's something crucial I need to discuss with you." She glanced at Lu Zhexī before pulling Yuna aside. Lu Zhexī merely smiled at this interaction. Initially, he had no intention of eavesdropping, but the volume of their dispute was too loud to ignore. "Yuna, you must delete that tweet recommending the sleep pillow immediately and issue an apology tweet." "Why?" "I'm not deleting anything. Don't be stubborn. Just take a look at the countless negative comments on your tweet and observe the online landscape. It's inundated with adverse reports about the sleep pillow. I've just received word from Hawaii that negotiations with the studio are temporarily halted. Do you understand what that implies?" Yuna bit her lip, her tone resolute. "I won't delete it. I haven't done anything wrong." The agent, growing increasingly frustrated, retorted, "If you don't delete it, how will you progress in Huagua? As an artist, your entire career is built upon audience approval, and they are clearly dissatisfied now." Yuna shook her head defiantly. At this point, Lu Zhexī could no longer stand idly by. He stepped forward, and the agent instinctively fell silent, leaving Yuna feeling somewhat awkward. "Appa, please listen, just delete it." The agent's expression brightened at this moment, eager to persuade Yuna, but she preempted him. "Appa, I won't delete it. I intend to pin it." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī gently patted her head. "Listen to me. I can handle this matter." Yuna's resolve only strengthened. "I've said it. I want to delete it." Lu Zhexī could only smile wryly in response. The agent was visibly irate, yet with Lu Zhexī present, she refrained from expressing her anger. Upon entering Hawaii, as the agent had indicated, studio negotiations were indeed on hold. However, the recording of the song could still proceed. Lu Zhexī did not seek out Wang Zhonglei, for Hawaii was not solely his domain. Sometimes his word alone did not carry weight. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Zhexī and Yuna returned to the Mushroom House. The song recording went exceptionally well, and during the session, Wang Zhonglei made an appearance. He assured Yuna that once this period passed, negotiations with the studio would resume, encouraging her not to worry. Thus, on their way home, Yuna remained in high spirits. However, upon returning to the Mushroom House, they received disheartening news. The toilet station demanded teacher he delete her tweet, which she refused. The situation worsened when teacher Huang directly retweeted teacher he's post, voicing support for the sleep pillow. Consequently, the toilet station suspended the filming of the program. Teacher Huang clapped Lu Zhexī on the shoulder, saying, "We all stand by you in this matter. If it comes to it, we can forego this program." Teacher he nodded in agreement. After years in the entertainment industry, neither of us will lose our livelihoods over a variety show. Yuna remained steadfastly by Lu Zhexī's side. "Appa, have you devised a solution for this situation?" Lu Zhexī nodded. "I have long considered a solution, but now is not the right time. Rest assured, I will manage the sleep pillow issue and work swiftly to resume filming. Regardless of the circumstances, the program team should not suffer due to my actions." Just then, Lu Zhexī's phone rang. The caller ID read, "Women's Volleyball Team." In Yearning, at a certain National Medical Research Institute, an office housed an elderly gentleman conversing with a major general. "Old Jiang, I hope you will take this military research seriously. Rest assured, General Wu, in 3 days, I will lead my team to the military." At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The elder furrowed his brow but still called out, "Come in." A middle-aged man burst into the room, his excitement palpable. "Professor, I've made a significant discovery, truly groundbreaking." The elder's expression soured slightly, and he murmured, "What s with the urgency?" The middle-aged man, undeterred by the elder's demeanor, continued, "Professor, the sleep pillow you gave me yesterday has been thoroughly evaluated. It is an epic-making technological marvel. This pillow can genuinely resolve insomnia issues entirely." The middle-aged man rambled on, oblivious to the shifting expressions of the elder and the general. Before long, the elder and the major general rose to their feet. The elder abruptly interrupted the middle-aged man, inquiring with urgency, "Are you certain that your evaluation is error-free? Master, this sleep pillow has been jointly assessed by our team. How could there be any mistake?" Upon hearing this, the elder and the major general exchanged a glance. "Let us proceed to the women's volleyball training center at once." "Hello, Sister Xia. This is Coach Lang. Mr. Liu, could you possibly spare some time to come to the women's volleyball training center?" Chapter 43. Not yet wild enough at the women's volleyball training center as Liu Zhexī arrived. He was ushered into an office. Within the office, apart from Coach Lang, there was a silver-haired elder, a major general, and a middle-aged man. "Mr. Liu, greetings. I apologize for summoning you, but this matter is of utmost importance, and I hope you can understand." Liu Zhexī replied with a smile, "Not at all. It is my honor to be at the women's volleyball training center." Upon hearing this, Coach Lang began to introduce the other three individuals to Liu Zhexī. The middle-aged man was Director Xiao, the head of the women's volleyball department at the National Sports Administration. The elder was academician Jiang Mingyu. The major general was a high-ranking official from the military logistics department named Zhang Wen. After the introductions, Liu Zhexī felt a slight astonishment. These three are indeed prominent figures. Suddenly, academician Jiang Mingyu grasped Liu Zhexī's hands with fervor, exclaiming, "Young Liu, is this sleep pillow a product of your company's research team?" Liu Zhexī nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I oversee a private research institute." Upon hearing this, academician Jiang hastily asked, "May I meet this team? I am extremely eager to understand how they address the issue of brainwaves and how they manage to apply the same brainwave effects across all age groups. I also wish to know." The elder, still gripping Liu Zhexī's hands, continued to rattle off numerous inquiries, many of which Liu Zhexī found incomprehensible. As he witnessed the elder's escalating excitement, Liu Zhexī felt somewhat awkward. Coach Lang and the others also appeared uneasy, but refrained from interrupting. Eventually, academician Jiang concluded his barrage of questions and looked at Liu Zhexī with eager anticipation. Faced with this, Liu Zhexī could only manage a wry smile. "Academician, I need to clarify something. My private research institute is located abroad, and most of the researchers are foreigners." Upon hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed. At that moment, Director Xiao spoke up cheerfully, "Academician, there is no need to rush. We have more pressing matters to discuss, do we not?" The elder nodded and released Liu Zhexī's hands. Director Xiao turned to Liu Zhexī. "Mr. Liu, please have a seat. The reason we summoned you is to propose a collaboration. To be precise, it is on behalf of the National Sports Administration that we wish to collaborate with you. We are interested in purchasing a batch of sleep pillows specifically for our athletes. If you are agreeable, we should expedite the arrangements for this collaboration." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Zhexī acquiesced. The prospect of a partnership with the National Sports Administration would inevitably dispel the false reports circulating outside. Seeing Liu Zhexī's agreement, Director Xiao smiled and stated that they would promptly dispatch someone to negotiate with superdimension technology. At that moment, the major general stepped forward. "Mr. Liu, greetings. Our military is also interested in procuring sleep pillows." Liu Zhexī was taken aback. The military's interest in acquiring sleep pillows was beyond his expectations. If the collaboration with the National Sports Administration brought him joy, the prospect of working with the military exhilarated him. In Huahua, the military has always been a pillar of trust for the populace. Once the news of a partnership with the military was announced, all the slander would surely dissipate. Thus, Liu Zhexī did not hesitate to agree to the military's collaboration. Although Zhang Wen maintained a serious demeanor, his expression softened slightly. Representatives from the military would visit superdimension technology within 3 days. "We may need to tour your production facility. Rest assured, a factory visit will not pose any significant issues." Half an hour later, Liu Zhexī exited the women's volleyball training center with a buoyant step. In the office, the elder was somewhat anxious. "Director Xiao, why did you stop me? The brainwave codes within the sleep pillows are crucial to national research." Director Xiao poured a cup of tea for the elder. "Academician, this matter is beyond our control." The elder looked perplexed. At that moment, Zhang Wen interjected. "When I reported to my superiors at noon, the military retrieved Liu Zhexī's file, which is classified at the highest level." Upon hearing this, the elder appeared to grasp the situation. Several hours later, at Tianhai Pudong International Airport, Liu Zhexī boarded his aunt's car. Half an hour later, he entered superdimension technology. The employees were taken aback upon seeing their boss. After greeting everyone, Lu Zhexī proceeded to the president's office. The National Sports Administration and the military wish to collaborate with us? Lin Xian's expression was one of disbelief, clearly astonished. Lu Zhexī nodded with a smile. Representatives from the National Sports Administration should arrive tomorrow, while the military will come within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian rose from her chair. I will announce this news. With that, she began to stride forward. However, after a few steps, Lu Zhexī caught her arm. It is still too early. Lin Xian glared at him. Too early? Do you not realize that to date, 95% of the orders for the sleep pillows have been canceled? The internet is rife with scathing reports condemning the sleep pillows. Lu Zhexī gently tugged at her hand. I understand, but now is truly not the right moment. Huanyuan Company is not yet wild enough, and superdimension technology has not yet reached a dire enough state. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian managed to regain her composure. Not long after, Lin Xian stared at Lu Zhexī, still not letting go. Lu Zhexī released her arm. Lin Xian didn't cast him a glance and returned to her desk to attend to her duties. Seeing this, Lu Zhexī could only pout before flopping onto the sofa. At Huanyuan Company, in the general manager's office, Zhang Mingyuan welcomed an elder into the office. Old Wu, please take a seat. The elder nodded slightly and sat on the sofa. Zhang Mingyuan poured a cup of hot tea for him. Old Wu, how have you considered this matter? The elder held the teacup, gently blowing on the steam, and did not respond. Zhang Mingyuan remained patient. After a long moment, the elder took a sip of tea and finally spoke. 5 million. With my involvement, the sleep pillows cannot possibly make a comeback. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Mingyuan's eyes. Old Wu, 5 million is excessive. It has always been 1 million. The elder waved his hand dismissively. I can have one of my disciples intervene. With him involved, we can exert pressure from the authorities. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Very well. But tonight you will need to appear on a television program and publicly discuss the dangers of the sleep pillows. The elder smiled amiably, rest assured. Once the money is received, I will ensure the matter is handled appropriately. After tonight, you may commence the acquisition of superdimension technology. At 8:30, a health program is being broadcast live on Tianhai television. Once the host completes the opening remarks, he enthusiastically announces, friends in front of the television, please welcome Vice President Wu Rensheng from Tianhai First Hospital. Shortly thereafter, a rosy-cheeked elder strides into the studio. Director Wu is a renowned expert, both domestically and internationally. And during his guest appearance on our show, he will impart professional and scientific knowledge on health preservation. Welcome, Director Wu. Hello, host, and greetings to the viewers at home. I am Wu Rensheng. After exchanging pleasantries, the host and Wu Rensheng sit down to engage in a discussion about health topics. At this moment, the host suddenly inquires, Director Wu, I see many netizens leaving comments asking how to improve insomnia. With a smile, Wu Rensheng responds, insomnia has long been a significant concern for many individuals, representing a major challenge in the medical field. Presently, insomnia can only be addressed through pharmacological interventions. Other methods tend to yield unsatisfactory results. Speaking of insomnia, I must caution everyone about a popular sleep pillow circulating online that claims to cure insomnia and facilitate rapid entry into deep sleep. I can only describe this as sheer nonsense. The human brain is the most complex and vulnerable part of the body. Our hospital's team has conducted a thorough evaluation of this sleep pillow, and we discovered that not only does it fail to alleviate insomnia, but it may also exacerbate the condition. Most alarmingly, prolonged use of this pillow could potentially lead to dementia in the elderly and even impair brain development. More gravely, it may pose a direct threat to our life safety. I am willing to stake my reputation on the veracity of these statements. Additionally, I urge our viewers to remain vigilant and not fall prey to unscrupulous companies and their deceptive products. The program lasts an hour and a half, with Wu Rensheng dedicating an hour to denouncing the sleep pillow and elucidating its dangers. Chapter 44, The Official Intervention. The broadcast from Tianhai television sparked an uproar that evening and the following day. Reports regarding the health risks posed by the sleep pillow exploded once more. Oh dear, I just purchased a sleep pillow. Fortunately, I haven't used it. Otherwise, I could have faced dementia. Damn it. How could superdimension technology, such a shameless company, dare to sell such a fraudulent product? Wait a minute. I've used the sleep pillow, and it worked wonders for me. There were no side effects. Director Wu Rensheng is a well-respected expert, nearly elected a national academician. How can you doubt the words of such a prominent figure? Indeed, you disbelieve the expert, yet choose to trust those unscrupulous companies? A single program, coupled with an authoritative expert, thrust superdimension technology and the sleep pillow into the spotlight. An air of anxiety permeated the hearts of all. When Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian arrived at the company, they were intercepted by their employees. Lu Zhexī smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need?" A few employees hesitated but eventually spoke up. "Boss, we wish to resign." Lu Zhexī was taken aback. At that moment, Su Yuan stepped forward, his expression grim. "What do you mean? The company has never wronged you. How can you contemplate abandoning ship at such a critical juncture?" The employees lowered their heads. Su Yuan was about to say more when Lu Zhexī interjected, "It's all right. Everyone has their own thoughts and reasons. Please proceed to the finance department to settle your wages." Although you haven't completed a full month, Super Dimension Technology is committed to expressing gratitude to every employee who has contributed. Upon hearing this, the employees felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, they resolved to leave. Just then, several teams of enforcement officers entered Super Dimension Technology. The crowd was puzzled, and both Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian furrowed their brows. "We are from the Fire Safety Department. We are here to inspect whether Super Dimension Technology complies with departmental regulations. We are from the Market Supervision Administration. With each department's name and reason for being there, everyone struggled to comprehend. Lin Xian's face turned icy, while Lu Zhexī stroked his chin, finding the situation amusing. Half an hour later, one of the enforcement officers stepped forward. "Your company has significant issues. Before our afternoon visit, we hope you can rectify them. Otherwise, we will impose penalties." With that, the group departed. Su Yuan approached Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian. "Boss Lin, they didn't even specify what our issues are. This is blatant targeting. We must file a complaint against these departments." Lu Zhexī waved his hand dismissively. "It's futile. If they can come here, it's evident that our complaint will go unheard. Don't pay them any mind. They are merely a bunch of clowns." Just then, Lu Zhexī was called back by a few employees. "Boss." Lu Zhexī looked at the employees who had stopped him in confusion. "We also wish to resign." Hearing this, Lu Zhexī smiled and nodded. "Of course, anyone wishing to resign may go directly to the finance department to settle their wages." Upon hearing this, all the employees exchanged glances. Ultimately, nearly 70% of the employees opted to resign. The intervention by the relevant departments instilled fear in everyone. If Super Dimension Technology were to encounter genuine problems, it would leave a blemish on their records. They all worked to earn a living. If they received their pay but bore a stain on their reputation, it would matter little. However, the issue was that they had yet to see any money, and a stain had already appeared, which terrified them. An hour later, Lu Zhexī surveyed the nearly deserted company with a nonchalant smile. He turned to those who remained. "I am immensely grateful to all of you for placing your trust in the company. Here, I can assure you that the crisis will soon be resolved. I hope you do not panic or fret. Once the crisis is averted, everyone will receive a generous reward." Upon hearing this, the employees fell into silence. Until the crisis is resolved, all promises are but mirages. Observing their expressions, Lu Zhexī paid them little heed. Around 10 o'clock, a relevant department's Weibo account from Tianhai suddenly released a post. Today, several departments conducted a surprise inspection of Super Dimension Technology, uncovering numerous alarming issues. We hope Super Dimension Technology takes this seriously. Additionally, in the coming days, we will conduct unannounced inspections of Super Dimension Technology intermittently. As soon as this post went live, it swiftly trended. With the authorities involved, those who had previously supported the sleep pillow fell silent. Simultaneously, the online vitriol directed at the sleep pillow reached its zenith. Leah Company, Chairman's Office. Song Xia hurled several documents onto the desk. Just moments ago, Leah Research Institute had called. The latest beauty formula had been leaked, and several core researchers had fled abroad. This was a devastating blow to Leah Company. Song Xia had always believed that the traitor was among the higher-ups of the Research Institute. Little did she expect that the betrayers were, in fact, the very researchers. The recent leakage of the formula would render all the efforts of Leah Company over the past few years utterly futile. Lu Zhexī approached his aunt and began to massage her shoulders. "Aunt, please do not be upset." Her expression softened as she quietly inquired, "Has Hongyuan Company begun to make moves publicly?" Lu Zhexī nodded affirmatively. "Yes, but the issue is not significant. Should we inform Grandpa and Grandma? Or perhaps tell Big Brother?" Lu Zhexī shook his head. "No need. If I cannot resolve this minor issue, I can only imagine how much you will mock me." "Aunt, have you devised a plan to tackle Leah Company's troubles?" Song Xia slightly nodded. "This minor inconvenience is of no concern to me. Their actions against Leah Company aim to distract me from assisting you. They understand that when it comes to serious matters, I can decisively take action. They can only create small annoyances to divert my attention. How is your counterattack plan coming along?" Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. "Everything is in place. We merely await the right opportunity." At that moment, Lu Zhexi's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He glanced at it and smiled. The first favorable wind has arrived. At Super Dimension Technology's reception area, Lu Zhexī greeted, "Hello, Director Xie. I am Lu Zhexī. Director Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you." Xie Ping replied as he took a seat. "There is no need for us to beat around the bush. Let us discuss the cooperation directly." "Of course. That is perfectly acceptable." Meanwhile, in the office area outside the reception room, a group of employees gathered together. Who are those people? I don't know, but the boss seems quite concerned. They are not here to cause trouble. Are they? Surely not. Our company has enough issues already without inviting more. Chapter 45. It is time to strike back. Given that the collaboration was confirmed, the discussion revolved solely around specific details. Consequently, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. Starting this year, Super Dimension Technology would need to customize a batch of sleep pillows annually for national athletes, priced at 800 yuan each. The sleep pillows sold on the company's website were categorized into 3 tiers. The basic version at 299 yuan, the mid-tier at 999 yuan, and the premium version at 1,999 yuan. Therefore, Xie Ping was quite pleased with the 800 yuan price point. After both Lu Zhexī and Xie Ping signed their names on the contract, the 5-year agreement was officially activated. "Director Lu, I look forward to our cooperation." Lu Zhexī shook Xie Ping's hand, saying, "Director Xie, I have a small favor to ask of you. Please go ahead. I hope the sports administration can issue a public announcement regarding our collaboration with Super Dimension Technology." Xie Ping chuckled. "Rest assured, Director Lu, that is no problem. I greatly appreciate your assistance, Director." Lu Zhexī felt elated. With Xie Ping's agreement, his plan was destined for success. Xie Ping then quietly asked, "Director Lu, I learned beforehand that your company is facing numerous troubles. Do you require any assistance?" Lu Zhexī felt tempted, but ultimately declined. "I appreciate your kind offer, Director Xie, but your agreement to my request is already a great help." Xie Ping nodded thoughtfully. Just as the enforcement officers had departed earlier that day, they returned in the afternoon, calling all employees outside once more to conduct inspections. Before leaving, they remarked, "If you don't tidy up, we will return tonight." Lu Zhexī merely smiled in response. Thus, over the course of 3 days, the enforcement officers arrived promptly 3 times daily without fail. This relentless scrutiny prompted a wave of resignations among employees. The reports online regarding the sleep pillows remained incessant. Today, someone had experienced hair loss due to the pillows, while yesterday, another individual had been hospitalized after usage. In summary, the message was clear. The sleep pillows posed significant dangers, and the public should refrain from purchasing them, lest they harm themselves. On this day, Super Dimension Technology welcomed a group of distinguished guests. Zhang Wen personally led the delegation, which included academician Jiang Mingyu and several other elderly gentlemen. "Director Lu, prior to our discussions, we need to tour the production facility at Super Dimension Technology. We cannot afford any negligence regarding products intended for military use, and I hope for your understanding." Lu Zhexī nodded with a smile. Of course, that is not an issue. Aware that the military had ulterior motives for wanting to inspect the production line, Lu Zhexī remained confident. The production facility housed only small worker robots, who knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. As for the sleep pillow production line, it would be scrutinized by academicians like Jiang Mingyu, who, regardless, would not comprehend its intricacies. The core component of the sleep pillow was the 4 hypnosis devices. Without deciphering these, they would remain oblivious to their function. Even if they managed to decipher the hypnosis devices, the brainwave codes contained within would baffle them, as the academicians had never studied X language. An hour later, at the Super Dimension Technology sleep pillow production factory, Lu Zhexī and his entourage arrived. As they disembarked, a few small worker robots approached them. "Hey boss, what brings you here?" Upon hearing that insipid voice, Lu Zhexī felt an ache in his head. "I brought some people to tour the production facility." "Aren't you supposed to be working today?" The small worker robot replied nonchalantly, "We're off today, we're not working." Lu Zhexī furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he had never stated that the small worker robots could take a day off. Before he could inquire further, the small robots wandered off. "Boss, we're leaving now. Please carry on." Lu Zhexī rubbed his aching temples and turned to Zhang Wen and the others, saying, "Shall we proceed inside?" Upon hearing this, the academicians hurried in with surprising agility. Were it not for the white hair atop their heads, Lu Zhexī would have mistaken them for youthful individuals. Once inside the workshop, the academicians were left awestruck by the fully automated production line. Most importantly, the entire production line operated as a cohesive unit without any gaps. This revelation left the group of academicians somewhat astonished. "Little Lu, come here. How did you manage to achieve this production line?" It was not Jiang Mingyu who called for Lu Zhexī, but a fellow academician named Yuan Deming. Lu Zhexī approached, smiling as he replied, "I'm not entirely sure. This production line was fabricated in the laboratory and then assembled here." The academicians expressed disappointment, but soon grew comfortable, wandering through the workshop. They engaged with the small worker robots, asking various questions. The small worker robots, understanding their role, answered what they could, while for inquiries beyond their scope, they would respond, "We're just workers. We don't know about these matters." The soldiers accompanying Zhang also began to explore the workshop. They primarily focused on examining critical sections of the production line. An hour later, several academicians reluctantly exited the workshop. Upon returning to superdimension technology, Zhang rarely wore a smile. "Mr. Lu, we can now commence discussions regarding our collaboration. The military requires no less than 100,000 sleep pillows annually. At the same time, I hope superdimension technology can make some modifications to the sleep pillows to better suit the needs of soldiers." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī nodded. "This poses no problem. We can incorporate the specific modifications into the contract. Once the preliminary conditions are established, we can then delve into the finer details." The negotiations with the military lasted nearly half an hour. It was unavoidable, as the military is known for its meticulousness. Although the discussions extended for quite some time, the collaboration was ultimately secured. Superdimension technology would provide the military with between 100,000 to 200,000 sleep pillows each year, with the exact quantity to be notified in advance by the military. Additionally, the military had one more stipulation. The modified EEG codes could only be utilized with the military customized sleep pillows. Lu Zhexī agreed to this request, albeit the price for the sleep pillows sold to the military was raised to 300. After signing the contract, Lu Zhexī, as per usual, made a request. He hoped the military would announce the collaboration publicly online. Zhang concurred with this. Outside superdimension technology, after seeing off Zhang and his entourage, Lu Zhexī let out a sigh of relief. The winds of change had arrived, and it was time for retaliation. Just as Lu Zhexī turned around, he discovered Su Yuan and his group had appeared before him unannounced. Su Yuan, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Boss, these individuals are from the military, right?" Lu Zhexī nodded. "Indeed." "What's the matter?" Su Yuan, filled with anticipation, asked, "Boss, does this mean the military wants to collaborate with us?" At these words, Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow, feigning mystery. "Guess." With that, Lu Zhexī departed, leaving Su Yuan and the others exchanging glances. "Are we really going to collaborate with the military?" "It seems so. Our company is truly remarkable, capable of partnering with the military. I'll go find the boss. Once we announce our collaboration with the military, I wonder who would dare cross us again." With that, Su Yuan dashed toward the CEO's office. A few minutes later, Su Yuan was escorted out, but the smile on his face was uncontrollable. Inside the office, Lin Xian looked at Lu Zhexī, who was leisurely sipping tea, and inquired, "Can we now begin our counteroffensive?" Lu Zhexī shook his head. "Not yet. We have yet to unveil one act." Just then, the front desk called. "Manager Lin, Mr. Zhang from Hunyuan Company has arrived." Lu Zhexī's well-formed brows lifted. "Ah, the director has arrived in the reception room." Zhang Mingyuan entered with a smile. Neither Lu Zhexī nor Lin Xian stood up. Zhang Mingyuan, unperturbed, took a seat. He first poured water for Lu Zhexī and Lin Xian, then for himself. "Manager Lin, and this young brother, please. Don't stand on ceremony." Lu Zhexī narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian's delicate face turned cold as she stated, "Mr. Zhang, this is superdimension technology, not your office." Zhang Mingyuan shrugged and leaned back on the sofa. Speaking cheerfully, "Is there really a difference?" Lu Zhexī lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled. "Hunyuan Company hasn't even paid for the acquisition of superdimension technology, yet Mr. Zhang is playing host?" Noticing Lin Xian had fallen silent, Zhang Mingyuan curiously asked, "And this young brother is?" Lu Zhexī did not shy away. The owner of superdimension technology, Lu Zhexī. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan straightened up and began to size up Lu Zhexī. "Mr. Lu is rather young. Are today's youngsters this capable?" Lu Zhexī shook his head. "Mr. Zhang, you haven't yet mentioned how much Hunyuan Company is willing to pay for superdimension technology." Mr. Lu can propose a figure. 100 billion? That's acceptable. I meant 100 billion US dollars. Zhang Mingyuan's smile faltered. His expression grew cold. "Mr. Lu, are you jesting with me?" Lu Zhexī shook his head. "Mr. Zhang, you jest. I'm not a circus performer. I cannot juggle monkeys." A flicker of anger flashed in Zhang Mingyuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Zhexī's tongue was equally sharp. Lu Zhexī leisurely sipped his tea. "Mr. Zhang, if you can afford it, then pay. If you cannot, no one will look down on you." Zhang Mingyuan sneered. 100 billion US dollars is nothing for us at Hunyuan. We could pay today. Lu Zhexī nodded. Then superdimension technology is yours. With that, Lu Zhexī stood and addressed Lin Xian, Sister Xian. Let us go. This company now belongs to Hong Yuan. Before we leave, remember to take the sales plan for the sleep pillows with us. Also, notify the factory that the sleep pillows will no longer be associated with superdimension technology. Zhang Mingyuan was taken aback and quickly asked, Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Lu Zhexī feigned confusion. The sleep pillows are exclusively licensed to superdimension technology by me. Now that superdimension technology is selling to you, I naturally have the right to take them back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan's face darkened entirely. Mr. Lu, you're quite the strategist. In that case, how about 300 billion US dollars for a package deal of superdimension technology along with the sleep pillow technology? Lu Zhexī's expression grew somewhat conflicted. Realizing this, Zhang Mingyuan understood the price was too low. Mr. Lu, my final offer is 350 billion US dollars. Lu Zhexī bit his lip, but ultimately declined. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I haven't thought this through yet. The sleep pillow technology was developed by a lab under my supervision, and I wish to consult with them first. How about this, Mr. Zhang? Grant me 1 day's time. I will provide you with a response within a day. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan smiled. Of course, that's no problem. A few minutes later, Lu Zhexī personally escorted Zhang Mingyuan to the company entrance. In the CEO's office, Lin Xian's voice was cool yet melodious. You've changed. You become shameless. Lu Zhexī was taken aback, countering, how have I been shameless? The other party is sincerely interested in buying, while I sincerely do not wish to sell. Both sides are treating this with sincerity. Does that count as being shameless? Lin Xian cast a glance at Lu Zhexī. What Zhang Mingyuan said is true. Your tongue is indeed quite adept. At this, Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. My tongue is even more skillful. You should consider, just then. A loud noise interrupted them. Outside the CEO's office, Lu Zhexī shook his head. Although he was expelled, he felt indifferent. It was about time he went to rest at his aunt's place. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyuan returned to Hong Yuan Company and immediately sought out Lu Kuanhai to report. Chairman, superdimension technology has softened, but the price is quite steep at 350 billion US dollars. Lu Kuanhai's smile was uncontrollable. 350 billion is indeed substantial, yet remains a worthwhile investment in the sleep pillow market. Over the next few days, continue to exert pressure on superdimension technology. The greater the pressure, the better. You need not worry about Song Xie, with those foreign companies holding her back. She currently lacks the energy to attend to superdimension technology. Until we secure the technology, you must not let up for a moment, nor allow other forces to seize the opportunity. Zhang Mingyuan nodded and assured, rest assured, Chairman. The troubles for superdimension technology will only escalate in the coming days. I shall exert every effort to compel them to accept our acquisition. Lu Kuanhai, visibly pleased, remarked, I have complete confidence in your capabilities. Auntie, I can't eat anymore. He said, please indulge in the meat. You need it for your growth. Auntie, don't you eat meat? He teased, observing her ample figure. Lu Zhexī's gaze shifted from his aunt's enchanting visage downwards. Wang Shoufu had set a modest target of 100 million, while his aunt aimed for at least 2 billion. Without further ado, they resumed eating when the phone rang. Sister Xian, are those people here to enforce the law again? And this time, there are even more departments involved? Yes, I understand. Inform the staff that they are on leave starting today. The specific return date will be communicated later. Yes, I'm at Auntie's place. You can come up. Lu Zhexī hung up, and as his aunt served him more food, she remarked, as the saying goes, it's easy to meet the king of hell, but the little devils are relentless. These individuals wield just enough power to be a constant source of torment. Are you planning to retaliate tomorrow? Lu Zhexī nodded. In the morning, the sports administration will announce our collaboration with superdimension technology. The military will follow suit in the afternoon. With the backing of the sports administration and the military, I shall deliver a decisive blow to Hong Yuan Company. Upon hearing this, his aunt nodded slightly. The incriminating evidence you've gathered is sufficient to topple Hong Yuan Company, but thereafter, your troubles may only multiply. Lu Zhexī scoffed under absolute strength. All plots and schemes are mere illusions. Witnessing Lu Zhexī's confidence, Song Xie licked her lips. My dear, would you help me resolve Liai's troubles? Annie can grant you an exceedingly unreasonable request. Lu Zhexī cleared his throat and hastily took several gulps of water. How peculiar. I suddenly feel parched. I must drink more water. The following day, a segment featuring an interview with Wu Rinsheng, the deputy director of Tianhai First Hospital, surged to the top of trending topics. I am deeply pained that even now, there are citizens who believe in superdimension technology's sleep pillows. To date, 13 patients who used these pillows have been hospitalized. One high school senior began experiencing hair loss, nausea, and headaches after using the pillow, and now shows signs of cognitive decline. I am heartbroken and saddened. I implore everyone once again, do not use Super Dimension Technology's sleep pillows. This interview, once released, caused an explosion of reactions, particularly due to the harrowing accounts of the victims. How tragic. I would never use such a harmful product as the sleep pillow. Indeed, only a fool would use it. Can someone explain the announcement from the Sports Administration? Chapter 47. Han Yuan is doomed. The Sports Administration announced, we are pleased to share some news. Following evaluation by the National Expert Panel, Super Dimension Technology's sleep pillows have been deemed to offer immeasurable benefits to athletes. After discussions among the leadership of the Sports Administration, we have signed a friendly cooperation agreement with Super Dimension Technology. Starting this year, Super Dimension Technology will exclusively customize sleep pillows for our athletes. The sleep pillow from Super Dimension Technology will become the sole sleeping pillow for our athletes. Initially, this announcement garnered little attention, but upon being reposted by Super Dimension Technology, it rapidly ascended to trending status. Super Dimension Technology is honored to be a collaborative brand with the Sports Administration and is grateful for the trust placed in our sleep pillows. The overwhelming attention drawn to Super Dimension Technology made it impossible for the announcement not to trend. The announcement from the Sports Administration was akin to a missile launched into the tumultuous sea, creating a splash that left netizens awestruck. Those who had prepared to criticize Super Dimension Technology became cautious. They might vent their frustrations elsewhere. But to do so against a national official body would be like seeking trouble. In an instant, the online discourse quieted. All negative reports regarding Super Dimension Technology ceased. A group of law enforcement personnel arrived at Super Dimension Technology for their routine inspection, only to find the doors locked. The lead officer could only pull out his phone. Mr. Zhang, there's a situation. Super Dimension Technology is closed. Silence lingered on the other end of the line before a voice responded. You can cease your visits to Super Dimension Technology starting today. The enforcement officer, bewildered, replied, Mr. Zhang, didn't we agree last night? We performed admirably. The voice on the phone nearly roared. You will receive every penny promised. Goodbye. The officers exchanged glances at the entrance of Super Dimension Technology, perplexed. Meanwhile, in the office of Han Yuan Company's chairman, Zhang Mingyuan set down his phone, silently observing Lu Kuenhai as he smashed antique ornaments in the office. It was only after the last teacup shattered that Lu Kuenhai paused, his expression still dark and tumultuous. Zhang Mingyuan contemplated for a moment before speaking. Chairman, before he could finish, a furious roar interrupted him. Get out! Zhang Mingyuan sighed and exited the office. Upon stepping outside, his phone rang, a message from Lu Kuenhai. Continue to attack Super Dimension Technology at all costs. We can only advance, not retreat. Zhang Mingyuan pocketed his phone, his countenance serious. Indeed, the only viable strategy was to press forward. After formulating a plan, he dialed a number. On the social media platform, just as everyone anticipated Super Dimension Technology would redeem itself, negative reports about the sleep pillows erupted once more. Many articles even pointed fingers at the Sports Administration. The Sports Administration claims to have evaluated the sleep pillows, yet why are there so many victims online? The harrowing accounts of these victims, were they fabricated? Or could it be that the collaboration between the Sports Administration and Super Dimension Technology harbored undisclosed truths? Such reports proliferated. Yet both the Sports Administration and Super Dimension Technology remained silent, further emboldening the audacity of these narratives. Users began to hesitate. With the declaration of war, their silence suggested they might harbor unspeakable secrets. Consequently, negative reports about Super Dimension Technology's sleep pillows once again inundated social media. For an entire morning, netizens indulged in the spectacle. As the hours passed without a word from the Sports Administration or Super Dimension Technology, the online discourse tilted overwhelmingly against them. Sighs echoed from netizens. It appears Super Dimension Technology is truly finished this time. At Han Yuan Company, Zhang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. This time, risking offense to the Sports Administration, he had deployed all available resources as per Lu Kuenhai's directives. At this moment, the situation has finally stabilized. Just then, the phone rang. It was the chairman calling. You must contact Lu Zhexī immediately. The acquisition must be completed within today. Inform him that should he refuse to comply, I shall not hesitate to resort to other measures. Understood, Chairman. Once the call ended, he swiftly searched for Lu Zhexī's contact information. Frustratingly, after several attempts, he was met with either a busy signal or no answer at all. Zhang Mingyuan felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself powerless. He could only continue dialing the number repeatedly. After 10 minutes, as his patience was nearly exhausted, the the call finally connected. Before he could utter a word, Lu Zhexīn's voice cut in first. "Hello, I'm not interested in insurance. I already have a house, a car, and I certainly don't lack for women." Instantly, the fury within Zhang Mingyuan could no longer be contained. He spoke in a low, grave tone. "Mr. Lu, your methods are quite remarkable." On the other end, Lu Zhexīn sounded somewhat surprised. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Zhang. My apologies. The phone alerted me that this is a scam call. Have you been up to no good?" Zhang Mingyuan nearly shouted. "Mr. Lu, please go ahead, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Mingyuan took a moment to compose himself. "Mr. Lu, we must finalize the acquisition contract today." On the other end, Lu Zhexīn replied, "Oh, is it that urgent? However, I have pressing matters to attend to. If you're not in a hurry, please wait a moment. If you are, I can provide a response in about half an hour. Now, I must hang up. Don't contact me unless it's urgent." Before Zhang Mingyuan could protest, Lu Zhexīn had already terminated the call. "Mr. Lu, Lu Zhexīn." Zhang Mingyuan rose in fury, clutching his phone, ready to hurl it to the ground. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself and returned the chairman's call. He would make him pay. Heartthrob Corporation was not to be disregarded by anyone. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, several official departments of Tianhai jointly released an announcement. Recently, in response to reports circulating online regarding the sleep pillow from Zhexī Technology, we have initiated a joint investigation. Following our inquiry, it has been confirmed that the sleep pillow poses a health hazard. We have reported this to the relevant authorities, who have indicated that they will impose penalties on Zhexī Technology and mandate corrective actions. This announcement was swiftly shared and commented on by these departments within a minute. However, the buzz surrounding this report did not last long, as another report surged forth, overshadowing the entire internet. The military of Huagua stated, following discussions and approval from the higher echelons of the military commission, Zhexī Technology is now officially a partner of the military. The sleep pillow will become a special military supply product. The online realm became akin to a tumultuous sea, and this news detonated within it like a nuclear bomb, plunging the network into an eerie silence. The leaders of those departments bellowed simultaneously at their subordinates, "Quickly, delete that report." Right now, media outlets that had published negative reports about the sleep pillow scrambled to erase their previous articles. Critics who had lambasted the sleep pillow across the internet hastily abandoned their keyboards. At Heartthrob Corporation, Zhang Mingyuan stood outside the chairman's office, listening to the cacophony emanating from within, his mind momentarily vacant. Heartthrob had been defeated. It had been vanquished by an obscure company, by a mere 22-year-old novice. How ludicrous. Some might ask if Heartthrob had truly fallen. Lu Zhexīn would tell you otherwise. Heartthrob was doomed. According to Lu Zhexīn, even if Jesus and Buddha came together, it would be of no avail. Chapter 48. The ecstasy is severed. With a resounding thud, the office door swung open. A low, raspy voice beckoned. "Enter." Zhang Mingyuan silently stepped into the chairman's office. Observing the disarray within, he sighed once more. For many years, Heartthrob Corporation had triumphed over countless adversaries and rivals. Yet to falter against a mere novice was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Prior to the operation, the chairman had believed everything was well within his grasp. To him, Zhexī Technology was merely a minuscule ant, too insignificant to consider. He refrained from crushing this ant, partly out of trepidation towards Song Xia, and partly because he savored the thrill of conquest. Yesterday, that feeling of triumph had reached its zenith. But today, the accumulated exhilaration had evaporated entirely. Zhang Mingyuan could empathize. He felt an undeniable sense of discomfort. "Chairman, we must attend to the aftermath," one of his associates urged. "With Zhexī Technology's partnership with the military solidified, our plans have been irrevocably thwarted. It will be unrealistic to pursue the sleep pillow technology now." Lu Kuanhai's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, which Zhang Mingyuan astutely perceived. "Chairman, let us refrain from employing such methods against Lu Zhexīn." In an instant, Lu Kuanhai fixed Zhang Mingyuan with a predatory gaze. Zhang Mingyuan quickly elaborated. "Chairman, the military takes each partnership very seriously and is vigilant. Should we invite foreign forces into the fray, the military would not hesitate to act decisively. Our conflict with Zhexī Technology is akin to a family feud. Involving foreign entities would alter the nature of the matter entirely. Chairman, this setback is not catastrophic for Heartthrob. We have only lost some connections and financial resources." As Zhang Mingyuan's persuasive words took effect, Lu Kuanhai gradually regained his composure. "You will handle the concluding tasks for this matter. Prepare a report regarding our failure in this endeavor. As for Zhexī Technology and Lu Zhexīn, there will be future opportunities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and exited the office. Unbeknownst to Zhang Mingyuan and Lu Kuan-hai. A tempest was brewing that would spell their doom. At 5:30 in the afternoon, numerous commuters returning home opened their preferred online platforms. As users entered the software, an article abruptly popped up. Regardless of their willingness, they were compelled to view it for 30 seconds before they could access the application. Once inside, the pinned article remained the same. The headline read, "The National Malignant Firm, Hanyuan Corporation's Incalculable Crimes." Published by a user named The Boy Who Sells Girls. The first crime listed, tax evasion. From 2001 to the present, Hanyuan Corporation has evaded taxes totaling an astounding $1,600 billion. Evidence of this tax evasion includes tax registration forms, financial statements, invoices, and more. The second crime, trafficking in national strategic resources. In 2007, the chairman of Hanyuan Corporation met with a senior executive from a foreign nation in Edo. During their discussion, they reached a preliminary agreement to collaborate. Subsequently, Hanyuan Corporation utilized various channels to smuggle strategic materials to this foreign nation and others, engaging in such transactions 11 times over 9 years. Detailed records of the chairman's meetings with foreign officials, alongside the quantities of strategic materials trafficked, were provided. The third crime, disregarding human lives and trampling on the law. Article 15, crime, the use of exceedingly reprehensible methods to forcibly acquire and merge with other enterprises. Superdimension technology is a conscientious enterprise, and the sleep pillows are truly revolutionary products. However, due to Hanyuan Company's envy of the immense market of sleep pillows, they began to employ various tactics to suppress and coerce superdimension technology. Such coercive methods included colluding with seasoned media outlets to publish negative reports, hiring internet trolls to manipulate public opinion, fabricating false victim information, bribing esteemed experts to disparage the sleep pillows, and collaborating with relevant authorities to exert pressure on superdimension technology. Below is a comprehensive account of all the actions taken by Hanyuan Company to coerce superdimension technology, including but not limited to bribery discussions, transfer amounts, and other significant evidence. The report is accompanied by detailed information on Hanyuan Company. Notably, Hanyuan has been awarded the title of Tianhai Quality Enterprise for 5 consecutive years, and Lu Kuan-hai has been recognized as Tianhai's Quality Entrepreneur for 5 years running. This article ignited a firestorm on the internet in under a minute. Hanyuan Company is nothing short of a traitorous enterprise, and Lu Kuan-hai is indeed a traitor. Astonishingly, it turns out that the 12 workers who perished 4 years ago at the Hanyuan factory were victims of their own company's machinations. Upon finishing the article, I immediately rose and discarded every product associated with Hanyuan from my home. I always believed the sleep pillows were framed. I have been using them without any issues. Not only has my insomnia vanished, but my mind has also grown increasingly clear. At Hanyuan Company, Zhang Mingyuan rushed into the chairman's office. "Chairman, it's bad. All our company's secrets have been exposed." "What?" Lu Kuan-hai's expression changed drastically. "What happened?" Without saying a word, Zhang Mingyuan displayed the article to Lu Kuan-hai. After a mere glance, Lu Kuan-hai smashed the computer in front of him. "Who did this? Who is responsible?" Lu Kuan-hai's furious roar echoed through the office. "Immediately contact those online platforms to have this report removed. Contact the PR team at once to minimize the impact of this incident." "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." In truth, the companies behind the platforms had already attempted to suppress the report, but they discovered that even the platform administrators lacked the authority to delete it. "Mr. Zhang, you might have to fend for yourselves. This time, your opponent is too formidable. Our platform is entirely at their mercy." Every platform returned the same response. Unable to achieve the desired results, Zhang Mingyuan immediately turned to influential figures. However, after dialing several numbers, he found no one answered. At that moment, Zhang Mingyuan realized that Hanyuan might truly be finished. Inside the office, after Zhang Mingyuan departed, Lu Kuan-hai retrieved a small booklet from his drawer. He dialed the number on his phone. "I have failed. I have but one request. Lu Zhexī must die." On the other end, the voice replied, "No one can challenge the authority of the Huagua military." After a moment of silence, Lu Kuan-hai said, "In that case, I demand the life of Song Siya." The voice responded, "As we know, Song Siya is the most important person to Lu Zhexī. Do you wish to make him suffer unbearably? That is my sole request." "Very well." After hanging up, Lu Kuan-hai burned the booklet in his hand. Simultaneously, he took out a vial of liquid and consumed it. Just as Lu Kuan-hai was preparing an escape route, another report emerged online. This report was jointly published by over 20 domestic companies, simply revealing more of Hong Yuan's transgressions. In the digital realm and in reality, many magnates began to discreetly leverage their connections. Finally, the Tianhai authorities took action. Police cars and prosecutors' vehicles began to converge on Hanyuan Company. At the entrance of Hanyuan Company, a vehicle came to a halt. Lu Zhexī appeared with several small industrial robots. Chapter 49, A New Era. At this point, Hanyuan Company was in utter disarray. The security guards at the entrance had vanished, and many employees rushed out of the building, panic etched on their faces. On the top floor of the building, aside from Zhang Mingyuan and Lu Kuenhai, there was no one else in sight. Chairman, I must leave immediately. The route out of the country has been arranged. Lu Kuenhai nodded. Let us depart at once. Rather than taking the elevator, the two prepared to escape via helicopter. Just as they exited the office, Lu Zhexī appeared. Upon seeing Lu Zhexī, Zhang Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Lu Kuenhai erupted in fury, glaring at Lu Zhexī with murderous intent. As Lu Kuenhai was about to lash out, a small industrial robot stepped forward and delivered a punch to the wall. Observing the dent left in the wall, Lu Kuenhai subdued his aggression. Zhang Mingyuan coldly remarked, Mr. Lu, have you come to flaunt your power? Lu Zhexī shook his head. I have no such inclination. I am here because you have transgressed my boundaries. No sooner had he spoken than two small industrial robots lunged forward, restraining Lu Kuenhai and Zhang Mingyuan. Another robot produced a syringe. Once the liquid entered Lu Kuenhai's body, Lu Zhexī solemnly inquired, which faction did you commission to assassinate my aunt? Lu Kuenhai, in a daze, replied, I do not know. Hearing this, Lu Zhexī's eyes widened in disbelief. System, did you sell me counterfeit medication? Ding. In response to the host's inquiry, the items sold in the system marketplace cannot be counterfeit. Lu Kuenhai's ignorance implied he genuinely did not know. Hearing this, Lu Zhexī furrowed his brow. At that moment, Lu Zhexī's phone rang. Baby, you must return immediately. The police are nearly at Hanyuan Company. But, Aunt, no boots. Do you not understand the gravity of Hong Yuan's offenses? Staying there is exceedingly dangerous. Listen to your aunt and come back now. All right. After hanging up, Lu Zhexī cast a deep glance at Lu Kuenhai and Zhang Mingyuan before departing. Shortly after Lu Zhexī left Hanyuan Company, the police arrived. Without much resistance, Lu Kuenhai and Zhang Mingyuan were apprehended. On the way back to Lia Company, Lu Zhexī's brow remained furrowed, tension etched on his face. The mysterious phone call Lu Kuenhai made in the afternoon had raised his concerns. At that moment, he utilized an online surveillance tool to trace the address of the caller. Frustratingly, the address was moving across the Pacific Ocean, rendering it impossible to obtain any useful information. Lu Kuenhai had initially been the sole lead, but now that was severed as well. The only course of action left was to continually enhance his own strength. As long as he became powerful enough, no one would dare to lay a hand on his aunt. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! The first phase of the temporary mission has been completed. 5 mission points have been awarded, and the second phase of the mission has commenced. Mission description. Assist Song Xie in resolving the crisis at Lia Company. Success. Unlock system upgrade mission. Failure. Lia Company will be divided and devoured. Lu Zhexī accepted this mission with enthusiasm, as he had already intended to assist his aunt in resolving the troubles facing Lia Company. Moreover, Lu Zhexī has already devised a solution. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tianhai's official channels released the preliminary investigation results regarding Hanyuan Company. Following the initial inquiry, it has been ascertained that the chairman of Hanyuan Company, Lu Mohai, is guilty of treason and intentional homicide, while the general manager, Zhang Mingyuan, has been found guilty of organized murder and bribery. The relevant crimes of other senior executives at Hanyuan Company are currently under investigation by the prosecutorial and police departments. Upon reading this report, netizens expressed their exhilaration. This nest of traitors has finally been uprooted. The arrests of Lu Kuenhai and Zhang Mingyuan, alongside the demise of Hanyuan Company, have triggered a seismic reaction among the upper echelons. Everyone is astounded not only by the sudden collapse of Hanyuan, but also by Lu Zhexī's methods and prowess. It is noteworthy that the crimes committed by Hanyuan Company were so heinous that even they could not gather evidence against themselves. Yet, a mere upstart from superdimensional technology has managed to compile such comprehensive documentation. This is indeed astonishing. Almost all high-ranking individuals have reached a tacit understanding. It is best to avoid provoking superdimensional technology henceforth, for Lu Zhexī is not to be trifled with. Feeling somewhat vexed and displeased at being perceived as formidable, Lu Zhexī turned to Lin Xian and inquired, Sister Xian, are those online platforms still refusing to collaborate with us? Lin Xian nodded, stating they are somewhat resentful about the expose of Hanyuan Company's crimes. Their stance is that their advertising resources are currently in short supply. If superdimensional technology wishes to promote the sleep pillow on their platforms, it will have to wait for a while. Hearing this, Zhexī's expression became somewhat peculiar. Earlier in the afternoon, to ensure Hongyuan Company's demise, Zhexī had utilized a network surveillance system to directly manipulate the entire online platform. While it is true that these platforms are somewhat irate, their greater concern is the formidable strength of superdimensional technology. Consider this. Your own platform could be controlled at any moment. Wouldn't that be unsettling? Lin Xian furrowed her brows and remarked, currently, almost all active traffic is concentrated within a few major platforms. If we wish to advertise, we must either collaborate with television stations or apologize to them. The sleep pillow still garners significant attention, and we must seize this opportunity to create a buzz. However, without the assistance of the online platforms, relying solely on television stations will yield little success. Upon hearing this, Zhexī pondered deeply. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sister Xian, please wait a moment. With that, Zhexī retrieved his phone to search for a particular software. After discovering that there were no results, a smile spread across his face, one filled with genuine delight. Sister Xian, superdimensional technology cannot be beholden to others. Therefore, I have decided that we shall develop our own online platform. Lin Xian looked at him in surprise. You intend to develop an online platform yourself? Indeed, he replied, this platform will lead the future and usher the internet into a new era. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. What kind of era? An era where traffic reigns supreme. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, at the headquarters of Weibo, Chairman Chao was engaged in a video call. On the other end were many online platform owners, including representatives from Penguin's WeChat. Initially, WeChat had no intention of participating in this video call. However, after being directly controlled earlier that afternoon, they had no choice but to attend. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your thoughts on how to resolve this issue, Chairman Chao prompted, and the representative from WeChat spoke up. Our CEO has leveraged numerous connections, and the outcome assures us that no external forces are involved. This can only imply that our platform is under the control of superdimensional technology. With such a terrifying capability at their disposal, I imagine none of us are sleeping easily. This time, we must unite to collectively confront superdimensional technology. If they do not provide us with an explanation, the sleep pillow and any future products will never appear on our platforms. Chapter 50, No One Dislikes Black and White Silk. Targeting Zhexī, targeting superdimensional technology. The immediate reaction from the other executives was disbelief. Are you joking? One remarked. If Zhexī could topple a behemoth like Hongyuan Company, then although superdimensional technology may seem small now, its hidden strength is truly alarming. It would be unwise for us mere ants to target him. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The evidence of Hongyuan Company's crimes and the control over the entire online platform. These two facets were enough to instill fear in them. Chairman Chao of Weibo chuckled and said, I trust that none of you here have engaged in any illegal activities. Since none of you have broken the law, why should you fear? The online platform is our foundation, and now that foundation can be manipulated at will, yet everyone remains indifferent. At this, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, the WeChat representative, Mr. Wu, spoke up. Our CEO has communicated with the relevant departments. The incident concerning the unidentifiable force controlling the online platforms has had severe repercussions. The authorities are taking this matter seriously, and such occurrences will not happen again. Upon hearing this, the room brightened. With the relevant departments now involved, superdimensional technology would have to comply. Since CEO Ma from Penguin had stepped forward, it would be inappropriate for them to decline further. Indeed, since CEO Ma has engaged the relevant departments, the remaining actions should be ours to undertake. As night fell, in the headquarters of the Maotong TV station, Director Liu was on a phone call. Zhexī's 2 new songs have been released, and tomorrow, Yearning and Teacher he will help promote them. Please arrange for some stars to follow up. Director, Zhexī is not one of our artists. Is it appropriate to utilize our resources for his promotion? Director Liu replied gravely. This is the station master's instruction. On the other end of the line, rest assured, Director, I will ensure everything is handled well. Do not skimp on resources. Zhexī is worth our investment. Director, I understand, came the reply. Director Liu was quite pleased. Good. As long as you understand. Meanwhile, at Zhexī's residence, after releasing the songs, he entered the system hall. In less than a minute, he found what he was looking for. Complete development plan for Douyin Shore videos. The following day, at the upper echelons of Leah Company, Song Xie picked up a document. Darling, here is the investigation report you requested. The bike company you mentioned indeed has plans to venture into the short video sector. However, their progress has encountered some obstacles this year, causing delays. As she spoke, she walked toward the sofa. Have you released the song? Lu Zhexī looked up and smiled. I was preparing to give you a surprise. With a slight smirk, Zhexī replied, Are you going to sing for me? Lu Zhexī shook his head. No. I am preparing to help you resolve the troubles faced by Leah Company. Zhexī was taken aback. I can handle Leah's current troubles myself. With Wooing stationed in Europe, there should be no unforeseen issues. Lu Zhexī frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The system does not issue false tasks. Dear Aunt, it will be prudent for you to remain vigilant. I have received intelligence that someone genuinely intends to annex Leah. Upon hearing this, Zhexī's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. Aside from you, no one possesses the capability to engulf Leah. In that moment, her confidence radiated an undeniable authority. Observing this, Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. The fact that Aunt had managed to oversee Leah for so many years undoubtedly justified her assertiveness. Nevertheless, Lu Zhexī resolved to take additional precautions. He decided to release a free song, fulfill fan tasks, and obtain a basic beauty elixir formula. Meanwhile, in a luxurious club located in a region of Europe, 3 foreign gentlemen gathered in a private room. Swell, what of that individual? He reached out to us, and naturally, we obliged. The beauty cream derived from Leah Research Institute had been successfully developed. The results are promising, yet due to some technical limitations we have yet to acquire, it is not entirely flawless. No matter, one replied, since that organization is poised to act, we need not fret. That afternoon, Yune posted a tweet. Appa's new song has been uploaded to all major music platforms. A little secret for everyone. It's free. Teacher, he retweeted with a comment. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting Rice A Romance Starry Night. It's finally here. Dan Jia, Chun Chi-Chi, Li Yuchen, and Yang Mi also retweeted and commented. Numerous celebrities from the entertainment industry promptly shared and commented as well, causing the tweet to trend on social media. It's delightful, truly marvelous. What I heard on the television show pales in comparison to the full version. Haha, I was aware of it last night. I've already listened, downloaded, and set it as my ringtone. My girlfriend is utterly besotted, constantly clutching a photo of Lu Zhexī and calling him hubby, and now she is insisting I listen to his songs. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhexī, who is currently engaged in a meeting, this trending topic was unfolding. The forthcoming era of the internet will unquestionably be dominated by short videos. As soon as Lu Zhexī articulated this, the attendees in the conference room were momentarily taken aback. Please allow me to elaborate before you question my assertions. Firstly, the pace of contemporary society is accelerating, making it increasingly challenging for individuals to have the patience to absorb intricate online information. Secondly, people are becoming more reliant on the internet to seek out information they desire. They have grown lazy, often resorting to the web for knowledge and skills. Most importantly, wherever there's a flow of people, there exists a market. Where there is a market, commercial value naturally emerges. Upon hearing this, the attendees appeared contemplative. Lu Zhexī seized the moment to continue. Short video interactions can seamlessly integrate all the aforementioned points. If you lack the time to browse through online information, no problem. We will deliver a 10 to 15-second video to you, allowing you to grasp current affairs in mere seconds. Should you wish to acquire knowledge in a particular field, we can provide you with a video explanation from a professional, ensuring you gain understanding swiftly. If you aspire to travel to a destination but find yourself pressed for time, fret not. We will present you with a breathtaking video of a travel destination, enabling you to appreciate the splendor of our homeland in mere moments. In short, we will provide users with exactly what they seek. We will continuously supply them with what they enjoy. We often proclaim that we are entering the era of big data, and everything I have just described embodies the nascent form of this era. Lu Zhexī paused, allowing the attendees time to digest the information. Moments later, Su Yuan spoke up. Boss, are you contemplating the development of an online platform aimed at fostering user dependency on videos? Lu Zhexī nodded. Su Yuan posed a pivotal question, which Lu Zhexī had effectively addressed previously. We will deliver what users require. Information that fails to pique their interest or lacks utility will not be recommended. For instance, we might send users 10 videos across various topics. Based on their viewing habits, we can pinpoint their preferences. For the young male demographic, we could showcase attractive young women. Surely, no young man can resist the allure of black or white stockings. For the young female demographic, we would provide content featuring celebrities, beauty tutorials, skincare advice, and so forth. Our platform's objective is crystal clear: to ensure everyone can discover all the information they cherish, desire, and find intriguing. The vehicle for this information will be short videos. Chapter 51. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? The discussion regarding Douyin persisted for 2 hours. During this time, the preliminary development of Douyin was solidified. The software is ready. What remains is merely short videos and users. How do we acquire short videos? The answer is simple. By investing heavily, fervently investing. We will spend to invite celebrities and various influencers to join, and we will initiate a creator incentive program. How will we attract users? The strategy is straightforward and somewhat blunt. By pouring money into it, lavishly pouring money. New users who download Douyin will instantly receive a red envelope worth 1 to 5 yuan. And for inviting new users, they will directly earn a 5 yuan red envelope. Once the meeting concluded, the phone rang. Director Liu, is there an issue with the production team? On the other end, Zhexī, you've misunderstood. Once you return to the mushroom house, the recording can commence. I'm calling primarily to apologize on behalf of Matong Station. We did not stand by your side during the recent superdimension technology incident, and we have our reasons. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Zhexī was taken aback. Initially, he felt discomfort upon learning that Matong Station had halted the show's filming. However, reflecting further, he realized that if the program continued to be filmed and aired as usual, it would be rather unfair to teacher he and the others. Furthermore, with the show's suspension, he now had the time and energy to focus on dealing with Hanyuan Company. Overall, while Zhexī harbored grievances towards Matong Station, they were not overwhelming. Director Liu, you jest, he replied. On the other end, Zhexī, there's no need for such formality. This time, our station has decided to promote your sleep pillow free of charge. Zhexī's expression shifted slightly. What's the catch? A station like Matong, which typically does not act without profit, is willing to promote the sleep pillow for free? The voice continued, we also took the liberty to promote your song. If your company seeks a celebrity endorsement, we would gladly assist. At this point, Zhexī remained somewhat perplexed. Matong Station is eager to assist him. Surely they must have some ulterior motive? Director Liu, regardless of the circumstances, I am truly grateful for the assistance provided by Matong Station. Haha, Zhexī, you're being too modest. In the future, do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything. When you come to Star City, do let me know. We shall dine together. Of course, I will certainly inform you. After hanging up the phone, Zhexī pondered for quite some time, unable to decipher Matong Station's true intentions. Ultimately, he decided to set it aside. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding. The number of loyal fans has reached 50,000. Side task 2 completed. The basic beauty elixir formula has been dispatched. Zhexī paused momentarily. The song was released last night, and the task is completed already? So soon? He nodded and checked the trending list, and in an instant, everything became clear. He duly noted Matong Station's favor. Although the program had been suspended, Zhexī felt some displeasure, but he recognized the assistance extended to him and resolved not to forget it. Boss. At this moment, Su Yuan approached briskly. Boss, this is the proposal you provided, transformed into a strategic plan. President Lin has already given his approval. Would you care to take a look? Zhexī received the document. Douyin is a strategic layout that Zhexī regards with great importance. This software, which is poised to influence the world, now presents an opportunity for him to seize it. He has no reason to relinquish it. As night fell, at the Leah Research Institute, various exclamations emanated from a laboratory. Incredible. Unbelievable, simply astonishing. The ointment they were examining could apparently reverse aging. A few elderly gentlemen with graying hair gathered together, their faces glowing with excitement, occasionally bursting into gasps. Apart from these venerable scholars, only Song Xie and Zhexī remained in the lab. Song Xie's beautiful eyes sparkled. Darling, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Zhexī smiled and inquired. Annie, what do you think of this surprise? Auntie turned her body, lifted her chin, and whispered into Zhexī's ear. What reward does my darling desire? I mentioned you could make a rather extravagant request. The warm breath sent a shiver down Zhexī's spine. Auntie, please don't tease. I'm not teasing, she replied. Auntie, the troubles at Leah have yet to be resolved. I have a solution, Zhexī whispered to her. Upon hearing this, Auntie's eyes glimmered with excitement. An hour later, the laboratory door opened, and several researchers curiously craned their necks to see what was happening inside. Zhexī emerged, smiling. You may enter, but what you see today must remain confidential. Upon hearing this, the researchers nodded in agreement, promising to keep it secret. Zhexī smiled again and stepped aside. As the researchers entered the lab, they observed several old professors engaged in an experiment, sparking their curiosity. The sudden presence of the boss at the institute, along with the professors who had hurriedly arrived after work, indicated a significant breakthrough in their research. One elderly professor furrowed his brow. What are you all standing there for? Organize these materials, then come help us. Immediately, the researchers hurried over to begin sorting the documents. However, when they saw a row of data, they gasped in astonishment. Their eyes widened, disbelief etched across their faces. The data boldly proclaimed, reverse aging. How is this possible? Aging can only be delayed, not reversed. In the dead of night, at the Leah Research Institute, the elderly professors exited the laboratory, with the researchers trailing behind. Tonight's research is absolutely confidential. The materials must be stored in the zero data room. Ensure there are no mistakes. Understood, they replied. Once the materials were securely placed in the data room, the professors and researchers departed the institute. The following morning, at the Leah Research Institute, at the entrance of the laboratory, the professors noted with displeasure that one researcher was missing. Where's the other one? The arriving researchers exchanged glances, unsure. Little did they know, after leaving the institute the previous night, each had returned to their respective dormitories. Meanwhile, at the top of Leah Company, Song Xia hung up the phone, her beautiful face breaking into an exquisite smile. Darling, the bait you cast has been taken. Lu Zhexī, seated on the sofa, raised an eyebrow. So soon? Aren't they afraid of being overwhelmed? At noon, a message from Europe surged across the globe. L'Oreal, Beiersdorf, and Chanel, 3 renowned cosmetic companies, jointly issued a statement. Dear friends worldwide, we are delighted to announce that after 6 years of research, our 3 companies have developed a groundbreaking new ointment. This ointment not only whitens and treats acne, but can, to some extent, also reverse aging. Yes, you heard correctly. Reverse aging, we have achieved it. Join us for the global launch on October 30th for the unveiling of the Leanne ointment. We look forward to seeing you there. Chapter 52. A small request at the Leah Research Institute. Song Xia gazed at the invitation for the press conference on her desk, a cold smile playing on her lips. The invitation, sent by the 3 European companies, was rather ordinary. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. A female service robot swiftly approached to open it. The director of the Leah Research Institute, Song Tianyun, entered briskly. President Song, this card was found in the zero data room. Song Xia took it, her expression suddenly turning serious. The card bore a black skull, ordinary yet striking. I had no idea Hong Yuan was a pawn of this organization. After a moment, she tucked the card away and glanced at the service robot. The service robot produced a document. This is a list of the Institute's internal spies. Song Tianyun took the list and, upon skimming it, was taken aback. President Song, should we deal with them all? Song Xia replied coolly, I have given them a chance. Song Tianyun frowned slightly. The zero data room contains materials from other data rooms as well. If all are leaked, the repercussions will be significant. A hint of disdain flickered across Song Xia's exquisitely beautiful face. Song Tianyun began to understand. He realized he had been overly concerned. For many years, Leah Company had only ever caused others to suffer losses. Could President Song ever be the one to suffer? At Chowei Technology, all employees officially commenced work today. With the company's troubles resolved, every employee felt an invigorating surge of energy. On the first day back, Chowei Technology welcomed 2 guests, Zhang Gaofei, the senior president from Weibo, and Lu Zhiping, the president from WeChat. Gentlemen, please speak plainly. I'm a young man and not accustomed to the art of subtlety, Lu Zhexī stated. Zhang Gaofei and Lu Zhiping exchanged glances before Zhang Gaofei replied with a smile. President Lu, how refreshingly direct. In that case, we shall be equally straightforward. We wish to collaborate with Chowei Technology to develop a new networking platform technology. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexi's eyes narrowed slightly. President Zhang, you're still not direct enough. I am aware of the true reason behind your visit. However, he added, the article regarding the boy-selling girls is unrelated to Chowei Technology. Both Zhang Gaofei and Lu Zhiping frowned in unison, clearly disbelieving Lu Zhexi's words. Since the incident involving the platform being compromised, they had assumed Chowei Technology was responsible. In retaliation, Onion Pillow had become a banned term on their platform. Lu Zhexī remained unfazed, patiently explaining, everyone understands the extensive implications of controlling domestic networking platforms. I wouldn't jeopardize attention from relevant authorities over a Hong Yuan company. You may not believe it, but Hong Yuan's fate is genuinely beyond my concern. Once the military intervened, I had already emerged victorious. Even if Hong Yuan possessed 1,000 times the audacity, they would not dare to target Chowei Technology again. After finishing his explanation, Lu Zhexī lifted his teacup, blowing on the steam. He didn't drink, the tea was still too hot. Zhang Gaofei and Lu Zhiping began exchanging glances once more. After a brief moment, Lu Zhiping spoke up, Mr. Lu, we naturally trust your words. However, you must also understand that the recent restrictions on Penguin News, WeChat, and Weibo have significantly impacted us. Our general manager, Ma, has communicated with the relevant authorities, and they have provided a response. How about this? To put everyone at ease, we can formalize an agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī inquired, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, What about the promotion for the sleep pillow? Zhang Gaofei shook his head, I'm afraid. Mr. Liu, our advertising resources on the platform are fully booked. Liu Zhiping added, the advertising resources for Penguin software are indeed scarce. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhixu's expression turned somewhat grim. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liu, is there truly no room for negotiation regarding the promotion of the sleep pillow? Both men showed signs of difficulty. Realizing this, Liu Zhixu understood the situation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he said, very well, I am willing to sign the agreement, but I have a small request. Please, Mr. Liu, go ahead. Super Dimension Technology has a software launch coming up, and we hope to obtain some promotional resources. I don't require much. Just 2 days of pop-up recommendations. Upon hearing this, the two men did not immediately agree. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. We need to consult with our superiors. Please do. Zhang Gaofei and Liu Zhiping retreated to a corner of the reception room and began to use their phones. Is it merely asking us to assist in promoting software? It should be similar to the Super Dimension CPU control software. This minor request could be accommodated for Super Dimension Technology. However, on significant matters, we must not compromise. We cannot afford to offend Super Dimension Technology excessively. A few minutes later, Zhang Gaofei and Liu Zhiping returned with smiles. Mr. Liu, we can accommodate your request. Half an hour later, Zhang Gaofei and Liu Zhiping departed in a satisfied manner, while Liu Zhixu wore a broad smile. It was indeed a cause for celebration to have outmaneuvered Weibo and Penguin this time. Lin Xian stepped into the reception room. Noticing Liu Zhixu smiling, she asked, did you reach an agreement? Liu Zhixu tempered his smile somewhat. We reached an agreement, though it is not entirely conclusive. We can no longer rely on these online platforms for the promotion of the sleep pillow. Lin Xian furrowed her brows slightly. That's all right. With the support of the sports administration and the military, the orders for the sleep pillow have already exceeded 10 million. We have a solid collaborative foundation with companies like Huawei and Dami, and they have also agreed to promote the sleep pillow to mobile users. The toilet platform has proactively reached out to us as well. Thus, there's no real concern regarding the promotion of the sleep pillow. I fear that if this negotiation fails, it may create significant obstacles for the promotion of other products in the future. Liu Zhixu leisurely sipped his tea, which had long cooled. No worries. We can rely on our own platforms for future product promotions. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, Douyin. Do you hold such high hopes for this short video platform? Of course, it's a groundbreaking platform. Observing Liu Zhixu's confident demeanor, Lin Xian felt a twinge of concern. You're not getting ahead of yourself, are you? Toppling Huanyuan Company was a result of favorable timing and circumstances. Without the collaboration of the sports administration and the military, your plans may not unfold as smoothly. This time, you intend to venture into online platforms. I neither oppose nor support this. The domestic online platforms are firmly controlled by a few companies. After years of competition, how many platforms remain? I'm not questioning your capabilities, but I must be cautious. You are eager for progress, while I need to be aware of the challenges ahead. Hearing this, Liu Zhixu recognized Lin Xian's good intentions. In the contemporary business landscape, success is seldom achieved overnight. It is a journey marked by steady progress. Liu Zhixu's desire for immediate success concerned Lin Xian. He understood her worries clearly. Were he an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly avoid such risks. However, he considered himself extraordinary. With the experience from his past life, the aid of the system, and the resources of this life, he was confident in attaining success swiftly. Rest assured, Xian, I have no intention of seeking instant success. You have seen my development plan. Each step is meticulously outlined. As long as we execute it properly, success is within reach. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian shot him a glance. As long as you understand. With that, she left Liu Zhixu with an enchanting silhouette as she exited the reception room. She paused momentarily outside. The recruitment of new employees has concluded. You need to review some personnel arrangements. All right, I'll attend to that right away. Chapter 53, New Black Technology. At the reception of Super Dimension Technology, a group of sharply dressed men stood waiting. At that moment, the front desk phone rang. The receptionist answered, only to look up in surprise at the sight of all the men staring intently at her. In recent days, the number of people coming to the company had noticeably increased. Initially, she thought they were troublemakers. However, upon further inquiry, she learned they were seeking collaboration. The reputation of the sleep pillow had been steadily improving, with orders surging daily. Not long ago, the company had been desperately seeking partnerships, but to no avail. Now, others were approaching the company, eager to collaborate. If such a situation arose, it was a testament to the boss's prowess. Through sheer determination, he had established collaborations with the sports administration and the military. Ultimately, the boss had turned the tide, defeating Huanyuan Company and leading them to victory. The current state of superdimension technology was largely attributable to the boss's efforts. Feeling the intense gazes of the men, the receptionist took a deep breath. Who arrived first? Our general manager is quite busy today and can only meet with one person. I've noted the order. It seems you're the first. So you may enter. She recalled and pointed to one of the men. In an instant, the man exclaimed with excitement and hurried into superdimension technology. The others watched in disappointment. At that moment, a man stepped forward, smiling as he asked, "Excuse me, is your boss in the company? I'm a representative from Tianming Technology, and I would very much like to meet your boss." Upon hearing this, the receptionist rolled her eyes. "Don't even mention wanting to meet the boss. I wish to see him every day." Unfortunately, the boss was elusive, appearing only occasionally. Known as the elusive dragon, Lu Zhexī was currently aboard a private jet heading to Europe. Sitting on the sofa, he stared blankly at a card in his hand. "Aunt, what does this skull represent?" Beside him, Sanxia shook her head. "I'm not sure either. This card was left by that traitor in the zero data room. What it signifies is unclear. It could represent some information, a certain force, or something else entirely." Hearing this, Lu Zhexī nodded slightly. He took a photo of the card and returned it to his aunt. "Aunt, that traitor worked at Leah Research Institute for 9 years? Sanxia affirmed. Lu Zhexī frowned slightly. 9 years is not enough to keep someone. Sanxia pinched Lu Zhexī's cheek. "My silly darling, human nature is most susceptible to trials. Loyalty, oftentimes, is merely a bargaining chip for betrayal when the stakes are insufficient. I remain ever vigilant towards each individual at the Leah Institute, such as the mindset that every ascendant must cultivate. Your transcendent technology is destined to illuminate the globe, yet it shall simultaneously attract the envy of the world. It is imperative to harbor a modicum of suspicion towards each member of the company deep within your heart." Lu Zhexī paused momentarily and inquired, "Does that include Sister Xian?" "Of course," came the reply. "And what about my aunt?" Sanxia smiled sweetly. "Certainly, it includes me as well. Should there come a day when my affection for the little darling wanes, I shall sell you off." Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. "The conditions for my aunt selling me off seem rather stringent. Annie, why are you taking me to Europe this time?" Originally, Lu Zhexī had intended to report back to the production team, having already negotiated terms with the toilet station. "Your transcendent technology is destined to reach beyond borders. I am merely facilitating your introduction." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī understood her intentions. His aunt was paving the way for him. As their private jet touched down in the capital of France, night had already fallen. The two disembarked with 8 miniature robotic assistants and made their way directly to their property. The estate, a grand manor, was a joint asset shared by Lu Zhexī and his aunt. Upon returning to the manor, Lu Zhexī adhered to the customary routine of providing his aunt with a half-hour massage before retreating to his own chamber. After a refreshing shower to dispel fatigue, he reclined on his bed, preparing for a little indulgence. His task points had accumulated to 17. It was time to splurge on a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a hangover pill. Hangover pill. The alcohol's effects can be absorbed and nullified by the pill, ensuring the user remains sober without any harm to the body. The effect lasts for 1 hour after consumption. Lu Zhexī grimaced. What a disappointing draw. He extended his finger, tapping the lottery wheel once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a Smart Companion bracelet. Smart Companion bracelet. The bracelet contains a virtual cartoon character or small animal, a unique intelligent creation capable of mimicking human or animal behavior. The character or animal can grow through companionship with its owner. Lu Zhexī's expression brightened. His luck had turned. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a Smart Assistant bracelet. With a scowl, Lu Zhexī exited the lottery interface. Upon entering the tech city, he encountered information about the hangover pill and the Smart Companion. Hangover pill. Production line purchasing rights. 5 task points to unlock. Production plan. 1 task point to unlock. Production line purchase. 3,000 tech points per line. Production capacity. Given sufficient raw materials, each line can produce 100,000 hangover pills daily. Black technology. Smart Companion. A unique artificial intelligence produced by the Transcendent Technology City, capable of continuous self-learning and growth. Initial character design, based on a 5-year-old child. Final character growth, based on an 8-year-old child. Initial animal design, has a rudimentary understanding of commands. Final animal growth, can fundamentally comprehend commands. Smart Companion bracelet, production line, purchasing rights, 10 task points to unlock. Production plan, 2 task points to unlock. Production line purchase, 8,000 tech points per line. Production capacity, given sufficient raw materials, each line can produce 5,000 smart bracelets daily. After reviewing the descriptions, Lu Zhexī furrowed his brow. System, something seems amiss. The sleep pillow should be of a higher tier than the hangover pill, shouldn't it? Ding. In response to the host. The sleep pillow is classified as the highest tier of black technology. Then why does the sleep pillow production line only require 1,000 tech points while the hangover pill demands 3,000? Ding. In response to the host. The system initially had limited tech points, triggering a novice protection. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī's attractive brows lifted. Novice protection? I like that. Suddenly, an idea struck him. System. If I draw the highest tier of black technology now, will the novice protection trigger a discount for me? Ding. It will. In an instant, Lu Zhexī rolled up his sleeves, ready to take full advantage. With 14 task points remaining, he could indulge a bit more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 1 hangover pill. Damn it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 2 hangover pills. 3's a charm. Lu Zhexī silently exited the system. He was not one to easily concede, yet he was no fool either. The following day, as Lu Zhexī stepped out of his room, yawning, he overheard a conversation in the living room below. Ms. Song, hasn't your nephew arrived in France? He hasn't. Lu Zhexī paused on the second floor, momentarily taken aback. Before descending, seated across from his aunt, was a handsome gentleman from France. Upon hearing the footsteps, he curiously turned his head. Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Borges. You may call me Borg. He spoke in French, yet for the astute Lu Zhexī, it posed no challenge. Lu Zhexī offered a smile and turned to his aunt. Auntie, who is this? Sipping her warm milk, his aunt replied, a senior member of the Borges family. At this, Lu Zhexī regarded Borg with renewed interest. The Borges family is one of the 10 prominent families in Europe and renowned throughout France. Borg smiled and said, Mr. Lu, the Borges family has collaborated with Lia Company for many years, fostering a profound foundation of partnership and friendship. Our family members were astounded by the effects of the sleep pillow. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī grasped the situation. The Borges family had their eyes set on the sleep pillow. He was not opposed to collaboration, as hoarding everything for oneself would only lead to ruin. Even with the system's assistance, transcendent technology lacked the strength to confront the entire world, at least not yet. Mr. Borg, are you representing the Borges family or yourself? If Borg represented the Borges family, Lu Zhexī would need to tread carefully. However, if he was speaking on his own accord, Lu Zhexī could consider a partnership, albeit one led by transcendent technology. Borg, without hesitation, clarified, Mr. Lu, the Borges family is vast, with distinctions between main and collateral lines. My visit today is a personal decision. The conglomerate I manage encompasses 30 supersized shopping centers. In total, there are 120 large shopping centers, with medium and small establishments numbering in the thousands. These shopping centers are spread across various regions of Europe, and aside from them, we have other sales channels. Lu Zhexī accepted the glass of milk his aunt offered and took a sip. Mr. Borg, how do you envision our collaboration? Borg smiled and replied, sharing technology. At this, Lu Zhexī shook his head with a smile. Observing his reaction, Borg continued, Mr. Lu, the benefit from the sleep pillow cannot be monopolized by one individual. While I cannot speak for Huagua, as that is your domain, there are others in the European continent who covet the sleep pillow. Their prowess surpasses my own, even overshadowing that of the GI's family. Lu Zhexī leisurely sipped his milk. Mr. Bo, Super Dimension Technology currently harbors no intentions of entering foreign markets. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bo's expression turned skeptical. He was uncertain of the true intent behind Lu Zhexī's words. It was possible that Super Dimension Technology genuinely did not wish to venture abroad. Or perhaps Lu Zhexī was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. After pondering for a moment, Bo replied, This is an introduction to my group, Mr. Lu may peruse it when time permits. My sincerity is encapsulated within this document, and I hope Mr. Lu can comprehend it. With that, Bo politely stood and departed. Once Bo had left, Lu Zhexī picked up the document from the coffee table and began to browse through it. The group overseen by Bo was known as the Boca Group. According to the document, it was a formidable multinational corporation. In summary, 10 Hanyuan companies would pale in comparison to the Boca Group. However, the Boca Group's influence was primarily concentrated in Europe. Darling, we arrived in France last night, and Bo was eager to make an appearance. According to my sources, his situation within the GI's family is rather precarious. The Bo family is merely a branch of the GI's family, and the Boca Group was once a company on the brink of collapse. Bo made a wager with the GI's family to resurrect Boca within 15 years. This Christmas will serve as the benchmark for their results, yet coincidentally, the Boca Group is currently facing significant troubles. 2 months ago, many high-end luxury brands began withdrawing from malls. Recently, Several mid-range brands also started tearing up contracts and exiting the commercial scene. Upon hearing this, Zhexī's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Was this not a classic case of internal family rivalry? Zhexī took the milk from Zhexī's hands and took a sip. Bo is quite capable. His reach extends into America. After uttering this, his aunt resumed sipping her milk, leaving Zhexī to reflect with furrowed brows. In truth, Zhexī's previous statement to Bo was not deceitful. Superdimension technology had no plans to venture abroad as of now. The rationale was simple. Superdimension was still in its infancy, and it could not take overly ambitious steps before establishing a firm foothold in the domestic market. Attempting to enter foreign markets could lead to numerous complications. However, the words spoken by his aunt ignited a wild notion within Zhexī. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of intrigue emanating from them. His aunt blinked her beautiful eyes and leaned closer to his ear. "Darling, you can't possibly be thinking." Zhexī paused for a moment, a hint of frustration crossing his features. "Aunt, have I been that obvious?" Zhexī's eyes sparkled with amusement. In the dimly lit hall, a screen displayed a series of data points. The efficacy of the Yearning cream in whitening and oil control was already well known. Now, I shall elucidate its properties in reversing aging. Instantly, the stage buzzed with excitement. The foreman on stage chuckled and continued, "I understand your skepticism. I was once a non-believer myself. However, I will now present irrefutable evidence to the world that we have achieved the impossible, reversing aging. Please observe." As he eloquently spoke, many in the audience stole glances at the screen, whispering among themselves. When the screen revealed the certification data from 3 companies in collaboration with 10 international institutions, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The press conference was broadcast live globally, with many in Huagua closely monitoring the event. L'Oreal is astonishing. They successfully conquered the challenge of reversing aging. I had always believed Yearning Company possessed the most formidable research capabilities, yet it seems L'Oreal has outpaced them this time. I hope Yearning can mount a counteroffensive. A counteroffensive? That is laughable. They accomplished reversing aging. How can one retaliate against that? The press conference continued until noon. Following its conclusion, a celebratory banquet commenced, which was one of the reasons Zhexī brought Zhexī along, to introduce him to some of the prominent figures in Europe. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Beautiful Ms. Song, we meet again." A young man with golden hair and blue eyes approached, a broad smile on his face. Immediately, Zhexī's expression turned frosty. The man, undeterred by her reaction, turned his attention to Zhexī. "Mr. Liu, I did not expect to see you here as well. I am swell. L'Oreal is our family business. My family has high hopes for the Sleep Pillow, a revolutionary black technology product." Although Zhexī found him detestable, he maintained a veneer of politeness. "Thank you, but the Sleep Pillow has no current plans to enter France. If you are fond of it, you may purchase it directly from Huagua." Swell's smile faltered. "Mr. Liu, let us discuss a collaboration. If you share the Sleep Pillow's technology, Lian's current troubles and future dilemmas will dissipate." Zhexī chuckled lightly. "Mr. Swell, you are mistaken. What troubles could Lian possibly have? The ones truly in trouble are your 3 companies." After a moment of surprise, Swell burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Mr. Liu is quite amusing. With Yearning cream, all troubles will cease to exist." Zhexī's lips curled into a smirk. The joy that shines today may well be overshadowed by sorrow tomorrow. Chapter 55, we are eagerly anticipating. After attending the banquet, Zhexī and Zhexī wasted no time and flew back to Tianhai on a private jet. Their European journey had afforded Zhexī a deeper understanding of the continent, ensuring that superdimension technology would not be at a loss when it sought to enter the European market in the future. On the very evening of Zhexī's return, Yearning officially released a global announcement. "Hello to all Yearning fans around the world. Yearning has dedicated 9 years to women's products, enduring countless challenges along the way. Throughout these 9 years, Yearning has garnered a multitude of fans worldwide through our various offerings. Today, we are honored to announce that Yearning will collaborate with Superdimension Technology to launch a brand new beauty product. The foundational benefits of this new beauty water include whitening and improving skin texture, while also significantly delaying the aging process. As a globally renowned cosmetics company, Yearning's allure is unparalleled, especially in light of the recent joint launch of Yearning cream by the country's 3 major cosmetics companies. Many have been comparing Yearning to them in hushed tones. Now, with Yearning boldly introducing a new product, it is impossible for it to go unnoticed. Initially, I was quite excited, but upon reviewing the efficacy of the beauty water, I felt a twinge of disappointment. It is quite disheartening. while Lian cream can reverse aging. This product merely delays it. What is this nonsense? You are collaborating with Super Dimension Technology? The Beauty Water is a joint development between Super Dimension Technology and Lian. Super Dimension Technology, is that formidable? The sleep pillow technology is impressive. Perhaps the Beauty Water warrants some anticipation. Anticipate what? Super Dimension Technology is the one purchasing the sleep pillow and now wants to delve into cosmetics. How ludicrous is that? Not only were netizens abuzz with speculation, but domestic and international media also wasted no time in reporting. Global Times, delaying aging? That's so outdated. What we want is to reverse aging. France Weekly. The Beauty Water will only serve to highlight the superiority of Lian cream. Daily Mail, in 5 days. Feedback from the first batch of Lian cream, users will utterly overshadow the Beauty Water. The Huagua Daily. The recent maneuvering of Lia Company should serve as a wake-up call for domestic enterprises. The New Evening News. The indomitable spirit of Lia Company is a model for all businesses in Huagua to emulate. Tomorrow's Weekly. Desperation leads to misguided remedies. The collaboration between a cosmetics company and a technology firm is unlikely to yield favorable results. In a moment, nearly everyone expressed skepticism towards Lia Company, particularly regarding its partnership with Super Dimension Technology, which drew considerable criticism. While the efficacy of the sleep pillow has been widely praised, the sudden venture into cosmetics seems rather frivolous. Nevertheless, amidst the cacophony of external opinions, Lu Zhexī found no opportunity to engage. He was currently aboard a flight to Yearning. Lu Zhexī not only had tasks to fulfill, but had also signed an agreement with the toilet platform. The strategic collaboration with Toilet Platform would ensure a promising start for Douyin. On the plane, Lu Zhexī was preoccupied, meticulously reviewing video content quality. Retaining users on Douyin hinges on the caliber of the videos shared. He was determined to avoid a scenario where no videos were published, or worse, where the few released were of subpar quality. Over the past few days, Su Yuan and his team reached out to renowned streamers across major platforms, as well as numerous prominent influencers from various fields, seeking partnerships for video collaborations. Female and male streamers would cater to their respective audiences, while gaming streamers would attract gaming enthusiasts. In his previous life, Lu Zhexī was a devoted fan of Douyin, spending several hours daily to keep up with the multitude of charming content creators he followed. He was confident that with his oversight, retaining loyal viewers would pose no problem. Attracting female fans would rely on handsome boys, starlets, and beauty tutorials. Upon disembarking, Lu Zhexī wasted no time and headed straight to the Mushroom House at Tianyuan Mountain. He had missed Lao Shi and the others during this time. At this moment, the Mushroom House was bustling with activity, anticipating Lu Zhexī's return. The two teachers and Yun conspire to prepare a warm welcome for him. Why don't we each cook a dish? Since our dear Appa is back, let us whip up some home-cooked meals. Yun's idea was well received. Teacher Huang, it seems you'll have to teach me how to cook a dish. With Yun's suggestion, the Mushroom House sprang into action. Yun decided to prepare minced eggplant. Teacher Huang opted for stir-fried pork with green peppers, while Lao Shi prepared garlic-flavored spare ribs. To celebrate Lu Zhexī's return, Wang Jingyu generously declared that all ingredients would be provided free of charge by the production team. With just 20 minutes until Lu Zhexī's arrival, the two teachers and Yun shared joyful smiles at Wang Jingyu's words. Let us head to the village entrance to await his arrival. At the village entrance, a business vehicle slowly appeared. The door swung open, revealing a smiling Lu Zhexī. He Lao Shi, teacher Huang Yuna. He Lao Shi was the first to embrace Lu Zhexī. Zhexī, welcome home. Thank you, Uncle He. Teacher Huang gave Lu Zhexī a brief hug, patting his back. Well done, young man. Of course. Finally, it was Yun's turn, who tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Zhexī. Appa, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Yuna. The Mushroom House felt incomplete without any one of them. Lu Zhexī's return imbued their lives with newfound significance. Let us go home. We prepare a surprise for you. What surprise? If I tell you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. With laughter echoing, they returned to the Mushroom House, where Lu Zhexī would soon discover what the surprise entailed. I'll join in cooking a dish so it feels complete. With that, he rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this, the two teachers and Yun did not deter him, but rather assisted him enthusiastically. At Huai Company, in Wang Zhonglei's office, he was cheerfully engaged in a phone conversation. You call me with this? How amusing. You're set to visit the Mushroom House for the program tomorrow, so you can inquire with him directly. Moreover, this matter is something you should discuss with your mentor. A melodious female voice responded from the other end. President Wang, I can hardly approach my mentor right now. He isn't even aware that we're participating in the program tomorrow. Wang Zhonglei chuckled. Zhexī provided that script to Chinchichi. Teacher Huang mentioned it to me, and I've read it. It's excellently written. Once filmed, the viewership will surely be substantial. Recently, Zhexī has been tirelessly promoting this script. Zhexī possesses remarkable talent, and his demeanor is always delightful. You need not feel apprehensive. Simply express your needs openly, and that suffices. You call me to discuss acquiring the script and securing investment, didn't you? The voice on the other end remarked, "You've seen through me, President Wang." Wang Zhonglei replied with a smile. "If you truly manage to obtain Zhexī's script, come directly to Hawaii to discuss the investment." The caller expressed surprise. President Wang holds such high regard for Liu Zhexī? Wang Zhonglei nodded. "Zhexī is a remarkable young man. You will understand when you arrive at the Mushroom House tomorrow." The caller, intrigued, responded, "Is that so?" We eagerly anticipated. Chapter 56. Are you questioning my decision? The warm dinner at the Mushroom House was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Yuna, waiting sleeper, hurried into the room. "Did you order 5 dishes? Is that enough?" Upon entering, Liu Zhexī noticed Yuna's slightly agape mouth and her look of astonishment. The voice on the other end was synthesized. "There are 5 of us, so we may have ordered a bit too much." Liu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. The visitors were likely 5 of teacher Huang's students, which he found quite agreeable. Among the 5, there were 2 strong men, perfect for assisting with tasks like shucking corn. Minutes later, Yuna hung up the phone, her expression one of discontent. "Appa, the guests ordered 10 dishes. 5 guests, each ordered 2. Liu Zhexī took the notepad from her, examining the dish names she had written. That doesn't seem right. Why isn't there any mention of the spectacular lineup? All 10 dishes are home-cooked meals. This isn't typical. Could the narrative of this life have shifted? Appa, is there a problem?" Liu Zhexī smiled. The ordering of common dishes indicates they are friends. Upon hearing this, Yuna also beamed with joy. "Let us head out and continue dining." "Yes, indeed. By the way, Appa, the Starry Silhouette will be released for free tomorrow. Is that so?" I anticipate a great response. At Tianhai Lia Company, the conference room was filled with people, yet silence reigned. Song Xia sat at the head of the table, her expression impassive. Finally, a middle-aged man spoke from the lower end. "President Song, with Lian cream currently surging in popularity globally, is it truly the right time to launch new products? Furthermore, the technology for the beauty water is supplied by super dimension technology. Can we genuinely place our trust in this? Delaying aging and reversing it. Users can discern the efficacy through comparison. As the general manager of Lia, I propose we cancel the beauty water project." After his statement, everyone cautiously turned their gaze towards Song Xia. Her stunning visage remained unchanged as she slowly articulated, "The beauty water represents our hope for a turnaround. This project cannot be canceled, nor is it subject to cancellation." The middle-aged man inquired with a hint of confusion. "President Song, may I ask why?" "I have already inquired with the Lia Research Institute. The Lian cream was initially developed by the institute. However, the emergence of a traitor led to the leakage of crucial information. Now, L'Oreal possesses the formula and holds an undeniable advantage. Our mere introduction of an anti-aging beauty water is utterly futile." "I understand, President Song. For all these years, your decisions have never been erroneous. Yet this time, the circumstances are genuinely different. Under the overwhelming technical pressure, Lia is destined for defeat." Song Xie regarded the middle-aged man coldly. "Zhou Yuan, are you questioning my decision?" The middle-aged man hastily clarified, "President Song, that was not my intention. I merely..." Song Xie waved her hand dismissively. "This matter is settled. If anyone feels incapable of proceeding, they are welcome to resign." With that, Song Xie rose and departed. In the conference room, everyone exchanged glances in silence. Zhou Yuan, feeling quite helpless, sank into his chair. Over the years, Lia has encountered numerous challenges, and throughout this journey, Zhou Yuan has consistently supported Song Xie's decisions. While he holds great admiration for her, recognizing her ability to establish Lia's foothold in the global arena, he now began to harbor doubts about her capabilities. The leakage of Lia Research Institute's data on 2 separate occasions had allowed the Lian cream to fall into enemy hands. The collaboration between Lia and Chao Wei Technology, under the pressure of the Lian cream, had launched a new product. All these events collectively suggested a decline in President Song's competency. With a sigh, Zhou Yuan reflected on this. The others in the conference room turned their attention to him. Zhou Yuan remained silent as he stood and exited the conference room. Upon leaving, he returned to his office, where he pondered for an extended period. Eventually, he began to draft a resignation letter. In the chairman's office, Song Xie glanced at the resignation letter on her desk, her exquisite visage cooling entirely. "What do you mean by this?" Zhou Yuan responded helplessly, "President Song, I leave the resignation here with you. and I will endeavor to carry out the beauty water project to the best of my abilities. However, I must advise you that although Lia's situation in Europe is dire, we have not yet reached an impasse. We can certainly circumvent the spotlight of the Lian cream and seek alternative opportunities for a comeback. Upon hearing this, Zhexī gently tapped her slender, fair fingers on the desk. Zhou Yuan, many traders have emerged from the Lia Research Institute, and the company has its share as well. There are many matters I do not vocalize, yet I hope you comprehend. With that, Zhexī waved her hand, signaling his departure. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. As he exited the office, a realization began to dawn on him. Could it be that President Song possesses an absolute strategy for a comeback? But how could that be possible? The Lian cream has the ability to reverse aging, while the beauty water lacks such efficacy, rendering any chance of a turnaround impossible. Laden with confusion, Zhou Yuan returned to his office, where his secretary entered with a document. Zhou, the Lian cream has commenced sales in the European market, and it will be available domestically after midnight. Here are the sales figures from Europe to date, along with preliminary feedback. Zhou Yuan accepted the document and began to peruse it. Upon noticing the astonishing figure of 93 million units sold within just 1 hour, he was taken aback. Following the shock, a profound sense of worry enveloped him. Given this momentum, it would be tantamount to suicide for Lia to introduce the beauty water. He sighed and turned to his secretary. Monitor the domestic sales closely. I expect a summary of the domestic sales data by noon tomorrow. Understood, Zhou. The following morning, Zhexī did not rise early to harvest corn. He had been reviewing videos until the early hours and now required rest. His 2 instructors were still indulging in slumber. For them, participating in this program provided a rare opportunity to sleep in. It was not until 8:30 that Zhexī and the others gradually awoke. Zhexī, today will be busy. We need to harvest millet and also pick some mushrooms from the mountain. However, you can handle the millet. We'll manage the rest once the guests arrive. After he finished speaking, Teacher Huang chimed in. They ordered 10 dishes, treating our place like a restaurant. Yet, they must contribute by working. Zhexī agreed and stretched before getting out of bed to wash up. Meanwhile, on the highway, a business vehicle carried 3 women and 2 men engaged in conversation about the mushroom house. We must present a united front. When we arrive at the mushroom house, if Master instructs us to work, we must firmly refuse. Indeed, but should we approach Zhexī directly when we arrive? Perhaps not, although he is Master's nephew. We are not well acquainted. Let's establish a rapport first before presenting our requests. President Wang holds Zhexī in high regard, and Zhexī has been boasting about that script everywhere. I am genuinely eager to meet Zhexī. I heard that Yune's song being released today is also penned and composed by Zhexī. He's undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Many in the entertainment industry have begun to take notice of him. Chapter 57. The Boisterous and the Desolate. In the city of Tianhai, the L'Oreal boutique. At 4 in the morning, people began to queue outside. A glance revealed that the majority were women, though there were also a fair number of men. Hey bro, did your girlfriend send you to queue for the Lian cream? No, I'm buying it as a gift for my goddess. Oh bro, don't waste your money. A box of Lian cream costs 5,000. That is probably your entire month's living expenses. Take my advice, be a loyal admirer online, but some can do more. The man seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. Another man, feeling sympathetic, patted his shoulder. It's all right. Just drink some light salt water when you get home to balance things out. As the sun slowly rose, a long line formed in front of the L'Oreal boutique. With the clock striking 8, the faces of those in line bore various expressions of excitement. At 8 o'clock sharp, the L'Oreal boutique opened its doors. Instantly, those at the front surged into the store. I want 12 boxes of Lian cream. I'm terribly sorry, but each individual can only purchase 2 boxes of Lian cream with their ID. Here is my ID. Here is my wife's. And here is my mother's. Give me 12 boxes. Oh no, I forgot to bring my boyfriend's ID. The overwhelming popularity of the Lian cream led to traffic congestion outside the L'Oreal boutique, prompting local traffic police to come and maintain order. As time passed, the number of buyers did not dwindle. Rather, it continued to increase. In stark contrast to the thronged L'Oreal boutique, the adjacent Lia boutique stood eerily deserted. The desolation was so profound it evoked a sense of dread. Inside the Lia boutique, the staff looked enviously at the bustling scene next door. Since its inception, the Lia boutique had never experienced such a stark lack of customers. At that moment, the female store manager approached, her voice raised in anger. What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do? The employees scattered, secretly rolling their eyes. With no one coming in, what work is there to be done? The store manager glanced at the lively scene next door, her irritation mounting. Just then, a woman in professional attire exited the L'Oreal boutique. The woman approached with a smile, and upon witnessing this scene, the female manager promptly turned and entered the store, only to be called back. "Manager Zhang, please wait a moment." The manager turned around, her expression devoid of emotion, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" The woman brushed back her hair from her forehead and replied with a smile, "The sales of the Yearning cream have surpassed 50,000 orders in just half an hour." Naturally, I felt compelled to share this delightful news with Manager Zhang. The manager's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. Seemingly oblivious, the woman glanced at the Leah specialty store and continued, "Manager Zhang, I trust everything is well at Leah. How is it that there isn't a single customer in your store today?" The manager's expression darkened immediately, and without uttering a word, she turned and retreated into the store. The professionally attired woman let out a light chuckle and returned to the L'Oreal specialty store. The scene unfolding at the entrance was clearly visible to the staff at the Leah store. They were collectively displeased with the woman's demeanor, yet felt powerless to respond. Over the years, the rivalry between Leah and L'Oreal had been relentless. As neighboring stores, their myriad of minor conflicts had only escalated. It was entirely expected for L'Oreal to be so haughty now that they had the Yearning cream, especially considering the staggering sales figure of 50,000 orders in half an hour. To their recollection, the highest sales record for the Leah specialty store was merely 30,000 orders in the same time frame. The disparity was indeed significant. Although they all understood that a substantial portion of that sales figure was due to stockpiling by distributors, such sales numbers could not be achieved solely through consumer purchases. Nevertheless, this also indirectly attested to the remarkable efficacy of the Yearning cream. At the Leah company, in the general manager's office, Zhou Yuan sighed several times after reviewing the documents in his hand. L'Oreal's 3 companies in Huagua had achieved a peak sales figure of 70,000 orders in half an hour. A single company had amassed total sales of 17 million orders within that time frame. This data left Zhou Yuan feeling despondent. He couldn't help but question whether General Song could truly turn the tide with just a beauty-enhancing tonic. At that moment, the secretary entered. "Mr. Zhou, the meeting regarding the beauty tonic project is about to commence." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Yuan replied as he gathered several documents and rose to his feet. Even though this was a futile endeavor, he was determined to execute it to the best of his ability, considering it a gesture of repayment to Leah and General Song. At Tianyuan Mountain, in the mushroom house, Teacher Huang had already realized that the guests were his 5 students. "Friends, my students have arrived. Can I now lie down in bed to rest?" Teacher He and Yuner were busy washing the mushrooms they had just foraged from the mountain. "If you rest, who will cook for everyone? Remember, your students ordered 10 dishes. If Teacher Huang rests, Appa can cook, but he still needs to pick corn and harvest millet, which is exhausting." Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang paused for a moment. "Does this mean I cannot escape the fate of being a cook?" Teacher He chuckled. "Actually, it's possible. Yuner and I can cook. We just worry that your students might hesitate to eat our food." Teacher Huang shook his head. "Let's first think about what we will have for lunch. They are expected to arrive in the afternoon, so we can make do with a simple meal." Yuner raised her hand. "I want to eat pancakes." "All right then, we'll have pancakes for lunch." In Europe, at L'Oreal's headquarters, the lights remained bright at 1 a.m. At this hour, Schwer made a rare appearance at the headquarters. Due to the explosive sales of the Yearning cream in Europe, Schwer found it impossible to sleep. Consumed by thoughts of the sales situation in Huagua, it was currently noon there, and preliminary sales figures should be emerging. Have the sales data from Huagua not been compiled yet? "Sir, it will take a little more time. The reports indicate that sales are exceptionally robust, necessitating additional time for data collection." Schwer nodded with a smile at this news. After a few minutes, an assistant rushed into the office. "The sales figures are in. Huagua's total sales for half a day reached 31 million orders." Upon hearing this figure, Schwer's smile grew even wider. The assistant continued, "Today, Leah Company's sales have dropped to a historical low." This statement elicited a hearty laugh from Schwer. "Haha, I'm quite eager to see Ms. Song's expression right now." The assistant, witnessing Schwer's mirth, could understand why. Over the years, Leah's growth had been formidable, and the rivalry between L'Oreal and Leah had seen its share of victories and defeats. However, to witness L'Oreal so thoroughly outpacing Leah was indeed a first. After his laughter subsided, Schwer remarked, "With the Yearning cream in play, Leah Company will gradually descend into decline." At Tianyuan Mountain, in the mushroom house, around 1 p.m., the guests arrived. "Master, we come to see you." "Hello, Teacher He Yuner. Welcome to the mushroom house." They all embraced and greeted one another. Haiqing surveyed the group and, puzzled, asked, "Where is Zhexī, the face of the mushroom house?" Teacher He smiled and replied, "Zhexī went to harvest millet. We must harvest our own millet to exchange for the rice and flour we consume daily." "Oh, is it that arduous? Did Zhexī go alone? Shouldn't we help him?" He has already returned. The group turned to see Lu Zhexī pushing a unicycle back. Upon noticing the guest's arrival, Lu Zhexī wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Hello, everyone. I am Lu Zhexī, and the Mushroom House welcomes you all. Zhexī, we are equally delighted to see you." As Heartthrob and the others approached to hug Lu Zhexī, he politely declined. "I am dirty. If you could help me take out the millet, I will go shower." "Of course. No problem. You go wash up." Once Lu Zhexī entered the house, Heartthrob and the others began to extract the millet, preparing to grind it with a stone mill. The two teachers and Yearning observed this scene, blinking in astonishment. "Teacher Huang, don't you find something a bit off?" Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, something feels amiss." The 5 students, perhaps sensing the unusual gaze from Teacher Huang and the others, turned around. "Master, what is going on?" Teacher Huang said with a smile. "Huang, come here." The 5 of them obediently approached Teacher Huang. "Did you come here purely to visit us?" Heartthrob replied somewhat bashfully. "Well, I had a bit of ulterior motive." Teacher Huang directly stated, "Are you here for Zhexī?" The 5 exchanged glances. Master is still observant, as ever. Teacher he also caught on, stating, "Zhexī's screenwriting skills are indeed impressive, though I'm not sure if he has a script suitable for you." Teacher Huang wore a cunning smile. "Zhexī is our Mushroom House's main source of income, responsible for picking corn and harvesting millet. You all help him with the millet and corn, helping us with the work. Do you understand my meaning?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of Heartthrob and the others sparkled. Yearning quietly whispered to Teacher "What if Appa doesn't have a suitable script?" Teacher he replied with a smile. Teacher Huang never claimed Zhexī definitely has a script. Upon hearing this, Yearning's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. In this moment, Teacher Huang waved his hand, instructing, "Xiaomi, you take care of the grinding. As for the dishes you wish to prepare, making 10 is unrealistic. Let us settle on 6. The suggestion met with unanimous agreement from Heartthrob and the others. "Master, we have fulfilled your request. You must speak a good word for us in front of Zhexī." "No problem," Huang reassured them. "As long as you complete your tasks well, everything will be manageable." After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Lu Zhexī emerged, momentarily taken aback by the bustling scene in the courtyard. There was an air of lively industriousness, washing vegetables, grinding rice, chopping ingredients, stoking the fire, and constructing a chicken coop. Everyone was occupied, each with their own responsibilities. Lu Zhexī surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Is there anything you need me to do?" "No, you should rest." The group replied in unison. Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What's going on?" "The Mushroom House seems to exude an unusual atmosphere today. However, since everyone insisted he had no tasks, he could only hold Xiao AI and wander aimlessly." At Tianhai, within the Lia company, Zhou Yuan was convening a meeting. "Have we secured a spokesperson?" A senior executive shook his head, responding, "Most of the celebrities we frequently collaborate with have declined with various excuses." It was evident to any discerning individual that Lia's introduction of the beauty essence was a direct challenge to the 3 major companies of L'Oreal. When comparing the beauty essence to the Lian cream, it was clear who would prevail and who would falter. Consequently, those celebrities endorsing the beauty essence were likely to jeopardize their public images, and Zhou Yuan understood this well. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Zhou Yuan remarked, "If necessary, we may have to forego the endorsement. We can still initiate the press conference, aiming to resolve this project before November 10th. The executives were taken aback by this suggestion. "Zhou, that's not feasible. The efficacy of the beauty essence simply cannot rival that of the Lian cream. Launching a press conference without adequate promotion may lead to even greater failure." Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "While we lack a celebrity endorsement, we cannot afford to neglect promotional efforts through other channels." Hearing this, the executives breathed a sigh of relief. As the afternoon wore on, Lu Zhexī grew increasingly aware of the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the Mushroom House. Whenever he wished to assist, one among Heartthроб's group would invariably step forward to aid him. Initially, he failed to perceive the subtlety, but upon closer observation, he detected a certain reserve in their enthusiasm towards Teacher, he, and Yearning. Gradually, it dawned on him that the 5 seemed to be vying for his favor. This realization struck Lu Zhexī as quite odd. During dinner, amidst lively conversation, the topic unexpectedly shifted to Zhexī. "You have no idea. Zhexī is currently seeking investments everywhere, looking for partners and actors for his script. I've heard from many in the industry that the script he holds is remarkable. If produced well, the viewership will undoubtedly be promising." Suddenly, Heartthrob interjected, "Zhexī, I've heard that script was written by you. You truly are incredibly talented, singing and writing scripts." Lu Zhexī, sipping hot milk, nodded modestly. "That script was merely something I penned during my leisure. It's not particularly remarkable." The others chuckled in disbelief, shaking their heads at his self-deprecating comment. Haiqing pressed on. Zhexī, do you have any other scripts? We've been rather idle lately. Perhaps you could help me write one? Upon hearing this, Zhexī seemed to grasp the underlying intent. Haiqing's invitation was indeed fortuitous for him. His task was to garner 5 invitations. Yearning was the first, and now Haiqing was the second. Meeting the expectant gazes of Haiqing and the others, he replied, I do have a few scripts, though I'm not certain if they would suit you. Intrigued, the group leaned in. What kind of scripts? Zhexī stood up, declaring, a contemporary family education drama. Let me retrieve it for you. Moments later, he returned with a tablet. Feel free to take a look. He handed the tablet to Haiqing and resumed his meal, savoring the delectable sour radish stir-fried with meat. Before long, aside from Zhexī, who continued to eat, everyone else had gathered around to peruse the script. This piece was a work of realism. If depicted through a lens of authenticity, the outcome would undoubtedly be commendable. This suits us perfectly, they exclaimed, gazing at Zhexī with a newfound admiration. This is true genius. After several minutes, Haiqing turned to Zhexī, asking, Zhexī, what do you think of this script? Zhexī shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a script I wrote during my idle hours. I'm pleased you find it appealing. The group exchanged perplexed glances. If a script written in boredom could be so impressive, one could only imagine the potential of a diligently crafted script. Sighing in relief, Haiqing proposed, Zhexī, let us collaborate on this script according to industry standards. Would that be agreeable? Zhexī nodded, certainly. I believe Teacher Huang has also shown interest in the script. I trust you with it. Teacher Huang smiled, remarking, now that you have the script, make sure to work hard on the corn husking tomorrow. Rest assured, master. We'll earn back what we've consumed today. The dinner stretched late into the night, filled with laughter and joy. At 10:30, Lia Company issued a global announcement. The worldwide launch of the beauty essence will take place tomorrow evening at 8. We expect to see you all there. The news elicited laughter and headshakes from the audience. Lia remained undeterred. Lia, save your efforts. Having used the Lian cream today, the results were astonishing. The subpar effects of the beauty essence had lost their allure for us. International media declared, the launch of the beauty essence marks the beginning of Lia's decline. The 3 major companies of L'Oreal swiftly released statements, expressing their anticipation for the beauty essence's unveiling, eager for it to astonish the world. It seemed the entire globe shared a skeptical view of the beauty essence. Chapter 59, I Never Boast. Amidst the incessant clamor outside, Lia faced immense internal pressure as well. Zhou Yuan, bearing the weight of all this pressure, relentlessly advanced the promotional efforts for the beauty essence. Yet, many circumstances in the world cannot be resolved through sheer effort alone. This time, numerous distributors outright refused to collaborate with Lia. For them, acquiring the beauty essence would mean holding onto a financial liability. Everyone is striving to earn a living. Who would engage in a losing venture? At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Yuan returned home, his body weary. His wife expressed her concern, you've been coming home later and later these days. Thankfully, you have the sleep pillow, where your health will inevitably suffer. Zhou Yuan managed a bitter smile. This beauty essence project is exceptionally challenging. I must oversee it personally. His wife, frustrated, retorted, Mr. Song should know better. The effectiveness of the Lian cream is evident. Even if she is stubborn, she shouldn't act so recklessly. And relying on the technology from Super Dimension is rather farcical. Their sleep pillow may be cutting edge, but can they really deliver in the cosmetics arena? Not only did his wife harbor such doubts, but Zhou Yuan himself also questioned this. Yet, what did it matter if he had doubts? Lia is a company under the helm of President Song, where his influence is undeniably significant. Yet there exists only one true boss. It's time for rest. I have numerous tasks awaiting me tomorrow. The following day, Zhou Yuan rose early, bypassing breakfast in his haste to reach the office. He picked up the phone to contact a third-party channel. Hello, President Yu. This is Zhou Yuan. On the other end, the response came, President Zhou. Is it truly you calling personally? Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. President Yu, Lia has collaborated with Liren for 5 years now. What are your thoughts on the rejuvenating water this time? The voice on the line responded, President Zhou, you should have called me sooner. All my funds are currently tied up elsewhere. I simply lack the capital to purchase the rejuvenating water. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan understood and exchanged a few polite words before ending the call. Undeterred, he continued to reach out to other distributors. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in Tianhai, a middle-aged man hung up his phone, and the smile vanished from his face. Across from him, a woman inquired, Boss, don't you have ample funds at your disposal? The man laughed heartily. Those funds are earmarked for stockpiling Lian cream. Outdated products like rejuvenating water are not worth hoarding. The woman nodded slightly at his words. In the mushroom house at Tianyuan Mountain, a lively scene unfolded in the cornfield. Appa, are you returning to Tianhai today? Yunao whispered as she leaned closer to Lu Zhexī. Yes, Lu Zhexī nodded. There are matters at the company that require my attention. I shall return tomorrow evening. Yuna bobbed her head in acknowledgement. At that moment, Hai Qing joined them. Zhexī, have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry through wishing? Lu Zhexī shook his head. The entertainment industry is not suited for me. Well, I had hoped to cast you in a guest role, Hai Qing replied, gazing at Lu Zhexī with anticipation. He remained resolute in his refusal. I have my own company and many responsibilities to attend to. Recognizing that further insistence would be futile, Hai Qing relented. The 7 of them harvested corn, and in just an hour and a half, they managed to gather over 1,000 ears. Truth be told, achieving such a feat is no small accomplishment for these stars. By the time they finished, it was already 2 in the afternoon, signaling it was time to part ways. However, with Hai Qing having secured Lu Zhexī's script, their departure was tinged with joy. After bidding farewell to their guests, Lu Zhexī prepared to head back to Tianhai. The rejuvenating water launch event was scheduled for that evening, where he would take the stage to deliver a speech. Upon returning to Tianhai, Lu Zhexī first visited Chao Technology before heading straight to the top floor of the Lia building. As he pushed open the door, he spotted Wei seated before his aunt. Ms. Song, you remain as tenacious as ever. Yet, I have consistently emerged victorious. Haha, that was in the past. Oh, Mr. Lu, you've arrived? Lu Zhexī approached and sat beside his aunt, casting a curious glance at Wei. Mr. Shi, the launch event is still some time away. Wei paused momentarily before smiling. I specifically came to present a gift to Ms. Song and you, Mr. Lu. Just then, a bodyguard behind him produced a stack of newspapers. Lu Zhexī glanced at the headlines. Global Times. Lia Company makes its final struggle today. French Weekly. While the rejuvenating water launch event may be lively, the Lia specialty store is bound to be desolate. These were reports from some of the world's leading authoritative media regarding the launch event. Without needing to delve into the content, Lu Zhexī knew from the headlines that the sentiments toward the rejuvenating water were decidedly pessimistic. He accepted the newspapers with a smile, saying, Mr. Shi, we graciously accept your gift. You may take your leave now. Unfazed by Lu Zhexī's demeanor, Wei stood and departed with a smile. Song Xie turned her head, observing Lu Zhexī in his casual attire, raising an eyebrow. Darling, are you going on stage tonight dressed like this? Isn't it handsome? It is. But your aunt has prepared something for you. With that, Song Xie took Lu Zhexī into the office's lounge. In front of the full-length mirror, Song Xie gazed dreamily at Lu Zhexī in his suit. Just as he was about to don a mask to test the effect, she stopped him. Let your aunt admire you a little longer. At 8 o'clock, the launch event commenced, and the venue was filled to capacity. To everyone's surprise, the person taking the stage was not Zhou Yuan, but a masked man. The audience, perplexed by Lu Zhexī's mask, listened as he began, Good evening, friends. I am the representative of Chao Technology. I stand before you today to clarify some misunderstandings. Chao Technology has transitioned from CPU intelligent control software to sleep pillows, and now to rejuvenating water. The span between these products is vast, and one might argue there is no correlation between them. Yet, this precisely illustrates Chao Technology's commitment to transcending dimensions in excellence. It has never been mere rhetoric. We are demonstrating through action and fact that Chao Technology can deliver on its promises. The success of the CPU intelligent control software, the sleep pillows, and undoubtedly, the rejuvenating water is inevitable. At this point, the atmosphere in the venue grew tumultuous. In the background, Zhou Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. This representative from Chao Technology is quite boastful. Lu Zhexī continued. Many of you have drawn comparisons between Lian cream and rejuvenating water. However, I must assert there is no basis for comparison. In fact, when placed alongside rejuvenating water, Lian cream holds no merit whatsoever. The revelation sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. A foreign journalist stood up abruptly. Sir, Lian cream can reverse aging. Can rejuvenating water do the same? Lu Zhexī shook his head. According to the research conducted by Chao Technology scientists, the claim that Lian cream can reverse aging is simply a deception. The solution to reversing aging is not yet attainable. If it ever is, it will undoubtedly be by the hands of Chao Technology. The audience fell into stunned silence. This representative from Chao Technology certainly has grand aspirations, the foreign journalist remarked with a bemused shake of his head. In your country's terms, one must at least prepare a script when boasting. Lu Zhexī remained unfazed. Chao Technology has never engaged in empty boasts. We will substantiate our claims with facts and groundbreaking technologies that will reveal the true meaning behind the name Chao Wei Technology. With that, he calmly descended from the stage. Zhou Yuan took the microphone, wearing a wry smile. The remainder of the event unfolded in an atmosphere of unsettling tension. After the launch, the customary cocktail party ensued. During the event, Wei Air approached Lu Zhexī and Song Xie. "Mr. Lu, your talent for boasting is impressive." Lu Zhexī shrugged. "Mr. Shi, I never boast. Time will reveal the truth." Just then, an elderly foreign gentleman rushed to Wei Air's side, his expression alarmed. "Young master, there has been a grave incident." Chapter 60. The storm approaches. Wei Air's smile froze on his face. An elderly foreign gentleman approached Swell directly and whispered, "News has emerged from the laboratory. There is a significant issue with the Lian cream." Upon hearing this, Swell's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Lu Zhexī and Song Xie. Song Xie wore her characteristic smile, while Lu Zhexī bore an amused grin. Swell fixed his eyes on Lu Zhexī for a considerable time until the foreign gentleman prompted him to depart. "My dear," he thought, "the three major companies of L'Oréal are on the brink of facing the gravest crisis in history." Lu Zhexī accepted the cocktail from his aunt's hand and sipped it leisurely. "This time, I intend to leverage the three major companies of L'Oréal to convey to the world the profound significance of the term transcendent technology." Tilting her head, Song Xie observed Lu Zhexī's serene countenance, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. As Swell hurriedly exited the gala alongside the foreign gentleman, he inquired, "What exactly has transpired?" The foreign gentleman hurriedly replied, "The laboratory has reported that the efficacy of the Lian cream can only last between 2 to 5 days. After this period, it will yield unpredictable consequences for the skin." Instantly, Swell was rendered speechless. Following the initial shock came an overwhelming fury. What on earth are those imbeciles in the laboratory doing? How could such a critical issue have gone undetected? Swell nearly roared, causing those around him to instinctively distance themselves upon witnessing his fierce demeanor. The foreign gentleman, seeing this, was compelled to drag Swell away. "Young master, the laboratory has provided an explanation. If the Lian cream is sealed in its container for more than 2 days, one of its components undergoes a subtle change. Until this change becomes fully apparent, the laboratory's methods are incapable of detecting it." Upon hearing this, Swell immediately retorted, "Our laboratory is the most advanced in the world. Our researchers are global elites. How could they possibly fail to detect this?" The foreign gentleman was at a loss for words, merely relaying the laboratory's statement. "Have the consequences of using the Lian cream been detected?" he inquired. The foreign gentleman shook his head. "The laboratory is still conducting tests." "Incompetence, a bunch of incompetence. Our family invests substantial funds annually, yet we are left with a cadre of fools." At that moment, Swell's phone rang. Upon answering, a deep male voice resonated. "Swell, Ed and I are awaiting you in the capital of France." Swell set down his phone and irritably stated, "Notify the airport. My private jet must take off within half an hour." Zhang Ming and Lu Yu were an ordinary couple residing in Tianhai, both employed at the same company. Zhang Ming worked in the technical department, while Lu Yu held a position at the front desk. Years of sitting in front of a computer had aged Zhang Ming considerably, while Lu Yu, needing to maintain an impeccable appearance for a front desk role, fared slightly better. Initially skeptical about the Lian cream's purported anti-aging properties, Lu Yu's doubts dissipated as L'Oréal's international reputation and the widespread acclaim for the cream's efficacy compelled her to purchase a set. After just 1 day of use, the results were astonishingly positive, particularly evident after her husband had tried it, appearing significantly more youthful. That evening, upon returning home, Lu Yu and Zhang Ming made a special trip to the L'Oréal boutique to purchase 2 additional sets of the Lian cream. "Darling, although the Lian cream is expensive, its results are undeniably impressive. Do you think if we continue using it, we might become young men and women again?" "To me, you will always be a young lady," Zhang Ming replied. Lu Yu, with a hint of melancholy, responded, "Are you implying that if I were not a young lady, you would no longer want me?" Zhang Ming's grip on the steering wheel trembled as he contemplated how to respond, when suddenly he heard Lu Yu exclaim, "Darling, my face is feeling a bit itchy, and it's becoming increasingly so." Turning his head, Zhang Ming saw Lu Yu unable to resist scratching her cheek. To his horror, he noticed the emergence of dense red spots on her face. "Are you all right, dear? Why do you have red spots on your face?" Lu Yu, taken aback, quickly retrieved her makeup mirror. Moments later, Zhang Ming was startled by Lu Yu's scream. "Oh, darling, please don't scratch. I'm taking you to the hospital now. It itches, it really itches." At Tianhai 3rd Hospital, in the dermatology department, several nurses were gathered chatting. "What is going on?" There seemed to be an unusually high number of patients with red spots on their faces overnight. I don't know, but it appears that all the patients have similar red spots. Did you hear? Several nurses from an internal medicine department have also developed these red spots. What? Tell me more. Just then, Zhongming rushed in with Luya. He held her hands tightly, preventing her from fidgeting. Luya's face was covered with red spots, contorting in discomfort. The nurses exchanged uneasy glances. Another one? No, it seems to be two. Just then, red spots began to appear on Zhongming's face as well. Ah, it itches, he cried out, yet he did not release Luya's hands. The nurses hurried over to assess the situation. Are you both all right? Let me take you to see a doctor. As one nurse led Zhongming and Luya away, a group of men and women rushed in from the elevator. They all shared a common trait, red spots adorning their faces, with some already showing signs of decay. Witnessing this, an experienced nurse could not suppress a deep breath. It seems something serious is about to unfold. Indeed, something dire was occurring. Beginning at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, hospitals across Tianhai began receiving a growing influx of patients exhibiting facial red spots. By 9 o'clock that evening, Tianhai First Hospital had admitted over 6,000 such patients. The sheer volume of patients with identical symptoms posed a terrifying challenge for any hospital. The situation quickly drew the attention of the Tianhai authorities. Director, reports from major hospitals in Tianhai indicate that nearly 30,000 individuals are exhibiting the same symptoms. Similar occurrences have been reported nationwide. What on earth is happening? Is there a severe infectious disease outbreak? Preliminary assessments by the hospitals ruled out the possibility of an infectious disease, yet investigations into the specific cause were still ongoing. Expedite the investigation. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. Understood. In the evening news, an urgent broadcast interrupted regular programming. This afternoon, numerous patients across the nation began presenting with red spots on their faces. According to the latest information from our station, the total number of patients with similar symptoms has surpassed 130,000, and this number continues to rise. Our station will dispatch reporters for real-time updates. Meanwhile, far away on the continent of Europa, hospitals had already begun admitting patients with facial red spots. At the height of the crisis, one hospital in France received over 30,000 such patients within a single hour. At this moment, Swell's private jet continued its journey through the skies. However, the gravity of the situation has surpassed all expectations, leaving Swell with no choice but to conduct a video call. In a somber tone, Swell inquired, "Can we ascertain that the erythema on the patient's faces is indeed caused by the Lian cream?" On the screen, a foreign gentleman furrowed his brow. "It cannot be confirmed at this moment, but I have dispatched personnel to conduct a preliminary investigation, and it appears that all these patients have used Lian cream." Swell's expression darkened considerably. He sensed a tempest brewing on the horizon. Chapter 61. Breaching Defenses. Families. The following day, morning news. According to the latest updates from our correspondent, as of now, hospitals nationwide have diagnosed a total of 260,000 patients suffering from facial erythema. We now connect with our reporter on the front lines, Jiangyu. After the host's introduction, the scene shifts to Tianhai First Hospital. Greetings to you, host, and to our viewers. I am currently at the dermatology department of Tianhai First Hospital. As you can see, the hospital is inundated with patients exhibiting erythema on their faces. The patients are experiencing symptoms such as red patches accompanied by intense itching. In severe cases, the skin on their faces begins to ulcerate. The hospital has stated that while this erythema is treatable, the increasing number of patients is placing immense pressure on medical services. Preliminary diagnoses and official investigations indicate that the widespread appearance of erythema is attributable to the globally popular Lian cream. Following the connection to Tianhai First Hospital, the host swiftly transitioned to say, according to our understanding, this phenomenon has also emerged on a large scale abroad. Let's now connect with our special correspondent in France. The incident regarding the erythema has also taken the internet by storm. Damn, I'm currently at the hospital. After the treatment, the growth of the erythema has ceased, but the itching persists. I went to the hospital in the early hours, and they merely applied some ointment. My face is still quite itchy, yet I dare not scratch it. I too refrain from scratching. A friend of mine beside me has ended up in the ward due to scratching the erythema. I just want to know why there are so many patients with identical symptoms. Today, the official investigators mentioned that it seems to be triggered by Lian cream. Initially, I was skeptical, but after inquiring, it turned out that everyone admitted to the hospital had indeed used Lian cream. Good grief, that's the truth. Given that this erythema uproar has nearly swept across the globe, the 3 companies under L'Oréal have been compelled to respond. An urgent press conference was convened in the capital of France, where explanations regarding the incident were to be provided. As the spokesperson stepped forward, the attending journalists erupted with fervor. May I ask, how do you explain this erythema incident? Recent investigations have shown that the erythema is indeed caused by Yearning cream. What do you have to say about that? The atmosphere was tumultuous, and ultimately, the spokesperson could only muster the courage to approach the podium. In response to the erythema incident, our 3 companies have established an investigative committee. We assure our global friends that we will provide a thorough explanation once our inquiries are complete. With that, the spokesperson departed, leaving the journalists in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly the extent of your explanation? This is exceedingly perfunctory. At the top floor of Zhexī building, Zhexī reclined on the sofa, chuckling incessantly. Zhexī approached him, pouring a cup of hot milk. She took a sip to gauge the temperature before handing it to Zhexī. The sales of Yearning cream domestically are primarily pre-orders. According to my sources, only a few million sets of Yearning cream have been used by customers in this country. The true battlefield lies in Europe, where over 10 million units of Yearning cream have been sold, all as finished products. Upon hearing this, Zhexi's smile deepened. Auntie, when will the nourishing water be released? Zhexī raised an eyebrow. In 5 days, why do you ask? Zhexi replied with a grin. I forgot to mention that the nourishing water has a certain inhibitory effect on the erythema caused by Yearning cream. Upon hearing this, Zhexi's eyes widened in surprise. She pinched Zhexi's cheek. Oh my, dear child, you have truly given me a delightful surprise. Zhexi, unperturbed by his aunt's playful gesture, simply smiled and said, I have a plan. By noon, an intriguing news piece surfaced online. A female employee of Zhexī company used Yearning cream without developing erythema, while her colleague, who also used the cream, ended up hospitalized due to the condition. Ultimately, it was revealed that the girl who did not develop erythema had applied the nourishing water that day. As this news broke, it swept across the internet like wildfire. The implication was clear. Could the nourishing water treat the erythema caused by Yearning cream? Is the nourishing water truly that remarkable? No one had come forth to verify its authenticity. Finally, after a chorus of calls from netizens, Super Dimension Technology stepped up. We take the news regarding the nourishing water's ability to treat erythema very seriously. Through collaboration between our technical personnel and the research department of Zhexī company, we have discovered that the nourishing water does indeed have a suppressive effect on erythema. However, this effect does not reach 100% efficacy, nor can be deemed a cure for erythema. Super Dimension Technology has always adhered to a principle of pragmatism. While the nourishing water can inhibit the growth of erythema, it does not achieve the level of cure. Soon after, Zhexī company issued a statement. Upon receiving the report from Super Dimension Technology and the Zhexī Research Institute, we have found that the nourishing water does exhibit a certain efficacy against erythema caused by Yearning cream. Zhexī company and Super Dimension Technology have jointly decided to provide all existing stocks of nourishing water free of charge to hospitals nationwide for the treatment of erythema patients. We hope that all patients may recover swiftly. Subsequently, Tianhai First Hospital and other major hospitals across various cities also joined in the response. Just now, we received notification that vehicles carrying the nourishing water have departed from the Zhexī company warehouse and are en route to the hospitals. These 3 pieces of news, one after another, left netizens exhilarated. Damn, those who previously criticized Super Dimension Technology online have come out to apologize. Zhexī and Super Dimension Technology have truly shown integrity. This is what we expect from our Chinese companies. Unlike L'Oreal's perfunctory response, Zhexī is commendable and Super Dimension Technology is impressive. Once my erythema subsides, I must get my hands on the nourishing water and the sleep pillow. Half an hour later, the internet erupted once more. I'm at Tianhai First Hospital. I've used the nourishing water and my erythema no longer itches. The nourishing water has arrived and everyone at the hospital received a bottle. The atmosphere has calmed down. Brothers, I've been overwhelmed. Not only did Zhexī company and Super Dimension Technology provide us with nourishing water, but they also brought us bread and mineral water. Is it too much to show our gratitude to Super Dimension Technology and Zhexī company? Not only were netizens abuzz with discussion, but major media outlets had also begun to cover the story. Huagua Daily. With the addition of nourishing water, hospitals nationwide have stabilized. Today's Huagua. The actions taken by Zhexī company and Super Dimension Technology today remind us that, in critical moments, only Chinese enterprises are trustworthy and reliable. In the New Era Gazette, Zhexī Corporation and Super Dimension Technology are exemplary models for all enterprises in Huagua. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tianhai official press conference commenced. The authorities have taken the alarming situation of patients developing rashes on their faces very seriously. Investigations revealed that all affected individuals shared a commonality. They had all used a foreign cosmetic product known as Lian cream. According to the assessment of the National Expert Panel, Lian cream is the primary culprit behind this incident. Here, we urge the three companies of L'Oréal to step forward and provide a corresponding explanation. Simultaneously, we advise the public to refrain from using Lian cream lightly. Finally, we express our gratitude to Lia Corporation and Superdimension Technology for their generous provision of beauty water, bread, and mineral water. The nation takes pride and joy in possessing such enterprises. Chapter 62, A Turnaround. While the domestic turmoil gradually subsided, the situation abroad escalated dramatically. Numerous prestigious hospitals across Europe were in disarray, filled with individuals afflicted by rashes. They stood in hospital corridors, on grassy patches, and in any space available to them. Their expressions conveyed distress. Their faces itched, yet they dared not scratch. They could only endure, helplessly bearing this discomfort. At that moment, news from Huagua reached the European continent, leaving foreign nationals in shock. Had the rash incident in Huagua been resolved? How could this be? Within less than a day, the Chinese had resolved the issue. Soon, more precise information arrived. The beauty water developed by a superdimension technology could inhibit the growth of rashes and alleviate itching. Lia Corporation and Superdimension Technology had generously made all their stock of beauty water available for the treatment of rash patients. At this juncture, a taste reminiscent of lemon water began to permeate everyone's hearts. Just then, a burly man with a fierce demeanor shouted at a nurse, "Damn it! I've been waiting here for 10 hours. Why have I not yet received treatment?" The man's frightening appearance, combined with his facial rashes, startled the nurse into gasps. Trembling, the nurse replied, "I'm just going to inquire." Observing this, others quickly gathered around. One large man was manageable for the nurse, but a group of them was overwhelming. It was a precarious situation. Other nurses and nearby police officers rushed over at once. A hospital official also arrived promptly to pacify the men. With the police watching closely, the individuals did not dare to act recklessly. Just as everyone thought the situation had calmed, that night, nearly 10 L'Oréal boutiques in the French capital were invaded by criminals. Not only were high-end cosmetics looted, but the boutiques were also vandalized. Not just L'Oréal, but stores belonging to Beiersdorf and Chanel also fell victim. Strangely, Lia's boutique was also breached. However, those intruders did not seem interested in cosmetics. It appeared they were searching for something. The following morning, a large crowd gathered outside the Lia boutique, all sporting facial rashes. Some looked quite unwell, others appeared irritable, and some seemed frantic. As soon as the boutique opened, a throng surged forward. It seemed the boutique had anticipated such a scenario, as both the staff and the manager remained remarkably calm. "Beauty water. We wish to purchase beauty water," they clamored. The manager stood outside the store with a smile, explaining, "I am very sorry, but the beauty water has just been released, and the finished products have not yet arrived." According to information from headquarters, the first batch of beauty water will reach France in about a month's time. "I understand your feelings at this moment, and I can only apologize." Upon hearing the manager's words, some individuals grew agitated. How could there be no stock? Doesn't Lia have a factory in France? How could beauty water not be produced? The manager smiled as he explained, "You may not know, but Lia's factory in France ceased operations last month. Since the launch of Lian cream, most of the factory's employees have been poached by L'Oréal. Our recruitment efforts have also been covertly obstructed. As of now, the factory has long since halted production, and I am unclear about any plans for resuming." After listening to the manager's explanation, the crowd fell silent. Before long, many angrily departed. Observing them leave, the manager's smile grew ever more pronounced. In Huagua, around 11 in the morning, a report from the European continent captivated netizens. The rash incident triggered by Lian cream had caused considerable distress across many countries in Europe. According to reporters, last night, nearly 300 L'Oréal boutiques were ransacked. This morning, the situation intensified as a group of masked individuals brazenly stormed into an L'Oréal store, taking employees hostage and demanding compensation from the three major companies of L'Oréal. Simultaneously, a protest march of nearly 1,000 individuals arrived at the Lia branch, seeking support in the form of beauty water. Faced with the mounting chaos across the European continent, the three major companies of L'Oréal finally succumbed to pressure and stepped forward. The three companies announced that they would provide appropriate compensation to all global users of Lian cream. For the domestic populace at this time, they could do nothing but spectate. The number of domestic users of Lian cream was not insignificant. However, with the treatment provided by beauty water and the nation's formidable enforcement capabilities, all rash patients had been adequately addressed. While the domestic audience relished the unfolding drama, the people at L'Oréal were already in disarray. Swirl was in poor spirits, having rushed through an overnight flight with no time to rest. The two individuals seated across from him, Ed and Johann, also bore troubled expressions. The global ramifications of the Yearning cream crisis weighed heavily on their family. If mishandled, the repercussions would be dire. Breaking the silence in the room was Ed. The formula for Yearning cream originated from the Leah Research Institute. It seems Ms. Song has led us astray this time. Hearing this, Zhexī frowned and said, I have a feeling that it is not Ms. Song who has deceived us, but rather Zhexī. Zhexī? The young master behind Super Dimension Technology? That young man who is 4 or 5 years their junior. Ed and Johann exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Observing their reaction, Zhexī continued. I have faced Zhexī directly. This young man is quite intriguing. The crisis surrounding Yearning cream is deeply concealed, and our laboratory could not detect it. The Leah Research Institute likely could not either. However, Super Dimension Technology is different. The research team behind this company is formidable. You must understand that the formula for beauty water was provided by Super Dimension Technology. Upon hearing this, Ed and Johann began to frown. Zhexī, can you be certain that this time it is Zhexī? Zhexī shook his head. I cannot be certain, as Ms. Song is not an ordinary woman. What I mean is, in the future, we must not overlook Super Dimension Technology when addressing Leah Corporation. At this, Ed and Johann pondered thoughtfully, their heads bowed. At that moment, an elderly foreign gentleman knocked and entered the room. Young master, here is the public relations plan devised by the team. Zhexī took it, perused it for a moment, and remarked, very well, it can be implemented externally. He then turned to Ed and Johann. Have your Guangdong team provide a proposal. We will graciously and sincerely admit our faults. For the remaining days, we shall leisurely accompany Ms. Song and Zhexī. At Tianhai, in the Leah building, Zhou Yuan sat in his office, somewhat dazed. Since yesterday afternoon, he had felt a peculiar disorientation. After the conclusion of the rejuvenating water launch event, he had made up his mind to resign. However, by evening, a surge of patients with rashes caused by Yearning cream appeared. The situation underwent an astonishing transformation. Then today, it was revealed that the rejuvenating water could alleviate the rashes. In less than a day, Leah seemed to have made a remarkable comeback. Strangely, Leah had indeed turned the tide. Just moments ago, he had mustered his courage to retrieve his resignation letter and apologize to General Manager Song. At that juncture, the secretary entered. Zhou Yuan frowned. I have already instructed that any calls from those distributors be categorically refused. The secretary hesitated, then said, General Zhou, the call is from one of the 3 major companies of L'Oreal. They wish to acquire a batch of rejuvenating water and are willing to relinquish part of the European market and related interests in exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's brow relaxed. I will speak with General Song. Chapter 63, An Unusual Call. On a flight to Yanjing, the system's voice prompt sounded. Ding. The second phase of the temporary task is complete. System upgrade task initiated. Ding. System upgrade task released. First phase task description. Achieve sales of over 50 million units of the sleep pillow within 5 days. Task success. Initiates the second phase upgrade task. Task failure. System upgrade task reset. After reading the task, Zhexī raised an eyebrow. To surpass 50 million in sales within 5 days? Surely, that is not an insurmountable task. The popularity of the sleep pillow is such that one could easily inquire on the street to verify its demand. Zhexī took out his tablet and opened his email, recalling that Su Yuan had sent him the sales report for the sleep pillow. A few minutes later, Zhexī's expression turned peculiar. The sales of the sleep pillow had stagnated at 20 million. The reason was straightforward. The factory had only 30 production lines, yielding 300,000 units daily, compelling Super Dimension Technology to restrict sales volume. Zhexī rubbed his temples in frustration. This predicament could not be blamed on others. It was solely his own responsibility. Nevertheless, the situation was not entirely bleak. After recording a show over the next 2 days, Zhexī and his team would have nearly a month of vacation. A month's time was ample for Zhexī to accomplish many tasks, including the system upgrade and the comprehensive rollout of Douyin. In the Leah building, in the general manager's office, Zhou Yuan was on a call. Mr. Yu, I sincerely apologize. We are completely out of stock of the rejuvenating water, and we are uncertain about its release date. The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Zhou Yuan, Liren and Leah have been collaborating for 5 or 6 years. You are well aware of Liren's distribution strength. Zhou Yuan smirked internally. Just a few days ago, when he had contacted these distributors, they certainly did not express such sentiments. Mr. Yu, we genuinely have no stock, and I have been urging the factory. However, as you know, the rejuvenating water must be prioritized for hospitals. Mr. Yu, I have other matters to attend to, so I must end this call. With that, Zhou Yuan hung up abruptly. He turned to his secretary. For the next few days, Do not let any calls from these distributors come through. If they have inquiries, inform them that I'm quite busy. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Zhou Yuan continued. Issue a public announcement that rejuvenating water will be available for sale in 3 days. The secretary hesitated. General Zhou, we just received a call from the factory, indicating that the finished stock of rejuvenating water is quite limited. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. In that case, let us commence sales of the rejuvenating water at several of Tianhai's designated stores starting tomorrow. Each store will be limited to 10,000 sets per day. Once we weather this period, we shall expand the distribution. The secretary nodded in agreement. Very well, I will arrange it immediately. At Tianyuan Mountain, in the mushroom house, uncles, Yuna, here are the gifts I brought for you. Wow, rejuvenating water. Appa, I recall that the rejuvenating water hasn't been released yet, right? Silly girl. Laya Company is owned by Zhexī and his aunt. Appa, is that really true? Lu Zhexī spread his hands. I do indeed hold half the shares in Laya Company, but my role is merely to receive dividends. My aunt practically thrust the shares upon me. I had no desire for them, but after being lectured by her, I had no choice but to accept. Upon hearing this, the two teachers and Yuna each took a set of rejuvenating water and quietly walked away. Some remarks can be quite hurtful. Lu Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. Had he said something amiss? Surely not. He believed he had merely spoken the truth. The following morning, at Tianhai, in front of Lia's store, long queues snaked down the street. The entire thoroughfare was occupied by eager customers wishing to purchase the rejuvenating water, leading to a complete paralysis of traffic. Consequently, Tianhai Traffic Control was compelled to dispatch a substantial number of personnel to manage the situation. Inside the Lia store, the staff were bustling about. Store manager Zhang Li paced back and forth, ensuring that not a single detail went amiss. Everyone, stay alert. Today marks the inaugural sale of the rejuvenating water, and no one is to falter. Understood. Each staff member replied crisply and firmly. Zhang Li felt satisfied. At 8 o'clock sharp, the Lia store opened its doors. In the blink of an eye, the store was filled to capacity. 10 sets of rejuvenating water, quickly. I want 20 sets. The staff suddenly found themselves under siege. Everyone, please do not push or panic. Each person is allowed to purchase only 1 set of rejuvenating water. Please queue orderly. The store personnel were seasoned employees, adept at managing such situations. Before long, the store's atmosphere stabilized. Zhang Li observed this with approval and nodded. Just over 20 minutes later, a staff member rushed over. Manager, we're out of stock. All 10,000 sets have sold out. Zhang Li was momentarily stunned. What did you say? In just 20 minutes, you tell me that all 10,000 sets of rejuvenating water are gone? The staff member nodded. Zhangri, Regaining Hersenses, was utterly astonished. The entire Laya store spanned 7 floors, and throughout the day, all counters were designated for the sale of rejuvenating water. Zhang Li had estimated that it would take several hours to sell 10,000 sets. Yet now, in less than 20 minutes, she was informed that they had all disappeared. Zhang Li was caught in a whirlwind of surprise and delight. Suddenly, she recalled something. Inform the staff to reassure the customers and guide them to exit the store in an orderly manner. With that, Zhang Li stepped out of the store. Next to the Lia boutique stands the L'Oreal store. At this moment, a woman clad in professional attire is unlocking the door. Observing this scene, Zhang Li approaches with a beaming smile. Manager Lu, why are you so late today? The woman's hand hesitates at the door. Manager Lu, I also have good news to share with you. 100,000 sets of beauty essence sold out in just 20 minutes. With customers still queuing up, eager for more, I feel both distressed and helpless. I wonder if you can empathize with this sense of helplessness. The woman in professional attire does not turn around. Yet she can envision the smug expression on Zhang Li's face. With a dismissive snort, she enters the L'Oreal store, ignoring Zhang Li entirely. Unperturbed, Zhang Li departs with a cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, at Tianyuan Mountain, the mushroom house is preparing to welcome a new guest, Teacher Da, who has a craving for hamburgers. Thus, the mushroom house must devise a plan to craft a makeshift oven. The 4 gather to discuss constructing a rustic oven. Lu Zhexī strokes his chin and remarks, a simple oven is not difficult to create. If we're going to do it, let us make it well. It's not that we'll only use the oven once. We can also bake some cookies in the future. Hearing this, Teacher Huang interjects, in that case, why don't you tell us how to proceed? We'll lend you a hand. All right, no problem. Let us start gathering the materials needed for the oven. Making a rudimentary oven is actually not too complex. Once the materials are prepared, the 4 begin their industrious work. At Tianhai, Lia Company, Song Xie receives a call from afar. Miss Song, I trust you're well. Song Xie coldly responds. Hearing that from your lips is truly repugnant. On the other end, The voice continues, Ms. Song, your temper remains unchanged as ever. Song Xia's tone grows increasingly frosty. Speak plainly. Are you here to threaten or intimidate me? The voice on the line chuckles. Neither. I wish to discuss superdimensional technology and your nephew. Instantly, frost spreads across Song Xia's exquisite features. Simultaneously, at superdimensional technology, Lin Xian receives a perplexing call from abroad. Hello, General Manager Lin. I apologize for the abruptness of my call. Lin Xian furrows her brows. The voice is unfamiliar. I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. Just as she prepares to hang up, a remark from the other end changes her mind. General Manager Lin, your classmate Anna is indeed a beautiful and warm-hearted girl. Lin Xian's tone turns icy. In America, I hardly believe anyone can sway Anna. However, since you've gone to such lengths, I'm curious about your intentions for this call. The voice chuckles. The intention is quite simple. To be precise, it is to inform President Liu that he has piqued our interest. At this, a glimmer of cold light flickers in Lin Xian's beautiful eyes. By the way, I have sent a business card to General Manager Lin. It should have arrived by now. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. General Manager, there's a package for you. Bring it in. Before long, Lin Xian gazes at the package on her desk, hesitating briefly before opening it. Inside lies merely a card bearing the image of a black skull. The voice on the line continues, General Manager Lin, this is our business card. Please be sure to keep it safe. With that, the call ends. Lin Xian stares at the card in her hand, her brows tightly knitted. She retrieves her phone and calls Song Xia. Xian, come up. They called me too. At Tianyuan Mountain, the mushroom house has completed the rustic oven, and Teacher has arrived. Zhexī, your writing is quite impressive, especially the lyrics for Yune's hit song Starlit Silhouette. I've also heard you write scripts. Would you be interested in collaborating with me on a song? Upon entering the mushroom house, Teacher begins to engage Lu Zhexī in conversation. Having watched television programs in a previous life, Teacher struck him as quite the chatterbox. Initially, Lu Zhexī thought this was merely a persona for the show, but now he realizes he had underestimated him. Teacher, he claps his hands. Zhexī, you two go change your clothes. We're going shopping. All right. On the way to town, Teacher, he can't help but tease Teacher Huang. You have no idea how loud Teacher Huang snores. Zhexī sleeps early and deeply. He doesn't notice, but I truly can't tolerate it anymore. Now, thanks to the sleep pillow, no matter how loudly Teacher Huang snores, I can fall asleep in 3 minutes and not wake until morning. Teacher Huang, hearing the teasing, merely smiles awkwardly. Teacher chimes in from behind. Let me experience this tonight. Will I be able to hear Teacher Huang's snoring from my room? Lu Zhexī ponders for a moment and shakes his head. You probably will. Teacher Huang snores like thunder and has quite the rhythm. At this, Teacher Huang can't help but interject. Really? I had no idea. Hearing this, Teacher he collaborates with Lu Zhexī to recount how Teacher Huang snores like a storm every night. At superdimensional technology, in the reception room, Su Yuan is meeting with representatives from a certain e-commerce platform and a certain treasure platform. The representative from the e-commerce platform, Lu Qin, is a senior executive, while the representative from the treasure platform, Zhang Ku, is also a high-ranking executive. Their purpose for visiting superdimensional technology is straightforward, to secure a partnership for the sleep pillow to be sold on their platforms. Recently, after a turnaround, superdimensional technology issued a public statement. They have not authorized any platform to sell the sleep pillow. The sleep pillow can only be purchased through the official superdimensional technology website and the Leah offline stores. Additionally, purchasing a sleep pillow requires registration for a superdimensional account and real name verification. This move left the third-party vendors on both platforms dumbfounded. With orders for the sleep pillow surging, the inability to capture this traffic has left them anxious. The reception room is quiet, with Su Yuan leisurely sipping tea. As neither Zhang Ku nor Lu Qin speaks, he refrains from initiating the conversation. Su Yuan will never forget the grievances he suffered from the two platforms during those days. Moreover, he is acting on the directives of his boss and General Manager Lin. Finally, Lu Qin speaks. Manager Su, we are here to negotiate a partnership with superdimensional technology. With General Manager Lin and President Liu absent, can you make decisions? Su Yuan smiles and replies, General Manager Lin has given instructions, and as long as I follow her directives and discussions with you, there will be no problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ku interjects. I hope superdimensional technology can join the treasure platform. Once an official flagship store is established, the treasure platform will offer substantial support. Lu Qin adds, the e-commerce platform will similarly provide significant backing to superdimensional technology. Su Yuan sighs, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liu, you may be disappointed. Currently, the orders for the sleep pillow are accumulating excessively, with daily orders increasing in the millions. At this time, an online store is not in our plans. Hearing this, Zhangku and Lu Qin exchange smiles that do not reach their eyes. Manager Su, Super Dimension Technology is currently not establishing an online store. And if we wish to do so in the future, it may be too late. Mr. Zhang's words are quite reasonable. Super Dimension Technology currently has no inventory, and we might as well initiate a pre-sale. For the pre-sale of Super Dimension Technology, we at Some East will certainly provide our utmost support. Su Yuan still shook his head, stating, Super Dimension Technology truly has no plans to go online at the moment. Immediately, the reception room fell into a silence. After a few minutes, Zhangku stood up, shaking his head. Mr. Lu is still too young, too petty. Lu Qin sighed as well, saying, Manager Su, I know that during your last visit to our company, you were somewhat neglected. However, this is not an irreconcilable conflict. As the old saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged, unfazed by their words. At this moment, Zhang Kuo and Lu Qin understood. They did not linger, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed. Su Yuan watched the figures of Zhang Kuo and Lu Qin leave, not making any effort to retain them. Super Dimension Technology will undoubtedly develop an online platform, but it does not wish to be constrained by others. Once the Douyin layout unfolds, Super Dimension Technology will not lack online orders. Moreover, Su Yuan was not lying. There are currently no available sleeping pillows. Purchasing a sleeping pillow now would require at least a month's wait for delivery. At that moment, an assistant entered the reception room. Manager, here is yesterday's sales report for the sleeping pillows. Su Yuan took it and flipped through, instantly frowning. The reputation of the sleeping pillows has always been commendable. Yet there are now numerous negative reviews. The negative feedback uniformly complained about the excessively long delivery times. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan could only seek assistance from his boss. Hello, Su Yuan. Has there been an issue with the company? Boss, the daily production of 300,000 sleeping pillows is truly insufficient. The average delivery time for a sleeping pillow is currently a month, and many customers call daily to urge for their orders. I am already aware of this matter. I will return to Tianhai tomorrow to resolve it. Please have the factory prepare the production facilities. This time, there may be a need for additional production lines. In an instant, Su Yuan's face brightened with joy. Rest assured, boss, I will personally visit the factory shortly. Su Yuan hung up the phone, his smile growing ever more radiant. If the sleeping pillows were in stock, there was a plan he could implement without reservations. Chapter 65. Doubts about Super Dimension Technology. In Tianyuan Mountain, at a small town farm, Lu Zhexī, holding a chicken, stood outside the pen, addressing the flock. This chicken won't be returning tonight, so you need not prepare its meal. Teacher He and others behind him wore peculiar expressions. The farm owner was also somewhat taken aback. Lu Zhexī cheerfully inquired, Boss, how much for this chicken? The owner, regaining his composure, replied, 150. Lu Zhexī's smile faltered. He released the chicken back into the coop. A single chicken costs as much as 3 days' living expenses at the mushroom house, too expensive to afford. With the price of chicken beyond reach, the group did not linger at the farm. However, before leaving, the farm owner gifted a small duck to the mushroom house. Upon returning to the mushroom house, they resumed their usual cooking routine. Meanwhile, in Xingqing, a meeting regarding Lu Zhexī was underway. At the toilet platform building, in the conference room, discussions revolved around the platform's assistance to Lu Zhexī in promoting Douyin and Douyin's exclusive sponsorship of the New Year's Eve concert. Everyone was encouraged to share their thoughts freely. Hearing the director's inquiry, Lu Xiang, the head of the variety department, was the first to speak. Director, esteemed leaders, according to our initial agreement with Lu Zhexī, we are required to assist him with a promotional opportunity at no cost. Lu Zhexī also hopes to utilize this promotional opportunity for Douyin. As for the exclusive sponsorship of the New Year's Eve concert, Lu Zhexī has indicated that the price is negotiable. Just as Lu Xiang finished speaking, another middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The Jinli company has been in contact with us, offering increasingly high prices. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang glanced at the director, who exchanged knowing looks with several senior executives, all smiling. The director's voice was steady. This year's exclusive sponsorship of the New Year's Eve concert will be awarded to Lu Zhexī. Initially, we had some conflicts with this young man, but fortunately, those conflicts have been resolved. As he spoke, the director looked at Lu Xiang and continued, when you go to Yanjing tomorrow to discuss cooperation with Lu Zhexī, mention that if he is willing to participate in the New Year's Eve concert, the sponsorship fee can be reduced by 0.5%, while his appearance fee remains unchanged. If he is willing to publicly disclose his identity as the owner of Super Dimension Technology to participate in the concert, the sponsorship fee can be reduced by 20%, with his appearance fee still unchanged. One of the directors responsible for the New Year's Eve concert could not contain himself at this point. Director, a 20% reduction is too much. The director smiled without responding, while an elder at the lower left spoke up, chuckling. In fact, if he is willing to publicly disclose his identity to participate in the concert, we would also be willing to reduce it by 30%. The director and others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the elder's point. At this moment, everyone was somewhat astonished, including Lu Xiang. Those present from Superdimension Technology understood that it was a promising tech company. The fact that Toilet Platform could reach a cooperative intent with Lu Zhexī was primarily due to military connections and the previous agreement. However, it seemed that there were secrets at play that they were unaware of. Well then, let's proceed with this matter. Lu Xiang, you go negotiate with Lu Zhexī, and the other departments should cooperate accordingly. Having said this, the director and several vice directors departed. As soon as the senior executives left, a few approached Lu Xiang. Old Lu, you've been quite secretive. Do tell, does Lu Zhexī have some other identity? Old Lu, as you cultivate a good relationship with Superdimension Technology, you must treat us to a meal. Lu Xiang could only smile bitterly to himself. What other identity could Lu Zhexī have? He was equally in the dark. Lu Xiang pondered this as he made his way back to his office. He called in his secretary. Please book a flight to Yearning for this evening, and inform the Mushroom House that I will be going there tomorrow. Yes, director, I will arrange it right away. At Tianyuan Mountain, in the Mushroom House, within the mountain, the autumn night was indeed very cold. Teacher Huang and Lu Zhexī were cooking, while Teacher De observed nearby. Teacher, he was busy tidying up the yard, bustling about without pause. Yuna, her cheeks flushed from the cold, wrapped in Lu Zhexī's coat, held Xiao Ai and stood beside him, watching him cook. Ever since that live cooking session, Lu Zhexī had been assisting Teacher Huang with the cooking in every episode. Teacher Huang was quite pleased with such a considerate nephew. Teacher De had only ordered hamburgers and pasta, but 5 people would surely not be satisfied with just that. Thus, they needed to stir-fry a couple of dishes as well. Teacher De stood by, chattering away. Zhexī, being such a wealthy second generation, you can cook, and you can give massages too? Doesn't your family have servants? Young men of your status shouldn't be getting their hands dirty, should they? I never imagined you could cook. Surely, you must have servants at home. Your residence must be a grand estate. Even a simple trip to the restroom could render one lost. Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow and replied, My home is merely a 2-story villa, inhabited solely by myself and my aunt, with just a couple of servants. He continued abroad. There are indeed numerous estates akin to what you describe. However, those estates are not excessively large, only a few thousand square meters, hardly enough to lose one's way. Upon hearing this, Teacher De opened his mouth in surprise. Well, I suppose I've brought this upon myself. After voicing this, he scurried over to Teacher Huang, murmuring to himself. Observing this, Lu Zhexī let out a sigh of relief. It would have been a shame for Teacher De to take on the role of Tang Sung, given his commendable skills. Tianhai, Superdimensional Technology. After Su Yuan exited the conference room, he addressed his secretary. Notify Weibo and Penguin that the cooperation we discussed last time can commence tomorrow evening. He added, all promotional posters for Douyin at the subway stations in Tianhai City must also be arranged by tomorrow night. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, Weibo and Penguin received the notification from Superdimensional Technology. 10 minutes subsequently, the senior executives of both companies connected via video call. Zhang Gaofei furrowed his brow and remarked, I scrutinized the details. Superdimensional Technologies software aims to pursue the short video platform route. Lu Zhiping replied nonchalantly, I've noted this as well. We at Penguin have long considered short videos, but the effectiveness of Weishi has not been particularly impressive. Our team conducted some research and unanimously concluded that venturing into the short video platform is a laborious endeavor with little reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gaofei inquired, Do you also believe that a short video platform cannot thrive? Lu Zhiping nodded. It may find some success, yet to grow and strengthen is rather unrealistic. Since 2013, Kuaishou has nearly monopolized the short video market. Although Kuaishou leads in the short video domain, its commercial value has scarcely increased. Hearing this, Zhang Gaofei's expression relaxed. Lu Zhiping's viewpoint aligned closely with the conclusions drawn by the Weibo team. The short video platform is now saturated, and the market lacks substantial commercial value. To put it simply, while this market warrants attention, it does not merit excessive focus. On the other end of the video, Lu Zhiping continued. Superdimensional Technology's desire to enter the short video platform likely stems from a wish to break free from our constraints. Their intentions are commendable, yet they have chosen an erroneous path. Based on our estimates, Douyin will likely falter within a month. Zhang Gaofei chuckled. Lu Zhexī is a youthful individual. The hallmark of youth is often impulsiveness. Given this, I wouldn't mind assisting him in effectively promoting Douyin. Only by exposing him to the challenges will he comprehend that cooperation with us is his only viable option. Chapter 66. Bringing the young lady home? The following morning, within half an hour, a beauty blogger's Weibo post soared to the top of the trending list. Hello, everyone. Let me clarify. I have not collaborated with Leah. As a beauty blogger, I have tested nearly every cosmetic product on the market. I used the beauty cream, and my facial redness has just subsided. Yesterday marked the release of the rejuvenating essence, of which I purchased a set and eagerly tried it. This morning, I woke up feeling quite incredulous. As my face radiated vitality, I rushed to Tianhai First Hospital for a comprehensive checkup. The results indicated that my facial pores have diminished by 10%, and the rate of oil secretion has decreased by 30%. Remarkably, the previously dormant cells in my face have seen a 30% increase in activity. Below is the test report from Tianhai First Hospital. Winnie the Pooh is a highly popular figure in the beauty community, and with the recent surge in interest surrounding the rejuvenating essence, this Weibo post sparked widespread discussion and attention. I have used the rejuvenating essence as well, and the results are indeed visibly impressive. Leah Company has always been conscientious. Superdimensional technology is truly remarkable, with their CPU intelligent control software, sleep pillows, and rejuvenating essence. I eagerly anticipate their upcoming products. Just as the feedback regarding the rejuvenating essence reached a fever pitch, Superdimensional Technology abruptly issued an announcement. Tonight at 9 o'clock, Superdimensional Technology looks forward to unveiling our new product. Instantly, the online community erupted in excitement. Superdimensional Technology is set to launch yet another new product. Such efficiency is astonishing. Anticipation is palpable. I boldly speculate that tonight's new product will undoubtedly not pertain to software or cosmetics. Superdimensional Technology is committed to comprehensive technological development. Thus, this product is likely to represent groundbreaking advancements in industrial or agricultural sectors. The online chatter was rampant, with many speculating what surprises Superdimensional Technology would unveil this time. From CPU intelligent control software to sleep pillows and rejuvenating essence, Superdimensional Technology has captivated all with its formidable technological prowess. Not only were netizens guessing, but many industry insiders were also pondering the potential developments. However, some individuals were particularly well informed, such as the executives at Kuaishou. Yanjing, Kuaishou headquarters. Founder Su was convening an emergency meeting. Superdimensional Technology's foray into the short video market was unexpected. A tech company entering the realm of short videos. What is this maneuver? As soon as Su finished speaking, someone chuckled. Isn't Superdimensional Technology's motto dedicated to high-tech products across all fields? If they proclaimed it, they must act, lest they become the laughingstock of the nation. Laughter erupted in the conference room. Su smiled faintly and raised his hand to signal for silence. A middle-aged man seated beneath him, Chun Yixiao, the general manager of Kuaishou, slowly began to speak. We have been in the short video domain for 3 years. Our achievements, while not insignificant, have been modest. The short video market is already saturated. Even giants like Penguin have floundered here. For a technology company to divert its focus from technological development to enter the entertainment sector is an exceedingly misguided approach. Upon hearing Chun Yixiao's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Superdimensional Technology is indeed a company with immense potential, yet their impatience and lack of contentment are evident. After releasing a series of wildly successful products, they now seek to venture into an entirely new domain. They are simply too young. Following Chun Yixiao's remarks, another executive chimed in. Superdimensional Technology lacks experience in operating an online platform. We need not worry about them encroaching upon our territory. The last time Penguin attempted to penetrate the short video market with Weisher, we were all taken aback. And what was the outcome? We hardly needed to respond. Penguin faltered on its own. After this, everyone turned their attention to Su. Su smiled and said, we need not fear Superdimensional Technology, but we also cannot remain idle. Starting tonight, we shall launch some activities. Regardless, we must acknowledge this new contender. In response, everyone nodded with smiles. Tianyuan Mountain, Mushroom House. Teacher De had already departed, leaving the 2 teachers and Yuna to tidy up. This departure would last at least a month, necessitating the return of several belongings. Next to the Mushroom House, in the yard, Lu Zhexī and Lu Xiang sat together. Zhexī, we have spoken on the phone numerous times, yet this is our first encounter, Lu Xiang remarked. Lu Zhexī smiled slightly and replied, I have always remembered the care you have shown me, Director Lu. The smile on Lu Xiang's face deepened. It is all due to your own capabilities. I have merely provided minimal assistance. There is no need for pleasantries. I am here to convey the station's intentions. The promotion for Douyin will commence promptly at 9 o'clock tonight and will last for a week. Hearing this, Lu Zhexī was taken aback. Initially, he had agreed with the Ma Tong station for a mere 3 days of promotion for Douyin. Director Lu, he began. Lu Xiang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. This is the decision of the station director. Your request for exclusive naming sponsorship has also been approved by the station. We could discuss the specifics of our collaboration further. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī breathed a sigh of relief. Securing the exclusive naming sponsorship for the New Year's concert would undoubtedly propel Douyin to new heights. The specifics of the collaboration were not particularly challenging to negotiate. Lu Xiang had also subtly indicated that as long as the price was not exorbitant, the exclusive sponsorship would belong to Douyin. Ultimately, Lu Zhexī decisively waved his hand, acquiring the exclusive sponsorship for 500 million. This sum included the exclusive sponsorship, the purchase of broadcast rights, and the registration of concert stars on Douyin, among others. He did not decline the invitation from Ma Tong Station to attend the concert. At present, he and Ma Tong Station were in a period of mutual affection. It would be unreasonable to deny such a minor request. As for revealing the identity of Chowei Technology, Lu Zhexī declined. The process of negotiating and signing the contract proceeded smoothly. Once the collaboration was finalized, Director Lu invited the 4 members of Mushroom House and Wang Jingyu to share a lunch together. At Tianhai, Hangzhou Airport, Yunei stood beside Lu Zhexī, feeling somewhat anxious. Appa, your Aunt 1T dislike me, will she? This holiday, Yunei planned to accompany Lu Zhexī to Tianhai for leisure. Initially, the naive girl was quite excited. However, upon hearing that her aunt would be picking them up, her demeanor shifted to one of nervousness. Do not worry, your aunt is very kind. As she spoke, Song Siye appeared with several little service robots. Oh, my dear, it's only been 2 days since we last met, and you've already brought a girl home? Lu Zhexī's expression darkened. Yunei's face turned crimson, feeling somewhat flustered. Observing her discomfort, Lu Zhexī said, "Let us return." His aunt shook her head. She had informed me that you should head directly to the factory. The production line for the sleep pillows cannot be delayed any longer. All right. Then Yunei, will you come back with me to Liao? What? Are you afraid I'll devour her? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī turned to Yunei. Yunei, are you all right? Yunei nodded. I'm fine. Appa, you go ahead and attend to your business. In response, Lu Zhexī did not refuse. He handed his luggage to a little service robot and departed. Once Lu Zhexī left, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Song Siye narrowed her alluring eyes, continuously scrutinizing Yunei. Yunei's cheeks flushed deeply as she lowered her head, hesitant to meet Song Siye's gaze. As time passed, Yunei felt the perspiration accumulating in her palms. Just when she felt she could no longer bear it, Song Siye's voice broke the silence. Let's go, little girl. Yunei lifted her head, only to find Song Siye had already turned away. After releasing a sigh of relief, she hurriedly followed. Chapter 67, Douyin Release. At the Chowei Technology Factory, a little service robot accompanied Lu Zhexī in inspecting the premises. Boss, it's time for a salary increase. Lu Zhexī raised an elegant eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the cheeky robot beside him. 6,000 a month, including meals and accommodation, and you want a raise? Wu Di, do you wish to ascend to the heavens? This little service robot was named Wu Di and was truly remarkable. His audacity was unparalleled. Wu Di replied with a distressed expression. Boss, the factory operates 2 shifts daily, and it is genuinely exhausting. Moreover, the cost of living in Tianhai is high. Without a raise, it's simply unsustainable. 6,000 yuan disappears in an instant after a few visits to KTV and foot massage parlors. Lu Zhexī's eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous glint. If you find it exhausting, I can recycle you. Upon hearing this, Wu Di immediately ceased his lament. With a serious expression, he declared, Boss, come this way. I'll show you around the factory. I will ensure no one dares to be lazy. Lu Zhexī's lips twitched slightly as he remarked. I was vehemently against your withdrawal from the Oscar Best Actor nominations back in the day. Wu Di laughed wholeheartedly. After touring the factory, Lu Zhexī inquired, Are the production line facilities ready? Wu Di nodded, affirming, all is prepared. Tell me, must the sleep pillow production line be operated by little service robots? Wu Di shook his head. Humans can operate it, but the efficiency is significantly lower. The sleep pillow production line is of very high caliber in the tech city. Only by utilizing little service robots can it reach its maximum output. Hearing this, Lu Zhexī felt relieved. As Chowei Technology's operations expanded, the number of little service robots would also increase. While 10 tech points may seem insignificant, their cumulative expense could be formidable. However, according to Woody, lower-tier production lines could employ regular workers. System: how are the production lines of Huawei technology categorized in terms of black technology levels? Ding. In response to the host's inquiry, this will only be unlocked after the system upgrade. All right then. It seemed imperative to complete the upgrade tasks swiftly. Woody summoned some people. Managing 500 production lines alone is overwhelming. Boss, how shall we account for this? It cannot be, he began. Slap. Woody covered the back of his head, not daring to utter another word, and obediently went to call for assistance. With the help of the little service robots, all 500 sleep pillow production lines were set up in less than half an hour. Zhexī clapped his hands and turned to Woody, asking, "Is there enough raw material for the factory?" Woody nodded, sufficient to support 530 production lines for a month. That's good. I entrust all these little service robots to you. Please arrange for them to commence production as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Woody's expression brightened, and he asked, "Boss, I've been promoted, so what about my salary?" Woody rubbed his fingers together, his intentions clear. Zhexī face-bombed in disbelief. 10,000 a month. If you dare to utter the word raise in my presence again, you may as well stay in the tech city. Immediately, Woody's face broke into a grotesque grin. Looking utterly miserable, at Huawei Technology, Zhexī sat in his office while Su Yuan stood by, reporting on the work. The Douyin team has grown to over 130 members, and all tasks related to Douyin are progressing smoothly. Boss, you have successfully arranged the production line for the sleep pillows, and I have a nascent idea. Zhexī, intrigue, asked to share. Su Yuan stated directly, for every day a user signs into Douyin and reaches a certain duration of use, we should gift them a sleep pillow. Additionally, we could host numerous giveaways for sleep pillows to ensure that during Douyin's initial phase, users do not excessively churn. After listening, Zhexī couldn't help but nod in agreement. This idea is indeed quite brilliant. The 3 tiers of sleep pillows are priced at $699, $1299, and $1999 respectively. Even if the $699 pillow is offered for free, users will invest considerable enthusiasm, for who would refuse a gift? Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman at Lia Company, Mr. Song, silence. You can't even handle such a trivial matter? But Mr. Song, no buts. I only care about results. As one person exited, another entered the office. Song Xie glanced through the documents and immediately remarked, the feasibility of this proposal is low. The plan needs to be redone. She picked up another document, flipped through it, and promptly stated, this research report lacks precision and cannot be referenced. Yuna sat on the sofa, observing the scene, too intimidated to move. She realized that the entire office was overshadowed by Song Xie's formidable presence. In this space, Song Xie resembled a deity, with everyone else merely submissive to her authority. Just then, the office door swung open, and Zhexī stepped inside. Yuna sprang to her feet, hastening to Zhexī's side. Appa, noticing Yuna's visibly relieved demeanor, Zhexī was slightly puzzled. Yuna, what is wrong? You seem exhausted. Yuna paused, her cheeks flushing. She found herself at a loss for words to explain to her Appa. With Yuna silent, Zhexī did not press further. The thoughts of a girl are often inscrutable. At 8:50 p.m., freshly off work, Tian hurriedly opened his computer and navigated to the Surreal Technology official website. Ever since the sleep pillow cured his insomnia, he had become a loyal fan of Surreal Technology. Tonight at 9 p.m., the company would unveil a new product, and he certainly could not miss it. He trusted that Surreal Technology would not disappoint him. As the clock struck 9, the homepage of the Surreal Technology website abruptly transformed into a pulsating musical note. Subsequently, a video montage began to play automatically. Douyin, capturing beautiful moments. Wait, is this a short video app? Tian was taken aback. Something felt amiss. Why wasn't it showcasing an extraordinary high-tech product? After watching for a while, Tian confirmed that this was merely an entertainment interaction app. Although slightly disappointed, he nonetheless downloaded the software. He registered for a Surreal Technology account, bypassed all preliminary steps, and was greeted by a video of a young woman dancing in black stockings. As she swayed, Tian couldn't help but lick his lips. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour slipped by. Parched, he finally ceased his video scrolling, gritting his teeth as he exited Douyin. He was in a sage mode lately. He could not indulge any further. A few minutes later, his curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked back into Douyin. On the Weibo platform, every user entering after 9 p.m. received a push notification from Douyin. During the toilet break advertisements, Douyin's promotional ads played repeatedly. Users from Huawei, Demi Mobile, and others also received the Douyin promotional notifications. At the Tianhai City subway station, as people exited the train, they were greeted by Douyin's promotional posters. Douyin captures beautiful moments. Register to receive a cash red envelope of 1 to 5 yuan. Invite new users to earn a 10 yuan cash red envelope. Sign in consistently to receive a free sleep pillow, shipped within 3 days. These promotional slogans ignited enthusiasm among the masses. While they had no time to capture beautiful moments, the allure of registering for red envelopes and signing in for a sleep pillow was simply too compelling. Within an hour, Douyin's download count skyrocketed to over 60 million. At that moment, a topic concerning Douyin suddenly surged to the top of the trending list on Weibo. Downloading Douyin, a bloody lesson after an hour of use. When this topic's popularity report was presented to Zhexī, he was momentarily taken aback. However, after reading the content, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Chapter 68. This overwhelming force is unstoppable. The topic was succinct, consisting of just 2 lines. After an hour of scrolling on Douyin, my sage mode refreshed 3 times. If I don't buy 10 pounds of goji berries tomorrow, my body will truly suffer. Under this topic, there were numerous lamentations from male users, alongside various perplexed comments from female users. To be honest, throughout his earlier life, the monk believed himself to be devoid of desires, until he downloaded Douyin and encountered the allure of black stockings. His record of 10 days without indulgence was shattered in an instant. Sigh. He truly wished to uninstall this wretched software, yet he found himself unable to muster the resolve. Why am I only seeing handsome guys in beauty tutorials? This app is addictive. Everyone, please download it cautiously. Throughout the night, discussions revolved around the miraculous nature of Douyin. It seemed to know precisely what its users desired, what they wished to see, and what they loved most. It had an uncanny ability to capture one's attention, drawing them into an inescapable vortex, coupled with powerful promotional strategies. Douyin appeared to have achieved instant fame overnight. At midnight, at Surreal Technology, Zhexī surveyed the jubilant atmosphere in the company and clapped his hands. Everyone can go home and rest. This week, we'll be awarding triple salaries. Remember to use the sleep pillows. You can come in an hour late tomorrow. Instantly, cheers erupted, resounding through the room. Long live the boss. The boss is the most handsome, the most mighty. The workers' aspirations were simple, to earn money fervently. With an average salary of 10,000, the prospect of triple pay was indeed exhilarating. The following morning, at the Liu family villa, after breakfast, Yuna turned to Zhexī and said, "Appa, I'm heading back to Yearning today." Zhexī, who was reviewing documents, paused. "Didn't you say you wanted to spend a few days in Tianhai?" Yuna shook her head. "My manager called and said the arrangements with Huai for the studio have been finalized. I need to confirm the final details in person." Upon hearing this, Zhexī nodded. "Of course, no problem." Upon hearing his response, Yuna smiled sweetly on the surface, but inside, she felt a twinge of bitterness. She sensed that she was still unable to integrate into her appa's life. Most importantly, she felt overwhelmed by Song Xie's imposing presence. In front of outsiders, Song Xie rarely smiled. If Yuna remembered correctly, she had only seen Song Xie smile once when she first met the president of Surreal Technology. At all other times, Song Xie resembled a regal queen, stern and unyielding, exuding an air of authority. She stood aloof, impervious to others. However, there was an exception. Whenever Zhexī was present, a smile would grace Song Xie's face. Yuna felt like a mere novice in front of Song Xie. Last night, even before changing her clothes, Song Xie prepared a midnight snack for Zhexī. When he ate, she would enter his room to check if he had used up his supplies. If he wanted water, she would taste it first to test the temperature before handing it to him. Upon rising in the morning, Song Xie meticulously prepared shaving supplies for her brother, ensuring to check the temperature of the water heater for suitability. Subsequently, she retrieved the clothes that her brother needed to change, instructing the housekeeper on the proper washing methods. Thereafter, she would personally prepare breakfast for him, carefully controlling the temperature of the milk in advance. These meticulous actions left Yuna in a state of disbelief, prompting her to feel somewhat hesitant. Today, Yuna intended to return to Yearning, both for business matters and to alleviate her feelings of frustration. At 10 o'clock noon, after Zhexī saw Yuna off at the airport, he returned to Huai Technology, where a meeting awaited him. In the conference room, once all the participants were assembled, Zhexī wasted no time and addressed the gathering directly. The primary focus of this meeting was to discuss ways to enhance the production of high-quality videos and to actively explore sustainable monetization methods. Douyin was determined to concentrate on music short videos, targeting the post-90s and post-00s youth demographic, gradually expanding both inward and outward. The production of premium videos served as the foundation for maintaining the product lifecycle, to ensure that creators produced high-quality content. It was imperative to provide them with reliable monetization avenues. He then outlined several key points for further discussion. The development plan for Douyin, acquired from the system all, was both detailed and comprehensive. As long as Zhexī refrained from making foolish decisions, Douyin was bound for success. Firstly, more engaging features and video effects should be launched. Secondly, Douyin must establish its identity as entertaining and enjoyable. Thirdly, it should keep pace with trends and introduce challenge modes based on current hot topics. Fourthly, only high-quality videos can garner increased exposure. Fifthly, video creation should not be limited to music and dance, but could also encompass life hacks, touching moments, news events, and other domains. Sixthly, there should be greater financial investment in the Creator Center, incentivizing creators with cash rewards. Seventhly, a substantial influx of original teams should be welcomed, actively seeking collaborations with celebrities, influencers, and various television variety shows. Eighthly, real-time market feedback should be monitored for timely adjustments. Lastly, video regulation, common oversight, and the optimization of reporting mechanisms should be enhanced to foster a harmonious Douyin environment. As Zhexī articulated these 9 points, he also mentioned relevant details in passing. Every individual in the conference room listened intently, many diligently taking notes. After Zhexī concluded, each of the 9 points was brought forth for discussion and elaboration. Meanwhile, the presidents of Weibo and Penguin were engaged in a video call. Upon connection, Zhexī's first remark was, "We have been careless." Zhang Gaofei's expression was equally grim. The refined positioning of Chaowei Technology's music interactive short videos had indeed caught them by surprise. As of 10 o'clock this morning, Douyin's user base had surpassed 80 million, and the number was still climbing. Discussions regarding Douyin were rampant on the Weibo platform. Zhexī furrowed his brow, stating, "This morning, our President Ma also appeared somewhat displeased during the meeting. The fact that we did not identify this path earlier was indeed our oversight. Chaowei Technology undoubtedly possesses a strong grasp of music short video interactions, and it may be too late for us to catch up." Zhang Gaofei nodded in agreement. "I can sense that Chaowei Technology has a clear direction. If we enter the market now and explore the path based on market feedback, it would take at least a year. If we were to directly replicate the Douyin model, we could easily fall into traps designed by Douyin." Zhexī suddenly chuckled. "There is someone who is even more anxious than we are." Upon hearing this, Zhang Gaofei also smiled. In Yearning, at the headquarters of Kuaishou, the conference room was enveloped in silence. President Su sat at the head of the table, his expression dark enough to suggest impending rain. The faces of the other executives were equally grim. Ultimately, it was General Manager Chen Yixiao who first broke the tense atmosphere. "This time, we have indeed been careless. However, it is unrealistic for Douyin to achieve rapid development." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Chen Yixiao. He continued, expressionless, "Douyin is still in its nascent and exploratory stage, and any attempt to inflict damage on Kuaishou at this point is impractical. Kuaishou currently boasts 300 million users, with nearly 10 million videos uploaded daily. During holidays, daily active users and video counts surge dramatically. For Douyin to catch up with Kuaishou, it would require at least 3 years. Our current objective is to devise methods to maintain Kuaishou's advantages while simultaneously eliminating Douyin." After listening, everyone nodded in agreement. Once President Su's expression softened somewhat, he solemnly stated, "In the coming days, we must devise a feasible plan. We must ensure that this formidable competitor, Douyin, does not prevail." Chapter 69, Explosive Content. Amidst the brewing undercurrents, Douyin's official announcement of a version update took everyone by surprise. This update would introduce several new features, including video stickers and amusing video effects. The most eye-catching update was undoubtedly the Creator Center feature. After the update, every user would have the opportunity to become a creator. For high-quality short videos, Douyin would not only provide traffic support, but also substantial cash rewards. For trending music and viral videos, Douyin would also offer monetary incentives. Original teams with an existing fan base joining Douyin would receive a welcome bonus upon entry. This announcement triggered a considerable uproar. The most intense reactions came from Kuaishou's video influencers and original content teams across various online platforms. In particular, Kuaishou's video influencers wasted no time in downloading Douyin and registering their accounts upon seeing the announcement. Numerous well-known original content teams online also reached out to Douyin's official channels, expressing their eagerness to complete their registration. Internet users were left astounded. "Goodness, Chaowei Technology is truly going all out," they exclaimed. This was a blatant display of financial investment. While throwing money at the situation was undeniable, the effectiveness remained uncertain. If Douyin lacked a standard for evaluating high-quality videos, this strategy was destined to falter. As discussions swirled across the internet, Zhexī Technology, in conjunction with Douyin's official statement, issued a declaration. In light of online debates regarding Douyin's criteria for high-quality videos, we wish to clarify that the determination rests solely with the users. Douyin's recommendation mechanism operates as follows. For each video that passes platform review, the system will allocate an initial traffic of 500. Based on user feedback from this initial traffic, the system will decide whether to provide greater traffic support. User feedback encompasses various aspects, including likes, comments, video completion rates, and average viewing duration. Douyin is committed to supporting every creator in producing high-quality videos. As long as your video captivates the audience, you will receive a continuous stream of traffic recommendations. Upon reviewing this statement, netizens expressed their astonishment. This innovative video recommendation approach was indeed a first. The advantages of this recommendation algorithm were quickly apparent. If your video was engaging enough, there was potential for overnight fame. However, there were drawbacks. If a new video lacked quality, the resulting traffic could be dismally low, leading to fleeting popularity. Nonetheless, this also served as an incentive for creators to consistently produce high-quality content. The algorithmic recommendations possess both advantages and disadvantages, provoking fervent discussions across the internet. Amidst this discourse, the user base of Douyin has surged once more, accompanied by an unprecedented production of videos. No one can resist the allure of overnight fame. Who would presume their own inadequacy? Without an attempt, how can one ascertain their capabilities? What if one's video captivates the audience and becomes a sensation? With this mindset, the number of creators on Douyin is skyrocketing. In Yearning, at the headquarters of Kuaishou, a meeting has just concluded. President Su, along with Chen Yixiao and other high-ranking officials, find themselves back in the conference room, still reeling from the rapid developments. The pace of Douyin's actions is astonishing. Only yesterday did they launch, and today they're already rolling out a version update, the contents of which are nothing short of explosive. President Su's voice is profoundly grave. What is the current situation? An executive produces a document. According to our statistics, as of now, over 10,000 video influencers have openly expressed their intention to join Douyin. Simultaneously, more than 100 original content teams are actively negotiating their entry. Upon hearing this data, the expressions of all present shift dramatically. President Su slams his hand on the table, exclaiming, Douyin's maneuver is an assault on our very foundation. They have drawn their sword. What about us? Where's our slaughtering knife? At President Su's inquiry, the room falls silent, with everyone exchanging glances. Chen Yixiao furrows his brow and speaks up. This phenomenon cannot be halted. Douyin's support for creators is tangible, offering substantial monetary rewards. Kuaishou has always adhered to a decentralized service model, treating all video creators equally. In this regard, countering Douyin poses significant challenges unless we also increase our financial investment to provide considerable support to video creators. However, such an approach may yield poor results, as video influencers can publish their creations across multiple platforms. Consequently, we would merely incur financial losses without inflicting substantive harm on Douyin. Hearing this, President Su massages his temples in frustration. Increasing financial investment may not obliterate Douyin, yet cannot allow video creators to drift away in droves. A financial executive interjects. President Su, our company's finances are already strained. Over the past 3 years, we have invested substantial sums, yet our returns have been disappointingly minimal. President Su grits his teeth and asserts, this course of action is imperative. Otherwise, Kuaishou will face imminent extinction. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the executive understands that now is not the time to lament financial constraints. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of ByteDance in Yearning, an urgent meeting is underway. Presided over by President Zhang, ByteDance has long harbored aspirations of entering the short video domain with a focus on interactive music videos. An internal strategy for short video development had already been devised, but unforeseen circumstances delayed its execution. Now, the sudden launch of Douyin by Zhexī Technology has left them astounded. President Zhang solemnly states, the short video initiative has always been one of our esteemed projects. It is quite surprising that we have been outpaced by Zhexī Technology. Let us share our perspectives, he urges. An executive speaks up. At present, we are ill-prepared to make our move. Moreover, it is too late to act now. Another adds, had the plan not been postponed, our exploration of short videos would have been more defined, unlike Douyin's clear direction. President Zhang furrows his brow, asking, are you suggesting we abandon the short video project? The room exchanges glances, all nodding in agreement. The project, stillborn before its inception, is deemed unworthy of investment. President Zhang contemplates for a moment before declaring, "Let us adjourn. I need time to reflect." As the attendees exchange glances, they ultimately exit the conference room. At Xiaowei Technology, Lin Xian awakens Lu Zhexī, who has dozed off on the sofa. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he queries, "Sister Xian, what is the matter?" Lin Xian shoots him a glance and retakes her seat at her desk. "Where did you acquire the production line for the sleep pillows? Which national company?" Lu Zhexī sits up, stretching languidly. "What about the sleep pillow production line?" Lin Xian's brows furrow slightly. "The sleep pillow is a primary profit-generating project for our company. Do you not grasp its significance? While you have managed to secure 500 production lines this time, what about the future? Once the sleep pillow business is fully operational, envious competitors will emerge. If issues arise with the production line, then it will jeopardize Xiaowei Technology." Lu Zhexī arches an eyebrow. "You woke me for this? Do you know that in my dreams, I was already doubling down on Annie and you?" He continues, "The production line for sleep pillows was crafted in my laboratory. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepens. "Have you learned to deceive? You've even managed to fool me? Which laboratory has the time to fabricate production lines?" Lu Zhexī feels a touch embarrassed by her words. It's indeed plausible that a laboratory would focus solely on technological development and research rather than manufacturing production lines. A lie requires a series of additional lies to sustain it. Without a hint of embarrassment, Lu Zhexī asserts, "Sister Xian, I am well aware of the production line's importance. When the sleep pillow was initially developed, I specifically instructed the laboratory to establish a factory. That factory remains under the laboratory's name and has not been transferred. The extent of Lu Zhexī's ability to fabricate stories is unknown to anyone." Lin Xian scrutinizes Lu Zhexī intently for a prolonged moment, but discerns no clues. "As long as you understand, continue to rest." After saying this, she lowers her head to begin processing a stack of documents. Lu Zhexī scoffs, "You've already disturbed my slumber. How can I possibly sleep now?" He lies back down, scrolling through Douyin. A good habit from his previous life must be revived in this one. After a while, Lu Zhexī is quite satisfied. Following a day of development, Douyin has not only gained users, but also an abundant influx of videos, particularly visually appealing ones that emerge one after another. At this moment, his phone rings, displaying the caller ID, Lu Zhiping from Penguin. Lu Zhexī raises an eyebrow. The timing of the call from Penguin carries significant implications. "Mr. Lu, I hope you are well." Laughter echoes from the other end. "Mr. Lu, your Douyin is quite astonishing." He continues with a chuckle. Small-scale antics cannot rival Penguin. The laughter returns. "Mr. Lu, let us return to serious matters. A 10 billion yuan investment for a 20% stake, coupled with comprehensive traffic support from Penguin. How do you find this offer? 10 billion? That is virtually highway robbery." Lu Zhexī retorts. "Mr. Lu, to be candid, my current investment in Douyin far exceeds 10 billion. Lu Zhiping on the other end is momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lu, Douyin just launched yesterday, and you've already spent 10 billion? Faced with this skepticism, Lu Zhexī can only manage a wry smile. Nevertheless, he is unequivocally truthful. The toilet platform is directly valued at 5 billion, a fact beyond dispute. To ensure Douyin's launch is adequately supported by a wealth of videos, Su Yuan and his team have engaged with over 1,000 teams and streamers. Promotional posters adorn every subway station in Tianhai, while notifications for Huawei, Dami, and Sihong mobile phones proliferate. Platforms like Weibo and WeChat buzz with promotional messages. Users are incentivized with red envelopes for registration and for inviting new users. This is tangible cash, devoid of any deception. General Lu, there is no doubt that the figure will reach 10 billion, if not exceed it." After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, he replied, "Mr. Lu, if that is the case, I have overstepped." Lu Zhexī smiled and responded, "General Lu, Douyin seeks to obtain authorization for the broadcast of all Tencent's game footage. Tencent games, such as the soon-to-be popular Honor of Kings, PUBG, and the already successful League of Legends, carry inherent traffic. Douyin cannot afford to relinquish this natural flow. In a previous life, Douyin and Tencent were embroiled in conflict over videos of Honor of Kings and PUBG. It is well known that Douyin deleted numerous videos of these games for a time. In this life, Lu Zhexī hopes to avoid such discord. For him, any issue resolvable with money is not an issue at all. In Beijing, at Byte's headquarters, General Zhang sat alone in the conference room, lost in thought. His good partner, Cheng Lin, entered the room. "What's wrong? Still pondering?" Zhang forced a smile and said, "I have some preliminary thoughts regarding the short video sector. The features launched by Xiaowei Technology for Douyin have stirred something within me." After Cheng Lin took a seat, he remarked, as a product manager. Huawei Technology's series of actions makes me feel they already know the path ahead. It's quite astonishing. I wonder what gives them the confidence to proceed in such a manner. Zhang furrowed his brow. Initially, we defined over 20 plans, but after extensive discussions, we abandoned them all. The path laid out by Huawei Technology feels like a sudden awakening to me. Chung Lin chuckled and inquired, so, do you still intend to enter the short video arena? Zhang's expression tightened, revealing his inner turmoil. Moments later, he sighed, it's too late. After sighing, he continued, I've heard the owner of Huawei Technology is a young individual. I truly wish to sit down and converse with him. Chung Lin smiled. There will be opportunities in the future. As Douyin stirred a wave of excitement, Kuaishou was not to be outdone. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Kuaishou released an announcement. Effective immediately, Kuaishou would grant substantial rewards for all videos that reach a certain viewership threshold. The specific criteria for video ratings were outlined below. Upon release, this announcement sparked significant reactions both within Kuaishou and across the internet. A reward of 5,000 yuan for 10 million views? Good heavens! Are Douyin and Kuaishou gearing up for showdown? Is there truly anyone willing to venture into such a chaotic place as Kuaishou? The truth was suddenly revealed. At Huawei Technology, Su Yuan emerged from his boss's office, a look of confusion on his face. He had just shown the Kuaishou announcement to his boss, who dismissed it with indifference and even scoffed. Kuaishou is digging its own grave. Su Yuan was puzzled by his boss's words, believing Kuaishou's move to be commendable. Increasing financial investment could effectively curb the exodus of video creators. Thus, he found his boss's comments difficult to comprehend. Upon returning to his office, he immediately summoned his secretary. Is the research report on Kuaishou not yet complete? The secretary hesitated before responding. Manager, the report was delivered yesterday. You might have been too busy to notice. After saying this, the secretary retrieved the report from among several piles of documents. Su Yuan took it and began to read intently. Half an hour later, he lifted his head, letting out a slow breath. His boss was right. Kuaishou was indeed digging its own grave. In a group chat of Kuaishou video creators, one member asked, guys, have you all seen Kuaishou's announcement? I did. I was originally planning to switch to Douyin, but now it seems better to stay at Kuaishou. Their reward mechanism suits us perfectly. This sentiment echoed through various private group chats among Kuaishou streamers. Xiaoxiong Chibipang, a well-known female streamer on Kuaishou, renowned for her beauty, sweet voice, and long legs, boasts over 11 million fans. After graduating from university, she dedicated herself full-time to being a female streamer on Kuaishou, regularly posting videos. At 9:30 in the evening, amidst the lamentations of her male followers, Xiaoxiong Chibipang ended her live stream. The smile faded from her face as she picked up her phone. Inundated with a barrage of private messages and a flood of notifications from WeChat. Ignoring the private messages, she merely glanced at the WeChat notifications. Entering the pinned group chat, she quickly typed, I'm going to Douyin. I've truly had enough of this hellhole called Kuaishou. Not long after a message was sent, the other two sisters in the group chat appeared. Zhexī, I'm fed up too. Those people are like flies, utterly disgusting. Bei, Lu Ming has completely turned my stomach. He keeps urging his fans to flood my comments with sister-in-law on my videos and in my live streams. Xiaoxiong Chibipang. At last year's Kuaishou annual meeting, those individuals boasted endlessly about their prowess on the streets. Later, I discovered they were just a bunch of thugs who, somehow, gained fame. Bei, I wonder what the atmosphere is like on Douyin. I hope it's not as chaotic as Kuaishou. Zhexī, it shouldn't be. I used Douyin for a couple of days, and the quality of users was quite decent. Xiaoxiong Chibipang. Going to Douyin, I earn little at Kuaishou and have to deal with harassment. I've truly had enough. Zhexī, count me in. Bei, don't forget about me. At Kuaishou's headquarters in Beijing, in the conference room, the executives were all smiles. As of now, over 3,000 video creators have officially indicated their intention to stay with Kuaishou. Prominent streamers like Wu Wei and Lu Ming, each with over 20 million fans, have also pledged their loyalty to us. Hearing this, the senior executives in the room beamed with satisfaction. Su, the general manager, sighed in relief. We must ensure that our support for video creators does not falter. We must prevent any attempts at opportunism. Chen Jixiao Nadith, rest assured, General Su. I will oversee this matter personally. However, some video creators, particularly female streamers, have chosen to leave Kuaishou. General Su furrowed his brow and inquired, why? Chen Yixiao shook his head. I've sent inquiries. They simply stated they wish to change their environment. In particular, Xiaoxiong Chibipang, Zhexī, and Bei. I'm still negotiating with them. Upon hearing this, General Su's brow knitted tighter, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. If they could be retained, we should keep them. If not, there's no need to force it. Kuaishou is not a den of thieves. Chen Yixiao nodded. I will handle this matter properly. Chapter 71. Leaving one speechless. Following Kuaishou's announcement to support video creators, netizens eagerly anticipated a fierce showdown. The next morning, everyone was astonished to discover that the number of videos on Kuaishou had suddenly surged. Every video creator has released more than one video. Particularly, those internet celebrities with millions of followers have consecutively uploaded no less than 10 videos. Initially, curiosity piqued the audience, prompting them to click and watch. However, upon viewing, a sense of disappointment ensued. These videos were either sharing mundane details or snippets of live streams, devoid of any substance. The creators from Kuaishou were actively engaged, while Douyin seemed to remain unresponsive, with video uploads not surging dramatically. It left many perplexed. Did the video bloggers who joined Douyin not covet the hefty rewards from the Creator Center? The online community was puzzled, while the Douyin creators were quietly amused. At first, they joined Douyin with high hopes, promptly releasing a plethora of videos. Yet, the view counts languished at a meager 500. According to Douyin's standards, low view counts were attributed to poor video quality. The users on Douyin exhibited a distinct preference, and the algorithm withheld traffic support for subpar content. This reality prompted the video bloggers to recalibrate their approach. They began to experiment, scrutinizing Douyin's trending charts and rapidly ascending hot topics. Some creators tried their hand at trend-following videos, witnessing an immediate spike in views. Conversely, a few bloggers struck gold with their videos, transforming them into viral hits that earned substantial cash rewards. At this juncture, the video creators comprehended a vital truth. They must either stay attuned to trends or devise ways to enhance video quality to resonate with users. Particularly, the creators from Kuaishou grasped that the Douyin ecosystem operated differently. Kuaishou's strategies would not succeed here. Douyin's user base possessed a higher caliber and greater expectations. These creators understood that to thrive on Douyin, they must adapt to its users' preferences. The current demographic on Douyin predominantly comprises individuals born in the 1990s and 2000s, a youthful, educated cohort. To establish a foothold on Douyin, they must delve into understanding their interests. As a day quietly passed, the inaugural clash between Kuaishou and Douyin drew to a close. Kuaishou enjoyed an average daily growth of over 13 million videos, with daily active users surpassing 1 billion. In contrast, Douyin's average daily video growth was over 7 million, with registered users exceeding 1.5 billion and daily active users just crossing 80 million. A comparative analysis of these figures left many astonished yet unsurprised. Kuaishou reigns as the leader among domestic video platforms, and Douyin has considerable ground to cover in its pursuit. How could this be? Everyone around me is now using Douyin. Why is it performing so poorly? Douyin has only been active for a few days. Can it truly hope to catch up to Kuaishou in such a short span? One might think it absurd. In Yearning, at the headquarters of Kuaishou, President Su surveyed the daily data report, exhaling with relief while also furrowing his brow. Kuaishou's standing remained stable, yet its funds were dissipating like water. If this trend continues, Kuaishou will face significant financial pressure. Nonetheless, as long as they endure this challenging period, Kuaishou is destined to emerge victorious. Success is never easily attained. President Su turned to Chen Yixiao, seated across from him, and remarked, "We must expedite the exploration of new monetization strategies with such high daily active users. We cannot afford to squander this opportunity." Chen Yixiao nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, President Su, we are already on it. By the way, how are the negotiations regarding the investment from Penguin progressing?" President Su shook his head, stating, "Some specific details remain unresolved. It requires time. You need not worry about the investment. I will manage it." Chen Yixiao nodded in acknowledgement. In Tianhai, a cozy apartment, the trio, Xiaoxiong Xuanzi, and Bei emerged from their respective rooms in unison. Ever since they resolved to join Douyin, they decided to rally in Tianhai and strive together. Each wore a smile. Xiaoxiong initiated, "Whoever experiences the greatest fan growth treats us to dinner." Xuanzi chuckled, "Whoever earns the most today shall be our host." Bei concurred, "Xuanzi speaks wisely." Moments later, the three women retrieved their phones, accessing their Douyin account dashboards. Xiaoxiong had released 2 videos, one featuring a dance that garnered 230,000 likes and 367 million views, and another showcasing her in black stockings that received 480,000 likes and 7.6 million views, with a follower count of 306 million. She earned a creator support reward of 3,000 yuan. Xuanzi and Bei also uploaded 2 videos each, one dancing and another featuring stockings, achieving commendable likes and views. with their follower counts reaching several hundred thousand. Zhexī earned a creator reward of 4,000 yuan, while Beibei received 4,500 yuan. Xiaoxiong and Zhexī turned their gazes to Beibei, who grinned. The choice of dinner venue is yours. Let us have hot pot. It's been ages since I've indulged in it. Tonight, I shall feast upon meat without restraint. Days slipped by quietly, and the battle between Kuaishou and Douyin remained captivating. After several days of brewing, Kuaishou's daily active users peaked. In Yearning, at Kuaishou's headquarters, in the reception room, Chen Yixiao addressed a group of businessmen with a smile. "Gentlemen, do you still doubt Kuaishou's prowess?" The men exchanged glances, and one spoke up. "Kuaishou achieving over 1 billion daily active users is indeed astonishing. We find no issue with your proposed advertising rates. We are ready to sign a contract." Upon hearing this, Chen Yixiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Kuaishou had incurred substantial expenses in recent days, but securing these significant commercial advertisements would render those expenditures worthwhile. With the newfound commercial revenue, Kuaishou promptly increased support for video creators. Just as everyone anticipated Kuaishou's ascent to its peak, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The daily average of uploaded videos doubled, yet daily active users plummeted. Users were left dumbfounded, as were Chen Yixiao and the Kuaishou executives. Lu Zhexī chuckled. Just when everyone thought this was merely an anomaly, the following day saw Kuaishou's daily active users have again, even as the daily upload count doubled. At this point, it became evident to all, Kuaishou was in trouble. I am unsure what you find perplexing. Do those frenzied videos on Kuaishou genuinely appeal to anyone? To put it plainly, those creators are some internet celebrities, or less charitably, a group of rogues. The online discourse buzzed, and within Kuaishou, urgent meetings were convened to identify the issues. In Yearning, at Kuaishou's headquarters, President Su had already vented his frustration, reprimanding the senior management team, including Chen Yixiao. Over the past few days, Kuaishou had held numerous meetings, all aimed at diagnosing the problem and seeking solutions. Kuaishou was in distress, and netizens eagerly awaited Douyin to seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Kuaishou. However, at this critical juncture, Huawei Technology issued an enigmatic announcement. Chapter 72, The Reason for Defeat. Huawei Technology released a concise message via Douyin on November 20th at 8 p.m. Huawei time, join us for the global launch of our new product. We eagerly anticipate your presence. The online community is abuzz with speculation regarding whether Douyin will deliver a decisive blow to Kuaishou, while Super Dimension Technology appears unfazed by the unfolding drama. Rather than seizing the opportunity to address Kuaishou, Super Dimension Technology has opted to remain aloof from this so-called battle. Although the company's stance has left some netizens disappointed, the upcoming product launch remains highly anticipated. Furthermore, netizens have been leaving comments beneath Douyin's posts, expressing a desire for a singular, groundbreaking innovation. In response, Super Dimension Technology has assured them it will undoubtedly be cutting-edge technology. In an instant, the announcement of Super Dimension Technology's new revolutionary product has dominated trending topics across all online platforms. Enthusiasts are fervently discussing the potential areas of innovation that Super Dimension Technology might unveil. Douyin, attuned to the current events, has introduced a prediction game, inviting users to speculate on the nature of the forthcoming technological marvels. Participants can jot down their guesses, which will be categorized and tallied by the system 3 days later. On the day of the launch, 5,000 lucky users who correctly guess the category will be selected to receive a sleep pillow and a mysterious gift package. This engaging game has swept through the Douyin platform, with users eagerly submitting their predictions. The phenomenon has sparked extensive discussion and participation not only on Douyin, but also on other platforms like Weibo. What did you guess? One user asks, I predicted software optimization. Another replies, I haven't decided yet. Any thoughts? Why would I share? If I tell you and you guess right, it lowers my chances of winning. Indeed, the logic is sound. The online discourse has shifted, with participants testing each other's honesty, leaving everyone uncertain of what is genuine. The introduction of this prediction game has significantly boosted Douyin's daily active users. Seizing the moment, Douyin has launched a catchy song challenge, inviting users to find and creatively reinterpret catchy tunes. Contestants can dance, remix, or innovate upon the selected songs, with the top prize being a cash reward of 10,000 yuan for the winner, 5,000 for the runner-up, and 3,000 for third place. The first 100 participants will receive 500 yuan, while the first 1,000 will earn 100 yuan. This challenge has caused a sensation, combining entertainment, generous rewards, and a fair competition mechanism, resulting in a surge in Douyin's registered users and an increase in daily uploads. Amidst this whirlwind of activity, Super Dimension Technology is intensifying its investment in Douyin. Su Yuan is currently hosting a gathering of distinguished representatives from prominent domestic MCNs. Esteemed guests, Super Dimension Technology adheres to a philosophy of collaborative prosperity and warmly invites you to join Douyin. You will bring high-quality, original content to Douyin, and we will provide you with a continuous flow of traffic. After a moment of mutual glance, the representative from DU MCN steps forward. Mr. Su, Douyin is indeed thriving, but we require a stabilizing factor. Su Yuan smiles and produces a document. This is the sponsorship contract between Super Dimension Technology and the toilet platform for the exclusive naming rights to the New Year's concert from 2016 to 2017. Our company has decided to invest 500 million yuan in promotional activities for Douyin during the spring festival travel season. You will see Douyin's promotions in airports, train stations, bus terminals, and other venues. How effective is this stabilizing factor? With that, Su Yuan extends his hand, smiling at them. The DU representative shakes his hand with a grin. Mr. Su, here's to a fruitful partnership. The others join in, echoing, Mr. Su, a delightful collaboration. At Kuaishou's headquarters in Yanjing, Su's expression is grim as he sits in his office. Kuaishou is facing challenges, and the source of these issues is clear. Effective immediately, we will establish a dedicated video review team to rigorously combat the proliferation of vulgar yet contentless videos on our platform. We will revise our support rules for video creators, imposing restrictions on those with a massive follower base. Ultimately, we must enhance the quality of creators like Wu Wei and Lu Ming. After delivering his orders, Su rises and departs the conference room. Today, he is not there to discuss. He is there to command. Chun Yixiao, sensing the silence in the room, breaks the tension. All right, Su has set the direction. Now, we must discuss how to achieve these objectives. That evening, Kuaishou publicly announced a thorough overhaul of all video content on the platform. Following this announcement, the daily uploads on Kuaishou plummeted, along with user engagement. While the industry marvels at Kuaishou's audacity, a financial media report has drawn widespread attention. Douyin is exploring new entertainment interaction modes, music short videos. In the current landscape of video interaction platforms in Huagewa, Kuaishou is undeniably the reigning monarch. However, this dominion is increasingly overlooked by the trend-conscious younger generation. The root cause lies in Kuaishou's perceived banality. Its decentralized development model avoids labeling users, neither favoring influencers nor neglecting ordinary individuals. This has resulted in an influx of lowbrow video creators. According to relevant statistics, nearly two-thirds of Douyin's video creators hail from lower-tier cities, many of whom lack cultural sophistication yet excel at garnering attention online. This disconnect is challenging for the emerging generation of post-95s to accept. In contrast, Douyin has been ramping up investments to cultivate high-quality video content. With major MCNs like DU and Onion joining Douyin, the quality of original content has consistently improved. Over the years, the video sector has suffered from two persistent issues: a lack of short videos under 15 seconds and a dearth of products tailored for the trendy post-95 youth from first and second-tier cities. Douyin's emergence has effectively addressed these shortcomings. Coupled with its commitment to nurturing quality video production, Douyin's ascent is hardly surprising. The report is thorough, elucidating every facet, from external factors to internal causes, explaining why Kuaishou faltered while Douyin surged ahead. While the report's impact is substantial, netizens remain primarily focused on the imminent product launch. Douyin's prediction game will close tomorrow, revealing which areas of cutting-edge technology garnered the most guesses. Meanwhile, the catchy song competition continues to flourish. At Super Dimension Technology, Lu Zhexī and Lin Xiyan are deliberating on the company's relocation. Super Dimension Technology is no longer a small enterprise. We can no longer confine ourselves to a single floor of the Lia building. Ultimately, Lu Zhexī decisively proclaims, "Let us acquire an entire building and purchase land to establish Super Dimension Technology's global headquarters." In response, Lin Xiyan did not express any objections. After all, Lu Zhexī was not short of funds, and Chowei Technology was reaping substantial profits. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Chapter 73, The Press Conference. Ding. The first phase of the system upgrade task has been completed. The second phase is now initiated. Task description. Within 5 days post-press conference, complete side quest 3. And rise at 6 o'clock every morning for 5 consecutive days to run 10 kilometers around the community. Task assessment. The 10 kilometers must be completed within 40 minutes. Success in the task will lead to a system upgrade, while failure will result in a reset of the task. Upon reading this task description, Lu Zhexī cursed under his breath. System, you scoundrel. Ding. The system does not comprehend the host's utterances. Lu Zhexī let out a cold laugh, raising his middle finger in a gesture of derision. Nevertheless, the completion of this task indicated that the sales of the sleep pillow had surpassed 50 million. Among this staggering figure, nearly 90% of the orders were pre-sales. Regardless, this sales number was undeniably gratifying. In the Liab building, within the chairman's office, Lu Zhexī reclined on his aunt's lap as she tended to his ears. In his hand, he held a brochure filled with property information from Tianhai. From Lu Zhexī's perspective, he could not see his aunt's exquisite face, obscured as it was by two towering mountains. Aunt, is the building next to Liao really up for sale? The original owner faced financial troubles and had been preparing to sell the building 3 months ago. Many were interested, but his asking price was excessively high. Intrigued, Lu Zhexī was unfazed by the price. To him, it was merely a string of numbers. The building adjacent to Liao had 20 floors above ground and 3 below. Most importantly, its proximity to Liao cemented Lu Zhexī's resolve to acquire it. At that moment, an assistant knocked and entered the office. Mr. Song, we could discuss this later. Can't you see I'm busy? His aunt's tone was frosty, though her hands moved with gentle precision. Mr. Song, this document is imperative. I will not repeat myself. She interjected, her voice growing increasingly icy. The assistant cast an awkward glance at Lu Zhexī. Aunt, I need to use the restroom. Hearing this, Song Xie leaned slightly and set down the ear-cleaning stick. Lu Zhexī rose, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Even a mountain could be burdensome, let alone two. The assistant promptly handed over the document. Song Xie accepted it and began perusing its contents. With nothing else to do, Lu Zhexī reclined on the sofa, engrossed in Douyin. He was particularly captivated by the trending song challenge, with the top entry being Taka Taka. This song, paired with some choreography, was undeniably infectious. Time slipped away quietly, and the predictions regarding Chao Wei Technology's launch had officially concluded. On Douyin, the prediction rankings had already been revealed. First place, entertainment software. Second place, gaming software. Third place, artificial intelligence products. With the rankings published, Chao Wei Technology released promotional posters for the press conference. The poster was simple, featuring a little girl cradling a kitten, with the slogan, "Let companionship be everywhere." Upon seeing this poster, netizens were bewildered. What is this? I completely don't understand. Can someone explain? The internet buzzed with speculation as people pondered the meaning behind the poster. Just as the confusion reached its peak, November 20th arrived as anticipated. On this day, reporters and media personnel from around the globe, along with industry magnates, converged upon Tianhai. The global press conference for Chao Wei Technology was highly anticipated. The floor occupied by Chao Wei Technology in the Liao building was teeming with attendees. Numerous industry leaders arrived, eager to forge amicable collaborations with Chao Wei Technology regarding the sleep pillow or Douyin. In the boss's office, Lu Zhexī was meeting with General Yu from Huawei and General Lei from Dami. For this press conference, Chao Wei Technology had extended invitations to various industry insiders. Almost all who received an invitation had agreed to attend. General Yu, sipping tea, remarked cheerfully, "Mr. Lu, it's time for a change of scenery." General Lei concurred with a smile. It seems a bit inappropriate for this mighty dragon to be coiled in such shallow waters. Lu Zhexī chuckled ruefully. We'll be moving next month to the building right next door. General Yu and General Lei exchanged surprised glances. General Yu inquired curiously, "How much did you acquire it for?" 8 billion. General Lei frowned. I recall the owner was asking for 3 billion. Mr. Lu, you possess quite the negotiating skills, managing to reduce the price by 500 million. Lu Zhexī sipped his tea leisurely. I simply stated that I could pay 8 billion in cash up front, and he immediately agreed. The two men were taken aback. Mr. Lu, are you saying you paid 8 billion in cash on the spot? Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow. Why not? It's only 8 billion. There's no need for installments. In response, both General Yu and General Lei shook their heads. General Lei chuckled. Mr. Lu, your words truly make us feel inadequate. While our company has ample funds, we wouldn't choose to pay such a significant sum in cash. Lu Zhexī's charming brows arched. Installment payments were far too cumbersome. He was a decisive individual, and to him, 8 billion was not a substantial amount. The press conference for Chao Wei Technology will be broadcast live globally via Douyin. At 7:30 p.m., the Douyin livestream room was inundated with viewers. By 8 p.m., the number of viewers in the livestream exceeded 7 million. On stage, Su Yuan stepped up with a smile, addressing the audience. Good evening, esteemed guests and friends. It is a pleasure to gather with you all on this day. After briefly recounting the history of Chao Wei Technology, Su Yuan continued, during this global press conference. We will unveil 2 products. Many in attendance were visibly excited at this announcement, as were the viewers in the live stream. As the curtain on stage lifted, it displayed news reports regarding DUI arrests and penalties. It is well known that approximately 50% of traffic accidents are related to drunk driving. The tragedies caused by such incidents have shattered countless families. To address this pressing issue, Chowei Technology will introduce a product aimed at eliminating drunk driving, the sobering pill. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, an introduction to the sobering pill was projected on the big screen, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. The Douyin live stream was no different. Wow, it's a product targeting drunk driving. The sobering pill can perfectly absorb alcohol without harming the body. How incredible is that? For someone like me who frequently attends social gatherings, this is truly a treasure. On stage, Su Yuan smiled and said, "In the future, when drinking with friends, if they ask you how much you can drink, just tell them you can keep going." Laughter erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, Lu Zhexī pondered, stroking his chin. Who is mightier, the one who can drink indefinitely or the one who can drink continuously? In the past, the answer was whoever fell last was the strongest. Now, with the sobering pill, it seems the one with the largest bladder prevails. Or perhaps, it is the one who can endure the longest who emerges as the most formidable. Herein lies a gentle admonition to all. Holding in one's urine is detrimental. Do not inquire as to how I have come to this knowledge. There are always those who toil silently behind the scenes, ultimately distilling their experiences into lessons steeped in hardship. At this juncture, the venue erupted into a fervent round of applause. Lu Zhexī raised his head, only to discover that the price of the hangover remedy had been unveiled. Priced a modest 2 yuan per pill, it was indeed quite reasonable. On the high platform, the screen transitioned to reveal a young girl cradling a kitten. Attendees promptly straightened in their seats, for they understood that the true spectacle was about to commence. Su Yuan stood atop the dais, smiling as he declared, "I shall not keep you in suspense. Our primary product today pertains to artificial intelligence." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became electric with excitement. In the Douyin live stream, comments flooded in. Haha, I guessed it right. Wait, is superdimensional technology unveiling a grand surprise at their first global launch? What could the product be? Hurry up and reveal it. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Chapter 74, Intelligent Companion Wristband. Artificial intelligence is mentioned abundantly each year. Yet products that evoke genuine astonishment are exceedingly rare. The reason is simple. Advanced artificial intelligence is notoriously challenging to realize. For instance, voice assistants are overly commonplace. The prowess of superdimensional technology has already been evidenced through their sleep-enhancing pillows. Many harbor hopes that the company will deliver a similar level of surprise in the realm of artificial intelligence. Every attendee gazed expectantly at Su Yuan atop the platform. With a brief smile, Su Yuan announced, "Let us first unveil the product." As his words faded, a woman clad in a qipao gracefully approached, balancing a tray. Observant eyes soon discerned that the tray held 3 wristbands and 3 small discs. Wristbands? Surely, they could not merely represent an intelligent assistant? Disappointment flickered in the eyes of General Manager Yu and General Manager Lei as they exchanged glances. Yu shook his head, conveying a clear message. The depths of artificial intelligence are profound, and progress in this domain cannot be achieved overnight. In the Douyin live stream, viewers were equally perplexed. No way. Sir, I've already shed my pants, and this is what you show me? Wristbands? Surely, it's not another idiotic assistant. How tedious. I'm not watching anymore. The murmurs from the audience grew louder, yet Su Yuan appeared impervious to their discontent. He lifted the 3 wristbands from the tray and began to operate them, leading to a wondrous spectacle. The 3 small discs levitated into the air, conjuring 3-dimensional holographic images of a little girl, a kitten, and a puppy. Most astonishingly, the girl in the princess dress appeared utterly lifelike. She wore a sweet smile, her voice light and melodious. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Dai from Superdimensional Technology. The chief cutie. This is my companion, Xiao Bai, and this is Xiao Hua." During her introduction, Xiao Dai floated down to stand before a reporter. She playfully nibbled her finger, her curious eyes blinking rapidly. "Uncle, your expression is quite strange. Are you troubled by something?" The reporter swallowed hard, still in disbelief. Xiao Dai pouted, saying, "Uncle, you're not paying attention to me." With that, she flitted off to engage with others. "Big sister, are you taking my picture? Remember to make me look good." "Oh no, big brother, you mustn't touch my head." "Uncle, your questions can only be answered by that big uncle on stage." "I don't know." After a brief interlude of playful antics, Xiao Dai returned to the stage, where the audience remained in a state of shock. Moments later. The venue erupted into applause. The clapping persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Su Yuan beamed as he proclaimed, "This is the first-generation artificial intelligence product from superdimensional technology. The Intelligent Companion Wristband. Each wristband houses a virtual cartoon character, which could be a human child or various small animals. The wristband serves as the control device, while the flying disc acts as the character's medium. The flying disc employs three-dimensional holographic projection, the realism of which you have just witnessed. Most importantly, this cartoon character has the capacity to grow." As Su Yuan's words lingered, the screen transitioned to display growth information for all to see. Initial character setting, based on a 5-year-old child. Final character growth, based on a 7-year-old child. Initial animal setting, slightly understands the owner's commands. Final animal growth, essentially comprehends the owner's commands. Su Yuan continued, "During its growth, the intelligent companion will engage in constant learning, evolving to better align with its owner." The transition from 5 to 7 years old. I'm sure you all grasp the significance of this. The response to Su Yuan's revelation was a resounding wave of applause. In the audience, General Managers Yu and Lei exchanged glances, their astonishment evident to all. Superdimensional technology is truly remarkable. In the Douyin livestream, comments surged anew. "Unbelievable. This is astounding. This artificial intelligence can rival a 7-year-old human child? Stop talking. My mom is asking why I'm watching the livestream on my knees." At the launch event, Su Yuan elaborated on the specific functionalities of the Intelligent Companion. Upon purchasing the wristband, users can select the type of cartoon character they desire. After making their selection, they can further customize the character based on their preferences, such as facial proportions, voice, and the animal's fur color, among others. The wristband features an integrated marketplace where users can purchase clothing, food, and more for their characters. The prices are quite reasonable, with items starting at just 1 yuan and capping at 10. Alternatively, users can procure materials to design and create their own clothing and food. The Intelligent Companion offers a high degree of customization, emphasizing user participation. Having completed the functionality overview, it was time to announce the pricing. Su Yuan, without delay, revealed the costs. Based on the flying disc battery life, there are 3 tiers, C, B, and A, priced at 499, 899, and 1,499 yuan respectively. The flying disc's battery life when fully charged is 12 hours, 24 hours, and 48 hours. The activity range of the flying disc extends from the wristband by 10 meters, 15 meters, and 20 meters. Following the price announcement, the venue resonated with another round of enthusiastic applause. Once the clapping subsided, Su Yuan stated, "As we conclude the launch event, we wish to honor a promise. Recently, Douyin introduced a predictive game, and today we will select 5,000 users who correctly guessed the artificial intelligence. These fortunate individuals will receive a sleep-enhancing pillow and a set of A-grade intelligent companions." As Su Yuan spoke, the screen began to roll the names of the 5,000 lucky users. After a minute, the list was revealed. Su Yuan smiled and stated, "Within a day, our staff will reach out to these 5,000 fortunate users." The Douyin livestream erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Alas, I surmised incorrectly. It is not artificial intelligence. And I have indeed suffered a considerable loss. Ha ha ha, I was right after all. I seem to have glimpsed my Douyin account at the launch event. The conference is nearing its conclusion, with Su Yuan delivering a typical closing speech. Lu Zhexī, disinterested, stands to depart. Yet after just a few steps, he is halted by General Yu and General Lei. "Mr. Lu, shall we find a place to enjoy some tea?" Lu Zhexī smiles and replies, "Of course. That will be delightful. At Tian Hai, a tea house." It is already past 9 in the evening, yet the establishment remains bustling. There is no decree against enjoying tea at night, much like the custom of riding horses or pushing carts. If it is permissible at night, why not during the day? In a private room of the tea house, as Lu Zhexī settles in, he states, "General Yu, General Lei, as we are friends, let us be forthright." General Yu chuckles lightly and inquires, "Mr. Lu, to what extent has your company's artificial intelligence developed?" General Yu is somewhat reserved, while General Lei is more direct. "Mr. Lu, can the intelligent companion be integrated into a mobile phone?" Lu Zhexī lets out a faint sigh. From a moment, he decided to unveil the intelligent companion. He anticipated this day would come. He is not averse to collaborating with Huawei and others, yet reality does not permit it. The intelligent companion wristband is manufactured on the production line, and he is entirely unaware of its source code. Without knowledge of the source code, mobile integration is an unattainable goal. General Yu, General Lei, I regret to inform you that the intelligent companion must remain under the auspices of superdimensional technology for the time being. Lu Zhexī's tone is earnest. Upon hearing this, both General Yu and General Lei let out a sigh. They both comprehend the gravity of the matter. After all, artificial intelligence is of paramount importance. Every company places great emphasis on the source code related to artificial intelligence. Should the intelligent companion be adapted for mobile devices, the risk of source code leakage becomes significant. Chapter 75, An Extraordinary Product. Apple's China Division. President Ge Ming has just finished watching the superdimensional technology launch event. Shortly thereafter, he receives an invitation for a video conference from headquarters. Once connected, an impromptu executive meeting convenes, presided over by Apple CEO Cook. Cook addresses the assembly with a measured tone. A remarkable company has emerged in China, and today, an astonishing product has been unveiled. Peter, would you like to elaborate? Peter, a bespectacled middle-aged gentleman and Apple's chief technology officer, responds to Cook's inquiry. The artificial intelligence technology from superdimensional technology is formidable, albeit shrouded in secrecy. According to our technical team's analysis, the little butterfly that appeared at the conference is almost indistinguishable from an 8-year-old human girl. Our team conducts extensive research on artificial intelligence annually, yet we can only claim to mimic human behavior. Superdimensional technology's AI, the little butterfly, is, to some extent, learning human thoughts and actions. Upon hearing this, Cook's expression remains impassive, while other Apple executives display astonishment. Peter continues, in fact, there is something I must report. We have made progress in our efforts to crack the superdimensional CPU control software. This statement alters Cook's demeanor. However, Peter's subsequent revelation leaves everyone aghast. Regrettably, we are unable to comprehend the composition of this software. We even suspect that the CPU control software is written in an entirely new language. All executives' expressions shift dramatically, and Cook cannot help but ask, Peter, can you be certain? I trust you understand the implications of this matter. I expect you to take responsibility for your assertions. Peter's expression turns grave, yet he shakes his head. Boss, I only mentioned it as a suspicion. The ability of the CPU control software to operate on mobile devices indicates that its source code is understandable by mobile systems. If mobile devices can comprehend it, we can too. However, superdimensional technology has employed unique methods to obscure our understanding. Upon hearing this, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, Cook states, Notify superdimensional technology that I will be arriving in Tianhai tomorrow, and I wish to engage in a personal dialogue with Mr. Liu. Not only Cook from Apple, but numerous industry leaders reach out to superdimensional technology, eager for a direct conversation with Lu Zhexī. The following day, the entirety of China and the world engages in discussions about the superdimensional technology launch event, particularly focusing on the intelligent companion. The Global Daily, superdimensional technology has enchanted the world with a 5-year-old girl. The Global Daily emphasizes that the current state of artificial intelligence development is quite aberrant. True artificial intelligence should, like the intelligent companion, strive to draw ever closer to humanity. The Daily Mail, undoubtedly, this technology company from China has once again proven its formidable strength. The China Daily, the intelligent companion. This is the true essence of artificial intelligence. The China Daily particularly notes that superdimensional technology has risen like a comet. From the superdimensional CPU control software, to the sleep pillow, to the beauty water and Douyin, to the intelligent companion and hangover pills, the breadth of their product offerings is remarkable and awe-inspiring. Previously, high technology was a term synonymous with foreign innovation. China's progress in high technology has been slow, yielding scant results. This time, superdimensional technology has boldly stepped forward, resolutely proclaiming to the world that China too boasts the finest technology companies and high-tech innovations. Various media outlets are vying to report, while numerous influencers are publishing analyses of the impact the intelligent companion will bring. Concurrently, netizens engage in fervent discussions. Superdimensional technology has truly outdone itself this time. I wonder when the intelligent companion will be available. I plan to purchase a set for my parents and children. My parents have been nagging for grandchildren, and this time, I want to surprise them. Though I am reluctant to boast, I must share that this morning I received an official notification from Douyin. I won the intelligent companion. Upstairs. Are you so eager for death this early in the morning? Outside, the winds are tumultuous, yet Lu Zhexī is unperturbed. Before 6 in the morning, he rises and changes into athletic attire. In the living room, Song Xie, engrossed in her work, is taken aback. Little darling, are you preparing to exercise? Lu Zhexī nods. Song Xie hastily sets aside her work, rushing to Lu Zhexī's side, touching this and inspecting that. Ultimately, after confirming that he is indeed her most beloved, she breathes a sigh of relief. With a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, She blinks and says, "Little darling, during your senior year, you never rose before 6. Lu Zhexī can only feel helpless in response. "Annie, I am going for a run." "Go ahead. Exercising is good for you. However, I believe running may not suit you. Push-ups would be more appropriate. Once you master push-ups in the future, Oh, little darling, why are you running so fast?" If Lu Zhexī doesn't run, he will inevitably develop issues. Early in the morning, a man's temper is already heightened, and Auntie's tone, demeanor, and actions only serve to stoke the flames. The greenery in Lu Zhexī's residential community is quite commendable, and the morning air is invigorating. As he runs, his heart begins to settle. 10 kilometers, to be completed in no more than 40 minutes, presents quite a challenge. Securing my wristband and setting the timer, I set off immediately. At Xiaowei Technology, Lin Xian arrived early to attend to her affairs. "How is the cleaning of the Xiaowei Technology building progressing?" The secretary quickly responded. "It has all been tidied up and is ready for us to move in at any time." Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, "First, let us transfer the team for the hangover pills and the intelligent partner, while the teams for Douyin and the sleep pillows can be arranged in a few days. Issue a recruitment announcement. We are looking for talents of all kinds." As she spoke, Lin Xian walked towards the conference room. Just as she was about to enter, she paused. "By the way, when Zhexī arrives, make sure to pass all the trivial matters from last night on to him." The secretary's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Yet she acquiesced. Lu Zhexī found it curious. This did not seem to be the route to the office. "Aunt, are we not going to the company?" Song Xie pinched Lu Zhexī's cheek playfully, chiding, "We are heading to the hospital for checkup." Lu Zhexī asked in confusion, "Why are we going to hospital? Do you even need to ask? 10 kilometers in 40 minutes. Can your body handle that? You don't run often, and such a sudden exertion could be harmful. What would I do if something happened to you?" Lu Zhexī was momentarily taken aback. His aunt was indeed correct. He did not exercise regularly, and running 10 kilometers in 40 minutes was not realistic. Even if he accomplished it, the toll on his body would be considerable. However, Lu Zhexī had been enhanced ever since acquiring the system. For him, though challenging, 10 kilometers in 40 minutes would not be detrimental to his health. "And I'm fine. There is no need to go to the hospital." "Who has the aunt here? You or me? Are you not going to listen to me now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhexī wisely fell silent. There is no aunt who does not love Lu Zhexī, nor is there a Lu Zhexī who disregards his aunt's words. Meanwhile, Hyuk and his team had arrived at Xiaowei Technology. Chapter 76, I'm Still Young. At Tianhai First Hospital, several elderly experts with graying hair were conducting a thorough and professional examination of Lu Zhexī's body. Although reluctant, Lu Zhexī endured it upon seeing the concern etched on his aunt's face. Half an hour later, the examination results were out. "Ms. Song, Mr. Lu's health is excellent. Truly exceptional. He possesses a perfect and healthy physique." Taking the report, Song Xie perused it, her furrowed brows finally relaxing. On the journey back to the company, her enchanting eyes continuously assessed Lu Zhexī's physique. "My little darling, I know you have a great figure, but I didn't realize your health was this remarkable. How about?" she said, her rosy tongue lightly licking her lips. Lu Zhexī shivered. "And I'm still young." An unusual smile danced across his aunt's exquisite face. She leaned close to Lu Zhexī's ear and whispered, "You're not that young anymore. Your aunt can see that." Lu Zhexī felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, he had grown accustomed to such teasing. Ever since turning 18, Lu Zhexī had been living this tumultuous life. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of Lia Building, Lu Zhexī did not bother with pleasantries. He disembarked swiftly and strode into the building. Just as Song Xie exited the vehicle, a captivating smile graced her face. Upon stepping out of the elevator, "My esteemed boss, you have finally arrived." Lu Zhexī raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Has Kip not left yet?" Su Yuan shook his head, "Boss. They have been waiting for an hour and have no intention of leaving." Kyuk maintained a composed demeanor, engrossed in fiddling with the intelligent partner, while the few individuals he brought along appeared increasingly impatient. Lu Zhexī chuckled upon hearing this. Keeping someone waiting for an hour was indeed impolite. However, Lu Zhexī had never committed to meeting Kyuk. Noticing Su Yuan's anxious expression, Lu Zhexī sighed. "Old Su, Xiaowei Technology is now on par with Apple. Soon, we will surpass them. Next month, you will be promoted to general manager, and you will encounter increasingly influential figures. It's time for you to adjust your mindset." With that, Lu Zhexī made his way to the reception room. Su Yuan stood frozen in place, pondering for a moment before exhaling deeply. The boss was right. Chowei Technology would only grow stronger. The number of top-tier leaders seeking collaboration with Chowei Technology would only increase. As the future general manager, it was indeed time for him to shift his mentality. In the reception room, Kyuk sat on the sofa, conversing with a three-dimensional holographic boy before him, tirelessly posing a series of questions. Do you understand English? Uncle, I can comprehend the commonly used working languages of the United Nations. As for other languages, I can learn them. Was 10 plus 7. Uncle, I do not understand what you are saying. Upon hearing this, Kyuk began patiently teaching the boy basic addition and subtraction within 50. After several minutes, Kyuk's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. The boy's capacity for learning was truly extraordinary. Just then, the door to the reception room swung open, and a smiling Lu Zhexī entered. Mr. Kyuk, I apologize for my tardiness. I had some personal matters to attend to. Kyuk stood up with a smile, saying, Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. After a brief handshake, Lu Zhexī took a seat. Mr. Kyuk, what brings you here today? Kyuk chuckled and placed the intelligent partner's wristband on a coffee table. Mr. Lu, this is a groundbreaking technology. Apple wishes to collaborate with Chowei Technology to develop this technology. Apple possesses substantial financial resources, a vast technical team, and an unparalleled resource background. Mr. Lu, Chowei Technology needs an ally. One day, it will need to expand beyond Huawei, and Apple is eager to walk alongside Chowei Technology. Kyuk laid out his proposition all at once. In his view, negotiations involve presenting one's respective chips. The party with the greater assets would gain the upper hand and ultimately prevail. After listening to Kyuk, Lu Zhexī did not respond immediately. Kyuk's words were rather veiled. Yet even a fool could discern the underlying message. The interests controlled by Chowei Technology were too significant. Attempting to monopolize them was impractical. Lu Zhexī had never contemplated going alone. Certain technologies, like the hangover pills, could be shared, but the sleep pillows and artificial intelligence could not. Chowei Technology would indeed venture beyond Huawei, yet Lu Zhexī felt no fear in the face of foreign threats. He possessed the confidence and capability to address them. Therefore, Lu Zhexī declined Kyuk's proposal for collaboration. Mr. Kyuk, the intelligent partner, is the cornerstone of Chowei Technology, akin to Apple's iOS system. Kyuk, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment before responding. Mr. Lu, you may not fully grasp what the intelligent partner represents. This is an opportunity that could change the world. No force would willingly forego such a chance. Even the authorities would be tempted to engage. When that time comes, Chowei Technology may struggle under the pressure, while Apple could assist in bearing that burden. Lu Zhexī smiled and said, Mr. Kyuk, if the Chinese government wishes to develop artificial intelligence, I would be more than willing to assist. Upon hearing this, Kyuk furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he had grasped the essence of Lu Zhexī's words. If the Chinese government sought collaboration, Chowei Technology would indeed be eager to offer its support. However, this assistance would not entail handing over the intelligent companion, but rather providing technical aid to help the Chinese government advance its artificial intelligence initiatives. The advantages of such an arrangement were evident. Chowei Technology could maintain its technological core while also garnering the support of the Chinese government. Kyuk remained silent as Lu Zhexī sipped on his steaming tea, relishing the presence of his aunt. As long as she was near, the temperature of the tea he consumed was invariably perfect. Before long, Kyuk broke the silence. Mr. Lu, Apple's sincerity has always been unwavering. Lu Zhexī nodded with a smile, replying, I understand, and I believe that in the future, Chowei Technology and Apple will undoubtedly collaborate in numerous ways. Kyuk returned the smile. Below the Leah building, three stunning women appeared somewhat bewildered. Xiaoxiong, are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? It seems that building over there is Chowei Technology, Xuanzi remarked, pointing at the adjacent structure, puzzled. The sign of Chowei Technology was prominently displayed atop the building. Bei chimed in, Xiaoxiong, could you double-check the address? We cannot afford any mistakes on this official invitation from Douyin. Xiaoxiong pulled out her phone, muttering, it shouldn't be wrong. I distinctly remember the address stating Leah Building. After reviewing the message from Douyin multiple times, the three women had no choice but to enter the Leah Building. The receptionist greeted them with a smile, saying, Chowei Technology is currently operating within the Leah Building. They will only relocate to the adjacent building next month. After expressing their gratitude, the trio followed the receptionist's directions and took the elevator to Chowei Technology. To their surprise and delight, they encountered an unexpected figure at the elevator doors, Zhexī. Hubby, male god. Lu Zhexī stood there with a peculiar expression. The first title was familiar, but the latter too caught him off guard. Who are you? Lu Zhexī was certain he did not know these three stunning beauties. Chapter 77, An Island in the Pacific. Clad in a white dress, Xiaoxiong smiled and introduced herself. We are video bloggers from Douyin, here to discuss a contract. As soon as Xiaoxiong finished speaking, Xuanzi, donning a black skirt suit, excitedly rushed to Lu Zhexī, asking, "Hubby, are you here to sign an exclusive contract with Douyin too?" The number of stars on Douyin has indeed been increasing lately. After Xuanzi spoke, Bei, in a blue gown, joined in. "Male god, are you the only one from the Mushroom House Quartet present?" Lu Zhexī hesitated for a moment before replying, "No, I'm here for some personal matters." Understanding the situation, Xuanzi and Bei refrained from pressing further. "Can we take a photo together?" Lu Zhexī paused momentarily before smiling and agreeing. Of course, no problem. However, moments later, he regretted his decision. As his hands were enveloped by two magnificent mountains, he truly wished he had taken the initiative to request the photo. In the United States, San Francisco, Google headquarters. Late at night, a high-stakes meeting was underway. Larry and Bryn personally presided over this significant gathering. The projection screen in the conference room displayed the global launch of Huawei technology, particularly highlighting the scenes featuring Xiaodai, which played on a loop. After a few minutes, Larry inquired with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have something to say?" Just as he finished speaking, Bryn was the first to respond. "Larry, Huawei Technologies' artificial intelligence technology has already surpassed the entire world. Our AlphaGo may indeed seem like nothing more than a dog in comparison to this Xiaodai." Bryn's expression was grave as he made this statement. No one in the meeting room reacted with anger to Bryn's blunt words, for it was a palpable truth. All present were astute individuals capable of recognizing the gap between AlphaGo and the intelligent companion. Acknowledging one's shortcomings is the first step towards finding solutions. Google's chief technology officer, Zhexī, slowly spoke up. "Based on our team's research and projections, Huawei Technologies' artificial intelligence technology is at least a decade ahead of the rest of the world. If we were to acquire such advanced technology, many pending projects could be launched immediately." He then turned to Larry and Bryn, stating with conviction, "Boys, I hope to lead a team to China to learn from Huawei technology. Such profound artificial intelligence is the technology that every member of our team yearns for." Larry shook his head, saying, "I've received word that Apple's Kyuk has returned empty-handed. Huawei technology places great importance on the intelligent companion and may not choose to collaborate with us." Zhexī's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed Larry had not noticed, as he continued, "Does our technical team possess the capability to crack the intelligent companion?" Zhexī's frown deepened further. "Boss, we have no way to tackle the intelligent CPU control software." His implication was clear. If they had made no progress with a single software, how could they possibly hope to crack an artificial intelligence product? Before Larry could respond, a senior executive stood up to voice a concern. "Each year, we invest over $100 billion into research. Yet why have we not cracked even one piece of software? I've heard from internal sources at Apple that they have made advancements in the intelligent control software." Upon hearing this, Zhexī coldly retorted, "Mr. Chris, why do you not mention the vast profits our research team brings to the company each year? You may be the president, but you have no right to dictate to the research department." Chris attempted to say more, but Larry intervened. "All right, let's put this topic to rest." Larry then looked at Zhexī, saying, "While Chris's words may be harsh, I still hope the research department can surprise me this time." Zhexī reluctantly replied, "Boss, we would do our best." Larry nodded and added, "Bryn, I want you to personally visit Tianhai. We cannot afford to miss any opportunity." Bryn did not refuse, smiling as he said, "I am indeed eager to witness this remarkable company, Huawei Technology." In a conference room filled with men and women, all invited video bloggers from Douyin stood present. The bloggers remaining in the room had all signed exclusive cooperation agreements with Douyin. Xiaoxiong, Xuanzi, and Bei stood among them. Shortly after, the conference room doors swung open and several figures walked in. Upon seeing the foremost figure, the three women were momentarily taken aback. Xuanzi and Bei exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how their idol had ended up here. Not only the three women, but many others also gazed at Lu Zhexī with similar confusion. They had all watched the program Longing for Life and knew that Lu Zhexī was a prominent artist. Had he signed a contract with Douyin as well? Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Lu Zhexī stood at the front of the conference room, smiling as he said, "Hello, everyone. I am Lu Zhexī. I am here today to give you a lecture. The course content is remarkably straightforward, mastering the art of Douyin." Upon hearing this, aside from Su Yuan and a few others, the expressions of the rest were decidedly peculiar. Lu Zhexī, unfazed by their reactions, began to articulate the operational strategies provided by the system, detailing them meticulously. As time progressed, astonishment enveloped the room as everyone gazed at Lu Zhexī in disbelief. Had they not known him to be an artist, they might have doubted his identity as a content operations expert. Half an hour later, having not even sipped a drop of water, Zhexī exited the conference room. The video bloggers remained in a state of shock. Su Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Our boss is usually quite busy. It is indeed a rarity for him to spare half an hour to impart such valuable knowledge. I trust you will all benefit immensely." Upon hearing this, Xuanzi and Beibei gasped in surprise, while many others wore expressions of astonishment. Su Yuan found their reactions somewhat puzzling. "What is the matter? Do you have any questions?" Xiao Xiong stepped forward and inquired, "Manager Su, was it really the owner of superdimensional technology who just elucidated the course for us?" Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. Who else could it be? At this revelation, many were momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the notion that an artist was, in fact, the owner of superdimensional technology. This stark contrast was quite difficult for them to digest. In Yearning, within a residential area of notably high security, an elderly woman was tending to her flowers. Nearby, a sprightly old man reclined in a chair beneath a large tree, perusing a newspaper. Suddenly, a soldier strode into the courtyard, marked by a star on his epaulette. "Old chief, there's a meeting that may require your personal attendance." The elder set down his newspaper, his voice steady and commanding. "What meeting?" "The discussion pertains to your grandson." The elder's interest piqued. He chuckled lightly. "That troublesome rascal of mine has managed to warrant a personal visit from you?" The elderly woman approached with a watering can. "You mustn't let my grandson come to harm. He's my only precious grandson." The major smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured." In the Pacific, on a certain island resembling a modern metropolis, throngs of people navigated through a landscape of contemporary architecture, all adorned with a singular emblem, a black skull. In a subterranean conference room, approximately a dozen individuals convened. A projection screen displayed the portraits of two individuals, Zhexī and Zhexī. For the next 6 months, our underworld organization shall not engage in any significant operations. We must expedite the resolution of this minor task. Chapter 78, The Stubborn Old Man. In the underground conference room, arguments erupted incessantly. Some advocated for the immediate elimination of Zhexī and Zhexī to avoid complications, while others suggested acquiring superdimensional technology's research team before addressing the two individuals. At the head of the table sat a man clad in a black skull mask. The discord persisted, yet this man held the final say. "Enough," came his emotionless voice, instantly silencing the room. All eyes turned to the masked man. He spoke slowly. "If we kill Zhexī and Zhexī, we will invite retaliation from superpower. We are driven by greed, our vision clouded by the pursuit of wealth. However, without our lives, money becomes utterly meaningless. Dispatch 3 teams to Huagua. We must locate Liu Kuanhai's hidden contact list." After he finished, one of the men below inquired, "And what of our actions regarding Zhexī?" The man replied, his tone calm as water, "We shall observe the situation. Until I find a scapegoat, we cannot act." In a certain clandestine conference room in Yearning, the stars of military rank shone brightly as all sat upright in attention. Shortly thereafter, several elderly men in Zhongshan suits entered. With a swish, everyone rose to their feet in salute. Once seated, one of the elders spoke. "Let us hear it. What trouble has my troublesome grandson stirred up?" As he finished speaking, the projector displayed footage from a global press conference held by Superdimensional Technology. The footage had been edited to highlight key moments. After viewing it, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly. The other elders chuckled. "Old Wu, your grandson is quite remarkable. The sleep aid pillow truly is exceptional. This time, he has achieved significant breakthroughs in artificial intelligence." The elder, eyes still narrowed, remained silent. At that moment, an elder wearing glasses spoke up. "Old Wu, the intelligent assistant is a product of superdimensional technology. We do not covet it. In terms of artificial intelligence, we seek superdimensional technology's assistance. We will not demand technology, but we hope for substantial aid in certain critical challenges." Hearing this, the elder nodded slightly. "I was unaware that the rascal could create such a stir. However, he would not refuse to assist the nation." The bespectacled elder smiled before shifting the topic. "Your grandson and Old Song's granddaughter are being targeted by the underworld organization." This revelation caused several elders to narrow their eyes simultaneously, and a palpable pressure descended upon the younger officers present. The bespectacled elder maintained a calm demeanor as he continued. "The underworld organization does not yet possess the audacity. This notorious group is driven by greed, but they are not devoid of intelligence. You are now aware of this matter, and I shall not elaborate further. One final point. There's been a new breakthrough at the sanatorium. We, as aged veterans, must heed the organization's directives. Superdimensional technology. Su Yuan finally grasped why the expressions of the others had been so peculiar. Our boss participated in the event. We are unclear as to why. However, he has informed us that he prefers to keep his identity concealed. Those present were not foolish. The implication of Su Yuan's words was unmistakable. Rest assured, Manager Su, we will not disclose the boss's identity. Indeed, we shall maintain complete confidentiality. Su Yuan smiled, offering some words of encouragement before departing. Exiting the conference room, he made his way directly to the boss's office. Inside, Lu Zhexī reclined on the sofa, engrossed in Douyin. This was a sight Su Yuan had grown accustomed to. In this company, Lin was the busiest, while others were perpetually occupied. Yet the boss, while the most relaxed, was also the most pivotal figure. Boss, the Tianhai government has essentially agreed to sell land on the outskirts. However, they wish to discuss certain details with you in person. Lu Zhexī lifted his head, furrowing his brow. Tell them directly that Superdimensional Technology's global headquarters will undoubtedly be in Tianhai. We plan to establish an industrial park in the suburbs, with a scale of no less than 100 billion. Su Yuan sighed and replied, Boss, it's precisely because of this that they wish to meet with you personally. The potential of superdimensional technology has now been fully revealed. Such a company establishing itself in Tianhai is a momentous occasion. The Tianhai officials must be placing considerable importance on this matter, for the successful development of superdimension technology would undoubtedly constitute a remarkable political achievement. Lu Zhexī is acutely aware of these implications and recognizes that certain matters are simply inescapable. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Tianhai officials, he states. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan breathes a sigh of relief and continues, Boss, what about the production line for the hangover remedy? Lu Zhexī raises an eyebrow and inquires, Have you prepared the factory space? Su Yuan not apfi my see. Lu Zhexī stands and declares, I shall take care of the production line. As Lu Zhexī makes his way to the Superdimension Technology factory, his phone rings. Grandma, I'll be returning home for the new year with my aunt. The voice on the other end is gentle and melodious. Zhexī, I truly adore the bracelet you sent me. Your grandfather appreciates it as well. At this remark, Lu Zhexī's attractive brows arch slightly. Please inform grandfather that my research team is still abroad. They are not expected to return to the country for some time, but they will send representatives when they do. The voice on the other end chuckles, my clever grandson. By the way, your grandfather intends to send a few individuals to accompany you and see ya. Lu Zhexī contemplates his grandmother's words. Grandma, what is the name of the organization that is fixated on my aunt? I'm not sure. Your grandfather hasn't divulged that information. He mentioned he would discuss it with you when you return home. Lu Zhexī grimaces at this stubborn old man. After hanging up, his brow furrows with concern. He anticipated that the organization would attract his grandfather's attention. The fact that his grandfather could send people indicates that the organization poses a significant challenge. With this thought, Lu Zhexī's mood soured. Without hesitation, he issues a command through the system to the small robotic assistant near his aunt, ensuring her safety at all costs, even if it means revealing some secrets. In this troubled state of mind, Lu Zhexī arrives at the factory of Superdimension Technology. Initially, the company possessed only 3 factory buildings, but now the entire area has been acquired. Not only this section of the factory, but if all goes well, the land surrounding it will also be purchased by Superdimension Technology. Perhaps by next year, a dedicated industrial park for Superdimension Technology will be established in this area. As Lu Zhexī strides into the factory, he encounters Wu Di. The moment Wu Di spots Lu Zhexī, he rushes over with enthusiasm. Boss, have you come to inspect the progress? Lu Zhexī shakes his head and replies, I'm here to set up the production line for the hangover remedy. Wu Di, upon hearing this, cautions, Boss, I believe the production facility for the hangover remedy should not be situated too close to the facility for the sleep pillows. It would be prudent to keep the ordinary workers' factory as far apart from the small robotic workers' factory as possible. Lu Zhexī ponders over Wu Di's suggestion, recognizing its clear intent to maintain confidentiality by keeping ordinary workers separate from the small robotic assistants. That's a commendable proposal. I shall place the hangover remedy production line in the adjacent factory. Wu Di beams at this. Boss, how will the rewards be calculated? With a swift motion, Lu Zhexī playfully strikes Wu Di on the back of the head, silencing any further discussion of money. Chapter 79. The final opportunity after establishing the production line for the hangover remedy. Lu Zhexī returns to the company. The small robotic assistants disdain the production line for the hangover remedy, thus necessitating the hiring of workers for production. He delegates the recruitment task to Su Yuan and begins contemplating ways to accomplish the system upgrade mission. The second phase of the upgrade is divided into 2 parts. one involving running, and the other requiring the completion of Side Quest 3. This side quest is quite simple. It merely entails securing 5 entertainment-related invitations. Zhexī has already acquired 3, leaving him with 2 remaining. He picks up the phone and dials Wang Zhonglei's number. Zhexī, your call at this time is quite unexpected, Wang Zhonglei responds. Zhexī smiles and says, I would like to ask for your assistance with a matter. Intrigued, Wang Zhonglei replies, do tell. Brother Zhonglei, is there anyone currently seeking to produce an album? I have a few songs I wish to sell. Wang Zhonglei express surprise, Zhexī. Are you not considering releasing an album yourself? I simply do not have the time. On the other end, Wang Zhonglei sounds somewhat disappointed. Many artists are indeed in search of quality songs. I will send you a list. You can choose from it. Upon hearing this, Zhexī responds with a smile. Brother Zhonglei, when I return to Yearning, I will treat you to a meal. Wang Zhonglei cheerfully replies, I'll be heading to Tianhai next week. Let us meet up for dinner then. Sound good? After hanging up, Zhexī exhales in relief, as the system upgrade mission is nearly complete. A few minutes later, he receives an email from Wang Zhonglei containing a list of celebrities along with their song requests. Focused on completing his task, Zhexī casually selects 2 artists. After sending an email to Wang Zhonglei, he resumes scrolling through Douyin. Meanwhile, in Yearning, at Huai Company, Wang Zhonglei hands a document to his secretary. Inform Zhang Yu and Li Yun that their opportunity for ascension has arrived. The secretary's expression shifts to one of confusion. President Wang, is the company preparing to intensify support for these 2? Wang Zhonglei smiles. Once they acquire the songs, we can significantly increase our resource allocation towards them. They have encountered a benefactor this time. The secretary, still not fully grasping Wang Zhonglei's words, understands the nature of the document he holds. It is the production list for artist albums at Huai Company, set to be distributed to other studios or companies. In simple terms, this is a song purchasing request form. Within the secretary's understanding, a singer might indeed rise to fame through a single song, but from President Wang's words, it seems that Zhang Yu and Li Yun are destined for success this time. Though skeptical, the secretary refrains from voicing his doubts. Taking the document with him, the secretary steps out to send a message to Zhang Yu and Li Yun. Upon receiving the news, both are taken aback. The company actually intends to promote them? This revelation is astonishing. When Zhang Yu and Li Yun meet, they are momentarily at a loss for words. Just last week, my manager informed me that resources at the company were tight and that we might need to be patient for a while. Nodding in agreement, Li Yun adds, the company's resources have been heavily allocated to those top-tier artists. It's truly shocking that we have the chance to obtain resources this time. Regardless of the circumstances, they both agree that they must seize this opportunity. Zhang Yu nods in affirmation, stating, the company has requested us to go to Tianhai tomorrow to meet with the song producer. I wonder how capable this producer is. We cannot let anything go awry now that we have finally secured resources. Li Yun shares his concern. We shall see. After all, this producer was chosen by the company. As long as the song isn't too poor, we will accept it. At the headquarters of Kuaishou in Yearning, the atmosphere in the conference room is rather grim. Although the quality of Kuaishou videos has improved, their daily active users are steadily declining. In contrast, Douyin's daily active users are on the rise, along with an ever-increasing reputation. This disparity has rendered Kuaishou's situation increasingly difficult. During this period, Kuaishou has been diligently seeking solutions. Unfortunately, while solutions do exist, they necessitate a departure from Kuaishou's foundational business philosophy. Chairman Su, seated at the head of the table, spoke up. The investment from the Penguin side is essentially agreed upon. Although they have promised not to interfere with Kuaishou's operations, they will provide us with assistance in terms of traffic promotion and other areas. However, they have subtly suggested that we need to alter our business approach. The decentralized operating model, while attracting many grassroots video creators, has also led to significant challenges, as some vulgar and unrefined content creators have tainted the community environment of Kuaishou. Following Chairman Su's remarks, a palpable silence fell over the conference room. Observing this, Chen Yixiao took the initiative to speak. We cannot entirely abandon the decentralized model. Kuaishou should lower the high standards of this model and increase support for leading video bloggers. Furthermore, we must swiftly establish a harmonious community environment. Lastly, overcoming external perceptions of Kuaishou is of utmost importance. Currently, the prevailing view is that Kuaishou appears rather banal. This sentiment is not entirely unfounded. The senior management is well aware of our situation. Most of Kuaishou's video creators hail from 4th and 5th tier cities, as do the majority of our users. The age demographics of our users are widely dispersed, and the community environment leaves much to be desired. In contrast, Douyin's user base predominantly consists of post-95 and post-00 generations, a vibrant group of youthful individuals. As the saying goes, high-dimensional entities can easily dominate low-dimensional ones. The incursion of a high-dimensional environment into a low-dimensional one is even more effortless. Currently, Kuaishou faces a significant challenge. Douyin's ambition to penetrate the markets of 4th and 5th tier cities appears almost effortless. Right now, rather than contemplating market expansion, the primary dilemma for Kuaishou is how to retain its existing market. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly somber, and Chairman Su surveyed the room with a hint of disappointment. He spoke slowly. We must actively explore and develop our existing market. Douyin is not yet capable of infiltrating our territory. At present, Douyin is primarily a platform for the youth. They likely do not regard the markets of 4th and 5th tier cities as worthy of their attention. This is our final chance, and we must seize it. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this represents Kuaishou's last opportunity. At Super Dimension Technology, a meeting concerning the release of the Hangover Pill and Smart Companion was in progress. Following the conclusion of the press conference, everyone eagerly anticipated the launch of the Hangover Pill and Smart Companion. However, the situation was regrettable. The production line for the Hangover Pill had only just arrived at the factory, with neither workers nor raw materials available. The release of the Hangover Pill would require at least another month. As for the Smart Companion, according to the owner's directives, it would not be available until January 1st, 2017. Su Yuan concluded his remarks, took a sip of water, and continued. Now, we must discuss the recruitment of workers, as well as staffing for other positions within Super Dimension Technology. We will also explore Douyin's operational development, monetization strategies, and the expansion of sales channels for the Sleep Pillow. As the meeting was underway, a vehicle adorned with the flag of the Foot Basin Nation gradually pulled up in front of the Leah building.